Old crow. I. John Raven sat in the library of his shabby, yet dignified Boston house, waiting for Richard Powell, his nephew, whom he had summoned for an intimate talk. He was sitting by the fire making a pretense of reading the evening paper, but really he was prefiguring the coming interview, dreading it a good deal, and chiefly for the reason that there was an argument to be presented, and for this he was insufficiently prepared and must be, however long it might be delayed. When he telephoned Dick to come, he was at last armed with a bold conviction of being able to proffer a certain case to him, his own case, in fact. But as these last moments went on, he weakened sensibly in any hope he might have had that Dick would be able to meet him from any illuminating viewpoint of his own. This was midwinter, 2 years after the end of the war, where Dick and his uncle had worked in the ambulance corps to the limit of their capacities. Dick, no soldier, because of what seemed to him a diabolic eccentricity of imperfect sight, and Raven, blocked by what he felt to be the negligible disability of age. John Raven had, with the beginning of the war which, as early as 1914 he had decided to be his war, made up his mind that although he was over 40 and of a business training with inconsiderable excursions into literature, he wanted nothing so much as to get into the thick of it and the rough of it, so far as a man might who was past his physical best, and now he was back again, more fit than when he went, but at this present moment breathless at the realization that he had been up against life as it actually is, and that he found it a brute business and hated it. And this was not so much the horror of life in the field where, however the human heart cried out against the argument of desecrated flesh, the spirit could call mightily upon God, challenging him to grant the chrism of fulfillment in return for this wild sacrifice of blood, as the horror of life when peace was exercising her rights in unbelievable ways. This he was going to explain to Dick if he could manage it, while he set forth also his need of retreating from the active scene and leaving some of his formerly accepted duties on Dick's shoulders. As he sat there, gaunt, long, lean man, with a thin brown face and the eagle's look, a fineness of aquiline curve that made him significant in a dominant type, he fitted his room as the room fitted him. The house was old. Nothing had been changed in it since the year when, in his first one, prosperity, he persuaded his mother up from the country and let her furnish it with her shyly modest taste, a sense of values that bade her keep within the boundary of the atmosphere she brought with her in good old pieces tenderly used. The room was dim, even by day, from these shadows of the brooding past, and the dull blue draperies at the windows, while they touched it to a more inspiriting tone, still spoke softly of the repose a man wanted when he escaped from the outer world to the assuagement of silence and his books. Tonight, when Raven had just about come to the conclusion that he could not possibly enter upon certain things with Dick because, although Dick elected to be a poet, there was no recognized form of words that would make him understand, and he would better telephone him to put the interview off, he heard his voice in the hall, and answering it, even breaking over it like bright bubbles of a vocal stream, the voice of the girl they both loved, in ways becoming to their differences. Raven drew a comfortable breath. The intimate conference with Dick would have to be deferred, though he would quite as willingly have had Nan listen to it, except for the chance of her carrying it away with her, in that sympathetic tenderness of hers, to burden her young heart. Nan would have made quick work of understanding. She translated you as you went, and even ran ahead of you in her haste, just as she sometimes cut in on your speech, not rudely rebuking you for being too slow, but in her eagerness to assure you she caught at the first toss. And then they came in, she full of anticipatory delight at seeing Raven, and Dick so full of her that he seemed not to know whether his uncle were there or not, except as an habitual figure in the furnishing of the room. We must pause a dull minute, while they were projecting themselves into the scene, to find out how they looked and whether they also fitted the room and Raven. Nan, known to her larger world as Annette Hamilton, was a tall, slim yet muscular girl, graced with as many physical contradictions as you are likely to imagine. While she stood for an instant before, puppy-like, precipitating herself upon Raven, her eyes crinkled up like merry Sarah Skeer's, and she showed a line of milk-white teeth. Altogether nature-effer, she had only the most inconsiderable help from Arthad done her exceedingly well. She had the hurling impetuosities of the puppy when she found herself anywhere near persons familiarly dear to her, but unlike the puppy, she was a thing of grace. Her hands and slim arms had a girl's loveliest contours, and yet, hidden somewhere under that satin flesh with its rose and silver luster, were muscles serviceably strong. Her eyes were grey like Athena's, her hair fine and thick and pale, and her face altogether too irregular to talk about reasonably. How is it possible to delineate Dick, even with all profuse generosity of comment, without suggesting that he was not of the type to please himself, or tagging him with a priggishness afar from him? He certainly was not the sort of hero his dramatic poems described with a choppy vigor of detail, and whom there is no doubt he would have chosen to resemble, but nature had given him a slimness, and an actual grace he found, in his private self-scrutiny, almost girlish, nor could he wholly outwit and supplement her by the athletic training he never intermitted. Dick's face, too, he found much against him, being of a round solidity with a nose too thick, and a mouth a thought too small. How could such despite have happened to him? He asked himself in moments of depression when, confronting the mirror, he recognized the wrongs inheritance had done him. But he knew. It was father's people, that was it. They were all round and owlish, and they thickened up in middle life. If he could have shared Uncle Jack's lean aquilinity, people would have looked at him twice, as they did at Uncle Jack, which in itself would be a bore, except that Nan also might look. Aware of these things and hiding them in his soul, he held himself tight, shut his mouth close, and challenged you with a spectacled eye, pinning you down as if to say, I am born in every particular as I did not want to be, but take notice that I will have no light recognition of the hateful trick they did me. I am in training for a husky fellow. I have not let up on myself one instant since I found out how horrible it was to be a good deal more of a fellow than I shall ever look. I never shall let up. And do not you let me catch you letting up either, in the way you treat me. Nan, to go back to the minute of their entrance, made a swift assault upon Raven. In the old days when he was a youngish man, and she a little girl, a growing thing, elongating like Alice, she used to hurl herself into his arms and insist on staying there. Her aunt, Miss Anne Hamilton, who had brought her up from babyhood, was always detaching her from Raven, but Nan clung as persistently. Raven would look at Miss Anne, over the girl's rumpled silk pole, with whimsically imploring eyes. Why could not Nan be allowed to break upon him like a salty, fragrant wave of the sea? He seemed to ask Miss Anne, bringing all sorts of floating richness, the outcrop of her fancies and affections. Aunt Anne would return the glance with her sweet, immovable deprecation, and go on detaching, while Nan, with an equal obstinacy though hers was protesting, vocable, sometimes shrill to the point of anguish, stuck to her self-assumed rights. It was Raven himself who involuntarily stepped over to Aunt Anne's side and finished the detaching process. When Nan came back after her first term at the seminary Aunt Anne preferred to college, and was running to him with her challenge of welcome, he was taken aback by the nymph-like grace and beauty of her. The poise of the small head with its braided crowned girls at the seminary told her she might have been a Victorian by the way she wore her hair, and he instinctively caught her arms, about to enwreath his neck, held her still and looked at her. She could not know what vision, overwhelming in its suddenness, she brought before him, of childhood gone and maidenhood come and the sacredness of this new state. Aunt Anne knew and frowned a little to herself, from her silent, savage jealousy, realizing, though she would never in her proud integrity allow herself to think it, that this hushed veneration of Raven's was worse than the old tumultuous intercourse. What Raven really might have said was, Darling, you are a woman and you are a beauty. You do not know it, but you do not want to hug a jaded old reveller like me. He was not by any means a reveller. His life had been little more than a series of walks to business, but those were the words that came to him, catching her adorable freshness of body and mind, and determining to keep it untouched by dusty old pantaloons such as he saw himself. Nan stood for a minute paling out under his eyes, and then drew away from him and left the room, her braid-crowned head high. She had to meet him at dinner, and he knew she had cried, and Aunt Anne knew it, and was hard on her over the little things she could reprove her for, in a silky, affectionate way, and Raven's heart swelled until he thought they both must know its congestion, and tried to put round it another bond of quiet, kind affection. Since that time Nan had never kissed him, but now, this 2 months since the death of Aunt Anne, she had adopted a greeting of her own. She put her hands on his arm and bent her forehead for a minute to his shoulder. The first time she did it, he wanted to kiss the bright hair, but forbade himself, and the second time he said, he was so curious over it. Right. She was ready with her answer. He suspected she must have thought it out ingeniously beforehand. It's because I am sorry for you. Sorry, he repeated. Yes, she said, about Aunt Anne. Then he realized she was sorry because Aunt Anne was dead, and he was more and more conscious of the unbecoming lightness and freedom where he found himself at the death of Aunt Anne. He had not dared acknowledge it to himself. He could not for shame, but whereas in the past years, when he ventured to formulate his own life a little, and see what it had done to him and how he could go on meeting it, he had had a sense of harassment, and of being driven too hard. After Aunt Anne's death, he began to recognize the stillness of the space she had left behind. Now today, before Nan had accomplished the little rite of the bowed head on his shoulder, something queer about it seemed to strike Dick, and he said to her, He's your uncle too, you know. Raven took this with composure, as signifying the length as well as the depth of his adoptive relation toward her, but Nan met it with resentment. She left him and turned upon Dick. "Now what," she said, "do you mean by that?" "Why, Nan," said the poor youth, keeping a stiff upper lip because he recognized the signs of an approaching squabble, "I have told him. I will tell him again. Jack, we are engaged." "We are nothing of the sort," said Nan, either in pure surprise or an excellent simulation of it. Dick met this doggedly. "We are too," he said. "You promised me." "Maybe I did," Nan yielded. "But it was that awful night when you were going out. We will not talk about that. I would have promised you anything then. I would have promised anybody, just as I would have given coffee or a smoke. But when we got back and you expected to begin from there, did not I tell you to shut up? I have told you to ever since. And I believe," she added with an acumen that struck him in the center, "you are only dragging it out now to catch me before him." "I did shut up," said Dick, holding himself straight and using his mouth tautly, "because your aunt was sick and then because she was worse. But you needn't think I have shut up for good. Besides, it's only Jack I told. He's nobody." "No," said Raven mildly, "I am nobody. Only I wish you would not come here to fight. Why cannot you get it over on the steps and then act like Christians after you come in?" Nan laughed. She was instantly and most obligingly sweet, as if wholly bent on pleasing him. But Richard glowered. It was quite like her, he thought, to sprinkle herself over with that May morning look of hers when she knew she had the horrible advantage not only of being adorable in herself, but a female to boot, within all the sanctities that still do hedge the sex, however it behaves. "You see," said Nan maternally, "in France we were living at high pressure. Now everything's different. We must not be silly. Run away, Dick, just as I told you, and leave me to talk to Rookie." This was her name for Raven, saved over from childish days. "All right then," said Dick, "but I shan't wait for you, I shall go to Cambridge." It was such an anticlimax of a threat, delivered in so determined a voice, that he expected them to laugh, in a silly way they had of seeing the merest foolishness always from the same angle. But as he turned to go, it was with the chill certainty that they had forgotten all about him. Nan had settled herself by the fire, and his uncle was bringing her a footstool, an elderly attention, Dick floutingly thought, very well suited to Aunt Anne, but pure silliness for a girl who flung herself about all over the place. At any rate, he was not wanted, and he did go to Cambridge and hunted up some of the fellows likely to talk sense. But no sooner had he settled within their circle of geniality than he found himself glooming over Nan and tempted to go back and break in on that mysterious conclave. It was mysterious. Nan herself had made it so. Her face on Dick's going had fallen into a grave repose, and she turned at once to Raven, saying, "You see, Dick ran in on the way over here, and when he told me you would sent for him, I said I would come along because I would got to see you instead. Was that cheeky? I really have got to. Could not the other thing wait?" "Perfectly well," said Raven, with a ready cheerfulness he was aware she could not understand. How should she? He had not been in the habit of troubling Dick, or indeed anyone, with his vapourings. He had lived of late years, as a sedate, middle-aged gentleman should, with no implication of finding the world any less roseate than his hopes had promised. As to Dick, the very sight of him had shown him beyond a doubt how little disposed he was to take the lad into that area of tumultuous discontent which was now his mind. "Fire away," he bade her. "You in trouble, dear? You want patriarchal advice?" Nan might not have heard. She was looking with a frowning gravity into the fire. How should she begin? He saw the question beating about in her mind and hoped he could give her a lead. But she found the way for herself. She turned to him with a sudden lovely smile. "Aunt Anne," she said, "has done something beautiful." He felt his heart shrinking within him as he combated the ungracious feeling which it seemed would not down, that he was never to be done with Aunt Anne's deeds, so often demanding, as they did, a reciprocal action from him. What he wanted, he realized grimly, was to have his cake and eat it, if he might use so homespun a simile for a woman who had persistently lived for him, and in him, and then had made clear spaces about him by going away in the dignity of death. He wanted to breathe in the space she had left, and he also wanted to be spared the indecency of recognizing his relief. But Nan, studying the fire persistently, to allow his eyes all possible liberty of searching her face while she generously avoided his, was going on in what was evidently a preconceived task of breaking something to him. "Yes, she's done something beautiful, and done it for you." Raven's heart had shrunk so now that he wondered it could weigh so heavily. How could a woman, his rebellious intelligence asked him, manage to pursue a man with her benefits even from the grave? All his grown-up life he had fought them, but still they hung about him like shackles. when he tore them off from one member always wounding himself only, and scrupulously sure of never, except by the inevitability of his refusals, hurting Herthy fastened on him somewhere else. When he was under 24, he was 14 years younger than she had come the question of her endowing him for the period of his apprenticeship to literature, that he might write with a free mind. He had, tempting as that was and safe as it seemed to his arrogant youth, found the decency and prudence to refuse. He wondered now how he had been spared, saved really by the prophetic gods from taking that guarantee, though he was then so sure of his ability to justify the risk and pay it all back. Perhaps his mother had helped him. She was a woman of rare sanity, and though he could not remember her uttering a dissuading word, he was sure, in the light of his own middle-aged vision, that she must have been throwing the weight of her clear-mindedness into the scale. Then there was the question of a college course and of European travel. Those were among the colossal gifts Anne Hamilton had sought to lavish on him, but again he had saved himself, accepting one thing only, a benefit that must have hurt her heart like a stone. She was so bent on his beautiful, bright aptitude at writing taking its place as soon as possible, and with no dimming from a prosaic drudgery in the world as she knew it. The Boston world, the New England world, the court of judgment that sits across the Atlantic. This benefit he asked for and received from her father. A clerk's place in the mills Hamilton was a wool magnate and a chance to earn steady money for himself and his mother, who was every year, in spite of her stout heart, slipping into the weakness of the chronic invalid. Raven wrote his books at the fag end of days given to his dull industry, and he succeeded in calling attention to himself as a classical scholar. And then, as he impatiently hit out with what he called potboilers in dialect, he got a popular hearing and more money as well. All the time he was advancing in the mills, and as he advanced, he never failed to see before him the flutter of Anne's discreet draperies, or hear the click of her determined heel. She never appeared in the business at all, but he was perfectly sure there was not a preferment offered him by her father for which he was not indebted to her manipulation of Hamilton in long, skillful hours beforehand. Hamilton had no slightest idea he was being influenced, but as the years went on, he grew in appreciation of young Raven's business abilities to such a degree that John, reading his mind like a familiar tongue, wondered whether after all it was true, and he had not a genius for the affairs of wool. Was he doing the thing that seemed so dull to him with such mechanical and yet consummate cleverness that he was worth all this unripe advancement? Or was it indeed Anne's white hand that was turning the wheel of power, her wand that was keeping the augmented vision of him ever before her father's credulous eyes? But he could not retard the wheels of his progress without making a fool of himself, and by the time his sister had prosperously married and his mother had died, he was a partner in the business, and then Hamilton also died, and Raven was asking Dick, hoping all the time he would refuse if he wanted to come in. Dick did refuse, with an instant hearty decision for which his uncle inwardly blessed him. Raven had got so restive by this time over the position he had himself won through Anne's generalship that he felt the curse was going down through the family, and that Dick, if he should come in, would wake up at 40-odd and find himself under the too heavy shade of the Hamilton benevolence. "Not on your life," said Dick, when he was half-heartedly offered the chance of battening on wool, "not while Mum's got the dough. There's only one of me and she's bound to keep me going." "You could not marry on it," said Raven. For that also Dick was cheerfully prepared. "By the time Nan's ready," he said, having at that point asked her intermittently for several years, "I shall be getting barrelfuls out of my plays." If, quoted Raven, Medina Sidonia had waited for the skin of the bear that was not yet killed, he might have catched a great cold. "That's all right," said Dick. "You needn't worry, not till it begins to worry me. The only thing that gets me is not pinning Nan down." "Yes," said Raven, "she's a difficult person to pin." And saying it, he had a vision of a bright butterfly with dye-dusty wings in stiff, glass-covered brittleness. He wondered if marrying might pin Nan down like that. Another thought troubled him a little, whether Dick had built even obscurely in his own mind on the money Nan would have from Aunt Anne, and the more modest sum she had now from her dead father and mother. He concluded not. He had not got to worry about that. Dick had lived in the atmosphere of money, and he took its permanence for granted. But we are keeping Nan looking at the fire and trying to get her news out adequately, waiting a long time for these explanatory excursions into past history. Raven also was waiting, a good deal excited and conscious of his apprehensive heart, and when she spoke in a studied quietude, he found the words were the very last he expected to hear. "I wanted to be the one to tell you, we have found her will." Roman 2. They sat there silent for several minutes. Raven was keeping desperate clutch on the inner self lashed by his hurrying heart, and telling it there was no danger of his saying any of the things it was hounding him on to say. He wanted to break out with an untempered violence. "Of course you have found it, and of course she's left a lot of it to me." He did not really believe that. Only it so linked up with the chain of her unceasing benevolences toward him that it seemed the only thing to complete them adequately. And Nan, as if his premonition had prompted her, too, was saying, after the minute she had left him to get his pace even with hers, as if to assure him that, although she knew so much more than he, she would not hurry ahead. "Rookie dear, she's left it all to you." Raven felt himself tighten up, every nerve and sinew of him, to do something before it should be too late. He bent forward to her and said, a sharp query. "Who found it?" "Why," said Nan, smiling as if she could not ask anything better, "I found it, in a perfectly innocent-looking envelope with some old deeds and mortgages." "You have not got it here, have you?" he pelted on. "You did not bring it with you?" His eyes interrogated her with his voice, and she shook her head, wondering at him. "Nothing to you?" he asked sharply. "I am the sole legatee." "Oh, I have the house, of course," said Nan, "the one here and the place at Wake Hill. She had those only for her lifetime, you know. Yes, you are the sole legatee." "You have not told anybody, have you?" he asked in a despairing haste, as if he were seeking about for ways to suppress the document. She broke into an amused giggle, the note he sometimes fancied she kept for him alone. "Why, yes," she said, "of course I have. I telephoned Mr. Whitney and he was in a great state over it. He came round and I gave it to him." "A lawyer," said Raven in disgust. "A damned accurate precedent-preaching lawyer. Well, the fat's in the fire now. What did you have to be so confounded previous for?" Nan was smiling at him as if she found herself wiser than he. "You did not think you could tear it up, did you, rookie?" she inquired. "You cannot, you know, except in stories." "I do not know what I thought," he said. "Only I wish it had not been done, that's all. It's ended blankly a mistake." She was looking at him now in a warm, sweet way, to tell him she understood and thanked him. "You are afraid I shan't have enough," she said. "I shall. I would ever so much rather you had it, rookie." "It is not a question," said Raven curtly in his disaffection, "of how much you are worth. It's simply yours, that's all, and you have got to have it. Well, I can refuse it, I suppose, only that's so boorish. It drags everybody out into the open. What made her? Oh, what made her?" "I think it's nice," said Nan comfortably. "It seems to make everything so right. As to other people, it's telling them, do not you know, you really were the one she cared most about, though she could not care quite in the way you wanted her to." He sat staring at her. What did she mean? What had she made up in her adequate mind about his relation to Aunt Anne? She could not know how he had fought off the yearly increasing benefits Anne had showered him with, unless indeed Anne had told her. And it was not like her. Anne was dignity itself. She kept her own counsel. She took her stately course without the least recognition that there were peculiarities in the pace she kept or the road she chose. She had the unconscious arrogance of her class, a class perhaps except as surviving in individuals, almost extinct. She never accounted for herself, because it could not have forced its way into her mind from birth to death, that there was anything in her conduct save the inevitable best, as ordered as the stars. So Raven knew she had probably never talked over his nebulous relation with her to Nan, but he was suddenly alive with curiosity to know. He could not coax Nan into betraying that confidence, but he was nevertheless set on getting at it somehow. He wondered if it might be decent to do it by direct attack. "Nan," said he, "just what was my relation to your Aunt Anne? What do you assume it to have been?" She looked at him as if in reproach, a hurt pride flushing her cheek and giving a sort of wounded appeal to her glance. "Why," she stumbled, "I know. Of course I know. Everybody did that heard how long you had been devoted to her." This gave him so sharp a pang that it might almost have seemed she had been told off to avenge some of Aunt Anne's wrongs of omission, suffered at his hands. He had never been devoted to her, even with his decent show of deference, in return for the benefits he had to reject, and now Nan was accusing him of having kept up the relation he had been all his life repudiating, and since Aunt Anne was gone in the pathetic immunity that shuts the lips of the living as it does those of the dead, he could not repudiate it any more. Nan was looking at him now in her clear-eyed gravity, but still with that unconscious implication of there being something in it all to hurt her personally. The words came as if in spite of her, so impetuously that she might easily not have seen how significant they were. "There's nothing to be ashamed of in not getting the woman you want, especially with that reason. She adored you, rookie. I know she 999, and it was pretty heroic in her to keep her mind fixed on all those years between you. I would not, I can tell you. Do you suppose I would let a matter of 14 years keep me from the only man? No, sir, not me." They sat gazing at each other, she as self-willed as her words and he abjectly afraid of her finding out. Why? He could not have told. But it did seem as if he must protect Anne, in the shadows where she lived now, from the flashing directness of this terrible young glance. It was all he could do for her. It was bad enough to have Nan build up a beautiful dream house of eternal love and renunciation. It was infinitely worse to be the cause of her demolishing it, and as his eyes, in sheer terror of leaving her to reflect any more astutely and productively on this, held hers, and hers answered back, suddenly he saw a new knowledge dawn in their clear depths. She had somehow read him underneath his evasions. She knew, and before she could turn that involuntary discovery of hers over in her mind and blur it with some of the discretions he was trying to maintain, she burst out in the extremity of her wonder. Good heavens, I do not believe it was so at all. You were not in love with her. She was with you, and that was the only way she saw the morass her crude candor was leading them both into, and stopped, but not soon enough for him to miss the look of eager relief sprung into her eyes. He turned from her and spoke roughly. We do not know what we are talking about. Going into things know we it's the merest folly. Have not we enough to worry over in the matter of the will? That's the thing we have got to meet next. She had now, he saw, the consciously sweet and warming smile she had for him when she wanted to coax him into doing something, or ignoring something she had done. I am in hopes, she said, you may feel differently after you have read her letter. Her letter, he repeated as if that were a superadded shock. What letter? It was in the envelope, said Nan soothingly, with the will. Who's it to? He was a writer of English, but his extremity was such that only the briefest slovenliness would serve. To you, she said, unclasping her little bag and bringing it out, the familiar superscription uppermost, and the very size and texture of the envelope, so reminiscent of Anne's unchanging habits, that he felt again the pressure of her fine, indomitable hand on his. Have you, he asked bleakly, shown that to Whitney? Why no, said she in a clear-eyed surprise. Of course not, it's addressed to you. She held it out to him, and after a perceptible pause he took it from her and sat holding it, looking over it into the fire, as if he saw his fate there, or as if he should determine it for himself by tossing the letter in, to be devoured. Then he became aware that Nan was gathering herself up to go. It was rather a mental intimation than anything tangible. She was tight-furled, like all the women of that moment of fashion, and had no flying draperies to collect. But he felt her flitting and knew at the same instant that he could not lose her, since, determined as he was to bar her out of the inner recesses of his unfurnished mental prison, where he and the memory of Aunt Anne dwelt so miserably together, it was still a comfort to keep her human presence within call. Do not go, he implored her, and she, surprised, settled back, saying, No, of course not, if you do not want me to. I thought you would like to read it straight off. Would not it be easier to read it alone? I do not know whether I can ever read it, said Raven, and then, seeing what a great booby he must sound, he ended savagely, I will read it now. Nan took a paper knife from the table and offered it to him. Evidently she felt an unformulated tenderness there, a guess that if he tore it open it would seem as if he were somehow tearing at Aunt Anne's vanished and helpless delicacies. Then, as he did not accept the knife, or indeed seemed to see it, she took the letter from his hand, ran the blade noiselessly under the flap, withdrew the folded sheets, and gave them to him. Raven, with a little shake of the head, as if he were reminding himself not to be a fool, opened the letter, fixed his attention on it, and without looking up, hurried through the closely written pages. Nan sat as still as an image of silence, and when he had done and she heard him folding the sheets and putting them back into the envelope, she did not look up. Well, said he, his voice so harsh and dry that now she did glance at him in a quick inquiry, it's as bad as it can be. No, it could not very well be worse. Harrying thoughts raced through her mind. Had Aunt Anne reproached him for any friendliness unreturned, any old hurt time had never healed. No, Aunt Anne was too effectually armoured by an exquisite propriety. She would have been too proud to make any egotistical demand for herself during life. Assuredly she could not have done it after death. Raven may have guessed what she was thinking. No, he said in the same tone of dry distaste. All at once it seemed he could be definitely allowed to treat himself to a little wholesome rebuttal of Anne and her ways. It's nothing you could possibly imagine. She leaves the money to me to be used for a certain purpose. She does not leave it to any association of the people that think as she does, because she does not absolutely trust them never to divert it into some channel she would not approve. She leaves it to me to administer, because I know precisely what she means, and I would feel bound to do it in her way and no other. But what is the purpose? Nan asked him. She was thoroughly surprised and very curious. So it's for a cause, are not you glad, Rookie? A minute ago you did not want it. What is the cause? The cause, said Raven, with infinite distaste, as if it galled him even to say it, is the cause of peace. Good Lord, said Nan breathlessly. Oh my stars, she thought of it a moment and he thought also, and then she gathered herself hopefully. But Rookie dear, you believe in peace, you do not have to carry it out in her way. You can carry it out in yours and Minnie Dixwe that have seen things over there. Why bless you, Rookie, it's a great idea. It's a chance, liberty enlightening the world, a big educational fund and you to administer it. Cheer up, Rookie dear, it's a chance. Oh no, it's not a chance, said Raven bitterly. She's seen to that. She's tied me up hand and foot. It's got to be done in her way, the way she would been doing it herself since 1914. The acutely sentimental, asked Nan ruthlessly. Then the misery of his face, a look, too, of mortification, as if somebody had put him to public shame, hurt her so that she spoke with an impetuous bitterness of her own. It was a cruel thing to do. Well, it was like her. Raven put in heavily. She never meant to be cruel. No, said Nan, but the whole thing, all the things she had to do with, came out of her being absolutely stupid, and absolutely sure she was right. Raven thought apathetically for a moment. His mind went plodding back over the years of his acquaintance with Anne, as he had never meant it should again. There had been moments of late when he wondered if he need ever go back to that guiding hand of hers on his unresponsive life. Of herself he would have protested. He must have the decency to think. Just now, recurring to that also, he wondered with a grim amusement whether he had perhaps meant to set apart a day for it, say Thursdays from 10 to 12, to think gratefully of Anne. But here he was again at war with her, and the curious part of it seemed to be that he could not undertake the warfare with the old, steady, hopeless persistence he had got used to in their past. The mere thought of it had roused him to a certain alarming wildness of revolt. Well, he found himself saying to Nan, because there might be a propriety in curbing her impetuous conclusions, she had a way of being right conventionally, you might say. Was she right about the war? Nan threw back at him. No, he felt obliged to own. Is she right about this, trying to fetter you hand and foot, against what she knew you believed, and banking on your doing it because she's crowded you and rushed you so many times and you have never failed her? Oh yes, said Raven miserably, I have failed her often enough. But answer me that. Was she right when she left you her money to do this fool thing and give the world another kick downhill where the sentimentalists are sending it? Now I ask you, Rookie, was she right? No, he owned again. Then, said Nan triumphantly, you mean she's right about teas and dinners and women's clubs and old portraits and genealogy, and believing our family tree was the tree of life. That's what you mean, is not it, Rookie? Raven looked at her, an unhappy smile dawning. He was moderately sure in his unspoken certainties that this was what he did mean. She had been the perfect product of a certain form of civilization, her proprieties, her cruelties event though, so civilized were they seemed to rank only as spiritual necessities. I would rather see a monkey climbing our family tree, said Nan, with a rash irrelevance she hoped might shock him into the reaction of a wholesome disapproval, than all those stiffs she used to hold up for me to imitate. Do not, said Raven involuntarily. It would hurt her like the mischief to hear you say a thing like that. Why, Rookie, said Nan, with a tenderness for him alone, he saw, not for Aunt Anne you act as if she might bane the room. She kept a merciful restraint on herself there. She had almost said, you act as if you were afraid she might be in the room. He sat staring at her from under frowning brows. Was it possible, his startled consciousness asked itself, that the spell of Anne's tenacity of will had not lifted in the least, and he did think she might be in the room? Not to intimidate him, he had never feared her. He had been under the yoke, not only of his decent gratitude, but his knowledge of the frightful hurts he could deal her. He wondered what Nan would say if he could tell her that, if he could paint for her the most awful hour in his remembrance, more terrible even than that of seeing his mother suffer under mortal disease, when Anne had actually given way before him, the only time in her ordered life, and accused him of the cruelty of not loving her. This had not been the thin passion of the family portraits smiling down on them from her walls, but the terrible nerve-destroying anguish of a woman scorned. That was one of the things in his life he never allowed himself to think about, but it would, in moments of physical weariness, come beating at the door. He would hear it leave the threshold while he sat, hands clenched and lips shut tight, and go prowling round the house, peering in at him through the windows, bidding him waken and remember. And when he did find himself forced to remember before he could get out of doors and walk or ride, it was always with an incredulous amazement that he had, in that moment of her downfall, found the courage to withstand her. When the implacable ghost of remembrance flashed on his mind the picture of her, face wet with streaming tears, hands outstretched to him, beautiful hands, the product of 5 generations of idleness and carewee. Did he not meet her passion with some decency of response, swear he did love her, and spend the rest of his life in making good? Would a lifetime of dogged endurance be too much for a man to give, to save all this inherited delicacy of type from the ruin of knowing it had betrayed itself, and was delicate no more? The keenest pang it could feel in a world made, to that circumscribed, over-cultured intelligence, for the nurture of such flowers of life, he felt as he stood there looking despairingly upon her, as if he had seen all the manufactured expensiveness of the world, lustrous silks, bloom of velvet, filigreed jewels in rags and ruin. Yet there was more, and this it was that had brought enduring remorse to his mind. It was pride. That was in ruins. If she had assaulted him with the reproaches of an unfed passion, there would have been some savage response of rebuttal in him, to save them both from this meagre sort of shame. But what could heal in a man's mind the vision of a woman's murdered pride, as deep as the pride of queens, in the days when the world itself bowed its neck for queens to set their feet on? Nan was looking at him curiously. He became aware of it and returned to himself with a start. He must, he judged, have been acting queerly. It had never happened before that he had been under other eyes when the vision rose to plague him. "You have been such a long time without speaking," said Nan gently. "What is it, rookie dear?" He shook his head. His forehead was damp with the sweat of his renewed remorses. "There's such a lot of things, Nan," he answered, "that cannot be said." "Yes," she agreed, "that's true. Want me to go home?" He did not want her to go home. He caught at her dear presence. Almost he wished he might tell her how horrible it was, not only to repudiate Anne's last request of him, but to feel he was repudiating it on the heels of that other refusal years ago. "No, dear," he said, "not yet. I will go with you when you must." "I do not believe," Nan ventured, "it's as bad as you think. She did do some foolish things she meditated these last years." "She did some hideous things," said Raven, "because they were not normal. They were not decent, and so they were not right." "Maybe I do not know so much as you do about them," said Nan. "You see, she was so furious with me for going to France." "Oh, do not say she was furious," urged Raven, still out of that sense of her being in the room. "It would hurt her so confoundedly." "Well, she was, you see," said Nan. "I thought you knew about it, but I remember you had gone. And when I told her I was going over, she was furious. Oh, she was, rookie. You cannot say anything else, I know, Aunt Anne." "But just cut out some of the adjectives," said Raven, still with that sense of Anne's being in the room and the unsportsmanlike business of putting her in her place when she could not, even from her place, defend herself. "She never was furious. She simply did not believe in war, and she would not join any relief work, and did not want you to." "She would not join any relief work," said Nan, relentlessly rehearsing. "She said the most frightful things and said them publicly. She ought to have been arrested, only they did not take the trouble. She was not a Quaker. There was nothing in bread to excuse her. We are decent folks, rookie, we Hamiltons. But she stood for non-resistance. She said Belgium should not have resisted, and England should not have gone in, and France should not have lifted a finger or thrown a bomb. And when you told her that is, I told her she was crazy. She said something awful." Raven was startled out of his determination to show no curiosity. "What did she say?" he asked. "What was it that was awful?" Nan seemed to have paled a little under the rose-leaf texture of her cheek. "Why, you know, she said what they all come back to. Whatever they believe, they come back to that. I do not see how they can. I could not, it scares me so. They tell you what he said, Christ." Raven sat looking at her, wondering absently in the unregarded depths of his mind, how they could go on with a talk that was ploughing deeper and deeper, and yet could get nowhere in the end. For certainly they were both mercifully bent on saving Anne, and Anne, under this shadow of her latest past, herself would not let them. "She absolutely forbade my going to France," said Nan, this with no special feeling, but as if she had dwelt on it until there was no emotion left to put into it. "She said it was notoriety I wanted. I told her I would scrub floors over there if they wanted me to. It proved I did too, you know. I did it remarkably well. And then she said she forbade me, and I reminded her I was of age and had my own money. And I went." Raven nodded. He thought they had said enough, but Nan's calm impartiality did rest him. It was something he could not himself attain. "And now," said Nan, "she wants you to keep on doing the fool things she would have done then, if they would let her. She probably wants to get up a big scheme of propaganda and put it into the schools. And every blessed boy and girl in this country is to be taught not to serve the truth, and do his job butsafety first." "Yes," said Raven, drearily, "I suppose that's about it." "But actually," said Nan, suddenly aware that he had not told her, "what does she say? Does she specify? What does she say?" She says, Raven answered in a toneless voice, glancing at the letter but making no movement towards sharing it with her more definitely. That her money is to build a palace of peace. She does not say where for lectures, demonstrations of the sort I know she approves. All the activities possible in the lines she has been following for the doctrine of non-resistance and the consequent abolishment of war. Again he ended drearily. Well, said Nan, what are you going to do about it? Going to spend your life and the lives of a lot of more or less intelligent pacifists teaching children to compute the number of movies they could go to for the money spent on one battleship? But good God, Nan, Raven broke in, you and I do not want to preach war. No, said Nan, but we cannot let Aunt Anne preach peace, not her brand as we have seen it. Oh, Rookie, what's the use of taking the world as it is not? Why do not we see if we cannot make something of the old thing as it is and has been, and blessed if I do not believe as it always will be. Raven looked at her in a maze of interrogation. Was this the fragility of girlhood speaking, or was it womanhood, old as time itself with the knowledge of good and evil? She answered the look. No, she said, I am not a kid, do not think it. I suppose it's because I have seen life. The pause before the last word, the drop on the word itself was not from bitterness, he knew, but it was sad. Well, he said irrepressibly, you have seen life and what do you think of it? She hesitated, then she put out her hand and touched the petal of a rose, one of a great dome of splendor in a bowl. I like roses, she said whimsically. She looked at him with that most moving look of a lovely face, the knitted brows of rueful questioning, the smiling lips. Raven, staring back at her, felt a sudden impulse to speak, to tell. It was the form of her reply that invited him. I do not believe, Nan, he said, I even care about roses. I do not care about the whole infernal scheme. That's what I sent for Dick Forto, tell him. Practically, you know I should have to tell Dick. And I have not done it, and now I am telling you. Roman 3. Nan sat looking at him with an air of patient alertness, ready, he saw, to meet what he had to say and do the best she could with it. He had an irritated apprehension that, as her work through the last few years had lain chiefly in meeting emergencies, so now he was an emergency, and as Dick, poet though the inner circle of journalism had listed him, might not understand in the least what he was driving at, so there was danger of Nan's understanding too quickly and too much, with the resultant embarrassment of thinking something could be done, and nothing could be done beyond the palliatives he meant to allow himself. He would try her. He might see how far she would insist on going with him along his dreary way. What if she had Anne's overdeveloped and thwarted maternity of helpfulness? What if she insisted on going all the way and never leaving him to the blessed seclusion of his own soul? You see, Nan, he adventured, I am sick of the whole show. She nodded. Yes, she said, I know. Coming back. Finding we are not any better than we were before we got frightened and said our prayers and promised God if he would stop the war we would be different forever and ever, amen. That's it, Rookie, is not it? Why, yes, said Raven, staring at her. She seemed so accurate according to his own mental gauging and so unmoved in her flippancy, that's pretty nearly it. She nodded at him again, whether to hearten him or to assure him of their perfect unison he could not tell. It was an awful jolt, was not it? She inquired frankly. You know, I should think it might make some of them laugh, the ones they say observe us from, where is it from? Mars, up in the heavens somewhere. It's like reading a bitter sort of book. It is funny. Rookie, do not you think it's funny? Raven remembered a character in Mr. Owen Wister's Virginian, the hen crazed by her thwarted destiny. Well, he said, quoting the Virginian, not so damned funny either. But how the dickens did you know what I was going to say? Because it's what we have all come back to, said she, and what everybody that stayed at home feels, or ought to if they have got anything inside their nuts. Just think, Rookie, we were like the great multitude in the Bible somewhere praising God. We broke our idols and I do not know what we did not do, and now we are not scared any more, we have set him up again. Same old idols. Rookie, I bet you the only reason we ever sacrificed to God at all was because we thought he was the biggest joss and things were so desperate, and all, we would better make a sure thing of it. And now we think we are not in any particular danger, seems as if the little gods would do, same as they did before, and they are not so expensive. Goodness, Nan, said Raven, how naughty you are. You did not use to run on so. I have not talked very much to you, said Nan dryly, not since I grew up. He knew it was true, and knew also that the reason was, if she had allowed her lips to utter it, Aunt Anne would not let me. But she said, I do not understand altogether. I know you are mad and discouraged and all the rest of it, but I do not see what Dick has got to do with it. It's simply this, said Raven, I am going away. She looked at him in what seemed to be serious alarm. Relief work, she asked, reconstruction. No, said Raven, I do not believe I should be any good to them. There is not a blamed thing I can do so far as I see except for what money I have got. I am no good, Nan, I should not sell for my hide and horns. And I hate the whole blamed show. I am sick of it. I am sick of the system, from the beasts that devour one another to the rest of us. And I am simply going to desert. I am going to run away. Where? Asked Nan. You cannot run away from the earth. No, said Raven, I cannot jump off. So I am going to do the next convenient thing. I am going up to Wake Hill and shovel snow with Jerry, and maybe get into the woods and do some thinning out, and, if I remember anything about the millennium we have just shaved the edge of, just say to myself there ain't going to be no millennium, so I can shut up. You have taken advice, have not you? She concluded. That's what they have prescribed. I suppose it's all right. Good God, no, said Raven. Do you think I have been to a doctor and turned myself inside out? I am going because Wake Hill is as far out of the world as I can manage. If the whole earth had not gone crazy, I would cut stick for Tartary or some confounded place that is not on the map. But they are all on the map. There is not an inch of ground that is not under some sort of moral searchlight. No, I will be hanged if it's moral. It's only the mites in the cheese getting busy and stirring up fermentation. Nan laughed out and then looked up at him in her rueful apology. I could not help it, she said. I thought of Dick, you're telling him. Dick's just got his book ready for the printer, Democracy, you know, in three-legged verse, and they will say it's full of insight and prophecy. That's what they said about the other one, insight, prophecy, but Dick will not have the least idea what you are driving at. You see, said Raven, he's thinking of doing some stiff work and getting a degree, a sort of sop to his mother. She's as wild as a hawk, you know, to get him to distinguish himself, does not much care how. I would meant to ask him to camp here with me this winter. I believe I did actually ask him, now I think of it. Yes, you did, said Nan. It will make a lot of difference to him, your being away. I do not think so, said Raven. Anyhow, he will have to get used to it, especially as I am not merely going away. I am getting out of the business and all. He was really surprising her now. She had grown up in the atmosphere of belief in that particular business. When a Hamilton said his earthly creed, he would have begun, if he had been honest, I believe in wool. You are not retiring, she hesitated. Yes. Major Pyle, rookie. At once they thought of Anne and the new complication she had saddled him with. That is not the question, he evaded. The amount of it is, I could not go to the office every morning and come home and go the next day without, well, Nan, frankly, going off my nut. I hate it. I hate the whole business of what we call civilized life. I even think of giving Dick power of attorney and passing all my stuff over into his hands. Oh no, said Nan quickly, you must not do that. He frowned at her perplexedly. Do not you trust him, he asked, do not you trust Dick? Of course I trust Dick, said she impatiently. His intentions, that is. You ought to, said Raven. You are bound to, the man you are going to marry. She kept her eyes on him, but she said nothing. And suddenly Raven realized that he wanted to know about this business of marrying Dick. He wanted to know tremendously. Yet, though this was the little Nan who sometimes used to seem more his child than anybody's, he could not ask her. She looked difficult, if not wayward. Well, he compromised, that's about where it is. I am going into the country to get away from the clack of men. My income, all but the little of it I set aside for food and taxes, will go to France. It may go through Dick or it may well, he added, seeing the quick rebuttal again on her face that has not got to be decided in a hurry. But ultimately it goes to France. Why France? Asked Nan. I see, though, they are all deserting her. It is not altogether that, said Raven, as if he had not finished thinking it out. It's because I believe in her so tremendously, that quick intelligence of hers. She must not be downed, must not be kept depleted. It's a loss too horrible to face. She sees the world as it is. She knows the dangers. She's got to be protected from them so she can go on seeing. What does she see? Asked Nan curiously. What kind of thing? Everything, life. When it comes to what the collective brain can do, you cannot limit her. You never'll make her believe in miracles, but she can find out how they are done. Mercy, said Nan, you talk like a book. Notes for an essay, France. I have been thinking 'em out. How she ought to be given a hand so she does not have to spend the next 30 years or so outwitting the German devil. That's hard sledding for her beautiful intelligence. She ought to be safe so she can turn it to other things. The science of living, hers, ours, everybody's. Ah, said Nan, but they will tell you it will not be for everybody, only France. That's the point, said Raven. It's a gamble, But they cannot deny she's got the beautiful intelligence. I can trust anything so perfect, I trust it absolutely. Why do not we do it ourselves? Build a fire under us, Rookie, come on. We are not homogeneous, said Raven. We have no race spirit, no live nerve through the whole of us. France has, that mind of hers, that leaping intelligence. If she were as holy as she is keen, she would make the world the poets dreamed of. Then go to it, said Nan. Turn in your money, I will mind stump you. Not yet, said Raven. You sit tight and see how I come out. I have not got enough to set the Seine afire, but such as it is, I would like to turn it over to her for what she needs most: agriculture, schools, research. Administered so it could be withdrawn if she did not make good and turned in somewhere else. Oh, it's a gamble, I told you it was, but administered, mind you. That's the point. Through Dick, she commented, plainly with dissatisfaction. Now why Dick? Because, said Raven, Dick's got a head for organizing. He's his father over again, plus the Raven streak. And the Raven streak does not do him any harm. It is not soft like old Crow and me. It's his mother in him and she takes back, but oh Lord, what's the sense of going into that? Anyhow, said Nan, with decision, you keep your affairs in your own hands. For the present, yes, said Raven, and I do want to think it out in detail. I can do it at Wake Hill, I shall get on my pins enough for that. Is not it funny, said she. Aunt Anne with her palace of peace and you with your invincible France. But Rookie, you hear to me. Whatever you do with your own money, you do it your own way. Do not be a slacker. Raven sat looking at her, a slow smile dawning. He rather liked Nan's taking him in hand. That's it, is it? He asked with a relish she was glad to see. A slacker, so be it. If I am a slacker, I am a conscientious objector. What I object to is the universe, the pattern it's made on. I object to the way we are running it, and being made as we are, I do not see how we can be expected to do anything but what we are doing. It's a perfectly logical proposition, and except for a few minor chores I have got to see to, I simply will not play. Nan was thinking. She looked down at her hands lying in her lap. Raven looked at them also and wondered, as he often had since they came home, how such hands could have done the tasks she set them to. She looked up and met his eyes gravely with something imperative in hers. It is a way women have sometimes. They seem to be calling on the boy in man and bidding him take heed. I would not, said she, talk to Dick about going to Wake Hill. What would you do? Cut stick and let him wonder what in the deuce it's all about. I would not talk, I would write. Oh, right, what's the difference? If you talk, he will say something that will shut you up, and you will be just as far apart as you are today. If you write, you can tell him as much as you want to and no more, and the first thing he will do will be to bring the letter to me. I see, said Raven, and you will interpret. I will interpret, I can, Rookie, I know you do not, and I know Dick. You ought to, said Raven rashly again because he was again curious. The man you are going to marry. Yes, said Nan calmly, rising, the man I am going to marry. Only her face, as she turned it to him, brimmed over with a childish sort of fondant. Tell him that, Rookie. It's perfectly true I have not promised him, and I do not mean toy it. Quite right, said Raven, rising. He felt a distinct relief. He, too, wanted to see what Dick would make of himself. You do your own telling. There he is, said Nan, just as it is in a play. We have got to a climax and he comes in at the door. But Rookie, she stopped, for Dick was nearing in the hall and Raven knew what she would have said. It was in both their minds. They had not finished their talk. It had merely strayed into another channel, or bolted and run away there. Aunt Anne's money and her palace of peace still stared them in the face. Dick put his head in at the door. He looked rather sheepish, as if his dignified going had been invalidated by this impetuous coming back, as if he could not live without Nan and she was bound to see through it. Well, he said gruffly, talked out. They both laughed with the sudden absurdity of it. How should they, their eyes questioned each other, ever be talked out? What with Aunt Anne and the universe and France? Absolutely, said Nan. Good night, Rookie, going to write your letter? Come on, Dick. Roman 4. Raven sat down at the table and began his letter. He was wrestling with it at once, to give himself no time to argue over the point of its being no ordinary letter such as he had been accustomed to write to Dick. He began with the succinct statement of what he meant to do. He had made all his arrangements for getting out of the business. They could be concluded in short order. As to the business itself, he had no complaint to make. The old man permitted himself this indulgence as he never could have in Anne's lifetime. As touching her father, the old man had been square all through. He was as good as they make em. But there was nothing for him, Raven, in the concern except its cumulative capacity for making money. He would no traditional pride in it, as the old man had. He would worked for all he was worth, to squeeze every drop he could out of it so that his mothery grandmother, Dick might have every last luxury she wanted. Well, she would had him, though one of the ironical things about it was that she did not want so very many, and he needn't have worked so hard or so long. However, that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. The wars don't they say, and the thing that would please Raven best would be here he brought up with a full stop. He was running into dangerous revelations, going back to a previous state of mind, one he had begun cherishing as soon as his mother died, and even caressed with a sort of denied passion when Anne also died, and he felt so shamefacedly free. All his life he had wanted to wander, to explore, to bruise himself against the earth and pick himself up and go on and get bruised again. He loved the earth, he wanted her in her magnificence and cruelty, wanted to write about her, and make the portrait of her for stay-at-homes who were not adventurous and were content with reading about her in the blank moments after the office grind. Yet he was a stay-at-home himself. Why? In God's name, why? He asked himself the question, as he sat with lifted pen, almost the words dropping off it, to tell Dick the things it would be simply disconcerting to know. Raven saw with a sad clearness why he had not written the books he wanted to about the earth. They would have been rough books, full of rock and clay and the tumbling of rivers and thunder grumbling in the clouds. If he had been really afraid of Anne and her ordered ambitions for him, he could have printed them under an assumed name. She need never have known at all. They would not have been the books he could have written if he had been footloose and gone blundering along in strange trails over the earth. But they might have held something of the sort his inner man wanted to fashion, and if the secret of them had been kept, they needn't have interfered with his smug little folk stories Anne and her women's clubs prized so much. Had he been actually afraid of Anne? Was he one of the men who are shamefully under the feminine finger, subject to mother, subject to wife, without the nervous, scarcely the wish indeed to break away? He was not afraid of his mother, or if he had been, it was the fear of hurting her who had been so hurt already. Ever since he could remember, he saw himself, even as a little boy, trying to get her away from his father who had a positive cast of mind, a perfect certainty of being right, and a confirmed belief that robust measures always were the thing. If you did wrong, you were to be punished, promptly and effectually. If you were afraid of the dark, and came downstairs in your nightgown upon the family sitting by the lamp, you were wailed for it, to teach you there was something worse than bed even in the dark. If you said your head ached and you could not eat bacon and greens, which father elected to consider a normal dish, you were made to eat a lot with no matter what dire result, because there was not a physical ill which could not be mended by treating it robustly. He was God, he knew, and he was perfectly well, and had never once for half a minute entered into those disordered cells of bodily ill, where the atom cries to its creator in an anguish of bewilderment and pain, and when his body met the fate appointed for its destruction, as all bodies must, and he was brought home broken after the runaway that made him a thing almost too terrible to look upon, except by eyes so full of compassion that they loved the more Raven than a very little John, found himself wondering how it seemed to father now. Even runaways, father had appeared to think, could always be governed if you kept your head. They never knew what he thought. He died quickly under opiates, and John believed his mother was so thankful for the merciful haste of it that she could not, until long after, recall herself to mourn. And she did honestly mourn. The little John was glad of that. So ill and tired had she been for years, and yet so bound upon the rack of her husband's Spartan theories for her, that John thought he could not have borne it if she had not adored her righteous tormentor, if she had had to look on him as her master, not her lord by love. It seemed to him he was always mourning over his mother in those days, always lying awake and wondering if she were awake, too, always trying to save her from some task too heavy for her and too heavy for him also, so that, if she were to be saved, it had to be by stratagem. But stratagem was difficult in that house, because his older sister, who became Dick's mother, was of her father's temperament, always perfectly well and also an inferior guard who knew at every point what to do, and she had not merely imbibed father's certainty that the only thing mother needed was to take a brace. She had it by nature, and when, father being gone to heaven and John, young John now not little any more, made no doubt he had gone, it pleased mother so to say it and be obligingly agreed with Amelia, his sister, took her departure on the night of her marriage with a very prosperous Mr. Powell for the Middle West. John Raven, then beginning his apprenticeship to wool, danced a fantastic fling in the sitting-room where the wedding gifts still lay displayed, and whooped with emotion at last let loose. His mother, in the grey silk and commendable lace Amelia had selected, and he had paid for, did smile unwillingly, but she spoke to him in the reproving tone which was the limit of severity his boyhood had known from her, and which he had learned in those earliest days, meant nothing at all. "I would be ashamed. Anyone would think you were glad your sister had gone." John did not say he was glad. He knew too much to stir up loyal reactions in Mother's conscience. He simply wove a dance of intricate mazes about her as she sat in her chair, and his inner mind was one pan of thanksgiving to God, not the spurious gods who had been his father and sister, but the mysterious deity who had, for obscure purposes, called them into being, because now John had at last full swing and could let Mother out of bondage. What difference did it make that he was not trekking through darkest Africa or being hunted by the jungle in India, so long as Mother was out of bondage? He even took his allegiance to Anne rather lightly those first years. He was so absent-minded about everything, but hypnotizing Mother into thinking she was going to be very happy and live a long time doing it. And that was the part of his life when there seemed to be a great deal of it, and if he did not have a thing now, there would be plenty of chances to snatch at it later. He had simply been eaten up, the energy of him, the will perhaps, by compassion, and then his mother had died, and he knew he could have done no more for her than he had done, and while he was turning round to look about him and in that lean year came Anne's horrible accusation that he did not love her. The war broke out and he felt himself shocked into action. The very atoms of his body seemed to fall asunder and rearrange themselves, and as soon as he could decently get away, without throwing the bewilderment of the business on Anne, he had gone, and he had never seen her again. He had written to her faithfully, and with the compassion that was either natally or by the habit of life a part of him, but he had not obeyed her. For she begged him, almost at intervals commanded him, to return to work with her for the peace of mankind. At first he tried to explain himself and assuage her grief over what she called his desertion of their common ideals. He answered the arguments in the letters that had become a misery to him to receive as his had become an inexpressible burden to write. Finally, with a wrench to himself, he ceased, and with infinite pains compiled data that might interest without offending her. The letters continued, but as soon as he found she was sending him abstractions valueless because they had no roots in the living issues of things, he had to stop. That, not her death, had been their lasting farewell. What in the name of all that was mysterious, he reflected, had made Anne so early assume the burden of an unasked allegiance to him? His family and hers had been next-door neighbours at Wake Hill, but on no equality of worldly footing. The Hamiltons, thriving on wool, had been able to buy for themselves all the picturesque luxuries of civilized life. Their women toiled not. Their delicate air was the product of tuition in dainty ways. Their men had acquired the unconscious pose of dominance, of knowing what was their due and expecting to get it without argument. Sometimes up there at Wake Hill, they did receive a disconcerting knock or two from some embattled farmer whom they called my man, and who did not like the sound of it, but the answering rebuff never penetrated the fine mail of their acquired arrogance. It meant, they smilingly said, New England, and tolerantly passed it by. Raven's people were of a different stripe, brainy, he thought, with an unspoken pride of his own, yet deficient in a certain practical quality of taking the world but as the world, and consequently always poor. Their ways were rougher ways. Their women had to work to trim the edges of their plainer surroundings with the alleviating prettinesses the Hamiltons cast aside with every changing style. And Anne, coming home from Europe one summer, where she had not only seen wonder and beauty, already familiar to Herfer she was a young lady Thenard, where he knew she had met men and women whose names were trumpet calls in his ear, singled him out, in his shyness and obscurity, and offered him the key to the fulfillment of his dreams. Education, travel, the life of Booksall were in her hand, the potential fruit of her father's doting affection for her, and all were to be his. What could have inspired her with so wholesale and fantastic a philanthropy, he could never adequately guess, and he was no nearer doing it now than in the old bewildering days when the Hesperidian apples were dropping over him, and he was, from some shy instinct, dodging to avoid them. And the reason he had never guessed and never could guess was that he left out of all the data at his hand the one first moving factor, that he was a beautiful youth and Anne had imperiously loved him and had never ceased to love. As he sat there, the pen lifted, his mind going back over the things that had led him away from adventure into wool, and were now leading him as far from wool as might be, he was tempted. What if, in spite of Nan, he should risk it and tell Dick, once for all, why he was going away, make it clear so there should be no after-persuasions, no clutter of half-understanding. He was tired of thinking about his life as a life. The temptation to such morose musing had come upon him in the last 6 months, and once yielded to, he felt the egotistical disease of it through his very blood and bones. If he were Catholic, he could confess and get rid of it. He was not Catholic, only pagan, the natural man. The Church had a wisdom of her own. All her rites and ceremonies found their root in something salutary for the human mind. Confession was salutary. You might not be absolved, but if you were pagan you could believe that the very act of it absolved you. Nan said Dick never would understand, So much the better. Let him carry off the burden of it. If he understood, he would see the extreme sacredness of a confidence entrusted to him. If he did not, he would hide it as a thing you would better say as little about as possible. So he tucked his first letter into its envelope and began to write again, with no date and no direct address, but from a sense that it was going to be an enormously comforting thing to do. I think I will tell you the real reason why I am going to Wake Hill. I have told you I am going, but just as my nerves move the muscles that move my legs to go, so my will moves my nerves, and the me that is inside somewhere, and is a perfect stranger to you and also to the me I am used to myself moves my will. You see, the me inside me knows there's something wrong, something mighty bad, or it may be merely inevitable has happened to me. I went through the war all right on a pretty even keel because I thought I saw a bright light at the end. I thought we all saw the light. And the light was not any electric signboard out to say there never would be any more wars, but it was a light you could see to read by. You could see the stars and see them differently from the old way we had been seeing them. We could see the moon and the Milky Way, but I suppose that comes under Starsund. The upshot of it was that we thought we saw God. And after you had seen God, you knew saying there should not be any more war was only beginning at the wrong end of the puzzle. Of course, war is a damnable business, perhaps the most damnable we go into because it's so wholesale. But if you begin at the right end of the puzzle and not the wrong, the thing we learn is that the only reality in this universe for which it's worth going through the obscene hells of which war is one, is God. To be aware of him, not to explain him. You cannot explain him. You cannot explain what he's done to you or means to do. All you can do is to keep your eye on him and fall in. I came home. I was rather cracked when I got here. I was so pleased with my little plaything. I would seen God. I was only one of a good many millions that saw him, and it was exactly as if you went into an enchanter's cave and expected to find some dream you had dreamed made real, and all you found was the 40 thieves sitting there counting over their spoils. No, it is not an allegory. I do not mean America and profiteers. I do not mean anybody particularly. But it began to come over me more and more every day that we and everybody else on the round world, if they had seen God, had forgotten all about it, just as the old-fashioned men at Wake Hill used to read their Bibles Sunday, and put it away on the parlour table with the album, and go out early Monday morning to carry the apples to market all deaconed on top. By George, we were the same old lot, and worse, for we would had our look through the peephole into eternities, and now we said it makes my eyes ache. I am going to wear a shade. No, son, I do not mean leagues of nations and internationalism or any of the quack remedies. I mean just God. We had been badly scared, Nan said so toddy, and we got down on our knees and howled to the highest and offered him tribute. Now you may say that even if the whole world had forgotten God, if I would seen him, why could not I still remember him? Why could not I consider the millions of years that go to the making of man and do my little bit and wait on his will? Because my temptation came on me. I was tempted in the wilderness of my own credulity and conceit. For I looked back over time past, and I said, like Solomon, I do not know whether he ever said it, but he's the most blasé Johnny I remember, all is vanity. As it was in the beginning, so it ever shall be. We are not made in the image of God. We are made rather grotesquely out of dust, and to dust we shall return, all our hopes, all our aspirations, all the pretty plans we form for defeating death and time. And who made us and put us on this dark planet where it is next to impossible to see a step before us? God. Who is responsible for us? God. Can we find out his will? Never. Can we hope for any alleviation of misery on our dark planet? Never, for if we seek out many inventions to down disease and poverty, we shall unloose as many byproducts of discovery and bring new plagues upon us. And so I had to turn away from God. Do you see? I did not deny he exists. I did not accuse him of bad faith to us. How can he show either good faith or bad when he has made us no promises? He has merely set us on the dark planet and forced us to whirl with it on the wheel of time. And so, do you see, having turned away from God, and I had to in mere honesty, I simply lost him. And having lost him, there is nothing left to lose. Also, having once seen him and then lost him, I cannot take up the puzzle again. I cannot play the game. If I had not what we New Englanders call common sense, I suppose I should put an end to myself. What would be the good? He would simply catch me like a rabbit out of a cage and chuck me back again on the dark planet. Do not think I blame him. He would not do it out of cruelty. He would have to put me back. That's the way his laws are made. So I am going up to Wake Hill and live with Charlotte and Jerry, and see if I cannot get tired enough every day to sleep at night. I could not keep on here. I could not. What we call civilization is too sickening to me. I should simply go off my nut. And when you come to that, it's an awful complication besides the suffering of it, that I shrink from too. I am talking a good deal, but actually it's the thing I least want to do. I do not want a fuss." Here he paused, wondered if he had more to say, thinking Dick must be unusually dull, even for a poet, if he could not understand such a plain state of things, and then took an irrational satisfaction in carefully folding these last pages, and putting them in the envelope with what he had written first. He addressed the envelope to Dick, sealed and weighed it, got up and stretched himself and felt distinctly better. He had in a way confessed, and it was having the effect on him he had so sagely anticipated. He could sleep tonight. And he did sleep. It was one of the nights he used to have after long tramps about Wake Hill, when his tired legs thrilled deliciously before they sank into a swoon of nothingness. In the morning he leaped the chasm from 4 to 6, a wakeful misery of late, when he was accustomed to go over and over the last harassing pages in his book of doubts. He did not wake until 7, and then it was with a cleared resumption of consciousness. And here he was, exactly as he had found himself on other mornings when the bath of oblivion had not been so deep. Here was his world, the world he was trying to run away from, waiting for him in all its ordered hostilities. Immediately it struck him full in the centre that, instead of having something less to brood upon by reason of his confession to Dick, he had saddled himself with more. He had the letter itself to repent of. He had given, not his unhappiness but his actual self away, and no matter how clearly Dick understood, he had conjured up another anguish in admitting to his disordered inner world the lenses of another mind. This was only a matter of a second's disconcerting thought. It was also immediately clear to him that the letter must not go, and he spoke from his bedside to the kitchen and gave orders that nothing should be mailed until he came down. A contrite voice replied. The letters were mailed, that is, the thick one on the library table. Mary had gone in last night to lock the windows and saw it and knew he had forgotten to leave it in the hall. He often did forget. It was stamped and sealed, and the furnace man came then. Raven thought he might in another minute be groaning into her sympathetic ear, so he shut her up with an assurance that it was all right, but he felt the sweat start on his forehead at the picture of Dick sitting down to breakfast. Dick always ordered a big breakfast, having a hunter's appetite and a general impression that, the more he nourished himself, the more manly it would make his nosand poring over the fable of his uncle's soul, or what seemed to be his soul, with eyes strained to their limit of credulity. However, it was of no use. Nothing was of any use when Destiny had one of those ironic fits of hers and sat down to make a caricature of you, just for the fun of bursting her old sides over it. He dressed in a dogged haste, wondering if he would better telephone Dick and ask him not to open any letter he might have from him that morning, and then dismissing it, because it had assuredly been received, and Dick was now absorbing it with his chops and eggs. Raven went down to his own eggs in a grim and sulky frame of mind. He would repudiate the letter if need be, tell Dick it was only something he had written as a literary experiment, and thought he would try it on the dog. But the moment he heard the boy's key in the door and then his step through the hall, he knew he could not, for some unexplained reason inherent in his own frame of mind, put it over. It was as if Dick represented the universe Raven was arraigning, was counsel for it, so to speak, and Raven had got, in sheer decency of honour, to stand to his guns. But it was all worse than he thought. Dick's entrance was so quick, his onslaught so unstudied, his glance so full of alarmed commiseration, that Raven saw at once he had been shocked out of all manly proprieties. Dick caught at a chair on the way to the table, brought it with him, and placing it at a near angle to Raven's, dropped into it as if exhausted. "I would no idea," he began, "why I would no more idea." Raven's hand tightened on his fork. Then he laid the fork down, for after all he had finished breakfast, and might as well make the most of running his hands into his pockets and shutting them there. "Morning, Dick," he said, "havin' some toast and eggs." Dick, in no mind even to weigh the significance of toast and eggs, was staring at him. He was cheated by a poverty of words when he most needed them, and could only repeat. "I had not the least idea. I tell you it never occurred to me. I do not believe it did to Nan either." "What?" asked Raven. "What is it that did not occur to you?" "I did think of it when you first spoke of going to France, you know," said Dick, in a justification of himself that seemed more for his own ease than Raven's. "I did not believe you could pull it off, a man of your years. You took it so easy, you never turned a hair, but I might have known you would have to pay for it afterward." "What is it I have taken so admirably?" asked Raven. "What is it I have got to pay for?" "Why," said Dick, "you're slogging over there a man of your age." "Well," said Raven curtly, cracking his voice at him in a way Dick had never had to take from him, "how is it I am paying? What's the matter with me?" "Why," said Dick in a perfect innocence of any offence in it, "do not you know? You have seen enough of it. I should think you would be the first to know." Raven simply looked at him. Dick had a feeling that his uncle was about to roar out something, and braced himself for the unbelievable event. However, it would not surprise him. That, he knew, was a part of it. But Raven was putting his question again, smoothly and tolerantly, as if to assure him there was time enough to make a well-considered reply. "Just what, in your opinion, is the matter with me?" "Why," said Dick, that innocent gaze still upon him, shell-shock. Raven jumped. Every nerve in him seemed to give a little twitch of pure surprise with every other. "Oh Lord," said he, "who could ever have expected that? It's worse than I thought." "Why, it's no disgrace," Dick assured him eagerly. "Think how many fellows have had it. They have not got over it. They are having it now. The only thing to do is to recognize it and put yourself under treatment." "That will do," said Raven with a determined calm. "Your diagnosis has gone far enough, and now I shall have to ask you to do two things for me." "Two," Dick echoed, and Raven, though at the end of his patience, was touched to see the suffused look of the boy's eyes. "You needn't cut it down to two, just you tell me." There, though he was poetically eloquent and diffuse in print, he stopped and could literally say no more without an emotion he considered unworthy of him. "Two things," said Raven. "One is to forget every blamed word of the screed I was jackass enough to send you. The other is to give me your word you will not mention it, even to me. Oh, there's another thing. Go home and burn the thing up." Dick's eyes were all a wild apprehension. "Oh," said he, "I cannot burn it. I have not got it." "You have not it. Who has?" "Nobody, not yet." "Oh, then you have destroyed it already." "No," said Dick miserably, "I have sent it off." "Who to, Nance?" "No's mother." Raven could hardly believe him. He did not remember any illuminating confidences from Dick on the subject of mother, but he made no doubt the boy looked upon her as he did, as a force too eccentrically irresponsible to be unloosed. "Well," he said, the state of things struck him as too bad to be taken otherwise than calmly. "You could not spend on it the amount of emotion it deserved, so you might as well get the credit with yourself and your antagonist of an attack unexpectedly gentle. Now, what did you think you were doing when you sent it off to your mother?" "Uncle Jack," said Dick, rather awkwardly blundering about his mental armory for some reasonable defense, "she's your sister." "Yes," said Raven, "Millie is my sister. What then?" "Then, why then," said Dick, "when a thing like this happens to you, she would feel it, would not she? You are perfectly sure you know what has happened to me. You trust your own diagnosis." "Of course I trust it," Dick burst forth. Your letter is not normal. Shell shock's a perfectly legitimate thing. You know it is, you are just the one to be hit. You did perfectly crazy things over there, entirely beyond any man of your years. And I am mighty thankful we can put our finger on it, for if it is not shell shock, it's something worse." "You mean," said Raven, "I have gone off my nut?" Dick did not answer, but there could be no doubt of his own mental excitement, and he was apprehensive in a measure that moved Raven to an amused compassion. Raven sat looking at him a long minute. Then he got up and took his newspaper from the table beside him. "Come," he said, "we will go into the library and see if we can get anywhere." Dick followed him and they sat down together by the fire, this after Raven had moved a third chair into the space between them. He smiled at himself as he did it. It was the chair Nan had sat in the night before. He had a foolish feeling that he was invoking her remembered presence, calling on her to help them out. "Now, Dick," he began when they were seated, "you said something about my letters not being normal. What is normal when you come to that?" Dick frowned into the fire. This, he felt, had some hidden leading, and he was not going to be caught. "What's the use of asking fool questions?" he inquired in his turn, "you know." "Cannot help it," said Raven. "I have got to be Socratic. Help me out, old man, let me have my little game. What is normal?" "Why," said Dick, floundering, "I suppose it's what the general run of people think and do. It's keeping to the rules. It's trotting on the course. It is not going off at some tangent of your own." Dick felt rather proud of this, its fluency and general appositeness. He plucked up his spirits, thinking he might be going to manage Raven after all. "Now see here," said Raven, suddenly leaning forward and looking at him in the friendliest community of feeling. "It means a good deal when a fellow of my years, as you say, gets a biff that sends him staggering." "Just what I said," Dick assured him. "It's mighty serious, it's awful." "Has it occurred to you," said Raven, "that I may be right?" "Right, how right?" Thereupon question and answer piled up fast. "I have indicted the universe, as it were. How can you prove the universe has not laid herself open to it? How do you know the indictment of the creature she made, and then ground under her heel, is not the very thing she's been waiting for all these millions of years. Oh, come, Jack, the universe has not been waiting for you. That's a part of it, do not you see? You have got delusions, delusions of greatness, delusions. Shut up, do not use your spurious jargon on me, just answer my questions. How do you know it is not the healthiest thing that ever happened in this rotten tissue of pretense we call civilization, for even one man just want to get up and swear at the whole system and swear again that, so far as his little midge's existence goes, he will not subscribe to it. What business have you to call that disease? How do you know it is not health? How do you know I am not one of the few normal atoms in the whole blamed carcass? Dick felt himself profoundly shocked. He was having to reverse his conclusions. Uncle Jack had stood for a well-ordered sanity, conversant with wool and books and mysteriously devoted to Miss Anne Hamilton, whose conventional perfections evidently held within their limit Uncle Jack's highest ideals. Uncle Jack had shown a neat talent with his pen. He had grown middle-aged at an imperceptible and blameless pace, and now he was raging about like a sort of caveman, with nothing less than the universe to bound his wild leaps and curvetings. But you know, Jack, he remonstrated feebly, there is not anything new in saying the nation's going to the dogs. The Britishers say it, we say it. I do not say it, Raven asserted. We are not going to the dogs. We have gone, we are there. We are the dogs ourselves, and nothing worse could happen to a criminal from Mars for exemplethen to be sent to us. We ought to be the convict colony of the universe. Do not, said Dick with an affectionate sweetness as exasperating as it was moving. It only excites you. Come on out and have a tramp. We could motor out too. Oh Lord, groaned Raven, why do not you beguile me up to the psychopathic? Then he was, for the first time, aghast at what he had set going. Dick was looking at him again, with that suffused glance of an affection too great to mind disclosing itself in all its pathetic abnegation. I could not say it myself, he began brokenly, but you have said it, you see yourself, if you would. There he stopped, and Raven sat staring at him. He felt as if the words had got inside his body and were somehow draining his heart. When he spoke, his voice sounded hoarse in his own ears. Dick, old man, he said, I am not that. No, no, Dick hastened to assure him, and somehow his hand had found Raven's and gripped it. Only, oh good God, he ended and got out of his chair and turned his back. Raven, too, rose. Dick, said he quietly, you go home now, and do not you speak about this to anybody, not to Nan even, you understand. Dick nodded, still with his back turned, and got out of the room, and Raven thought he must have caught at his hat in the hall, and made one stride for the door. The door banged, and Raven was alone. Roman 6. The next day Nan telephoned Raven that she was taking train for New York for perhaps a week's stay with the Seaberrys. These were her nearest relatives, cousins at a remove Raven never really untangled, and of late they had been spending persuasive energy in trying to induce her to live with them. Since she had come home from France and Aunt Anne had died, they were always descending upon her for brief visits in the house where she succeeded Aunt Anne, and liking her so tumultuously in her grown-up state, that they pelted her with arguments based on her presumable loneliness there, and the silliness of carrying on the establishment really as a species of home for superannuated servants. Nan honestly liked the cousins in a casual way, though it was as inconceivable to her that the Boston house might be given up as it would have been to Aunt Anne. There was, she felt, again in Aunt Anne's way, a certain continuity of things you did not even think of breaking. Now she was seeking the Seaberrys for reasons of her own. They had to be suitably told that Aunt Anne had left her money away from them as from her, and naturally, though ridiculously, to that Raven she was always making a fool of herself about. They were ruthless of speech within family conclave, though any one of them would have thought more than twice about calling Aunt Anne any sort of fool, in her lifetime, even at a distance safely beyond hearing. Raven was not, if Nan could forestall the possibility, to be assaulted by mounting waves of family animosity. Raven was glad for once to get rid of her, to find she was removing herself from the domestic turmoil he had created. There could not be the triangular discussions inevitable if she and Dick fell upon him at once, nor should he have to bear the warmth of her tumultuous sympathy. Dick had evidently told her nothing, and he even gathered that she was going without notice to Dick. Then Raven began a systematic and rapid onslaught on his immediate affairs, to put them in order. Mr. Whitney, Anne's lawyer, who had always seemed to regard him in a disconcerting way as belonging to Anne, or her belonging in some undefined fashion to him, opened out expansively on the provisions of the will. He most sincerely congratulated Raven. Of course it was to have been expected, but Raven kept miserably to the proprieties of the moment. He listened with all due reserve, silent on the subject of Anne's letter. That was his affair, he thought, his and Nan's, unless indeed it was nobody's affair but Anne Hamilton's, and he was blindly to constitute himself the unreasoning agent of her trust. That must be thought out later. If he undertook it now, piling it on the pack of unsubstantial miseries he was carrying, he would be swamped utterly. He could only drop it into a dark pocket of his mind, where an assorted medley of dreads and fear lay waiting for what? For a future less confusing than this inscrutable present. At least they could not be even glanced at now. He wrote Charlotte and Jerry, his caretakers on the place at Wake Hill, that he was coming for an indefinite stay. He instructed his housekeeper in Boston that the house was to be kept open. Possibly Mr. Richard would be there a good deal. Then he sat down to write his sister. That was the problem. What should he say to her who would presently be receiving his unfortunate screed, with some inflammatory introduction from Dick and Wood, knew her? Scarcely have finished it before she took steps toward flooding him with epistolary advice and comment. He could see her now at her desk, assembling data of conduct, bodily well-being, and putting it all down in that masterful hand of hers. That settled it. He must not write her. He must telegraph and forestall Dick. And he did telegraph her on the moment a message of non-committal brevity. Letter Dick sent you is all poppycock. Forget it. That might, he concluded, yet without hope, keep her from rushing her pen to the rescue, even if it did not prevent her fuming. And as he sat at the library table with a disorder of papers before him, Dick appeared at the door, good boy, full of zeal and pity. He looked so overflowing with honest affection, so eagerly ready to help that Raven exasperatedly loved him for his kind officiousness. Yet he had nothing for him but a gruff, "Now what do you think you are here for?" Dick was prepared for repulse, this or any other. He had armed himself against all possible whims and obstinacies, and he wore the air of a carefully adjusted patience. "Cannot I help there?" he inquired, advancing to the table and drawing up a chair. "Could not you let me run over those and just tell you what they are?" "You go to thunder," said Raven, rapidly assorting, clapping into bundles and casting aside. "Yes, you can too. Take this basket and empty it into the fireplace, behind the log, and smash it down so it will not set the chimney afire. Remember how your grandmother used to keep a scare going all the time for fear of chimneys? I guess I have inherited it. I have to use the formula." Dick emptied the papers with a grave care foreign to him, as if even so small a service at such a moment bore a weightier meaning, and brought the basket back. He sat down and waited in a silence Raven felt more portentously vocal than the loudest outcry. "Dick," he said. He stopped work and looked at the youth, an unwilling smile twisting his mouth. He was not sure of its being well to take it humorously, yet it was funny. "Dick, if you have got anything to say, say it. If you have not, clear out. This is my busy day." Dick shook his head despairingly and yet obstinately. He was not going to leave Uncle Jack to the powers of darkness. "Just tell me what you are winding things up for," he ventured. "I ought to know." "Then do not ask as if you were whispering into the ear of Buddha, or trying not to wake baby," said Raven, tearing a package of letters with a sudden savage haste. They were Anne's letters to him when he was in France, and he had meant to keep them because she would have an ideal of the sacredness they ought to bear, and exasperatingly the suggestion seemed to include a power of imposing itself on him. And if Dick had not come in to bait him with irrelevant questions, his perverse inner self excused itself. He might not be defying the ideal and tearing the letters up. As it was, he found them a salutary sacrifice. "If you mean my going to Wake Hill, yes, I am going. I have written Charlotte. Or rather, I have addressed it to Jerry. She's so careful about his prerogative as a male." "When?" asked Dick. "The minute I get some boots and things to go logging in. This house will be open. You can come in and roost if you want to. If you marry Nanthys was an audacity that occurred to him at the moment. It suddenly seemed to him a blessed comfort to think of Nan in his house. "You can come here and live." Dick lost his sacrificial air and turned sulky. "I do not know about Nan," he said. "I never know about her, not since we have come back. She was soft as silk over there." "The maternal," said Raven briefly, tearing one of Anne's letters with a crack across the pages. "It was what you needed to keep you going. Not personal, only because you were a soldier boy." The mortification of it all, the despite of not holding his own with her now he was not serving a cause, was plainly evident in Dick's face. He had had a bad night of it, after Nan's flouting and Uncle Jack's letter on top of that. "She was beastly," he said, with no further elaboration. But Raven knew he was returning to his walk home with her, and some disconcerting circumstances of it. No doubt Nan had been ruthless. Her mind had been on Aunt Anne and the Palace of Peace. Little boys in love could not joggle her fighting arm and expect to escape irritated reproof. "Nan's got a good deal to think of just now," he said. Besides, you may not be man enough for her yet. Nan's very much of a woman, she will expect things. Dick sat glowering. I am as much of a man as I was in France, he said obstinately. More, I am older. Then his sacrificial manner came back, and remembering what he was there for, he resumed, all humble sweetness, like the little Dick who used to climb on Raven's knee and ask for a tell-story. I am going down with you. I have made all my plans. Raven looked up at him in a new surprise. The deuce you are, said he. No, you are not, boy. If I catch you down there, I will play the game as you have mapped it out for me. I will grab Jerry's axe or pitchfork and run amok, blessed if I do not. You will wake up and find yourself sending for the doctor. Glancing cheerfully up, he was instantly aware from the boy's unhappy face that Dick believed him. Raven burst into a laugh, but he quickly sobered. What a snare they were getting themselves into, and only by an impish destiny of haphazard speech. Do not look so shocked, Dickie, he said flippantly. I am no more dotty than Hamlet. There he stopped again to wonder whimsically at the ill fate of it all. For Hamlet was mad, at least Dick thought so. He could not have caught at anything more injurious to his cause. They fool me to the top of my bent, he reflected ruefully. That was what Dick was ready to do. But Sister Amelia would not fool him if she got east with her emergency dressing bag and her perfectly equipped energy. She would clap him into the psychopathic before he had time for even half as much blank verse as Hamlet had. They would not allow him a first act. Do not look like that, he suggested again and kindly, because it was evident that, however irritating Dick might be as a prospective guardian, he was actually suffering an honest misery. I do not, said Dick. I do not mean to look different, but somehow it's got me, this whole business has, and I cannot get away from it. I have thought of it every minute since you told me. It is not so much you I am thinking about, it's him. Raven, as a writer of English, paused to make a mental note that, in cases of extreme emotion, the nominative case after the verb to be is practically no good. You simply have to scrap it. Who, he inquired in the same line of natural language. Old Crow. Dick uttered the name in a low and hesitating tone. He seemed to offer it unwillingly. Raven stared at him in a perfect surprise, now uncoloured by any expectation he might have had of what was coming. Old Crow, he repeated. What do you know about Old Crow? Well, said Dick defensively, I know as much as you do. That is, I suppose I do. I know as much as all Wake Hill does anyway. Who told you? Mother, I did not suppose it was any secret. No, said Raven thoughtfully, it's no secret. Only he was queer, he was eccentric, and so I have always assumed he had a pretty bad time of it. That's why I never have talked about him. Mother did, said Dick in a sudden expansion. It seemed to ease him up a little, this leading Raven to the source of his own apprehension. Indeed, he had felt since Raven's letter that they must approach the matter of his tired wits with clearness, from the scientific standpoint. The more mental facts and theories they recognized, the better. She told me once you looked just like him, that old daguerreotype. Had Sister Amelia concluded from that, inquired Raven quietly, that I was bound to follow Old Crow, live in the woods and go missionarying across the mountain? No, said Dick, so absorbed in his line of argument that he was innocently unaware of any intended irony. She just happened to speak of it one day when we found the daguerreotype. Uncle Jack, just what do you know about him? Raven considered a moment. He was scanning his memory for old impressions, and also in his mild surprise over the pertinency of reviving them, wondering whether he had better pass them on. Or would they not another tangle in the snarl he and Dick seemed to be, almost without their volition, making? Old Crow, he began slowly, was my great-uncle. His name was John Raven. He was poor, like all the rest of us of that generation and the next, and did the usual things to advance himself, the things in successful men's biographies. He studied by the kitchen fire, not by pine knots. I fancy that probably was the formula of a time just earlier. Anyhow, he fitted himself for the college of the day, for some reason never went but did go into a lawyer's office instead, was said to have trotted round after a gypsy sort of girl the other side of the mountain, found she was no good, went up into the woods and built the old hut I got into shape in the spring of 1914. Queer. I expected to go up there to study and write. I would got to the point, I suppose, where I thought if I had a different place to write in I could write better. Sure sign of waning powers. Well, he lived there by himself, and folks thought he was queer and began to call him Old Crow. I saw him several times when I was a little chap, never alone. Father took me with him when he went up to the hut to carry food. Mother never approved of my going. She disapproved of it so much that Father stopped taking me. Well, you saw him, said Dick in a way of holding him to his narrative. so that Raven, wondering why it was of such importance, bent a frowning look on him. Yes, I saw him, and he was nice to me, uncommon nice. He put his hand on my shoulder and looked down at me in a way, well, not the patronizing, grown-up way, but as if, now I come to think of it, as if he pitied me. How did he look? Dick was catching at things Raven saw, the slightest clue to Old Crow's withdrawn personality. He seemed on his side to be constructing a portrait. Raven sought about in the closed chambers of his mind, and produced one significant bit of remembrance after another. They were retrieved with difficulty out of the disorder of things regarded as of no importance, but here they were. He was tall, thin, rather hatchet-faced, something as I am. Oh, you knew that, did not you? No beard, and I think he was the neatest person I ever saw. Father was clean-shaven, you remember, but there were days when he either got lazy or was too busy to shave. I remember how exquisitely nice and peeled his face used to look on Sunday. But Old Crow was shaved all the time, judging from the way he looked the few times I saw him. I have heard Father and Mother speak of it too. Charlotte told me once she had seen him and he was neat as a new pin. How old was he when he went up there into the woods? To live alone, I do not know, 40 maybe, comparatively young anyway. Was it the woman? Was there a cause for it, a cause people knew? There was not any cause I knew. He simply, so far as I ever heard, passed the place over to Father. That was his nephew, you know, and went up the hill and built himself a log hut. It was well built. I only had to calc it some more and put in another flooring when I came into it. As Raven went on, he became uncomfortably aware of the resemblance between his own proposed withdrawal and Old Crow's, but he stuck to it doggedly. It was all playing into Dick's hands and Amelia's, assuming he could predicate her mind, but he was resolved they should not have it all their own way. He would give them every last straw of evidence, and it should do them no good in the end. There was a bravado about it. If Dick, in his affectionate virtue, and Amelia in her energy of well-doing, wanted to challenge him to the proof, he would give them a pretty tussle for it. What I want to know is, said Dick, what he thought he was going off there for. Did not anybody know? They may have, said Raven, I did not know. And he lived his life out there till he died. Yes, and died in a very gentlemanly fashion of pneumonia, and was found in a dignified position on his bed, hands folded, and everything in a great state of order, as if he would known he was going and arranged things to give as little trouble as he could. What did he do up there all by himself? Read, write. He read a good deal, I believe. We found him reading when we went up. What sort of books, Oh, hang it, Dick, said Raven, beginning to fidget under examination. You are district attorneying it a trifle too much to interest me. I am getting bored, son. This is not a 3rd degree. But Dick was not to be curbed or reasoned with. I think, he said, if you do not mind, we would better talk it out. You see, I do really need to know about him, and you are the only one that can tell me. Mother's is chiefly hearsay. Fire away, said Raven easily, accepting the situation. He leaned back in his chair and began making patterns on the block of paper before him with a silver dagger at his hand. What is it you want to know? Everything, how the neighbours regarded him, what they said. The neighbours did not regard him at all in your sense. Do not you know the way country folks have of passing over the most eccentric things as if they are all in the day's work? They gossip like thunder, and if they can whip up a scandal they are made. But they never seem so awfully shocked. Perhaps it's because they are used to the plain facts of life, death, birth, madness, suicide. Maybe there's a sort of gaucherie about it. There are things you are shocked about that you would not dare discuss at Cambridge or the club. You would be afraid it was not good form. Maybe you would though now. Sometimes I forget the world's moved on a peg. But what did they say? Cannot tell you, Dick. I belong to the family, you know, and maybe they had some decency about talking over Old Crow when I was round. I do not think there was anything they could say. He was a perfectly clean, decent citizen. He kept on voting. He did not meddle with them and they did not with him. The only eccentricity about him was that he lived alone, and that the last 10 years or so of his life, he tramped all round that region, over the mountain too, taking care of the sick if there were any. The last 5 years he went round preaching, and the very last year of all he took old Billy Jones into his hut, an awful old rip, if ever there was one, and tended him till his death, Billy's death, I mean. And if you consider that as indicating queerness, except that people do not do it, I do not. I should call any conventional disapproval of it an indictment rather, an indictment of Christianity. If it's too eccentric to fit into a so-called Christian civilization, that is. Dick was not going to call it anything at the moment. He sat staring at the table, evidently reflecting, digesting and bowed down by his own gravity in a way that always amused Raven even when he loved the boy most. He fancied when Dick looked like that, he was brooding over his nose. "Take it easy, son," he advised him pleasantly. "You will not get anywhere with Old Crow. Guess again." "No," said Dick, oblivious of the flippancy of this, "we shan't get anywhere. We have not enough data." "Now," said Raven, coming up from his lounging posture, "I have got to hustle. You run along and we will go out somewhere tonight. Dine if you want to and drop in at a show. But for heaven's sake, do not go to digging up graveyards and expecting me to reconstruct your ancestors from as few bones as we have got of old crows. You bore me sometimes, horribly, Dick, and that's the truth." Dick did go away, though with an inarticulate remonstrance on his tongue. But Raven was good-natured and yet decided, and even went to the door with him, propelling him by a firm yet affectionate hand on his shoulder. They did dine out that night in a manner mildly bohemian, really determined upon by Raven to show Dick he was not incapable yet of the accepted forms of diversion, afflictingly dull though they might prove. Romans 7. In less than a week Raven, hurried beyond any design of his own by Dick's anxious attentions, had actually gone. Once in the train on the way into the uplands where Wake Hill lies, he reflected with a smile that Dick had really helped him inconceivably in this matter of haste. He might have loitered along, dallying with the wisdom of going, and possibly ended by not going at all, but Dick's insistence on formulating the situation, his neatness and energy in getting all the emotions of the case into their proper pigeon-holes, had so harassed and then bored him that he had worked like a beaver, he told himself, to get off and escape them altogether. And not a word from Amelia, either to his telegram or Dick's letter. Things were looking up. It might be Amelia had been elected to some new and absorbing organization, for putting the social edifice still more irretrievably into the disorder it seemed bent for, in which case she might forget the inner wobblings of such an inconspicuous nomad as a brother. In metaphysical pangs, he became recklessly optimistic as the train climbed higher into the hills and luxuriated in it, conscious all the time that it was altitude that was intoxicating him, not any real hope of hoodwinking Amelia. You could not do that so easily. The first glimpse of a faraway mountain brought the surprising tears to his eyes. It was an inconsiderable ridge with an outline of no distinction, but it had the old charm, the power of clutching at his heart and dragging it up from the glories and sorrows of the sea. Raven always insisted that he loved the sea best, with its terrors and multitudinous activities, but the mountains did pull him up somewhere into a region he did not inhabit all the time. He had an idea that this was simply a plane of physical exhilaration, but it did not matter. It was an easement of a sort, if only the difference of change. When he stepped out of the train at Wake Hill, he was in a tranquil frame of mind, and the more the minute he saw Jerry Slate there in the pung, enveloped in the buffalo coat he had worn through the winter months ever since he attained his present height. Jerry was a typical man of Wake Hill. He was 10 years at least, older than Raven and had lived here, man and boy all his life, and his wife, Charlotte, was the presiding benevolence of the Raven home. Seeing his passenger, he lifted his whipstock in salute and stepped out of the pung to meet him. Jerry was yellow and freckled and blue-eyed with a face, Raven always thought, like a baked apple. It had still a rosy bloom, but the puckers overspread it, precisely like an apple's after fervent heat. They shook hands, Jerry having extracted a gnarled member from his mitten. "You take a look and see if your trunks come," he recommended, restoring his hand to its beautifully knit sheath. "You are better acquainted with the look's aunt than I be. They're teas now. Anyways, it's the only one there." It was Raven's own, and he and Jerry lifted it into the back of the pung, and were presently jogging temperately homeward. Jerry never had horses with any go in them. In the old days, when Raven used to come to the farm with his mother, he would write Jerry to see that he had a horse. "Get me a horse," he would write, a horse with 4 feet and a mane and tail, not a wooden freak out of Noah's Ark, whittled out with a jackknife such as I had last year. "Get me a horse." And he would arrive to find some aged specimen, raw-boned and indifferent, waiting for him in the stable. And Jerry would slap the creature's haunches with a fictitious jollity and prophesy, the while he kept an anxious eye on Raven, "I guess he will suit ye all right." He never did suit. He had to be swapped off or, as it happened once or twice, given away, and yet Raven was obtuse to the real reason until Charlotte enlightened him. She took him aside one day in the autumn, when he and his mother were going back to town. "I guess if you want any horses next spring," she said, with one eye on the door where Jerry might appear, "you better fetch him along with you." "Why, yes," said Raven, "of course I can. Only I had an idea Jerry liked to do the buying for the place." "Not horses," said Charlotte firmly. Jerry's a peculiar sort of man. They know it and they kinda take advantage of him. I dunno why. Then Raven realized that Charlotte herself was responsible for his faith in Jerry's bargaining prowess. She had hypnotized him into considering Jerry a great fellow at a trade, as at everything else manly and invincible. She was watching him now with a doubtful and anxious eye. No, she repeated, I dunno why. No, said Raven, I do not know why either, but I will look out for it. At that instant he understood her way with Jerry and loved her for it. She was tall and heavy-browed and dark, with warm brown tints of eyes and skin, and 7 times the man Jerry was, but it was her passionate intent to hold him supreme at home and market. Meantime they were jingling along, with a chill clashing of bells, and Raven had heard all about the prospects of an open winter and the difficulties of ice-cutting, and he gathered that Jerry and Charlotte were extremely pleased to have him come. Did not knows we should ever set eyes on ye again, said Jerry, with an innocuous flick of his whiplash, hitting the dasher by intent. That war and all. Raven thought he detected in his tone a general hostility to the war as a disturber even of Wake Hill, and wondered if he should have to fight it all over again with the imperfectly satisfied ideals of Jerry and Charlotte. But Jerry laid that bogey to rest. Not that I would not ha had ye go, he announced. I would ha gone myself if I had not been a leetle mite over age. I dunno but I could ha been some use as 'twas. I am spry for my years. I never so much as thought you would get into it. Charlotte and I were talking it over last night and she says he's 43 if he's a day. How old be you? 45, said Raven. I was not in the trenches, you know, ambulance corps. Sho, said Jerry, never come nigh the fight in line, I suppose. Sometimes, said Raven, smiling a little to himself, but the boys in the trenches, you know, they are the ones that did the business. I suppose the Hamilton house was closed all summer. Jerry gave him a quick look and then took off a mitten to pass his hand across his mouth. Raven knew what the look meant. It meant Anne Hamilton. How had her death affected him? Would he ask about her? And the mild inquisitive neighborhood mind would go back to the old question it had probably dropped and taken up intermittently for years. Why, in their curious intimacy, had he never married her? Yes, said Jerry, all summer. Little Nan was over there too, where you were, I understood. Yes, she was over there, she's home now. You knew her aunt died, said Jerry speciously. It was foolish, he knew it was foolish, and yet he could not, in his craving for some amplification of the fact, help saying it. Yes, said Raven, I knew it. There the topic died. They were passing the last stretch of woods that fringed the road before Raven's own house. Up on that slope at the right, draped about by a dense woodland, occasional patches of pines girdled by birch and maple, was the hut where Old Crow had lived. A logging road came down from the ridge, and Raven saw with interest that it had been broken out. Chopping, he asked, Jerry following his glance to the ascending road. Jerry grinned and clucked to the horse. He looked well satisfied with himself. No, he said, but the minute you wrote you was comin', I yoked up the oxen and broke her out. Charlotte said you would want to be goin' up there. Raven laughed. It was funny, too grimly funny. Even Charlotte and Jerry were pushing him on up the rise to Old Crow's hut. Dick had begun it and they were adding the impulse of their kindly forethought. Yes, he said, I will go up at once and have it over, his mind cynically added. They were descending the last slope, and the mild-mannered horse caught the idea of stables and put on a gait. Raven could see the house, delightful to him in its hospitable amplitude, and starkly fitting the wintry landscape. There in the columned front porch running away at each side into wide verandas, stood a woman tall of proportions that looked, at this first glance, heroic. She wore a shawl about her shoulders, but her head was bare. There she is, said Jerry, with an evident pride in so splendid a fact. I tell her she never can wait a minute to let anybody turn round. It was true, Charlotte could not wait. She began to wave no short staccato pumfandle wave but a sweep indicative of breadth, like the horizon line. Raven, while they were jingling up to the house, took one more look at it, recognizing, with a surprise that was almost poignant, how much it meant to him. He might not be glad to get back to it in his present state of disaffection. He could not believe there was a spot on earth he should be glad to see but it touch the chord of old memories, and his eyes were hot with the assault of it, a square house with many additions, so that it rambled comfortably away, threaded over at advantageous points by leafless lines of woodbine and bittersweet, and murmured over by a great grove of pines at the west. His roots of life were here, he recognized, with a renewed pang of surprise. He was not used to thinking about himself. Now that the changed bias of his mind had bred new habits, he was thinking a great deal. They stopped at the porch and Charlotte came down to them, stepping lightly yet with deliberation. Raven knew she probably moved slowly because she was so heavy, but it gave the effect of majesty walking. She was unchanged, he thought, as he grasped her firm hand. Her smooth brown hair was as thick, her healthy face unlined. When he touched Charlotte, he always felt as if he touched the earth itself. Her hand was the hand of earth, ready to lead you to wholesome and satisfying things. "Well," said she, "if I ain't pleased to see you. Jerry, you goin' to take the trunk in this way?" Jerry gave her a quick look of inquiry. They had subtle modes of communication. Charlotte could command him by the flicker of an eyelash or a modulation of tone, so that Jerry seemed, in the resultant act, to be following only his own careless or deliberate will. "Yep," said he, "I will see to her." Raven laid hold of it with him, and they carried it upstairs to the great front room looking out to the eastern sky. And Raven was again moved, as he went, by another surprising discovery. Charlotte had tears in her eyes. He had at all times a moderate estimate of his own value in the world, his own appeal to it. Perhaps that was one reason, aside from the natural sex revulsion, why Anne's exaggerated fostering had roused in him that wearied perversity. But it was warming to see Charlotte glad enough to cry over him. When they had set down the trunk and the two had gone downstairs, he looked about the room and found it good. The walls were chiefly panelling, all but some expanses of a rich rose and blue paper. The hangings were of a delicious blue, and a roaring fire was making great headway. He could guess Charlotte had timed that birch log, relative to their approach, for the curling bark had not yet blackened and the fat chuckle of it was still insistent. He laughed a little at himself. He might have repudiated the scheme of creation and his own place in it, but he did love things. Dear, homespun, familiar things, potent to eke out man's well-being with their own benevolence and make him temporarily content in an inhospitable world. When he went downstairs, the smells from the kitchen were something overwhelming in their rich pervasiveness. He went directly in where Charlotte bent at the oven door for a frowning inspection and a resultant basting. "Yes," she said, glancing up Turkey. Terry set him aside, sort off was so well-formed and had such nice, pretty ways. "Jerry said we would have him first time you come. He's always been a terrible nice turkey." Raven had seen his place laid in the dining-room, with bravery of damask and old china. "I am not going to eat alone," he said. "I could not face a whole turkey. You and Jerry come on in and back me up. You set on 2 more plates." "Oh no," said Charlotte, closing the oven door and rising. "I guess I will give him a minute longer." "No, it's real nice of you, but we could not. Jerry never would in the world." "Jerry be hanged," said Raven. He wandered into the pantry and began helping himself to the celery waiting by the cool windowpane. "Tell him it's all decided. Jerry's got to do what we say." "If that ain't just like you," said Charlotte, with what seemed a pride in his knowing ways. "Eatin' up the celery and all the minute 'fore dinner, too. I wonder you do not pry into the cookie jar." "I will, now you mention it," said Raven, bending to it where it lurked with its secretive look under the lower shelf. He lifted the cover with an involuntary care. He had been there so often when he wanted a handful of cookies, and knew if he clinked the cover, he might hear his father's voice from the dining-room where he sat reading his paper. "What are you doing out there?" The cookies were waiting for him, unchanged, as if there were an everlasting pattern of cookies and you could not get away from it. Oak leaf, discreetly specked with caraway. "Hurry up," said he, coming out to Charlotte with his clutch of oak leaves. "Put on your plate and Jerry's or the turkey'll be done before you know it." Charlotte glanced round at him, absently took the cookies from his hand, as if he were a child whose greed must be regulated, and laid them in a plate on the table. "Do not you spoil your appetite," she said still absently, for her mind was with the turkey. "Well, I will go and ask Jerry. I do not believe he will feel to, Miss Anne." Raven was sure he heard the last 2 words as she made her light way out into the shed in a fictitious search for Jerry. He stood staring after her and wondering. It was inconceivable that Anne, by sheer force of a mind absolutely convinced of its own rightness, should have had such a grip on everybody she came in contact with. It had been Anne's house next door. She had spent her summers in it, and even Charlotte had imbibed through its walls the pronouncements of a social code. Anne was dead, but when Charlotte and Jerry were asked to sit down to turkey with their employer and familiar friend, it was Anne's unforgotten ideal that rose before her, the illuminated copy of the social code in its rigid hand. As he stood, he saw Jerry pulling the pung under a shed at the back of the barn. He knew Charlotte had not seen him, did not intend to take the time to see him, but would presently be back with Jerry's ultimatum. That was her system. She implicitly followed Jerry's command, a command she had already put into his mouth. It was so accepted a part of the household routine that he had ceased to think of it as in the least unusual. She was back again almost at once. "Jerry says he would be happy to today," she announced, "so longs as he ain't changed back into his barn claws. We will be kinder company. But after this, he says, we will begin as usual. So presently they sat down together to the crackly brown turkey, and Raven carved and fought off Charlotte, who rose from her place in a majestic authority, which seemed the highest decorum, to take the fork and pick out titbits for his plate, and they talked of countryside affairs, but never, Raven was grateful to notice, of his absence or of France. Once Jerry did begin a question relative to them long-range guns, but Charlotte bore him down before Raven could lay hold of the question, even if he had been eager for it. Jerry's forbid me to ask you the leastest thing about how 'twas over there, she said smoothly without a look at Jerry, but a direct intention that was like a swift secret communication between them, a line not even to be tapped. He says, we will not say one word about what Mr. Raven's been through, not if he begins to talk about it himself. He's been through enough, says he. Now let's let him turn his mind to something else. Yes, said Jerry boldly, I guess that's pretty nigh what I said what I would say now anyways. Raven smiled a little inwardly, as he often did at Mr. Raven. He and Jerry and Charlotte had been neighbours, and he, being younger, was always young John to them, and sometimes in excess of friendliness or exhortation Jack. He wondered if it had been the social idealism of Anne that had made them attain the proper title, or if, when the crust of renewed convention broke through, they would, under the stress of common activities, flounder about as they did before he went away, in an intermittent familiarity. All the houses shut up, he said, the summer houses. Yes, said Charlotte, eating her wing delicately, perhaps with a thought of Anne. City folks all gone, went early this year too, would so high now if they ain't cut their own they do not seem to want to lay in. Jerry says they would ought to think further ahead. Yes, said Jerry with his mechanical acquiescence, they would ought to think further ahead. Who's bought the old Fry place? Asked Raven, or is it empty? No, said Charlotte, it ain't empty. I dunno's you remember the Tennies that used to live over the mountain, what they call Mountain Brook. Kind of a shiftless lot they were, some of 'em drinked. Why yes, said Raven, I remember 'em. The boys used to do a lot of trapping. One of 'em, what was his name? Israel, yes, that's it. Israel has seemed to be of a different stripe. Used to work out, seemed to want to make something of himself. That's him, said Charlotte. Well, he's bought the Fry place. Married? Yes, he married a girl over there at Mountain Brook. He had been away years and years, since he was a growin' boy, and he come back, and seems he had money laid up, and he bought the Fry farm and went straight off over to Mountain Brook and hunted her up and married her. She used to have folks, but they have all moved away. Seems if he would had her in mind all the time. Kind o' that way he is, lays his fires a good while beforehand. Nice girl? Raven inquired. Charlotte hesitated, her brown cheek flushed. Well, she said, I never have heard anything against her, not anything I should be willin' to repeat. You know what they be there over the mountain, there's the Darnihills, good folks but shiftless, my soul, though she ain't that. Called on her, have not you? No, said Charlotte. She wore the flush of resentful matronhood. I was I started one afternoon, and after I would knocked I heard him jawin'. Well, you never heard a man talk so in all your life, I never did anyways, twittin' her with everything under the sun. Nice for you, said Raven, butting in on a row. I did not butt in, said Charlotte. I turned round and come straight home. And the next day they rode by as budge as you please, she with the baby in her lap. Baby had on a nice white coat. I did not go aggin, I did not feel to. Then Raven, seeing that Jerry had regretfully but inevitably laid down his knife and fork, as one who can no more, relinquished the Tennies, and there was a period of that silence so blessed among intimates, and Charlotte brought in the pudding, and after dinner, while she washed the dishes, Raven sat in the kitchen and smoked a pipe with Jerry and thought intermittently, in the inmost cell of his most secret mind, about the blessed beauties of things. Here they were all about him, inherited treasures of memory, some of them homely and of little value, many of them far less convenient than the appliances of the present day. He even thought he recognized ancient utensils, as Charlotte washed them, the great iron spider where crullers were Friedelways with a few cut-in hands with straight fat fingers, to suit a boyish fancy, and the colander he had once been found utilizing as a helmet in a play of chivalry. Such smells came out of this kitchen, like no other smells in any house he knew. The outlines of things, the tints of time and use. There was the red door into the buttery, where once when he was a little boy he had caught for a few minutes only an enchanting glow from the setting sun, sunrise and rubies and roses. None of them had ever equaled the western light on the old red paint. Over and over again he had tried to recall the magic, to set the door at the precise angle to catch the level rays, but in vain. It was a moment of beauty, fleeting as the sunset itself, and only to be found in the one permanence that is memory. He remembered it now with 1,000 other impressions as lasting and as lost, and childhood and youth came alive in him and hurt and helped him. Yes, this was home. In a hostile universe there was one spot where he and the past could safely rest. Roman 8. Raven went to sleep thinking simply about the house, while the fire flickered down on the hearth and shadows all about the room flickered with it, and then went out. He always loved shadows, their beauties and grotesqueries, and he was unfeignedly glad he had no scientific understanding of them, why they played this way or that, and translated the substance that made them so delicately, and sometimes with such an adorable foolishness. He liked it better that way, liked to make out of them a game of surprises and pretend they were in good form and doing particularly well, or again far below their highest. And following his childishly enchanting game, he began to feel rather abashed over what had brought him here. He was glad to have come. It was the only place for him, disordered as he was with its wholesome calm, and he wondered further if the state of mind that had become habitual to him was now a state of mind at all. Was it not rather a temporary drop in mental temperature now calming to normal? Had not he exaggerated the complication of Anne's bequest? There was a way out of it. There must be, a sane, practical way to satisfy what she wished, and what she might be supposed to wish now. He comforted himself with the pious sophistry of an Anne raised on the wind of death above earlying conclusions, and so, of course, agreeing with him who did not have to pass the gates of mystery to be so raised. He knew enough, evidently, so that he did not need to die to know more. His letter to Dick seemed of inconsiderable importance, even the disaster of its reaching Amelia. If she held him up to it, he could laugh it off. Anything could be laughed off. So, the shadows mingling with the inconsequence of his thoughts, he drifted away to sleep, catching himself back now and then to luxuriate in the assurance that he was in the right place, finding comfortable assuagements, and that inexplicably, because so suddenly, everything was for the best in a mysterious but probably entirely unaccountable world. At 4 o'clock he woke. He had not for a moment last night expected this. 4 o'clock had been for months the hour of his tryst with the powers of darkness. They hovered over him then with dull grey wings extended, from sunrise to sunset, from east to west. He never had the courage to peer up at them and see how far the wings really did reach. They covered his mortal sky, and when he refused to stare up into their leaden pinions, they stooped to him and buffeted and smothered him, until he was such a mass of bruised suffering within that he could almost believe his body also was quivering into the numbness of acquiescent misery. And here were the wings again. They were even lower, in spite of this clear air. They did not merely shut it out from his nostrils, but the filthy pinions swept his face and roused in him the uttermost revulsion of mortal man against the accident of his mortality. The trouble of earth passed before him in its unceasing panorama, a pageant of pain and death. Every atom of creation was against every other atom, because everywhere was warfare, murder and rapine, for the mere chance of living. He had won his inherited chance by sheer luck of contest through millions of years, while his forebears came up from the slime and the cave. The little hunted creature, shrieking out there in the wood in the clutch of a predatory enemy, was not so lucky. It was the enemy who was lucky tonight, but tomorrow night the enemy himself might go down under longer claws and be torn by fangs stronger than his own. And God had made it so, and God did not care. Raven lay there panting under the horror of it. The sweat started on his skin. He was afraid. It was not his own well-being he feared for. Man's life was short at the most. A few years might finish him up. It was unlikely that he need live again. But he feared seeing still more of the acts of this unmindful God, who could make, and set the wheel of being to turning and then stand aside and let them grind out their immeasurable grist of woe. And when he asked himself how he knew God was standing aside, letting the days and years fulfill their sum, he believed it was because he had suddenly become aware that time was a boundless sea, and that the human soul was sometimes in the trough of it, and sometimes on the crest. But never would the sea cast its derelicts upon warm shores where they might build the house of life and live in peace and innocence. Ever would they find themselves tossed from low to high, and fall from high to low again in the salt wash of the retreating wave. For after all, it was the mysterious sea God had a mind to, never the derelict atoms afloat on it. They would have to take sea weather to time's extremist verge, as they always had taken it. They were derelicts. As the light came, the leaden wings lifted, and he went down to the early breakfast Charlotte and Jerry intended to eat alone. Charlotte, with her good morning, gave him a quick glance. He found she had not expected him so early, and knew she saw at once how harassed he was. He insisted on sitting down to breakfast with them, and after Jerry had gone out, went over the house in a mindless way, into all the rooms, to give himself something to do. Also there seemed to be a propriety in it, a fittingness in presenting himself to his own walls and accepting their silent recognition. Then, hearing Charlotte upstairs, he went back into the kitchen, as straight as if he had meant to go there all the time and had merely idled on these delaying quests, and up to the nail by the shed door where the key always hung, the key to Old Crow's hut. He took it off the nail, dropped it in his pocket, got a leather jacket from the hall and went out into the road. As he went, he heard Jerry moving about in the barn and walked the faster, not to be halted or offered friendly company. At the great maples he paused, two of them marking the entrance to the wood road, and looked about him. The world was resolutely still. The snow was not deep, but none of it had melted. It was of a uniform whiteness and luster, and the shadows in it were deeply blue. There were tracks frozen into it all along the road, many of them old ones, others just broken, the story of some animals wandering. Then he turned into the wood road and began to climb the rise, and as he went he was conscious of an unaccountable excitement. Dick was responsible for that, he told himself. Dick had waked his mind to old memories. This was, in effect, and all owing to Dick, a tryst with Old Crow. He remembered every step of the way, what he might find if he could sweep off the snow or wait until June, and let the mounting sun sweep it according to its own method. Here at the right would be the great patch of Clintonia, further in at the left was Tiarella, with its darling leaf, and along under the yellow birches the lady slipper he had transplanted, year after year, and that finally took root and showed a fine sturdiness he had never seen exceeded elsewhere. He went on musing over the permanence of things and the mutability of mortal joy, wondering if in this world he had made without remedies for its native ills, God could take pleasure in the bleak framework of it. And when he had nearly reached the top of the slope, the Three Firs, where a turn to the left would bring him to the log cabin door, suddenly he stopped as if his inner self heard the command to halt. He looked about him, and his heart began to beat hard, but he was not surprised. What could be more moving than the winter stillness of the woods in a spot all memories? Yet he was in no welcoming mood for high emotion, and looking up and about to shake off the wood magic, there at a little distance at his right, between pine boles, he saw her, the woman. She was tall and slender, yet grandly formed. A blue cloak was wrapped about her, and her head was bare. Her face had a gaunt beauty such as he had never seen. The eyes, richly blue but darkened by the startled pupil, were bewildering in their soft yet steady appealingness. Her hair was parted and carried back in waves extraordinarily thick and probably knotted behind. That, of course, he could not see, but the little soft rings of it about her forehead he noted absently, and her look was so full of dramatic tension, of patient, noble gravity, even grief, that one phrase flashed into his mind, the mother of sorrows, and stayed there. So moving was her face that, although he had at the first instant taken in her entire outline, the significance of it had not struck him until now. On her arm, in the immemorial mother's fashion, she carried a child. The child was in white, and a blue scarf was tied about his head. When Raven saw the scarf, his tension relaxed. There was something about the scarf that was real, was earthly, a ragged break in one free corner. In the relief of seeing the break, and being thus brought back to tangible things, he realized that he had, in a perfect seriousness, for one amazing minute, believed the woman and the child to be not human but divine. They were, as they struck upon his eyes, a vision, and he would have been in no sense surprised to see the vision fade. It was the Virgin Mary and her son. Now, as he realized with the lightning rapidity of a morbidly excited mind how terribly sensitive to his own needs he must be to have clutched so irrationally at a world-old remedy, he took off his hat and called to her. "You startled me." Without waiting for any response, he turned to the left because the probabilities were that he had startled her also, and that was why she had stood there, petrified into the catalepsy of wood animals struck by cautionary fear. But as he turned, a man's voice sounded through the woods and waked an echo. "Hullo," it called, "hullo." Raven involuntarily paused and saw the woman running toward him. There were stumps in her way, but she stepped over them lightly, and once when she had to cross a hollow where the snow lay deep, she sank in up to her knees, and Raven involuntarily stepped forward to help her. But she freed herself with incredible quickness and came on. It might have been water she was wading in, so little did it check her. She halted before him, only a pace away, as if she must be near in order to speak cautiously, and Raven noted the exquisite texture of her pale skin and the pathos of her eyes, the pupils distended now so that he wondered if they could be blue. Meantime the voice kept on calling, "Hullo, hullo." She spoke tremulously in haste. "He will be up here in a minute. You say you ain't seen me." "Is it someone you are afraid of?" Raven asked. She nodded in a dumb anguish. Then said he, "We will both stay here till he comes, and afterward I will go with you, wherever you are going." This, it seemed, moved her to a terror more acute. No, no, she said, and she appeared to have so little breath to say it that if he had not been watching her lips he could not have caught it. Not you, that would make him madder'n ever. You go away, hide you somewheres, quick. No, said Raven, I shan't hide, I will hide you, come along. He took her by the arm, and though she was remonstrating breathlessly, hurried her to the left. They passed the 3 firs at the turn, and he smiled a little, noting Jerry's good road and thinking there was some use in this combined insistence on his following the steps of Old Crow. There was the hut, in its rough kindliness, and there, the smoke told him, was a fire. Jerry had been up that morning, because Charlotte must have known he would come there the first thing, still smoothing the road to Old Crow. He had been fumbling with one hand for the key, the while he kept the other on her arm. She was so terrified a creature now that he did not trust her not to break blindly away and run. He unlocked the door, pushed her in, closed and locked it. Then he dropped the key in his pocket and went back to the wood road. With a sudden thought, he took his knife from his pocket and tossed it down the road into a little heap of brush. Meanwhile the man was coming nearer, and as he came he called, "Hullo." Raven, waiting for him, speculated on the tone. What did it mean? It was a breathless tone, though not in any manner like the woman's. It was as if he had run and stumbled and caught himself up, and all the time been strangled from within by rage or some like madness. The woman's breathlessness had simply meant life's going out of her with sheer fright. Now the man was coming up the slope, bent at the shoulders, as if he carried a heavy load or as if almost doubling himself helped him to go the faster. He was a thin man with long arms and he carried an axe. Raven called to him, "Hullo there, take a look as you come along and see if you can find my knife." The man stopped short, straightened and looked at him. Meantime Raven, bending in his search, went toward him, scrutinizing the road from side to side. He had a good idea of the fellow in the one glance he gave him. A pale, thin face, black eyes with a strange spark in them, a burning glance like the inventors or the fanatics, and black hair. It was an ascetic face, and yet there was passion of an unnamed sort ready to flash out and do strange things, overthrow the fabric of an ordered life perhaps, or contradict the restraint of years. He stood motionless until Raven, still searching, had got within 3 feet of him. Then he spoke. "Who be you?" He had a low voice, agreeable, even musical. Raven concluded he must have been strangely moved to break into that mad hullo. It had been more, he thought, that wild repetition with the echo throwing it back, like the Gabriel hounds. But Raven took no notice of the question. He spoke with a calculated peevishness. "I am willing to bet my knife is within 3 feet, and see how the confounded thing's hidden itself. It was right along here. Let me take your axe and I will blaze a tree." The man, without a word, passed him the axe and Raven notched a sapling. Then, still holding the axe, he turned to the man with a smile. No one had ever told him what a charming smile it was. Anne used to wonder, in her dignified anguishes of love forbidden, if she could ever make him understand how he looked when he smiled. "Well," said Raven, "who may you be?" "My name's Tenny," said the man in the low, vibrant voice. "Oh-ho," said Raven, remembering Charlotte's confidences. Then, as Tenny frowned slightly and glanced at him in a questioning suspicion, he continued, "Then we are neighbours. My name's Raven." The man nodded. "They said you were common," he remarked. He held out his hand for the axe. Raven, loath to give it to him, yet saw no excuse for withholding it. After all, she was safely locked in. So he tossed the axe and Tenny caught it lightly and was turning away. But he stopped, considered a moment, looking down at the ground, and then, evidently concluding the question had to be put, broke out, and Raven thought shamefacedly, "You seen anything of her up here?" "Her," Raven repeated, though he knew the country shyness over family terms. "Yes, my woman." "Your wife," insisted Raven. "I do not believe I know her. No, I am sure I do not. I have been away several years. On the road, you mean? No, not a soul." A swift rage passed over Tenny's face. It licked it like a flash of evil light, and Raven thought he saw how dangerous he could be. "No," he said, "I do not mean on the road. I mean in the woods." "Up here," persisted Raven. "No, certainly not. This is no place for a woman. A woman would have to be off her head to come traipsing up here in the snow. Is that what you were yelling about? I thought you were a catamount at least." He laughed. He had an idea, suddenly conceived, that the man, having a keen sense of personal dignity, was subject to ridicule, and that a laugh would be salutary for him. And he was right. Tenny straightened, put his axe over his shoulder and walked away down the hill. Roman knight. Raven stood looking after him a minute and then began an ostentatious search for his knife, went to the little pile of brush and saw the steel tip of the handle shining therein, pulled the brush aside to get it. As he was rising with it in his hand, he saw Tenny turn and look back at him. He held up the knife and called, "I have got it." Tenny, not answering even by a sign, went on over the rise and disappeared below. Then Raven, after lingering a little to make sure he did not reappear, turned up the slope and into the path at the left, and so came again to the hut. He unlocked the door and went in. She was sitting by the fire and the child was on the floor, staring rather vacuously at his little fingers, as if they interested him but not much. The woman was looking at the child, but only in a mechanical sort of way, as if it were her job to look, and she did it without intention even when the child was safe. But she was also watching the door, waiting for him. It was in an agony of expectation, and her eyes questioned him the instant he stepped in. "Warm enough?" he inquired, as incidentally he hoped, as if it were not unusual to find her here. "Let me throw on a log." He did throw on too, and the fire answered. The solemn child, who proved at closer view to have an unusual beauty of pink cheeks, blue eyes, and reddish hair, did not intermit his serious gaze at his fingers. When Raven had put on the logs and dusted himself off, he found himself at a loss. How should he begin? Was Tenny, with his catamount yells and his axe, to be ignored altogether, or should he reassure her by telling her the man had gone? But she herself began. "I suppose," she said, in the eloquent low voice that seemed to make the smallest word significant, "you think it's funny." Raven knew what sense the word was meant to convey. "No," he said, "not in the least. It's pretty bad for you, though," he added gravely, on second thought that he might. She made a little gesture with her hand. It was a beautifully formed hand, but reddened with work. The gesture was as if she threw something away. "He will not hurt me," she said. "No," Raven returned, "I should hope not." He drew up a chair to the hearth and was about to take it when she spoke again. The blood ran into her cheeks as she did it, and she put her request with difficulty. It seemed to Raven that she was suddenly engulfed in shame. "Should you just as soon," she asked, "take the key inside and lock the door?" She put it humbly, and Raven rose at once. "Of course," he said, "good idea." He locked the door and came back to his chair, and she began, never omitting to share her attention with the child. "I know who you be. It's too bad this has come upon you. I will have to ask you not to let it go any further." Raven was about to assure her that nothing had come upon him, and then he bethought himself that a great deal had. She had looked to him like the mother of sorrows, and though the shock of that vision was over, she seemed to him now scarcely less touching in her beautiful maternity and her undefended state. So he only glanced at her and said gravely, "Nobody will know anything about it from me." After all, he was bound to reassure her if he could. "I've nothing to tell." Her face flashed into an intensity of revolt against any subterfuge. The matter was so terrible. "Why, yes, you have," said she. "Israel Tenny chased his woman up into the woods with an axe, and you heard him yellin' after her. That's God's truth." Raven felt rising in him the rage of the natural man, a passion of protection for the woman who is invincibly beautiful yet physically weak. And she went on, "You might ha' seen him out there, axe and all." "Oh," said Raven, as if it were of no great account, "I did see him." "Oh, my soul," she breathed, "you see him? I am glad you come in. He might ha' asked you if you had seen me." He 999. This was a new terror, and she was undone. "How would you do it?" she asked breathlessly. "You must ha' put it better'n I could, or he would be here now." "I did not put it," said Raven easily. "I lied, and he went off down the hill." Extravagant as it seemed, he did get an impression like a flash that she was disappointed in him because he had lied. But this was no time for casuistry. There were steps to be taken. "You will not go back to him," he said, and said it definitively as if it were a matter he had thought out, said it like a command. She stared at him. "Not go back to him," she repeated. "Why, I have got to go back to him. I have got to go home. Where do you expect I am goin' if I do not go home?" "Have not you any people?" Raven asked her. "Cannot you go to them?" She laughed a little softly, showing fine white teeth. The spell of her beauty was moving to him. He might never, he thought, have noticed her at all in other circumstances, if he had not seen her there in the woods and felt her need knock at his heart with the imperative summons of the outraged maternal. Was this the feeling rising in him that had made his mother's servitude to his father so sickening in those years gone by? Was the old string still throbbing? Did it need but a woman's hand to play upon it? And yet must he not have noted her wherever they had met? Would not any man? "I have got 4 brothers," she said. "They would laugh at me. They would tell me I would married well and got a better home than any of them could scrape together if they begun at the beginnin' and lived their lives over. There's nothin' in Israel Tenny to be afraid of, they would tell me, and there ain't for them." "No," said Raven quietly. He felt an intense desire to feel his way, make no mistakes, run no risk of shutting off her confidence. It's a different thing for you. Now she turned her face more fully upon him, in a challenging surprise. Why, she said, I ain't afraid except for him. By the smallest motion of her hand she indicated the child, who was now in sudden sleepiness, toppling back against the wall. Put him up here, said Raven, indicating the couch. He opened the folded rug, and held it until she had disposed the little lax figure among the pillows. Then she took the rug from him and covered the child, with quick, capable movements of her beautiful worn hands. Raven, watching her, felt a clutch at his throat. Surely there was nothing in the known world of plastic action so wonderful as these movements of mothers' hands in their work of easing a child. With a last quick touch on the rug, drawing it slightly away from the baby cheek, she returned to her chair and Raven again took his. He was afraid lest she repent her open-mindedness toward him and talk no more, but she was looking at him earnestly. It was evidently a part of her precautionary foresight that he should know. Did she think he could help her? His blood quickened at the thought. It seemed enough to have lived for in so brutal a world. She veered for a moment from her terror to the necessity for justifying herself. You needn't think, she said, almost aggressively, I would talk to everybody like this. He was holding himself down to a moderation he knew she wanted, and replied, No, of course not, but you can talk to me. Yes, she said, I can. She dismissed that, having said it, as if she saw no need of finding the underlying reasons they were both going by. You see, she said, it's the baby. When he gets one o' them spells, it's the baby he pitches on. Raven picked out from her confusion of pronouns the fact that Tenny in his spells incredibly threatened the baby. Do not you think, he said, you make too much of it, I mean, as to the baby. He would not hurt his own child. Again the blood ran into her cheeks, and she looked a suffering so acute that Raven got up and walked through the room to the window. It seemed an indecency to scan the anguished page of her face. That's it, she said, in a strangled voice. When he has his spells he do not believe the baby's his. God, muttered Raven. He turned and came back to her. You do not mean to live with him, he said. You cannot, you must not, the man's a brute. She was looking up at him proudly. But she said, baby is his own child. Good God, of course it is, broke out Raven in a fever of impatience. Of course it's his child. You do not need to tell me that. Then, incredibly, she smiled and two dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, and altered her face from a mask of tragic suffering to the sweetest playfulness. You must not say it, she reproved him. You must say anybody'd know you ain't a family man. Raven stood looking at her a moment, his own smile coming. Then he sat down in his chair. He wanted to tell her how game she was and there seemed no way to manage it. But now he could ask her questions. Her friendliness, her amazing confidence had opened the door. Exactly what do you mean? He asked, yet cautiously, for even after her own avowals he might frighten her off the bough. Does he drink? She looked at him reprovingly. No, indeed, she said. He's a very religious man. The devil he is. Raven found himself muttering, remembering the catamount yells and the axe. Then what, he continued, with as complete an air as he could manage of taking it as all in the day's work. What do you mean by his spells? She was silent a moment. Her mind seemed to be going back. He gets mad, she said slowly. Crazy, kind of. It's when he looks at baby and baby looks different to him. Different? How different? Why, she said, in a burst of pride, turning for an instant to the little figure on the couch, baby's got awful cunnin' little ways. And he's got a little way o' looking up sideways, kind o' droll, and when he does that and Mr. Tenny sees ither. Raven glanced at her quickly, wondering what accounted for her being so scrupulous with her Mr. Tenny, cannot help noticin' it, and he cannot help thinkin' how baby ain't coloured like either of us, we are both dark. There she stopped at last in irreparable confusion, and Raven was relieved. How could he let her, he had been thinking, go on with the sordid revelation? When he spoke, it was more to himself than to her, but conclusively. The man's a beast. No, he ain't, said she indignantly. Baby's light-complected, you see he is, and I am dark and so's Mr. Tenny, and I told him about me before we were married and he thought he could stand it then, but we went over to the county fair and he see him. He come up and spoke to him, that man did, spoke to us both, and Mr. Tenny looked at him as if he never meant to forget him, and he ain't forgot him, not a minute since. He's light-complected, blue eyes and all, and he stood there, that man did, talkin' to us, kinder laughin' and bain funny, and all to scare me out o' my life for fear o' what he would say. He did not say a word he had not ought to, and when he would had his joke he walked off. But he had just that way o' looking up kinder droll, and baby's got it. Mr. Raven, for God's sake tell me why my baby's got to look like that man. She was shaking him into a passion as unendurable as her own. He had never felt such pity for any human being, not even the men blinded and broken in the war. And he understood her now, even through his belief in her, that sudden belief born of her beauty and her extremity. He had been amazed at her accepting him so absolutely. Now he saw. He was her last hope, and perhaps because he was different from the neighbors to whom she could not speak, she was throwing herself into the arms of his compassion. And she had to hurry lest she might not see him again. He sat there, his hands clenched between his knees, his head bent. He must not look at her. Poor chap, he said finally, his altered thoughts now on Tenny. He's jealous. She broke into a sob that seemed to rend her, and then pulled herself up and sat silent. But he could see, from her shadowy outline through his oblique vision, that she was shaking horribly. Cannot you, he said, make him understand, make him see how tremendously you love him? That was pretty mawkish, he thought as he said it, but he meant volumes more. Flood the man with kindness, open the doors of her beauty and let him see how really incorruptible she was, how loyal, how wronged. For with every minute of her company, he was the more convinced of her inviolate self. Whatever the self had been through, now it was motherhood incarnate. What was she saying to this last? Be nice to him, she asked that kind-o way, and he saw as she did that he had meant her to drown the man's jealous passion in passion of her own. He thinks, she said bitterly, that's the kind-o woman I am. Then he looked with her upon the barricaded road of her endeavour. I cannot even, she said, have the house pretty when he comes home and be dressed up so's he will have a pleasant evening, but he thinks that's the kind-o woman I am. The last she said as if she had said it many times before, and it held the concentrated bitterness of her hateful life, and she added, turning upon him and speaking fiercely as if he had been the one to accuse her, it's true. It is the kind-o woman I am, and I do not want to be. I want to set down with my sewing and watch the baby playin' round. What is it about me? What makes em foller me and offer me things and try, one way or another, to bring me down? What is it? She was panting with the passion of what seemed an accusation of him with all mankind. He added one more to his list of indictments against nature as God had made it. Here she was, a law innocent, he could have sworn, backed up against the defences of her ignorance, and the whole machinery of nature was moving upon her, seeking, with its multitudinous hands, to pull her in and utilize her for its own ends. Never mind, he said harshly. Do not try to understand things. You cannot, we cannot, any of us. Only I will tell you how you looked to me that first minute. You looked like the Virgin Mary, Mother of Christ. She shrank a little. He had touched, he saw, innocent prejudices. Are you a Roman Catholic? She asked. No, he said, not that nor anything. But you see how good you look to me. It does not hurt any of us to be Catholic if we are good. I did not mean anything, she said humbly, only there ain't many round here. You say your husband is religious. Does he go to church? Yes, she answered soberly, and also with a kind of wonder at a man's accomplishing so dull an observance. We go twice every Sunday, and Sunday school and even in meetin' besides. Do you like it? No, she said, looking rueful as if trusting he might forgive her. I get sleepy. At this Raven laughed and she glanced at him mildly, as if wondering what he had found to please him. He had been thinking. Now, he said, we must plan what you are going to do. You will not let me send you and the baby away to stay a while. She shook her head. Then what are we going to do? Cannot you let me go to him and tell him, man to man, what an infernal fool he is? A wild alarm flew into her face. No, no, she said. What is going to happen? You cannot go home. Oh yes, I can, said she. I always do. It works off. Maybe it's worked off now. He gets all wore out actin' the way he does, and then he's terrible scared for fear I have made way with myself, and he's all bowed down. Oh, said Raven, and you have got him where you want him, and you settle down and wait for another spell. How long do you generally stay away? Long's I can, she answered simply, till I am afraid baby'll get cold. I keep his little things where I can catch em up and run, but sometimes he most gets a chill. The yearning of anxiety in her voice was intense enough, he thought, to balance the grief of all the mothers bereft by Herod. I do not see, he said, how you get up here anyway. You must come by the road. Why does not he follow you? The slow red surged into her face. She was hesitating. There was evidently worse to come. He gets so mad, she said, with frequent pauses between the words. He do not stay in the house after he's had a spell. I guess he do not dare to. He's afraid of what he will do. He goes out and smashes away at the woodpile or suthin', and it's then I catch up the baby and run. I go out the side door and up the road a piece and into the back road. Then I come down the login road the back way and end up here. It's God's mercy, she said passionately. They have broke out that login road, or there would not be any path and he would see my tracks in the snow. Then, said Raven, if he has sense enough to go and work it off on the woodpile, perhaps you are not in any real danger after all. She looked at him piteously. Her eyes narrowed with a frowning return to a scene of terror past and persistently avoided in retrospect. Most always, she said in a low tone, it comes on him again, and then 'fore you know it he's back in the house. Once he brought the axe with him. Baby was in the cradle head split right square across. Good God, said Raven, and you will not let me send you away from here? Why, Mr. Raven, said she, and her voice was only less exquisite in its tenderness than when she spoke of the baby, ain't I married to him? They sat looking at each other, and the suffused beauty of her face was so moving to him that he got up and went to the window and stared out at the tree branches in their winter calm. He made himself stand there looking at them and thinking persistently of them, not of her. She would not bear thinking of, this thing of beauty and need, and at the same time, inexorability of endurance. Unless she would let him help her, he was only driving the hot ploughshare of her misery through his own heart for nothing. So he stood there, mechanically studying the trees and remembering how they would wake from this frozen calm on a night when the north wind got at them and made them thrash at one another in the fury of their destiny. Her voice recalled him. I do not mean, she said, to make you feel bad. I had not ought to put it on anybody else's shoulders anyway. Then Raven realized that the tenderness in her voice was for him. He turned and came back to his place by the fire, but he did not sit. He stood looking at her as she looked anxiously up at him. I will tell you what we will do, he said, for the present anyway. I am going now, and you are to stay here as long as you think best. When you go, lock the door and put the key under the flat stone out by the step. I often leave the key there. I will make sure the stone is not frozen down. Now you understand, do not you? You are to come up here whenever you like. If there is not a fire, you are to build one. Nobody will disturb you. Jerry will not be cutting up here. I will send him down into the lower woods. But she said in evident concern, I cannot do that. You come up here to write your books. Mr. Tenney said so when he was tellin' me who all the neighbours were. He said you had the shack repaired so's to write your books. Raven smiled. Books seemed far removed from this naked face of life. I am not writing books now, he said. I am just hanging round. I may go over and see your husband, ask him to do some work for me. The quick look of alarm ran into her face. Oh, she breathed, you will not. No, he answered steadily, I will not say a word about you. Of course I shan't, and I will not to anybody. And she broke in tumultuously, if you should see me, oh, it's an awful thing to say, after what you have done for me this day, but you will not act as if you ever see me before. That was the only wisdom Raven saw, but a band seemed to tighten about his heart. Deny her before men, she whom he had not yet untangled from the rapt vision of their meeting. No, he said, I will not even look at you. Now I am going, I will loosen up the stone. She rose to her imposing height and came to him where he stood, his hand on the latch. Her eyes brimmed. In the one glance he had of her, he thought such extremity of gratitude might, in another instant, break in a flood of words. Go back, he said, where nobody can see you when I open the door. Jerry may have taken a notion to come up. She turned obediently, and he did not look at her again. He opened the door and stepped out. The stone was there beside the larger one below the sill. He bent and wrenched it up from the ground where the frost was holding it, and with such unregarding force that the edges hurt his hands. He smiled a little at the savage satisfaction of the act, wondering if this was how Tenney felt when he smashed away at the wood. Then he remembered that the key was inside, tapped on the door, opened it and spoke to her. You would better lock the door, keep it locked till you go. She was sitting before the fire, her head bent almost to her knee, her face in her hands. He closed the door and waited until he heard her step and the turning of the key. Then he strode out into the logging road and down the slope. One certainty surged and trembled in him, that he had never been so sorry for anybody in his life. Raven, determinedly shedding his emotion, plunged fast down the hill and into the house where Charlotte was busy in a steam of fragrances from stove and cooking table, and Jerry sat smoothing an axe helve. See here, said Raven, pulling off his gloves and advancing to the stove, where Jerry, looking mildly up, made room for him. Are you thinning out up on the ridge? Jerry nodded. That's what you wrote, said he. I have changed my mind, said Raven. It looks mighty well up there as it is, for the present anyway. Did not you say there was a lot of grey birch that needed to go down in the river pasture? Again Jerry nodded, and Charlotte, evidently not finding this definite enough, put in. Why yes, Jerry, seems to me you said so. 'Twas in that letter you had me write. Well, said Raven, I want you to get at the river woods. I want 'em cleaned up. Could not you get somebody to help you? That man Tenny, how about him? Jerry, confronted by haste and emergency, 2 flying visitants he never could encounter adequately, opened his mouth and looked at Charlotte. Why yes, said she, he's a great hand to work. You said so yourself, Jerry, only last week. Then what if we should hire him, said Raven. What if I should go up and ask him now? Jerry was slowly coming to. He's been by here today, said he, axe in his hand, went as if he's sent for, then he went back. Well, that was an hour or more ago, said Charlotte. You says to me, where's he been, says you. Yes, he's got home long for this, you will find him summers round home. All right, said Raven, do not go up on the ridge again, Jerry, I want it left as it is. He hurried out through the shed and Charlotte and Jerry exchanged glances, his entirely bemused and she sympathetically tender. Course he do not want you cuttin' on the ridge, she said. He's goin' up there to write his books, I should think you could see that. For Charlotte, when no third person was by to observe Jerry's sloth at the uptake, had methods of her own to keep him mentally alive. If he did lag a pace behind, it was his secret and hers, and sometimes between themselves, it was wholesome to recognize it. Raven walked at top speed. He could not, at his utmost, get to Tenny soon enough. It was true, he was under vow not to assault or accuse him, but it seemed to him the woman would not be even intermittently safe unless the man were under his eye. As the picture of her flashed again to his mind, sitting by his hearth, her head bowed in grief unspeakable, he wondered what he should call her. Surely not in his rage against Tenny by Tenny's name. She was the woman, she was the pitiful type of all suffering womanhood. There was the house, rather narrow in build but painted white with green blinds. The narrowness gave it a look of unwelcoming meagreness, this although it was of a good size. Raven wondered why some minds ran to pointed roofs, inhospitable to the eye. This looked to him like Tenny, his idea of him. The barn was spacious and beautiful in silver grey, and the woodpile, Raven decided ironically, a marvel of artistic skill. He had never seen such a big woodpile, so accurately trimmed at the corners, so perfect in the face of an extended length. It must, he judged, represent a good many hours of jealous madness, if it was entirely the product of those outbreaks when Tenny went out to smash wood. And there, round one corner of the pile, was Tenny himself. Raven realized that he had not expected to find him. Actually, he had believed the man was raging over snowy hillsides somewhere about, armed with his axe and uttering those catamount cries. Tenny was not at work. He was standing perfectly still, looking up the road. "Hullo," called Raven, turning into the yard, and the man jerked back a step and then stopped and awaited him. It was not a step actually. His feet did not leave the ground. His whole body seemed thrown out of position to recover instantly. Raven, watching him as he traversed the few steps between them, decided that he was uncontrollably nervous, frightened too, perhaps, at what his apprehensive mind pictured. And that was good for him. What was Tenny, according to his look? Raven, scrutinizing him as he approached, determined to know something more than he had caught from those preoccupied minutes in the woods. How, if he had his pen in hand, would he describe Israel Tenny for one of the folk tales and had so persistently urged him to? A thin, tall man with narrow shoulders, and yet somehow giving an impression of great wiry strength. He had a boldly drawn line of profile, hair black and glossy, and as Raven saw with distaste, rather long under his hat, vertical lines marking his cheeks, lines deeper than seemed justified by his age. And as he had noted before, his eyes were also black with a spark in them. What was the spark? It was, Raven concluded again in this quick scrutiny, like that in the eyes of inventors and visionaries. He wore clothes so threadbare that it seemed as if he must have been cold, but they were patched with a scrupulous nicety that made some revulsion in Raven rise up and dramatically spur him to a new resentment. She had patched them. Her faithful needle had spent its art on this murderer of her peace. He had reached the woodpile now, and Tenny came a step forward. "Great woodpile you have got here," said Raven. Tenny put out his hand and rested it on one of the sticks. He might have been caressing a pet dog. "Stove wood length," he said briefly. Then he seemed to feel some curiosity over being sought out after their meeting on the rise and asked, "Do you find your knife?" "Why, yes," said Raven. "Did not you see me hold it up to you?" Tenny nodded, frowning. He seemed to conclude he was giving himself away, showing more interest in the stranger than the stranger had in any way earned. But he asked another question. It leaped from him. He had to ask it. "Do you see anybody up round there after I come down?" Raven shook his head, looking, he hoped, vague. "I came down myself," he said. I had to talk with Jerry about his thinning out. The eagerness faded from Tenny's face. I did not see Jerry up there this morning. He volunteered in an indifferent contribution toward the talk. No, said Raven. You will not see him up there at all after this for a spell, that is. I write, books. I like to go up to the hut to work. Not so likely to be interrupted there. I do not want chopping going on. Tenny, with a quick lift of the head, looked at him questioningly. Raven saw anger also in the look, at last anger ready to spring. Both men had the same thought. Tenny wondered if the owner of the wood was going to taunt him again with yelling like a catamount, and Raven did actually put aside an impulse toward it. "Do you come over here to forbid my goin' up in your woods?" Tenny inquired. "No," said Raven. "I came to ask you if you could help Jerry do some thinning out in the river pasture. I am rather in a hurry about that." "Why, yes," Tenny began. Then he added breathlessly, as if another part of his mind, the suffering, uncontrolled part, broke in on his speech. "Not yet, though. I cannot do anything yet, not till I see how things turn." Raven thought he understood. Tenny could settle to nothing until he knew when his wife was coming back, or whether she was coming at all. Now that the vision of her had entered on their stage, he was conscious of answering coldly. "All right, you can make up your mind and go over and see Jerry. He will arrange it with you." On these words he was about turning away when he found Tenny suddenly oblivious of him. The man's thin face was quivering into a pathetic disorder, flushed quite beyond his control. He neither heard Raven nor saw him, though he did speak brokenly. "There," he said, "there she is now." Raven, turning, followed his gaze, directed up the road, not the way he had come. There she was, walking toward them with swift, long steps, the child held with the firmness that still seemed a careless buoyancy, as he had seen her in the woods. She had come home as she went the back way. Raven could have stood there through the long minute, motionless, waiting for her to come to him, for it seemed as if it were to him she came, not Tenny. But he recalled himself with a brusqueness so rough and sudden that it was as if he gave himself a blow. That last glance had shown him she had nothing more to fear from Tenny, for this time at least. The man had been horribly frightened at her going. Now he was under her heel. Raven did not give her another look. He turned homeward and called back to Tenny loudly enough for her to overhear him and be under no apprehension as to what had passed. "Make up your mind, then come and talk it over with Jerry. It's chopping, you understand, grey birches down in the river pasture." Tenny did not answer, and Raven, striding along the road, listened with all possible intentness to hear whether husband and wife spoke together. He thought not, but he did hear the closing of a door. Thyatarathis was her name, and she was called Tura past her husband apparently without a glance. Nevertheless she had in approaching become adequately aware of his disordered look, and the fact of it calmed her to a perfect self-possession. She could always, even from one of these fleeting glimpses, guess at the stage his madman's progress had reached, and the present drop in temperature restored her everyday sense of safety. With it came a sudden ebbing of energy and endurance. The spell was over for the time, but her escape from the shadow of it left her nerveless and almost indifferent to its returning, apathetic, too, to her tormentor. Going in, she closed the door behind her, apparently not noticing that he followed her, and when he opened it and came in, she was sitting in his great chair by the fire, taking off the baby's coat, and with the capable, anxious mother motion, feeling the little hands. Tenny came up to her and the child, turning at his step, looking up at him solemnly. Tira's heart seemed to contract within her. This was the very glance, looking up kinder droll, that had brought on the storm. But for Tenny it evidently meant something now that fitted his mood of passionate anxiety to get back into the warm security of domestic peace. "You lemme take him," he said, "whilst you get off your things. You will catch your death o' cold carrying on so." The last he had to add. She was, his defensive inner mind told him, all wrong in flying out of the house like a crazed creator when she might have stayed and told him, just told him, whether she was the kind of woman he, at these unheralded mad moments, thought she was. That was the undercurrent always in his mind. If she would not be so still and hateful, if she would only tell him, she might have some pity on a man, that defensive inner mind advised him, when she saw him all worked up. But the minute he warned her the devil of doubt was again tempting him, she began to freeze up and would not speak to him at all. No wonder, with that devil inside whispering to him and hounding him on, no wonder he said things and trembled here and dared not follow out that thought and was afraid he might do things. But she shook her head at his offer of taking the child. "You might go and cut a slice o' ham," she said wearily. "It's most dinner time, we might's well have that as anything." But the baby reached out and closed his little fingers about Tenny's thumb. Tenny stood there, his heart swelling within him at the contrast between the child's forgivingness and her cruelty. Now she had the child's outer things off, and she rose with them in one hand, carrying the child on the other arm, and it was her movement that dragged the little fingers away and broke that significant clasp on Tenny's thumb. How hateful she could be, he thought, his heart swelling more and more. He stood where she left him, and she went to the low couch and set the baby down there, and put into his hand a formless doll she wanted him to love. He never really noticed it, but she felt he would sometime love the doll. Then she glanced, with the air of being recalled to a wearisome routine, at the table in the middle of the floor. It meant ham and eggs. It seemed also to occur to her that she had not taken off her cloak, and she hung it on its nail behind the door. Soon, as Tenny, still motionless there by the stove, seemed mutely accusing her, mutely imploring her not to be cruel, she did turn and look at him. The thought of Raven was uppermost in her mind. It had been there every minute since she had gone into his house in the woods, but now it roused compellingly, stronger than even her present apprehension. Most of all, she was penetrated by a wonder almost greater than any emotion she had ever felt, at having laid before him at once and without persuasion the story of her life. Why should she have told him? She would have said no decent woman could betray her husband to another man. It was entirely mysterious, and she gave it up. But there was behind the wonder a dazzling sense that he was different, as he had told her that strange thing she hardly dared think of now, because it seemed as if she must have misunderstood him, the thing about her looking so good and wonderful when he came upon her. So he, in his kindness and compassion, his implication of assuming a mysterious responsibility for her, seemed unbelievably good. Not a citizen of this bleak neighborhood or even the world. Her mind, though stumblingly, ran as far as that, and more astounding still, the real miracle was that he had been sent for this, to save her. And at that moment of dazed reflection, it all meant the passionate necessity of obeying him. He had bade her show her husband how she loved him. Seeing the man was jealous, he had pitied him. Perhaps she had not thought, since these last apprehensive days with Tenny, whether she loved him or not. He had simply, at the times of recurrent tragedy, been the terror within the house, and she had lived a life of breathless consecration to the one task of saving the child. Did she love him? Raven had assumed she did, and in her devotion to him she must in some form obey. Almost it seemed to her there would be shame in not loving her husband if Raven expected it of her. None of these things were formulated in her mind. They were only shadowy impulses, like the forces of nature persuading, impelling her. She had no words, she had scarcely, as to the abstractions she dimly felt and never saw, any reasoned thought. But she did have an unrecognized life of the emotions, and this was surging in her now. She stood for a second looking at Tenny, the distended beauty of her eyes like a question, a challenge. She seemed, though this neither of them could know, to be beseeching him to tell her what treatment he deserved of her, or what would make their case whole. They were simple people, these two, but she had leaped, without knowing it herself, to a new plane of life. She was still with Raven in the hut, trying to speak his language, follow out his thought for her. She gave a little quick rush across the room, and to Tenny's overwhelming surprise, her hands were on his shoulders, her face so close to his that her sweet breath fanned him. He had never seen her so. She had to be pursued, coaxed, tired out with persuasion before she would even accept the warmth he too often had for her. "Israel," she said, "Israel, Tenny. If you ever again so long as you live think wrong o' that baby there, you will be the wickedest man on God's earth." His arms closed about her and she stood passive, yet she wanted to free herself. Did she love him? The question Raven had seemed to illuminate kept beating on in her tired head. Did she love him? And as Tenny's arms clung closer and his lips were on hers, she threw back her head and cried violently. "No, I do not." "Do not what?" he asked, releasing her slightly, and she drew away from him, and still obeying Raven, made one disordered effort at assurance. "If you think her," she stopped. She could not go on. It had always seemed to her a wrong to the baby to put the vile suspicion into words. "If you think," she tried again, "what you said this morning, O Israel, I have been as true to you as you are to your God." He was religious, she often told herself, chiefly in her puzzled musings after a spell was over, and this was the strongest vow she could imagine. But it disconcerted him. "There, there," he said, "do not say such things." Evidently the name of God was for Sundays, but he was uneasily reassured. He was, at least in a way of sense, delighted. He put his face to hers and thickly bade her kiss him. He was not for the moment horrible to her unconsenting will. Rather, she found herself rejoicing. When she could escape from him and she felt no fear, her wild belief in herself was so great she thought she could dance and sing. For now she knew she did not love him, and it made her feel so free. Always there had been some uneasy bond, first with the man who cajoled her to her heartbreak and the miserable certainty that, whatever magic was in a good name, it was hers no more. And then with Tenny, whom she had followed humbly, gratefully, because he had been so kind and told her nothing mattered if she would marry him. But now she felt a sudden snapping of the bond, and she knew that in her mind, at least in her moments of solitude with the baby, she could dance upon the hills of life. It was an entirely new sense of ecstasy, a thrilling of her blood. She laughed out, a low, excited laugh, and put him from her and called gaily, "You slice the ham, and I will get out some eggs." Tenny stared at her a minute, perplexed and wondering. Then his face relaxed slightly. It might have been said he smiled. There was apparently a good feeling in the house, such as he had never been able to create. She had always been kind, conformable, but she had never laughed like this, nor in his sight taken up the baby and tossed him until he, too, laughed gurglingly. She cooked the dinner, and Tenny, not able to take himself out of her bewildering presence, hung about and watched her, and when the baby began to fret for food, took him up and walked with him until Tira was free. And while they ate dinner, the baby slept again on the lounge, for the cradle, grim witness Tenny could not bring himself to look at now, had been moved into the bedroom. "Do you see that feller jest goin' when you come into the yard?" Tenny asked her, when his first hunger was over and he leaned back in his chair to look at her where she sat, only picking at her food. He thought anxiously. She seemed queer to him today, with the rapt, exalted look of one who had seen strange things and been tired by them, the tremulous eloquence of her lips. She was, he owned to himself, yet not with any satisfaction, because any smallest allurement in her lessened his chance of keeping her faith inviolate, a likely-looking woman. "I wish," he said irritably, out of his uneasiness over her, "you would eat suthin. You are all beat out." She smiled at him. She felt kindly toward him as to a part of the world that had at least begun to show its softer side to her. "No," she said, "I ain't beat out." "Do you see him?" he pursued, his thoughts recurring to Raven. "Yes," she responded, in a low tone, "I see him." "'Twas Raven. You knew he was common up to stay a spell. Do not you remember I see Jerry and he told me. He wants me to go down in his river pasture choppin', all of a hue to get at it. Just like them city folks. If a thing comes into their head they will shake the footstool but they will get it." "Yes," said Tira, "I think es likely." She got up to bring the pie, warming in the oven, and when her back was toward him, she allowed herself a smile, happy, unrestrained, at Raven's thought for her. She knew why Tenny was to be drawn off down to the river pasture. This was a part of Raven's understanding and his beneficence. "You goin'?" she asked, returning to her chair. "Yes," said Tenny, "might es well." When he had eaten, he went out to his chores, and she cleared the table and walked about the house with a light step. She had been working heavily of late, with a dull mind, but now there seemed to be a reason for doing every task as perfectly as it could be done. There was not a suspicion in her mind that Raven had a charm for her, or that she could possibly have a charm for him. He had simply opened a window for the light to come in. He had shown her the door of escape. This was the first simple kindness she had ever had. When she was little, the family life had been a disorderly struggle for bare existence, and as she grew into an ignorant girlhood she began to be angrily conscious that she herself, she who did not recognize the power of her own beauty, and with it the strange force that lay beneath it like a filter for man's undoing, was an object of pursuit by men made mad through passions she hated. She had the simplest tastes, the most inconsiderable desires. She would go off by herself then and spend a day wandering about the woods, cooling her feet in brooks, sleeping under a tree. No man could make her happiness completer, hanging about her steps, staring her down with bold, impudent eyes. She even thought, in a formless way, for she had no orderly inner life of wonder and conclusion, whether she should have taken refuge with the light-haired man who was now driving Tenny to madness, if he had not had that drollery of looking at you, like a boy really, who cared only for a boy's fitful fun. But he was not kind. The kindness had been only to lure her into trusting him, just as Tenny's had turned into a rage of abusive jealousy. Raven's kindness was different. It was not in any degree personal to her. She knew he would have been as merciful to a squirrel caught in a trap, and the scars of his own mental sufferings and restraints had done something to him, something inexplicable that made him wonderful in her eyes. He seemed, too, all-powerful. He was that miraculous combination of the human guide and heavenly helper, with the wisdom to understand earthly trouble and the power to administer what remedy there might be. Tenny did not come in until supper time. He had been over to Raven's, he told her, and seen Jerry about the chopping. They were going in the morning early. She made no reply. She was still at peace in the thought of Raven's kindness, but the turmoil of the day had told on her, and she was so tired that she could scarcely drag herself about. Her eyes kept closing as she moved. Tenny was still expectantly eager for an awakening of her leniency. At 8 o'clock he brought out the Bible and stiffened himself into the rigidity that was the mail for his spiritual combats. He was always referring to himself, at these times of religious observance, as a servant of the cross, and Tira used wearily to wonder whether he felt obliged to arrange himself for combats that, so far as she knew, never seemed to come off. There was a mysterious adversary he was always describing with an apprehension that made her wonder if Israel could really be afraid, and if that was why he announced so belligerently that he was ready for him. Neither of them thought of the combat as being simply the grim fight the will of men is doomed to on the dark plane of man's mysterious sojourn. It seemed to them outside somewhere, dramatic, imminent, and yet, if you prayed loudly enough and read your chapter, not certain to happen at all. At least this seemed to be what Tenny thought, and Tira, when she dwelt upon it, sleepily followed him. Tonight he was reading in Revelation, and when he had finished that, he would begin in due course at Genesis, and go on with an iron persistency of accomplishment as methodical as ploughing a field. Tira, sitting at her side of the hearth, heard through drowsy ears the incomprehensible vision of the tree of life with its 12 manner of fruits, and when Israel shut the Bible with an air of virtuous finality, she came awake and sat guiltily upright. "You have been asleep," he accused her frowningly. "Anybody'd think you could keep yourself awake over the word, oh God." Tira leaned back in her chair and yawned with the simplicity of the natural animal. Tenny caught his breath. The redness of her mouth and the gleam of her teeth was so bewitching to him. He got up and carried away the Bible. When he came back from the best room, she was moving about, setting away chairs and then brushing up the few chips on the hearth. "I am beat out," she acknowledged with a wistful look at him, half-deprecating humility. "I guess I will poke off to bed." "Yes," said Tenny, "let's go." At that minute there was a little waking call from the bedroom off the sitting room. Tenny gave her a startled glance. "Why," he said, "you got him in there." They had been used to keeping the baby covered on the kitchen or the sitting room couch until their own bedtime, and Tenny, preoccupied with his last chore of reading the scriptures, had not noticed that his wife had carried him into the bedroom instead. "Yes," she said with a significant quiet. "I thought 'twas full warmer in the bed. I am going to stay with him." "In there," Tenny repeated, "all night." She nodded at him. The afternoon brightness was again on her face, and for an instant he felt afraid of her. She looked so strange. Then he laughed a little. He thought he understood, and advancing, put a hand on her shoulder and spoke in an awkward tenderness. "Here," said he, "you ain't afraid o' me, be you? Why, I would not no more lay hands on him." He had meant to add that she had reassured him by her disclaimer of the morning, but he could not quite manage that. Words were not his servants. They were his enemies, especially at such times as he was mad with rage. Then they came too fast and got the better of him, and he could hardly ever remember afterward what they were. Tira slipped from under his hand and continued her ordered tasks about the room, but she smiled at him in the friendliest way. "Oh no," she said, "I ain't the leastest mite afraid." She laughed a little, in a manner mystifying to him, for it suddenly seemed to her she should never be afraid of anything again. Tenny stood there, his eyes following her as she moved about the room, and again the thought of her cruelty possessed him. Last of all her orderly deeds, she lighted a little lamp and set it on the table near him. "Do not you forget to blow it out," she warned him. "I am terrible afraid o' fire these winter nights. I will not put out the big lamp yet. I can see to undress by it, and then baby will not wake up." He took his lamp and set it down again and went to the bedroom door, her eyes following him. "I dunno," he said in a strangled voice, "as there's any need o' that in there, for folks to tumble over." He stepped inside, took up the cradle with the telltale gash in the hood, carried it through the kitchen and set it outside the door in the shed. "I will carry it up into the shed chamber tomorrow," he said in the same tortured voice. Then he took his lamp and turned to go. He was as much surprised at himself as she could have guessed. For some reason, and he did not know the reason, could not bear to leave her there in the dark with the silent witness standing by to cry out against him. Yet this he did not think. He only knew he must get the cradle out of the room, and do it quickly. When he had reached the door to the enclosed staircase, her voice halted him so abruptly that the light quivered in his hand. "Israel," it called, "you are real good, do not you be cold. There's a blanket on the foot." But though he hesitated another minute, the voice had nothing more for him, and he went slowly up to bed. As he undressed, his thoughts down there with her, he wondered how her voice could have sounded so gay. In the middle of the night, Tira woke suddenly, with the sense of something near. There was the moon flooding the little room, and in the doorway stood a figure. "That you, Israel?" she called clearly. "Yes," he said, and then hesitated. "You all right?" "Yes," she answered in the same clear voice with something commanding in it now. "We are all right. You go back to bed so's to get your sleep. I will call you if I am up first. Tenny turned away, and she heard his hesitating step through the kitchen and on the stairs. Then, as if this had been as commonplace an interlude in her night as the baby's waking and drowsing off again, she felt herself surging happily away to sleep. Roman 12. Raven, tired to lethargy by the morning's turmoil, stayed in the house until after dinner. He sat by the library fire, a book on his knee, chiefly to convince Charlotte, who would inevitably detect his drop in responsive liveliness, that he was merely absorbed and not moping. Once or twice she did appear at the door, plainly to look at him, but finding he kept his eyes on the page, she did not speak. The life had gone out of him. He wondered at himself for being so fagged, yet it had been a good deal of a strain, that anguish of a creature he was not allowed to help. It was exacting a heavy penalty. He found his mind dwelling on it, look by look, word by word, and finding no relief except in the thought of Tenny in the river pasture chopping. If that came to pass, the woman would be safe for hours she could count upon. That afternoon, Jerry reported that Tenny had been over and promised to appear next morning with his axe. Then Raven went off for a walk along the road skirting the base of the mountain. Possibly he chose it because it led to the woman's old home, and the thought of her was uppermost in his mind. The road itself was still and dark, subdued to a moving silence, it might almost seem, by the evergreens, watchers on the high cliff at the left, and the quiet of the river now under ice on the other side below. He kept on to the stepping stones, at the verge of the scattered settlement of Mountain Brook. They were rough granite at regular distances apart, only the tops of them visible above the ice, and they made the concluding stage of the walk across lots from Wake Hill to Mountain Brook. In spring, the water swirled about them madly, and it was one of the adventures of boyhood for a squad to go over to the stepping stones and leap from one to another without splashing into the foam below. This was playing Moosewood, the Indian who had been found there drowned, whether by his own act because the local palefaces had got his hilltop over beyond, or from prolonged firewater, no one knew. But always he was a noble red man, and one boy acted his despairing part, and the others hunted him across the stones. In the game he always escaped and shinned up the cliff opposite, by fissures the boys of every generation knew, and struck a pose among the evergreens above, whooping down defiance. Raven stopped there and gave a thought to the boy he had been, and then to Anne, who had once taken the walk across lots with him, and who, when he told her how they used to play Moosewood, insisted on crossing, though he had tried to dissuade her, noting her foolish shoes, and aware that she had no adroitness of eye and muscle. But she had a will of steel in these matters, as well as those of the spirit, and would not be prevailed on. 3 of the daring leaps she made from one stone to another, and at the 4th she slipped, and he caught and held her, the delicate slenderness of her, in his arms. He had felt awkward merely and sorry for her, she so overprized doing things superlatively well, and when they reached the bank she was flushed and shaken, and again he was sorry, it seemed so slight a thing to care about. But as he looked down there now he was thinking really about her. He called the woman in his mind. She would not slip. She was as perfectly adapted in every tempered muscle to the rough conditions of natural life as the pioneer women who helped their men clear the wilderness and set hearthstones. It darkened between the firs and they began to stir a little, as if a wind were coming up, and he turned back home, again growing uneasy about her, shut up there with her tormentor and walled about by the dark. He had his supper early, and he did not again invite Charlotte and Jerry to eat with him. Now he felt he should need all the solitude he could get to think out this thing he seemed to have taken upon himself, and keep a grip on his anxiety. After supper he asked Charlotte for blankets and a pillow. She did not look at him, but he was clearly aware that she was worried and would not let him read it in her eyes. "It's all right, Charlotte," he assured her. "I just want some things up there at the hut for the couch, that's all." "You ain't goin' to sleep up there, be you?" she asked quietly. Charlotte, he knew, had felt his mood. She saw he was on edge. "No," he said, "I shall be right back. Only I want to get them up there. Tomorrow I shall be carrying books and things." She got the blankets without a word, venturing only, as she gave them to him. "Jerry'll be as mad as fire with me for not sending him up to Lug M." Raven smiled at her and went off with his load. He carried also his electric torch, and traversing the dark between the moving trees, creaking now and complaining at the door of the hut, he flashed on the light and lifted the stone. The key was there. That gave him a momentary relief. She had understood and done her part toward his task of defending her. He went in, tossed the things over a chair, and lighted one of the candles on the mantel. The hearth was cold, and he piled logs and kindling. Then he put the pillow in its place on the couch and spread the blankets. That was to show her she was to make herself comfortable. The matchbox he placed on the mantel, where it seemed likely her hand would touch it if she thought to feel there, and beside it his torch. It might be a momentary defense against the impalpable terrors of the night, but he was not sure she would feel any terrors, save of the defined and tangible, that he considered absorbedly as he went down the path after placing the key under the stone. It was not that she was insensitive. He felt in her the alert readiness of a perfectly acting nervous system. It showed itself in her self-control, her readiness of courage, her persistent calm. She would not thrill with apprehension over the tapping of those boughs against the walls, only at a voice or a human tread. When he went in at his own door, Charlotte appeared with a quick step from the kitchen. She was relieved, he saw. Dear Charlotte. She did not know how his anxieties were mounting, but she did feel the uneasiness he had brought with him. He tried to throw her off the track of her silent interrogations. I am dog-tired, he told her. I believe I will go to bed. That's right, said she. Your fire's been blazed up quite a while. Do not you know, he called back to her from the stairs, how we always sleep when we first come? I suppose it's the altitude. Yes, said Charlotte, so 'tis anyhow accordin' to Jerry. Raven carried the look of her anxious, warm-coloured face with him. It was all motherly. Yet she had no children. Jerry lived under the daily chrism of that soft well-wishing. And there was the woman up the road, looking like a spiritual mother of men, and strangely, mysteriously, also like the ancient lure that makes men mad, and she had to fight like a tigress for the mere life of her child. The contrast leaped into the kaleidoscopic disorder. He saw now as life like a brilliant, bizarre fragment to make the whole scheme, if the scheme could be even estimated by mortal minds, more disorderly still. But he was tired and he slept. It would be good, he had thought for many weeks now, when he felt himself drifting off to sleep forever. Tonight he did not want that everlasting sleep. He wanted life, life to its full of power and probity, to stand between the woman and her terror. Suddenly he woke and lay, his heart beating hard at the sound of the pines in the grove. Charlotte had done her best to put the breadth of the house between him and their lamenting, but their voices crept round the corner and into his open windows, and invaded his mind. He lay there, the wind on his face, and that sighing melancholy of theirs calling him to an answering sadness of his own. And now it was not his inexplicable panic of disaffection toward the earth as God had made it, but a pageant of darkness where formless terrors moved, all hostile to the woman. At this moment, she seemed to him the point of blinding pain about which the general misery of the world revolved. She was beauty in the flesh. She led the mind to the desire of holy things. At least, that was where she had led his mind. But the cruelty of creation was not content with setting her loose in the world of created things, with the gift of beauty and holiness in her hand. It had veiled her also with the mysterious magic that was simple enough and directly compelling enough to rouse the beast of jealousy, the beast of mastery, in the hearts of men. She did not seem to him an Aphrodite, bearing in her hand the cup of love. There was something childlike about her, something as virginal as in Nan. He could believe she would be endlessly pleased with simple things, that she could be made to laugh delightedly over the trivialities of daily life. But the hand of creation having made her, the brain of creation, that inexorable force bent only on perpetuation, saw she was too good a thing to be lost, too innocently persuasive to the passion of men. So it had thrown over her the veil of mystery, and pronounced against her the ancient curse that she should be desired of many and yet too soft of her heart, too weak in her defences, even to foresee the pitfalls that awaited her wandering feet and would sometime break her bones. This was the worst of all the sleepless hours he had had, and in the morning he was up and out before Charlotte was ready for him. Jerry had breakfasted when Raven came on him in the barn. He expected Tenny to go chopping, and he wanted the chores done to get off early. Raven went in then and told Charlotte he would not have his own breakfast until Jerry had gone. He wanted to say a word to him as to the grey birches, but actually he could not down his impatience to know whether Tenny was coming at all. So he hung about and hindered Jerry with unnecessary talk for a half-hour or so, and while they were standing in the yard together, looking down toward the river pasture, and Raven was specifying with more emphasis than he felt that a fringe of trees should be kept along the mowing, Tenny came. Jerry at once said he would go in and get his dinner pail, and Raven waited for Tenny. This was not the man of yesterday. He carried his axe and dinner pail. He walked alertly, as if his mind were on his day's work, and the pale face had quite lost its livid excitement. It was grave and even sad. Raven, seeing that, wondered if the fellow could feel remorse, and was conscious of a lift in the cloud of his own anxiety. Tenny, not waiting to be addressed, walked straight up to him. He spoke as soon as he was within hearing distance of a tone of ordinary volume, and what he said surprised Raven even more than the catamount calls of yesterday. "Be you saved?" Raven knew the salient country phrases, but so alien was the question to his conception of the man, that he answered perplexedly, What do you mean by saved? Tenny set down his dinner pail, as if it hampered him, and began rhythmically, in the voice of the exhorter. Saved by the blood of the Lamb. Raven stepped back a pace. No, he said coldly, not that I am aware of. Tenny came forward a step, and Raven again backed. There was something peculiarly distasteful in being exhorted by a fellow of unbridled temper and a bestial mind. You are a sinner, said Tenny. If you reject the great atonement, you are lost. Do not you know you be? No, said Raven. He was on the point of turning away when he remembered it was an ill-judged impetuosity he could not afford. It was more important, in this world of persecution and unstable defense, to keep your antagonist busy cutting grey birches. Do you reject him? Tenny, too, had his day's work on his mind, and he spoke rapidly, with a patent show of getting his exhortation done in time to fall into step with Jerry, appearing at the moment, axe in hand. He picked up his dinner pail. Do you reject him? He repeated in his former sing-song. Do you reject Christ crucified? And in spite of the prudence his inner self had counselled, Raven found he was, perhaps only from force of habit augmented by his distaste for the man, answering truthfully. Yes, he said, as you mean it, I do. Jerry in the road had halted and was looking back inquiringly. Tenny started after him. Instead of being rebuffed by Raven's attitude, he seemed to be exhilarated. Raven concluded, as he saw the light of a perhaps fanatical zeal playing over his face, that the fellow took it for a challenge, an incentive to bring one more into the fold. It was something in the nature of a dare. When he went in, Charlotte was about her tasks at the kitchen stove. You are not going to fodder the cattle, you know, he said to her, passing through. I will see to that. Jerry showed me the mow he is using from. I always do, said Charlotte, when he's away all day. I admire to get out there and smell the creators, and hear 'em rattlin' round the stanchions till they see the hay afore 'em. Never mind, said Raven. I will do it today. Then a thought struck him. I wonder, he said, who Tenny leaves to do his chores. Why, said Charlotte, I suppose she does same's I do when I am alone. 'Tain't no great of a job, specially if the hay's pitched round beforehand. Raven, sitting down to his breakfast, thought it a good deal of a task for a woman made for soft, kind ways with children and the small domestic animals by the hearth. And then he did have the humour to laugh at himself a little. It showed how she had unconsciously beguiled him, how she had impressed him with her curious implication of belonging to things afar from this world of homespun usages. She was strong and undeniably homespun herself in every word and look. Let her fodder the cattle. Perhaps they would add to the lonesome tranquillity of her day, with their needs and their sweet-breathed satisfactions. Roman 13. For a week it was hard, clear weather, with a crystal sky and no wind. Tenny appeared in the early mornings, and he and Jerry went off to their chopping. Raven's relief grew. By the last of the week he found his apprehension really lessening. Every hour of her safety gave him new reassurance, and he could even face the nights, the long hours when Tenny was at home. Tenny he took pains not to meet. He distinctly objected to being pressed into a corner by the revivalist cant of a man he could not wisely offend, nor did he see her whom he called the woman. Sometimes in the early dusk after Tenny had got home, he was strongly moved to walk past the house and see if their light looked cheerful, or if he could hear the sound of voices within. Smile at himself as he might, at the childishness of the fancy, he alternately thought of her as being pursued out of the house by a madman with an axe, and exhorted to save herself by the blood of the Lamb, and Tenny being what he was, the last was almost as disquieting as the actual torment. Every morning he went up to the hut to find no slightest sign of her having been there. If he stayed long enough to build a fire, he went back, after it had time to die, and laid another, so that she might light it without delay. On the Saturday night of that week, the wind veered into the east and the clouds banked up. The air had a greyness that meant snow. He had been up at the hut all the afternoon. He had pulled out an old chest, the sea-chest of a long-dead raven who had been marked with sea longing, as it sometimes happens to those bred in the hills, and had run away and become mate and captain. Raven had always been vaguely proud of him, and so, perhaps, had other ravens, for old Crow, when he moved up here, had brought the sea-chest with him, and his own books also were stowed away in it. Old Captain Raven's were entirely consistent with his profession charts, a wonderful flat volume full of the starry heavens, and more enchanting to Raven than any modern astronomy. But old Crow's, in their diverse character, seemed to have been gathered together as it happened, possibly as he came on them, in no sense an index of individual taste. They were poets' strange company they made for one another. Milton, Ossian, Byron, Thomson, Herrick, and the essays of Montaigne, the confessions of Rousseau. Also the age of reason which on the testimony of uncut leaves had not been read, and there was a worn, dogered Bible. Raven had never wanted to appropriate the books so far as to set them with his own on the shelves. They seemed to him, through their isolation, to keep something of the identity of Old Crow. He believed Old Crow would like this. It was precious little earthly immortality the old chap had ever got beyond the local derision, and if Raven could please him by so small a thing he would. He had them all out on chairs and sat on the floor beside the chest, looking them over idly until it began to grow dark, and realizing how early it was, he glanced up at the windows and saw the veil of a fine falling snow. He got up, left his books in disorder, and lighted the lamp. The fire had been dying down, and he kicked the sticks apart. It must die wholly so that a fresh one would run no chance of catching the coals. Yet it was unlikely she would come tonight. Tenny would be tired with his week's work. And just as he was making himself reasons in a mechanical way while he put the room in order, there was a knock, quick, imperative. The door was thrown open, and there she was. She was about to shut the door, but he ran before her. He did it and turned the key. Then he passed her and hurried to the fire, and with both hands heaped on cones and kindling until it flared. While he did this, she stood as still as a stone, and when, having his fire, he turned to her, he saw she had nothing on her head, and that the fine snow had drifted into the folds of her clothing and was melting on her hair. She looked more wildly disordered than when he had seen her before, for she had wrapped a blanket about her, and the child was under it, covered so closely that Raven wondered how he could breathe. He tried to take the blanket from her, but she held it desperately. It seemed as if, in unreasoning apprehension, she dared not let the child be seen, but he laid his hand on hers, saying, "Please," authoritatively, and she let him unclasp the tense fingers, remove the blanket, and then take the child. Raven had had no experience with babies, but this one he took in the heat of his compassion with no doubt that he should know what to do with him. He felt the little feet and hands, and finding them warm, drew forward an armchair for her, and when she sank into it, set the child in her lap. "Put your feet to the fire," he said. "Your shoes are all snow, better take them off." She shook her head. She stretched her feet almost into the blaze, and the steam rose from them. Raven went to the cupboard at the side of the fireplace and took down a bottle of chartreuse, but she shook her head. "I dassent," she said. "He will smell it." Raven came near breaking into an oath. Did the beast own her, that he should be able, after this new outrage, to get her sweet breath? "I ain't cold," she assured him, "not now. No, I will not drink enifer." He was about to pour it for her. "I never took much stock in them things. I have seen too much of 'em." Then Raven remembered that Charlotte had told him all the boys drank her brother's sand. He seemed to have turned another page in her piteous life. He set back the bottle, and to give her time to recover herself, resumed his task of straightening the room. At her voice, he was at once beside her. "Should you just as soon?" she asked quietly, as if the question were of no moment. "I would stay up here all night." "Of course you are to stay all night." It seemed to him too beautiful a thing to have happened, to know she was here in safety with the trees and the snow. "I will go down and get some milk and things for him," was indicating the baby who, under the ecstasy of warmth, was beginning to talk strange matters. Standing on his mother's knee, "I'll tell Charlotte I am staying up here all night." But now he saw, in surprise, for he had failed to guess how his words would strike her, that she was terrified, perhaps more by him than she had been by Tenny. "No," she cried violently, "you cannot do that, you must not. If you stay, I have got to go." "I cannot have you up here in the woods alone," he reasoned. She gave a little laugh. The quality of it was ironic. It made him wonder what her laughter would be if she were allowed to savor the quaintness of sheer fun. She spoke obliquely, yet accounting for the laugh. "What do you supposed happened to me?" "Nothing," he owned, comparing, as she meant him to, the safety of her state up here, surrounded by the trees and the wind, and her prison with the madman down below. "But I cannot have it. Do you suppose I can go down there and sleep in my bed?" He paused and began to coax. Charlotte could have told her how beguiling he was when he coaxed. "I will stay in the other room and keep an eye out. I shan't sleep. I will not even disturb you by tending the fire. You can do that. Come, is it a bargain? It's the only safe thing to do, you know. Suppose he should come up here in the night." "That's it," she said quietly. "Suppose he should. Do you want I should be found up here with a man, any man, even you?" He was silent, struck by her bitter logic. His heart, in the actual physical state of it, ached for her. She would not let him save her, he thought despairingly. Indeed, perhaps she could not, for she alone knew the noisome perils of her way. He relinquished his proposition without comment, and he could see at once what relief that gave her. "Very well," he said, "I will go down, but I shall certainly come back and bring you some milk, something to heat it in too. Old Crow used to have dishes, but they are gone. Lock the door after me. I will call when I come. But she rose from her seat, put the baby on the couch and took the blanket from the chair where he had spread it. There were still drops on it, and she went to the other side of the room, at a safe distance from the baby, and shook it. She had settled into a composure as determined as his own. It's no use talkin', she said. I have got to go back. Go back, he stared at her. Yes, what we have just said shows me. Nothing's more likely than his comin' up here. He might reason it out. He knows I would not go to any o' the neighbours, and he would know I would not let baby catch his death a night like this, the storm and all. And if he found me here locked in, even if there weren't nobody here with me, I dunno what he would do. Burn the house down, I guess, over my head. The last she said absently. She was arranging the blanket about her with an anxious care, evidently making it so secure that she need not use her hands in holding. They would be given to the baby. Burn my house down, will he? Let him try it, said Raven under his breath. She looked at him in a calmed reproach that was all motherly. We must not have no trouble, said she. I dunno what I should do if I brought that on you. What does the man mean? Raven broke out, chiefly to attract her attention and keep her there under shelter, by going dirty half the time and the other half butting in and asking people if they are saved. Did he ask you? She inquired. She nodded as if it were precisely what might have been expected. I suppose he thinks he has to. He's a very religious man. Religious, Raven muttered. Does he have to do the other thing too, go off his nut? She was looking at him gravely. Suddenly it came to him he must be more sympathetic in his attitude. He must not let her feel rebuffed, thinking he did not understand. I dunno's I blame him, she said slowly, as if she found it a wearingly difficult matter and meant to be entirely just. You see, he had provocation. The red came flooding into her cheeks. He come home from work, and what should he see but the man, the one I told you? She stopped, and Raven supplied, in what he hoped was an unmoved manner. The one that looks up kinder droll. For his life he could not have helped repeating the words as she had given them to him. He had found them too poignant in their picturesque drama to be paraphrased or forgotten. Yes, she said eagerly. She was relieved to be helped. He drove up in his sleigh about 15 minutes 'fore Israel come home. He come up to the house. I went to the door. What do you want? I says. Then he begun to say things, foolish things same's he always did. She stumbled there as if in shame, and Raven knew what kind of things they were. Things about her eyes, her lips, insulting things to an honest wife, taunting things, perhaps, touching the past. More and more she seemed to him like a mother of sorrows, a child unjustly scourged into the dark mysteries of passion and pain. Never mind, he said reassuringly. Do not try to tell me, do not think of them. But she would tell him. It seemed as if she had to justify herself. He told me he wanted to come in. You cannot, says I, not whilst I live. And he laughed and stood there and dug his heel into the snow and waited, kinder watchin' the road till Israel hove in sight with his dinner pail. And then I see it all. He would drove along that way and see Israel and Jerry comin' acrost from their work, and he meant to stand there driven me out o' my senses till Israel see him. And soon as he was sure Israel did see him, he turned and run for the sleigh and got in and give the horse a cut, and he was off same's he meant to be. And you were left alone with Tenny, said Raven quietly. There, do not tell me any more. She smiled upon him, giving him an ineffable sense that she had, in telling him, somehow dropped her burden. Now, she said, with as calm a resolution as that of the martyr marching to the fire he is sure his Lord has called him to. I will go down along. She went over to the couch, took up the child, and began to tuck about him the folds of her enveloping blanket. Raven moved to her side. He had an overwhelming sense of their being at one in the power of their resolution, if she would yield to his deliberate judgment, if only their resolutions could coincide. No, he said, you are not going down there. I will not have it. She looked at him and faintly smiled. I have got to, she said. If I stay away all night and he do not know where, there would not be any way o' picing on. And suddenly he knew, if she was to persist in piecing on, she was right. Wait, he said, let me think. There must be some way, he reflected, some means by violence or diplomacy, to help her fulfill the outer rights of her bargain until he could persuade her to be taken beyond the reach of persecution. He wanted to fight for her, but if that was not the way, if his fists would only bruise her as well as Tenny, he was ready to lie. He had his idea. It might be good, it might not, but it was an emergency idea. I will go down, he said. I will go over to your house and offer to pay him for his week's work. You follow? Give me time enough to go into my house on the way and get some money. Then you come while I am talking to him and I will stay a bit as long as I can. When you come, we can see how he is. If he's violent to you if he looks it, even you've got to come away. Oh no, she cried sharply, I cannot do that. You must see I cannot. I will take you to my house, he said. You know Charlotte, she will be nice to you. Why, if Charlotte found out a thing like this was going on in the neighborhood, she would go for him tooth and nail. No, said she in a dull decision, I cannot, it would all come on you. He understood. The madman would drag him into that range of jealous fury, and because he was a man. I can look out for myself, he said roughly, and you too. Again she shook her head. No, she said, he might kill you. Anyways, he would burn your barn. He will not kill me, said Raven, and I do not care a hang about my barn. Let him burn, good thing, I will clap him into jail and you will know where he is. Now, he looked at the clock on the mantel, I am going. In just 20 minutes you start and come along as fast as you want to, I will be at your house. She had begun to speak, but he paid no attention. He turned up his collar and stepped out into the storm. Lock the door, he called back to her, keep it locked till you go. The road down the slope was scarcely clogged at all. The firs, waving now and interlocking their branches in that vague joy or trouble of the winter wind, were keeping off the powdery drift. When he got to his house, he saw Jerry on the way to the barn, but he did not hail him. Possibly Jerry had paid Tenny for his week, and although Raven's own diplomacy would stick at nothing, he preferred to act in good faith, possibly so that he might act the better. He smiled a little at that and wondered, in passing, if he were never to be allowed any arrogance of perfect behavior, if he had always got to be so sorry for the floating wisps of humanity that seemed to blow his way as to go darting about, out of his own straight course, to pluck them back to safety. There were serious disadvantages, he concluded, as he often had before, in owning a feminine vein of temperament. He went in at the front door and up the stairs, took a roll of money from his desk and ran down again. Charlotte had not seen him. She was singing in the kitchen in a fragmentary way she had when life went well with her, and the sound filled Raven with an unreasoning anger. Why should any woman, even so dear and all-deserving as Charlotte, live and thrive in the warmth and light while that other creature of as simply human cravings battled her way along from cliff to cliff, with the sea of doom below, beating against the land that was so arid to her and waiting only to engulf her? That, he thought, was another count in his indictment against the way things were made. The Tenny house, when he approached it, was cold in the darkness of the storm. The windows were inhospitably blank, and his heart fell with disappointment. He went up to the side door looking out on the pile of wood that was the monument to Tenny's rages and knocked sharply. No one came. He knocked again, and suddenly there was a clatter within as if someone had overturned a chair, and steps came stumbling to the door. A voice came with them, Tenny's voice. That you, he called. He called it 3 times. Then he flung open the door and leaned out, and from his backward recoil, Raven knew he had hoped unreasonably to find his wife, knocking at her own door. Raven kicked his feet against the step, with an implication of being snow-clogged and cold. How are you, he said, let me come in, will not you? It's going to be an awful night. Tenny stepped back, let him enter, and closed the door behind him. They stood together in the darkness of the entry. Raven concluded he was not to be told which way to go. Smells warm in here, he said, taking a step to the doorway at the left. This the kitchen. Tenny recovered herself. Walk in, he said, I will light up. Raven, standing in the spacious kitchen, all a uniform darkness, it was so black outside, could hear the man breathe in great rasping gulps, as if he were recovering from past emotion or were still in its grasp. He had taken a lamp down from the high mantel and set it on the table. Now he was lighting it, and his hand shook. The lamp burning and bringing not only light but a multitude of shadows into the kitchen, he turned upon Raven. Well, he said harshly, say it, get it over. Raven heard in his voice new signs of a tremendous, almost an hysterical excitement. It had got, he knew, to be quieted before she came. If you will allow me, he said, I will sit down. I am devilish cold. Do not swear, said Tenny, still in that sharp, exasperated voice, and Raven guessed he was nervously afraid at such a crisis of antagonizing the Most High. The vision of his own grandmother came up before him, she who would not let him read a child's book in a thunder shower lest God should consider the act too trivial in the face of elemental threatening and strike him dead. He took one of the straight-backed chairs by the stove and leaned forward with an absorbed pretense of warming his chilled hands. But he was not reassuring Tenny. He was still more exasperating him. Say it, cannot you? The man cried to him piercingly. Tell it and get it over. Then, as Raven merely looked at him in a civil inquiry, you have got suthin to break, ain't ye? Break it and leave me be. Raven understood. The man's mind was on his wife, fled out into the storm. His inflamed imagination was picturing disaster for her. He was wild with apprehension, and it was well he should be wild. It was a pity she was likely to come so soon. Raven would have been glad to see his emotions run the whole scale from terror to remorse before she came, if come she would, to allay them. "No," he said quietly, "I have not anything to break. But it's going to be an awful night. I guess there will be things to break about the folks that are out in it." Tenny came up to him and peered down at him in blank terror. "Who's out in it?" he asked. "Who have you seen?" Raven laughed jarringly. It did seem to him grimly amusing to be dallying thus with a man's fears. He was not used to playing games with the human creature's destiny. He had always looked too seriously on all such drama, perhaps because he had been so perplexed by drama of his own. If his life was too puzzling a thing to be endured, was not all life, perhaps, equally puzzling and therefore too delicate a matter to be meddled with? But now the game was on, the game of sheer diplomacy. The straight and obvious path would not do if he was to save a woman who handicapped him in advance by refusing to let herself be saved. "The night," he repeated. "Who's out in it? Why, I am out in it myself, at least I have been. But now I am here by this stove, I do not know when you will get rid of me. Put in a stick, will not you, Tenny? These big rooms have a way of cooling off before you know it." Tenny did put in a stick and more. He crammed the stove with light stuff and opened drafts. Raven noted, in the keen way his mind had taken up, of snatching at each least bit of safety for the woman, that the tea kettle was boiling. She would be chilled, she would need hot water, and suddenly he felt the blood in his face. There was a hand at the latch of the side door. Tenny, too, heard it. He threw back into the box the stick of wood he had selected and made 3 strides to the entry. Again he called in that voice of sharp anxiety. "That you?" She opened the door just before he could put out his hand to it, passed him without a look, and came in. He shut the door and followed her. Raven got up from his chair and stood, glancing at her with what he hoped was a casual attention. Tenny came back, and when she had thrown off the blanket, took it from her hand and dropped it on a chair. He was all trembling eagerness. That act, the relieving her of the blanket, was incredible to Raven. The man had wanted to kill her, or at the least, to kill his child, and he was humbly inducting her into the comforts of her home. She had not looked toward Raven. With a decorum finer, he thought, than his own, she would not play the game of diplomacy. She knew him and she could not deny him, even to save her life. Suddenly Tenny, brushing past to draw up a chair for her at the stove, became aware of him. Raven believed that, up to the moment, he had, to the man's absorbed gaze, been invisible. Now Tenny seemed to recognize the decencies toward even an unbidden guest. "She's all beat out," he said in uncouth apology. "It's my woman." Raven turned to her, waiting for her cue. Would she take a hand at the game as it imposed itself on him? Her silence and aloofness were his answer. She was sitting forward in her chair to get the baby's feet nearer the warmth, but since she would not speak, Raven 999, "I should think anyone would be beat out, a night like this," he said, as casually as he could manage, carrying a baby too in such a storm. "You would better be careful of the child, at least," he added curtly, turning to Tenny, "if you want to keep him. Out in this cold and sleet. You do not want their deaths on your hands, do you?" Tenny stared back at him in a wildness of apprehension. "Be you a doctor?" he managed to ask. Raven remembered the words. Their tongue cleaved to the roof of their mouth. That seemed to be what Tenny's tongue was doing now. "No," said he, "I am not a doctor, but I have seen a good deal of sickness in the war. Get them warm," he added authoritatively, "both of them. Put the child into warm water." "Yes," said Tenny in an anguished sort of haste. Then to his wife he continued, in a humility Raven noted as her best guarantee of at least temporary safety, "I will bring you the foot tub, and whilst you are doing it, I will warm the bed." "Yes," she said quietly, but with a composure of mastery in her voice. "So do." Raven got up and made his way to the door. Then he bethought himself that he had not given any reason for coming, and that Tenny might remember it afterward and wonder. "I thought I would run up," he said, "and pay you for your week's work." Tenny was darting about with a small tin tub, filling it from the kettle and trying the temperature with his hand. "No," he answered absorbedly, "I cannot bother with that tonight. Let it be till another time." He had drawn a chair to his wife's side and set the tub on it, and now she also tried the temperature while he watched her anxiously, and at once the baby who, in his solemnity of silence, had seemed to Raven hitherto little more than a stage property, broke into a lusty yelling, and Tenny put out his hands to him, took him to his shoulder and began to walk the floor, while the woman poured more water into the tub. Neither of them had a look for Raven, and he went out into the blustering night with a picture etched so deeply on his brain that he knew it would always be there while he in his flesh survived. The old picture of the sacred three, behind the defences of their common interests, the father, mother and the child. Roman 14. All that night Raven, through his light sleep, had a consciousness of holding on to himself, refusing to think, refusing angrily to fear. The sleep seemed to him like a thin, slippery coating over gulfs unplumbed. It was insecure, yet it failed to let him down into blessed depths of oblivion below. But he would not think to no purpose. He had a dread of the wild, disordered clacking of the wheels in unproductive thought, and he would not invite again the strange humiliation, the relief tinged by aversion, that came over him when he felt, on leaving them, the inviolability of the three in their legal bond. She had looked to him so like heaven's own. He had upborne her in his thought almost to the gate of heaven itself, and yet she was walled in by a bond she would not repudiate with the brute who persecuted her. In spite of her uncouth speech, in spite of her ignorance of delicate usage, she seemed to him a creature infinitely removed from the rougher aspects of this New England life. Yet there she was in one of the most sordid scenes of it, and she was absorbed by it. She fitted it as a Madonna fits a cave. And what business had he asked angrily, to weave about her the web of a glorifying sympathy, exalting her only from that pernicious habit of his of being sorry? Yet, as he thought it, he knew she was different from the ordinary country woman afraid of her man, and that any fine mantle he wove for her could not equal the radiance of her pure courage and undaunted truth. Once he rose from his bed and began to dress hastily, with what he recognized at the same moment as the wild purpose of slipping out of the house and going up to Tenny's, to see if there was a light or to listen for the catamount voice. But that, he realized immediately, was folly. Suppose Tenny saw him. What reason could he plant in the man's inflamed mind, except one more hostile to her peace? So he went back to bed chilled, and was savagely glad of his discomfort. It gave him something, however trivial, to think about besides the peril of a woman who looked like motherhood incarnate, and so should have been heir to all the worship and chivalry of men. With the first light he was up, and had built his fire, and Charlotte, hearing him, got, sooner than was her wont, out of her warm bed. Charlotte owned to liking to lay a spell in winter, to make up for the early activities of summer mornings, when you must be up 'fore light to keep pace with the day. For after 9 o'clock, the day's most gone. She looked up at him as he came into the kitchen, where she was brashing her fire for a quick oven, and he found her eyes clearly worried in their questioning. "No toast, Charlotte," he said. He wondered if even his voice was trembling in his haste. "No biscuits, I am going up to the hut." Charlotte nodded and seemed to settle into understanding. She had a sympathetic, almost a reverent tolerance for the activities of pen and ink. To her, Raven was a well-beloved and in no wise a remarkable being until he stepped into the clouded room of literary activity. There she would have indulged him in any whim or unaccountable tyranny. Charlotte had never heard of temperament, but she believed in it. Once only did she speak to him while he was drinking his coffee. "You got any ink up there?" He started and looked at her a moment, dazed. Nothing was further from his mind than ink. Other liquids, tears, waters of Lethe, lakes of fire and brimstone would not have sounded foreign to his thought. But ink, how incalculably far was the life of the written word from this raw anguish of reality he was caught in today. He recovered himself instantly. "I have got my pen," he told her, "my stylograph." And presently he had put on his coat, bidden her a hasty goodbye and was plunging up the slope. Somehow, though the crest of the wave had been reached the night before, and that usually, Tira had assured him, meant a following calm, he was certain of seeing her today. It was not that he wanted to see her, but an inner conviction, implacably fixed as the laws of nature that are at no point subject to the desires of man, told him she would come. The hut must be warm for her, the fire must be relayed, and he told himself grimly the apex had been reached. The end of the thing was before them. He must not yield to her again. He must command her, persuade and conquer her. She must let him send her away. At the hut he almost expected to see her footprints in the light snow by the door, but the exquisite softness lay untouched. The day was a heaven of clearness, the shadows were deep blue, and the trees beginning the slow waving motion of their majestic secrecies. He took out the key from under the stone, went in and made his fire with a hand too practiced to lose in efficacy from its haste. Presently it was roaring upward, and after a glance about to see that the room was not in any disorder too great for him to remedy quickly, he walked back and forth, and whenever it died down enough to let him, fed the fire. It began to seem to him as if he were going to be there days feeding the fire to keep her warm, but it was only a little before 10 when he heard a step, and his heart choked him with its swelling of relief. At once he was also calmer. A moment ago even, he would have wondered how he could meet her, how keep the storm of entreaty out of his voice if he was to beg her to let him save her. But now he knew he should be himself as she had briefly known him, and though he must command, he should in no sense offend. He stood still by the fire, half turning toward the door to wait. It was an unformulated delicacy of his attitude toward her that she should not find him going forward to meet her as if she were a guest. She should enter as if the house were her own, but she did not enter. There was a hand at the door. It knocked. Then he called, "Come in." The door opened, under what seemed to him in his first surprise, a halting hand, and a woman stepped in. It was Nan. She came a hesitating pace into the room and stood looking at him, after the one interested glance about her, smiling a little half quizzically, as if aware she had brought a surprise and yet not in doubt of its being welcome. Raven stared back at her for one bewildered minute, and then, so instant and great was the revulsion, burst into a shout of laughter. Nan stood there and laughed with him. "What is it, rookie?" she asked, coming forward to him. "I am funny, I suppose, but not so funny as all that. What's the joke?" She was a finished sort of creature to come into his wood solitude, and yet an outdoor creature, too, with her grey fur cap and coat. She looked younger, less worn than when he saw her last, perhaps because her cheeks were red from the frosty air and her eyes bright at finding him. "Let me have your coat," he said. "Come to the fire." She took off her coat and he dropped it on the couch. He pulled a chair nearer the hearth. It was his own chair, not Tira's, and motioned her to it. She did not sit. She put out her thickly shod foot to the blaze and then withdrew it, for she was all aglow from her plunge up the hill, and turned to him, her brows knitted, her eyes considering. "What is it, rookie?" she asked. "Something's up and you wish I had not come. That it?" "I have not had time to wish you had not come," he said. He had to be straight with her. "I never was more surprised in my life. You were the last person I expected to see." "But why do you laugh, rookie?" she persisted, and then as he hesitated, evidently considering exactly why he did and what form he could put it in, she concluded, "I know, you were taken aback. I have done the same thing myself often. Well," she seemed to dismiss it as unimportant and began where she had evidently meant to begin. "Now I will tell you what I am here for." "Sit down, Nan," he bade her. Now that his first derangement was over, he was glad to see her. Tira might not come. If she did, he could do something. He could even, at a pinch and with Tira's consent, put the knowledge of the tawdry business into Nan's hands. But she would not sit down. Plainly she had received a setback. She was refusing to accept his hospitality to any informal extent, and he saw he had hurt her. He was always reading the inner minds of people, and that was where his disastrous sympathy was forever leading him, to that pernicious yielding, that living of other people's lives and not his own. "It was only," he said, trying to pick up the lost thread of her confidence, "that I did not expect you. I could not have dreamed of your coming. How did you come so early?" "Took the early train," said Nan curtly. "Not the beastly old thing that starts before light?" She nodded. "What for?" "To get ahead of them," she answered, still curtly. "Them's who's?" "Dick and his mother and Dr. Brooke." "Dick and Amelia? What's Amelia on here for?" He had half expected her, and yet in the new turmoil about him, he had actually forgotten she might come. "Because Dick sent her your letter. They both assume you have broken down, and she's called in an alienist to come up here and eye you over, and Dick's pretty sick over the whole business, so he's coming along too. He was prepared for Mother, I fancy, but not the alienist." "But what's it all for?" "Why, you know, rookie, you have broken down." Raven stared at her, then he laughed. "Well," he said, "let em come. Charlotte'll give him some dinner and they can look at the mountain and go back on the 6th tonight." "That's precisely what they will not do," said Nan, her lips tightening. "At least your sister. She's going to stay." "The deuce she is," said Raven. "What for?" Then Nan did break out of the stiffness that seemed to have held her like an armor since the momentary setback of her coming. Her own laugh ran over her face and creased it into delighted merriment. "Why do not you see?" she asked him, "to brighten your life." Raven's eyes met hers with a rueful terror. He reached at a leap the motive for her coming. "And you rushed off up here to tell me," he said. "Dear Nan, good child, but you do not mean they are actually coming today?" "Of course I do," she said impatiently. "Did not I tell you so? They were going to take the 9. They are well on the way. They will get a pung or something at the station and be driving up to the house presently, and your sister'll give Charlotte the hamper of provisions she brought and tell her there will be 4 to dinner. There will be 5, though. She did not know that. She did not hear about me. I suppose you will ask me to stay." Raven put out his hand and stroked her sleeve. This was the first time she had seemed to him a woman grown. When she came back from school, those years ago, she had changed to girlhood. It was the girl always, even when she came home from France, with a world of hideous memories sealed away in her heart and brain. They had not, these memories, seemed so much as to scar her. She had obliterated them so carefully by the decorum of her desire to make the world no sadder by her knowledge. But now, at some call, the call of his personal extremity perhaps, she looked suddenly forceful and mature, as if her knowledge of life had escaped her restraining hand, and burst out to the aid of a knowledge of him. I do not exactly know, he said, what to do with them. I do not mind the alienist, of course, but what do you suppose put it into her head Emiliasto bring him along? Why, said Nan, it's precisely the thing she would do, do not you see? She does everything by rule, by theory, the most modern, most advanced. When Dick wrote her she made up her mind like a shot. She had to put you in a pigeon-hole. Shell shock, Kafar. So the next thing was to set a specialist on the job, and there you are. Raven grinned. The whole thing was more and more fantastic to him. I wonder how Dick likes the hornet's nest, he reflected now he stirred it up. I can tell you, said Nan, a little white coming round her lips as it did when she was excited, how he liked me. He told me the whole business last night and I went for him. I told him he was a fool, a plain downright fool, and he would seen his last of me till he got us out of the mess he would got us into. You, me, and incidentally himself. It is mighty nice of you to come into it, said Raven. Well, how could I help it? She asked impetuously. When you are in, why, rookie, would not you? There she stopped, and Raven answered the implication. You bet I would. What concerns you concerns me. But I would no business to assume it's the other way about. That is, when it's Dick. You are bound, you know, he said, in a tentative way he thought he ought to venture, and yet not quite sure of it, to stand by Dick. Nan turned a little to look at him fully. She seemed to be angry now, and well it became her. Why am I, she demanded. Why am I bound to stand by Dick? I am bound to nothing with any man, Dick least of all, if he will not devote some of his surplus energy to growing up. So I have told him. He's got to grow up. But suddenly she seemed to recall herself to another question, put her personal anger aside and veered to that. Rookie, she said, what about Aunt Anne's will? Anne's will, he repeated, staring at her. Well, what about it? You have had notice of it, have not you? She asked. Official notice, that is. Oh yes, he said, before I left town. Whitney went over the whole ground, but he said it as if it did not interest him to any degree. And yet, as she amazedly thought, it had, the last time she saw him, interested him to the exclusion of everything else. I thought I would remind you, she said, that it's been in the papers. You are Miss Anne Hamilton's residuary legatee. Dick knows it. So does your sister. She will ask you things. I thought if you had made up your mind to refuse it, or, in short, anything about it, you would want to be prepared for her. Those questions of hers you cannot evade them. They go to the bottom of your soul and then some. Oh, said Raven dazedly, recalling himself to a complexity he had all but forgotten. So they do. I dare say she will ask me. But I don't, Nan, to tell the truth, I have not thought of it at all. The inevitable comment sprung up in Nan's mind, as if his words had touched a spring, releasing it. What have you been thinking then? And as if in exact comment upon that came a sound at the door, a knock, a hand on the latch, and Tira stepped in. Nan turned sharply, and Raven had only to lift his eyes to see the picture his mind had painted for him. There she was, a little colour in her cheeks from the air, her eyes heavy, as if she had not slept. She carried the child in his little white coat and cap, showing, Raven concluded, that she had not been forced to leave the house in desperate haste. For an instant she confronted Nan. The life in her face seemed to go out and leave her haggard. Then, before Raven could take more than the one step forward to meet her, she had turned and shut the door behind her. Wait for me, he threw back over his shoulder at Nan and ran out. Roman 15. Tira was hurrying through the snowy track, ankle deep at every step. Raven, bareheaded, ran after. In a minute he had overtaken her. Stop, he called, breathless, more from his emotion than from haste. Stop, I tell you. She did stop, and he came up with her. Now at last there were tears in her eyes, and he thought angrily that he had been the one to overthrow her control more absolutely than the danger she apprehended. He had, he thought, in this unreasoning anger, promised her asylum in the hut, and she found it invaded, but curiously he did not think of Nan, who had come uninvited and scared the poor fugitive away. Nan, child and woman, was always negligible, too near him to be dealt with, but he had offered this woman the safety of a roof and walls, and she had fled out of it. At sight of his face, its contrite kindliness, her own set again into its determined composure. She seemed to see that she could not count on aid outside herself, and returned again uncomplainingly to her old equilibrium of endurance. Come back, he said, she's going down to the house with me, Besides, if she did stay, you would like her, you would love her, that's only Nan. He said Nan of set purpose. It was the custom of this country folk, when they talked among themselves, to call all alike by their Christian names, even when they scrupulously used the surname in direct address. He meant to reassure her. It was a way of bringing Nan into a friendly nearness. You have heard of her, he said, Miss Hamilton's niece. She owns the next house to mine, the Hamilton house. She will be here this summer, you will be neighbours, come back and speak to her. No, said Tira in a gentle obstinacy, I guess I will be gittin' along toward. Here she stopped. She did not know what the direction or the end of her journey was to be. You are not going off the place, said Raven bluffly. That's flat. The place is mine and you are safe on it. Do you want to go traipsing round the woods in this snow, fell purposely into the country habit of speech, and get wet to your knees and have a cold? I shan't have a cold, she said, smiling dimly at him and looking, as he realized, like a mother who was sorry her son could not have all he grasped at, but still remained immovable. I do not hardly remember having one since I was little. The child had resumed the role of Buddhistic calm temporarily abandoned last night, when he screamed out his distaste for earthly complications, and Raven, glancing at the solemn blue eyes, saw that the only hope of moving her lay in him. Do you want, he shot at random, to have the baby get chilled and hungry? There he broke off, though he saw that did move her. He had to know from what extremity she fled. Has this been going on all night? He asked. No, she said with the same air of gently reassuring him. I slept most all night. So did he, Mr. Tenney, I guess. And we started out all right this morning. But after he would read the chapter and prayed, it all come over him again and I had to go. After he would read his chapter, said Raven, and prayed, God. The invocation sounded as if he also prayed. This time, she continued, he seemed to have a real as in sense. She paused a perplexed moment. In the little she had said to Raven, he had noted from the first that she was often blocked by a difficulty in finding words she thought adequate. He seemed to know what was common, she said. He give me warning. Warning? Yes, he come in and he says to me, you do not want to go traipsing round in this snow. Raven noted the word and smiled slightly. He and Tenny were at one in their care for her. You go up chamber, he says, and have a fire in the airtight and turn the key. I dunno, he says, what's goin' to happen this day, I dunno. Why did not you? Asked Raven. I did not hardly dast to, she said, with her clear look at him. I knew if he knew I's up there he never could stan it till he broke in the door. Raven could only look at her. Besides, she said, even if I be safer in the house I do not feel so somehow. I have always lived a good deal outdoor. So you came away, said Raven quietly. You came here. The words really were you came to me, but he would not say them. I did lock the chamber door, she said, just as he said. But I locked it on the outside and took away the key. I thought he would think I was there and it might keep him out a spell, and when he did get in, it would give him a kind of a shock and bring him to. It does, she added simply. It always gives him a shock not finding me. He's asked me over and over again, when he come to, not to make way with myself, but I never'd answer. He's got it before him, and that's about all there is in my favour far as I can see. The gentle monotony of her voice was maddening to Raven. It brought him such terrible things, like a wind carrying the seeds of some poisonous plant, that, if they were allowed to spring up, would overrun the world of his hopes for her. You would not promise him, he said thickly, but you will promise me. Promise me now. Whatever happens to you, you will not make way with yourself. Why, of course I shan't, she said, as if in some surprise that he should ask it. How could I, not while there's baby? This threw him back to the sanity of their common cause. They were both to fight, he for her and she for the mother's one absorbing task, the child. He returned to his old grave way with her. Now, he said, you are going to do exactly what I tell you. If you will not go back to the hut and see Nan, you are to stay here until I have got Nan and taken her down to the house. And we shan't come up here at all, unless I come to bring you something to eat. I do not want, she hesitated, to put her out. Nan, you do not put her out. She only came because she did not find me at the house. If you do not do precisely what I tell you, that will be putting everybody out. I shall make an awful row. Do you hear me? She smiled, a little flicker of a smile. She might not like to be pursued by jealousy incarnate, but she was, he saw, rather amused at being fraternally tyrannized over. Now, he said, I am going. You are to stand here in your tracks, and when I have sent Nan down the path I will come and get you. He gave her no time to object, but went back to the hut, and into solitude and a deadening fire. He threw open the door of the other room, though Nan would surely not be there, and swore at not finding her. Womenfolk were giving him a good deal of trouble with their exits and their entrances. He mended the fire, snatched up his cap and gloves and went out again, up the path to Tira. She was standing motionless precisely, he thought, in the tracks where he had left her, and the Buddhistic child indifferently regarded him. "Come on," Raven called to her, stopping at a pace from them. "She's on her way down along, and there's a good fire." She started obediently after him and Raven, though he saw in her slowness the hesitating desire to express her distaste for putting anyone out, paid no attention but went on ahead and opened the door. "Keep up the fire," he bade her. "I will be back along about 1 and bring you something to eat. The little chap, too, we must not forget him." She had stepped inside and he was about closing the door, but she turned and seemed to recover her attitude of protest. "No," she said, "do not you bring up anything. I shall be gone long for then." "Why, no, you will not," said Raven impatiently. "You're not going back into that." He paused, seeking a word that should not offend her. She had clung to incredible loyalties. Perhaps she even clung to her home. "Oh," she said earnestly, "it will be over by then and he will want his dinner." Tenny would want his dinner. He had no words for that. He turned away, but she seemed to feel the finality of his going. Was he giving her up? She put the child down on the couch and turned to follow. Raven was just closing the door. "Do not," she cried. There was piercing entreaty in her voice. "Do not." It was really begging him not to give her up, and though he did not clearly understand it so, he knew he was forcing on her something to bear in addition to all the rest. She must not think that of him. She must feel safe in whatever manner it was easiest for her to accept safety. He smiled back at her in that way Anne Hamilton, when she had caught him smiling at Nan, thought so maddeningly beautiful. Poor Anne! She had starved for the sweetness of what seemed to her, in her hunger of the heart, an almost benedictory tenderness. "Do not you worry," he said to Tira, in the phrasing he unconsciously adopted to her. "Everything's going to be exactly as you want it. Only," he added whimsically, a tone she had never heard in her life before, "if I could have my say for a few hours, it would be to find you here when I come back." He closed the door and hurried down the path, moved even beyond his pity by the certainty that she was nearer him. She had accepted that strange community of interest between them. She had to be saved and he was to save her. Now it would be easier. He had no thought but to find Nan down at the house, but 2/3 of the way along the path he saw her, sitting on a slant of the great boulder and looking grave. She was not the Nan who had come to the hut a half-hour ago, so gaily certain of her welcome. The two women had shied at the sight of each other. He had cleared up the situation for the one, and now he had to do it for Nan. That was simple. He had never known her to fail in understanding. He came up to her and she raised her eyes, earnest now, startled, to his. "Are not you too cold there?" he asked. She shook her head and smiled a little. "No, not with my fur. I am afraid the grey squirrels will see me. What would they think of skinning so many of their little brothers?" "Nan," he said, "you saw her." She nodded, slid off the rock and stood there, not looking at him. Of course she saw her, Nan's inner self was answering. Did not they meet face to face? But she knew this was but his beginning and she would not challenge it. He plunged into the turmoil of Tira's affairs, foreign to him so short a time ago and yet his. "She's the wife of the man who bought the old Fry place next to yours. He's jealous of her, has fits of insane rage against her, and she has to get out. One day I found her hiding up here in the woods. I told her, whenever she had to make tracks, to come here to the hut and build a fire and stay. I leave the key under the stone." "Yes," said Nan, "I see." "No, you do not," cried Raven, "or you would not look like that. What is it you do not see? What is it you do not like? Out with it, Nan." Nan said nothing, and suddenly he saw she was trembling. It was in her lips, it must be all over her, because he could see it in her hands, the tight-shut ball of them under her long sleeves. "Now," he said, irritated beyond measure by the unkindness of circumstance, "what is it I have not made clear? Do not you like her? Do not you believe in her? Or do not you take any stock in what I tell you?" "Of course I believe you," said Nan quietly. He could see her relax. "As for liking her, well, she's beautiful. I agree with you perfectly there." But he had not said she was beautiful. That he did not remember. "She is not she?" he agreed. "And so, Nan, she's the strangest creature you ever saw in your life. I suppose I could count up the words she's spoken to me. But the queer part of it is I know they are all true. I know she's true. I would stake there." He paused. "Yes," said Nan quietly, "I have no doubt she's true, and she's a very lucky woman." "Lucky," repeated Raven, staring. "She's the most unfortunate creature I ever saw. Lucky, what do you mean by that?" "Well," said Nan, and now she spoke with an edge in her voice. What's she going to do about it? She's in danger of her life, you say? He nodded absently, his mind going back to that word lucky. She's afraid of her husband, afraid he will kill her. Not so much that as afraid he will kill the child. Well then, is not she going to leave him? No, she will not. Have you asked her? Oh yes, said Raven. I asked her at once. I told her I would send her away from here, find her something to do, just what anybody'd say in a case like that. And she would not let you. She would not let me. Why not? Asked Nan. Does she love the brute? She might have flicked a lash across his face, and his nerves winced under it. There was, she saw in his mind, something disparaging to the woman in coupling her with a softness misplaced. I do not know, he said with a thoughtful precision. Sometimes I think she's all mother, does not care about anything but the child. I know she's square, knew it at once, but that does not mean I know any more about her. She's a locked door to me. His tone was low, but it told Nan how he wished the door would open and let him in to persuade her to her own well-being. She looked at him a moment, as he stood staring down at his feet where a ragged wisp of yellowed brake came through the snow, looked as if he hurt her beyond endurance, and yet she had to probe ill circumstance to its depths. Then she spoke, but in her old voice of childlike gentleness toward him. I see, I really believe, Rookie, I do see. He looked up at her in a palpable relief. That's a good girl, he said. Again she was half child to him. You will take a hand too, will not you? That was more than she had bargained for. She would believe in the mysterious woman and leave him free to carry out any mission, however sophistical or chivalrous he would. But she had not expected to enter the arena with him and defend the martyr thrown to the wild beast of marital savagery. Raven felt her recoil. I cannot do anything for her, he pursued with a discouragement she read. Anything real, that is. I can give her the shelter of the hut, but he will find that out some day and go crashing in. I cannot be there always. Fact is, I cannot be there at all. Yes, said Nan, I see. There was in her voice a sweetness new to him. I will do anything you say, Rookie, to make your mind easy. What do you want me to do? Take her away from here? He considered a moment. Yes, that was really what he did want. She had put the words into his mouth. But, said Nan practically, what you have got to do now is to go down to the house and be tried for your life. Your sister'll be there something after too. And Dick, and the alienist. Raven shrugged his shoulders as if he shook them free of a burden. I do not care anything about the alienist, he said. Nor Dick. I do care a lot about Amelia. She's an awful bore, but it cannot be helped. Come on down. You know, said Nan tentatively, as they took the road, we could ask Charlotte for a luncheon and go off over the mountain. You have got snowshoes, have not you? Raven shook his head. You cannot foil Amelia, he said, by running away from her. She would camp for the winter, or she would get on our trail and follow us. No, we have got to see it through. Romans 16. At the house they found Charlotte in a silent alertness, making ready for the guests whom Nan, before going up to the hut, had announced to her. She was systematically refusing to be flurried, but Raven knew that Amelia, with her rigid conventions and perilous activity, was a disquieting guest. Remembering that, he took the incident with an ostentatious lightness, and Nan followed his lead. Presently Charlotte's kind face relaxed, and when they saw she was continuing her preparations with a less troubled brow, Raven took Nan upstairs to the great west room, made ready for his sister with a fire roaringly active. There he installed her, and when she reminded him that the room had been wakened from its winter drowse to this exhilaration for Amelia, he bade her hush up and stay put. Two facts were paramount. She was the first comer and this was the best room. But Nan said she was not going to stay overnight. She should get the 6 o'clock back to Boston. Raven might here have reflected that, if she had merely the fact of Amelia's coming to break to him, she could have done it by telephone. Was there something in the unexpectedness of finding him immersed in the problem of Tira that had overthrown her preconceived plan? Had she, finding him absorbed in a new association, lost immediate interest in the drama she had mischievously meant to share? I take it for granted, she said, you will let Jerry carry me to the station. No, said Raven, impishly determined, you are going to stay. You will borrow nighties and things from Amelia. See the kid in its mother's milk? Inquired Nan, her own impishness flashing up, irresistible. Come up here to undermine her and then borrow her things. See the kid in its own toothpaste, said Raven. Yes, you are simply going to stay. It's foreordained. Actually, you came up here to help me out in more ways than one. Did I? She asked and reflected. She had one of her moments of clever guesswork over him. Rookie was a simple proposition. She could always, she had once boasted to him, find him out, and reaching about for the clue, suddenly she had it and proclaimed it in triumph. I have got it, your farmer's wife. You want me to do something she will not let you do. It's what we said. You want me to take her back with me. Yes, he said, just that. They stood looking at each other gravely in the silence of the gaily flowered room with the great blaze rushing up the chimney. It might have seemed that they were measuring each other, yet they were inadequately matched, for though Raven knew Nan, it was not especially in her relation to him, and she knew herself and him intimately in their common bond. The woman was the more intuitive, but the man was no less honest. She thought a moment now, her gaze unseeingly following the pattern of the rug at her feet. Very well, she said, I will go over to the house and get some things and I will stay. There were, they both knew, bureau drawers full of Aunt Anne's things, doubtless in the perfect order that was a part of her exquisite mastery of life. She disliked travelling with a cumbersome outfit, even from the city to this ancestral foothold. Everything possible was left behind her in each place. I will go with you, said Raven. She should not poke into the cold house alone for the first time since she had inherited it, and encounter the desolation of change. They went downstairs and out into the road, Charlotte looking from the window after them, and wondering if they were bound on some jaunt that would leave her to encounter Mrs. Powell undefended. Nan's spirits always came up in the out-of-doors. She was a normal creature, needing to be quickened only by full air. She began to laugh. Rookie, she said, I could tell you something funny. Fire away, said Raven. It's about my staying. I did not bring any real things because I knew I could come over here and get some, but my toothbrush is right here in my coat pocket. Do not you see, Rookie? I was going to stay if you made me, but not if you did not, and you were not to know I so much as thought of it. Humbug, said Raven, I might ha knowed. They came to the house, a great yellow square, well back from the road, and there being no path through the snow, Nan boasted of her boots and laughed at him for ordering her to wait until he went back for a shovel, so he strode ahead and broke a path and she followed, and he was not really concerned for her because she looked so fit. It seemed unlikely the natural conditions of nature would hurt her, however hostile. She opened the door with the key produced from her coat pocket and stepped into the great hall, darkened from the obscurity of the rooms on each side where shades had been drawn, and a winter coldness reigned. Nan gave herself no time to shiver over the chill of her homecoming, but ran up the stairs as if she expected to find the sun at the end, and Raven stood in the hall waiting, and the presence of Anne seemed suddenly beside him, and something he tried to think of as the winter cold, though it was far more penetrating and ethereal, struck him with a chill. Anne, the poignant memory of her, was certainly there with him as he stood absently following with his eyes the bridge-crossed road of the old landscape paper, and thinking how different it used to look when the summer sunlight struck it through the open door, and Anne was beating, with her beautiful hands, at his unwilling heart, crying, let me in to crowd Nan and that common woman out. Nan, coming down with a roll under her arm, glanced at him perturbed. He had, she judged, been seeing ghosts. They went out and locked the door behind them, locking in, Nan silently hoped, the ghosts also, and hurried back along the road. And when they had gone into his house again, Raven told her to run upstairs and put her things in the west chamber. Scatter 'em all over the place, said he. Amelia'll fight for that room. She will fight tooth and nail. I shan't let her have it, not even if you give it up. Understand? But what is she going to have? Nan asked from the stairs. She's going to sleep down here, back of the dining-room, said Raven perversely, in the room they made over for Old Crow when they were going to get him to give up the hut and come down here to die. Amelia's scared out of her boots in the country, unless she hears voices on every side of her. I know Amelia. Cut along and come down again and help me set the scene. They did set the scene, with an exhilaration that played back and forth between them like a heady atmosphere. Charlotte was bidden to make the bed in Old Crow's room, and while Raven built the fire, Nan helped Charlotte, and when the pung drove up from the station at the moment Nan had foreseen, she and Raven were sitting before the dining-room fire, apparently deep in talk. Whether Charlotte took her cue from them they did not know, but she was too busy in the back of the house to appear at once, and Mrs. Powell and Dick came in unheralded, turning first to the dining-room. There sat the two, absorbed. The visitors began on an according note. John cried Amelia and Nan. Dick cried in an identical voice. Raven and Nan had the same effect of unison. They laughed, it was so exactly what they had known it would be, and Raven came forward, put his hands on his sister's shoulders, and gave her a little shake. Now, Millie, he said, what the dickens are you up here for? Nan, having alienists on her mind, and finding none, was plumping her question at Dick. Where's Dr. Brooke? Dick evaded it by the self-evident statement that he had not come, and ended in a morass of frowning confusion. Mrs. Powell turned to her with a surprised interrogation, a doubtful warmth. It tried subtly to convey an entire acceptance of her as an individual, combined with disapproval of finding her in the spot she had no excuse for seeking. And while they were exchanging civil commonplaces veiling unspoken implications, Raven was looking at his sister and thinking, in a whimsical terror, what a very large grain of sand she was likely to prove in the machinery of his daily life, and how little she had changed during his absence from America. Here she was, so indomitable in every particular that you could almost believe she was going to be as lasting as the processes that went to her equipment. She had, you learned to know, tackled life as a servant to be governed, an enemy to be downed. If it had antidotes, she would lose no moment in equipping herself with them. If circumstance proved unfriendly, she would ignore it and forge ahead. She was, Raven had always recognized, the feminine replica of his father's special type. As to her looks, she was a thin, whip-like woman who gave an impression of wiry endurance and serviceable resiliency. You would expect her to be hard to the touch, mental or moral, and yet she could double, evade, rebound, put her in a hole, and she soon proved to you that its obscurity was the last place where she proposed to stay. She looked the latest thing evolved by the art of man. Her clothes were the prevailing fantastic creation, and yet on her they were not illogical. They were the plumage of an eccentric bird hatched to look that way. Her face, in its sandy monotone of color, fitted the art of her wonderful and yet not too noticeable hat, and her gloves and veil were the last word of style. Amelia had begun making herself, Raven used to think, long before God stopped making her. As a girl, she had gone after strange gods of culture and aestheticism, forsaking them when they toppled, for newer gods still. But always she was undaunted, always persisting in her determined pose of governing the situation and her own attitude toward it. And Amelia, he knew, could hang on like grim death. But Nan, she was exclaiming, who would have expected to find you here? Well, said Nan, in the shock of realizing she had not quite remembered what Amelia was like, and ranging herself to fight on Rookie's side, who would have expected you, Mrs. Powell? Dick stood frowning at them impartially, and twisting his hat in his hands like a sulky boy. Have you opened your house? Amelia persisted. You are not staying. She's staying here, said Raven. Nan's taken pity on me and come up for a visit. Oh, Charlotte, here you are. Show Mrs. Powell to her room, will you? Charlotte appearing white-aproned in the doorway, looking like the beneficent goddess of home, Mrs. Powell greeted her urbanely and asked appropriate questions. Was she well as she looked? And how was her husband? Always well, she remembered. Yes, she would go to her room, please, but she would go up by herself. She knew the way. She should think so indeed, and her reminiscent laugh endowed them with the picture of the little girl she had been, born and brought up in this very house. Oh, but it is not up, said Raven cheerfully. It's the west bedroom. Not, she began, and he nodded, taking her coat from the chair. Yes, Old Crow's room. What was going to be his if he had not given him the slip? I put Nan into the west chamber. You will be awfully comfortable in that room, Millie. I will take in your bag. Amelia, immediately circumspect when she did not see her way, did follow him, but she was in as great a state of suppressed dudgeon as a civilized lady, living by the latest rules, allows herself to be. Dick and Nan, left alone in the dining-room, turned upon each other like two young furies. You came up here, said Dick in a tone of ill-suppressed ire, to tell him we were coming. I call it a mean trick. What about you? Inquired Nan. You would better not talk about tricks. Can you think of a meaner one than giving him away to the entire Middle West? The Middle West, echoed Dick bitterly. I told my mother. Yes, you told your mother, and she comes up here with her alienists. You will notice, said Dick icily, the alienist did not come. I assume, said Nan, he's expected on the next train, or he's going to pounce some time when Rookie is not prepared. You little beast, said Dick. You do not deserve it, but I will inform you he is not coming at all. I choked him off. I told him mother's the one that's dirty, or she would not have called him in, and Uncle Jack was not a patient and never'd consent if he knew. And he was an awfully decent fellow, and said nothing would induce him to come. You did you? Said Nan ungratefully. Well, you would better. You have made enough mischief for one not very inventive young person, do not you think? And would not it seem to you you would better use your influence with your mother tomorrow morning and get out of here? Out of here, repeated Dick. Out of my uncle's house. You act here. He paused. Yes, said Nan, I do act precisely that way. I act as if I had more right here than you, and I have, for I adore Rookie. And that gives me a right to stay with him and fight for him and die for him if I want to. And you do not care a sixpence, or you would not have brought this on him. Dick the man cooled sooner than she. He paled and stood looking at her. Then he spoke in a voice dulled by wonder. I believe you do adore him. Of course I do, cried Nan, all her anger of impatience thrilling in her voice. I love him more than anything in this world or the next, and I always did and I always shall. This Raven, coming back through the hole, heard. Good Lord, he said to himself, good Lord. So these two, with all the forces of probability and beckoning fortune pushing them together, could not approach even within hailing distance. It was the hideous irony of a world bent on disorder. He walked in on them with a consciously grave aspect of recalling them to their more reasonable selves. What are you two scrapping for? He inquired, and Nan looked at him humbly. She hated to have him bothered by inconsiderable persons like herself and Dick. Do not you know you have got the universe in your fists for the last time you will ever have it? You are young. There he stopped awkwardly in the enumeration of their presumable blessedness. It was Nan's face that stopped him. It had paled out into a gravity surprising to him, a weariness he had often expected to see on it after her work abroad, but had not yet found there. Yes, she said, in a tone that matched her tired face, we are young enough if that's all. The talk displeased her. Nan never liked people to be dull and smudgy with disorderly moods. She kept a firm hand on her own emotions, and perhaps she could not remember a time when they had got away from her under other eyes. Aunt Anne was partly responsible for that, and partly the proud shyness of her type. No, Rookie, she said, we will not fight. Not here anyway, not in your house. She held out a careless hand to Dick, who looked at it an instant and then turned sulkily away. Young cub, Raven thought, he should have kissed it, even gone on his knees to do it, and placated her with a laughing extravagance. He recalled the words he had caught from her lips when he was coming in and flushed to his forehead over the ringing warmth of them. He bent to the fine hand about relaxing to withdrawal after Dick's flouting, drew it to his own lips and kissed it, not as he would have had Dick do it, but yet with all his heart. As he lifted his head, he smiled into her eyes, and their look smote him. It was as if he had somehow hurt her. Oh, Rookie, she said under her breath. And at the instant, while they stood awkwardly in the rebound from emotions not recognized, Amelia came out from her bedroom, perfected as to hair and raiment, but obviously on edge and cheerfully determined on not showing it. Evidently she liked Old Crow's room no more than she might have guessed. Oh Lord, said Raven ruefully to his inner self, we are going to have a cheerful house party now, ain't we? Romans 17. The afternoon went off moderately well. Nan forgot the late unpleasantness between her and Dick, and assumed they were on their usual terms, a fashion of making up more exasperating to him than the quarrel itself. He was too often, he suspected, out of the picture of her immediate mind. But it was most unproductive to sulk. When she forgot and he reproached her for it, she forgot that also. And now when she suggested a walk, he got his cap with a degree of cheerfulness, and they went out, leaving Raven and his sister together by the fire, for what proved to be one of the rich afternoons of Raven's life. Amelia sat down at the hearth and put her perfectly shod feet to the blaze. Now, John, she said crisply, while he was fidgeting about, wondering whether he dared offer her a book and take himself out of doors, sit down and tell me all about it. Raven went to the fire but stood commanding it and her. He might, he thought, as well meet the issue at once. What, he asked, what do you want to know? You must not think I cannot sympathize, she informed him, in the clear tone he recognized as the appropriate one for an advanced woman who sees a task before her damned meddlers. He was accustomed to call them in his sessions of silent thought. You must not think I am not prepared. I have heard lectures on it, and since Dick sent me your letter I have read more or less. My letter, groaned Raven, if ever a chap was punished for a minute's drunkenness. Drunkenness, interrupted Amelia incisively. Oh, drunkenness of feeling responsibility, don't you know? Did not you ever hear of a chap's killing himself in a minute of acute discontent, because he could not stand the blooming show an instant longer? Well, I did not kill myself. I did something worse. I wrote a letter, and by an evil chance it was mailed, and Dick, like a fool, sent it on to you. Dick did absolutely right, said Dick's mother conclusively. We will not discuss that. We will go into the thing itself. What the deuce is the thing? Raven inquired. The letter, or my bursting into tears like a high-strung maiden lady and calling Dick in to be cried over? Do not evade it, she charged him with unabated gravity. We must not, either of us, you know what I mean, Caffard. Caffard, then he remembered Dick also had caught up the word like a missile and pelted him with it. He gulped. Ordinary speech was not going to be adequate. She belonged to this infernal age that lived by phrases. If he told her he was still of the opinion that the world was a disordered place of torment you could only exist in by ignoring its real complexion, she would merely consign him to a cell more scientifically padded, and stand gazing at him through the bars, in solemn sympathy. "So I have gone kafar," he said slowly, looking down at the fire and wondering how to answer a fool according to her folly. Or was she incredibly right? Had he some creeping sickness of the brain, the very nature of which implied his own insensitiveness to it? Or do you say got kafar? And what's your personal impression of kafar anyway? She had her answer ready. From the little bag in her lap, she took out a small sheaf of folded papers, memorandum slips, they seemed to be, and whirled them over in capable fingers. "It ought to be here," she said absorbedly. "Yes, here it is. No, it is not either. It must be among my club notes. What Galsworthy says about it, you know, he makes it so clear. Just what they mean by it, the French, how you simply go to pieces. You know, John, of course you know." "Yes," said Raven dryly, "I heard of it remotely among the boys." "No wonder it happened to you. Really, you know, John, you ought not to have gone over there at all, not at your age. It was fine of you, I am not denying that. But there were lots of things you could have done at home, $1 a year men and all that. However, we must take it as we find it. You have got kafar and we must make sure you have the best thing done for you. Do you see?" "And what," inquired Raven, curiously, "is the best thing?" "My idea," she said, pelting on in her habitual manner of manipulation without much regard to the material she was working on, "would be for you to see an alienist." I thought he was beginning mildly and paused with a sense of danger. He must, he saw, forgo the fun of chaffing her from his awareness that the professional gentleman was to have been sprung on him today, and that he knew equally the infliction could only be deferred. But how, she would have questioned, did he get his news? Not, he would have to convince her through Nan. He amended his attack. "Why did not you scare one up and bring him along?" She frowned. Amelia was always restive under raillery. "We needn't," she said, "go into that. I did hope to arrange it, but Dick upset things frightfully. He has behaved badly, very badly indeed. I hope now to persuade you to call in Dr. Brooke yourself. I should suppose he would recommend your going into a sanitarium. However, we cannot judge till we see what he says. Only, John," and here she looked at him with some appearance of anxiety, as not knowing how he would take it, "you must give yourself into our hands." "Whose hands?" asked Raven. "Yours, Dick's." "Oh dear no, not Dick's." Again she mentally champed her bit. Evidently Dick had exhausted her forbearance on the way up. He's behaved like an invention failed her. "I do wish," she ended plaintively, "the modern young man and woman had a vestige of respect left only a vestige for their elders. They are queerness itself. Now Nan, there's Nan. What's she posting off up here for and settling herself in your house in the West Chamber?" Raven's inner mind ironically supplied and acting as if you could not pry her out. "You cannot," said Raven. "Nan's here and I am going to keep her all winter if she does not get bored." Amelia gave a little staccato shriek. "All winter? I cannot stay here all winter." "Dear old Milly, no," said Raven with the utmost gentleness. "I would not have you for the world. It's Nan that's going to stay." "Why," said Amelia, "it is not decent. You are not an old man, John. Sometimes you do not even look middle-aged." "You said I was," he reminded her. "You said I was so old I went and got kafar." "Besides," said Amelia, clutching at her vanishing argument, "age has nothing to do with it. The older you are, the more ridiculous they get over you, these romantic girls. And you would cut in and take her away from Dick, right under his nose." Raven suddenly tired of it. "Amelia," he said, "do not be a fool. And do not say that sort of odious thing about Nan. I will not have it. Nan's a child." "Oh no," said Amelia, shaking her waved head with an air of doom. "Nan's no child. Do not make any mistake about that. She's no child." At this, Raven found he was so unreasonably tired of her that he had to call himself to order and wonder if he really could be disgusted with Amelia, old Milly, who was such a sophisticated fool, and yet meant so well by everybody that you had to keep reproving yourself when you were tempted to consign Hirelsuher. "Milly," he said, in the tone he always had toward her at her worst, a tone of recalling her, bidding her remember she was a nice ordinary woman, not an arbiter of social destinies. "Milly, sometimes you are an awful idiot. Do not you know you are? Do not you see it will not do to keep hitting me on the raw? I shan't stand it, you know. I shall have to take Nan under my arm and get out and leave you the house to yourself. It's all very well for you to call down alienists on me and get me to put myself under restraint, but Nan's rather sacred to me. You cannot meddle with Nan, and if you were not so wrapped up in your own conceit, you would see you could not." Amelia seemed to be reflecting on something, which resulted in shocking her into a further uneasiness. And the thing she said, I heard it with my own ears. She adored you, that's what she said, adored you. To Dick too, of all people, Dick she's virtually engaged to. Raven remembered a scene in a play where a drunken man lifts a chair and then, aware of his own possibilities, gently sets it down again. He wanted to lift a chair. Only he wanted to complete the act and smash it. Millie, he said gently, I tell you Nan is a child. Does not that show she's a child, the pretty extravagance of it? Why, I am old rookie to Nan. What else do you think I could possibly be? Heaven knows, said Amelia, tightening her lips. I cannot imagine what her Aunt Anne would have said. John, was not it wonderful her leaving you practically all her money? And just what might have been expected. She was bound up in you. Oh Lord, said Raven. But Amelia, once started, knew no bounds. And that's what I say, John. If you take hold of yourself now and get into shape again, you have a great many years before you, and Anne's money with your swell. I do not see why you should not look forward to a great deal. Raven went over to the window and sat down there staring at the black bare branches and the clear sky. It seemed to him unspeakably desolate, and even in its indifference to his own mood, cruel. So was Amelia, he thought. In spite of her platitudes about enjoying a great deal, she had him dead and buried. He became absurdly conscious that he was afraid, but of one thing only, to hear her voice again. Upon that, thinking how it would actually sound, he turned about and ignominiously left the room. And since there was no spot in the house where she might not follow him, he took his hat and jacket from the kitchen and went out through the shed. Charlotte was washing dishes at the sink, but she did not, according to her custom, look up to pass the time of day. A cloud rested even on her brown hair and splendid shoulders. Amelia had brought the cloud. She would have to get out, even if he had to tell her so. With no intention, but an involuntary desire to be where Amelia would not find him, and also, it was possible, where that other quietest of women could be found, he went down the road to the maples, and then plunged into the woods and up the hill. He had first gone along the road to mislead Amelia, if she chanced to be looking out. He could not have her following, and she was equal to it, pumps and all. Halfway up the hill, making his way through undergrowth where the snow packed heavily, he turned off at his left and so got into the wood road, and then, his breath coming quick from haste and the vexation of the clogged way, he did not slacken to cool off in the relief of easier going, but, breathless as he was, began to run and got more breathless still. Tira was up there in the hut. He was sure of it, and for those first hurried minutes he forgot her presence there meant only added misery, but dwelt upon his own need of such a spirit as hers, the strength, the poise, the ready coolness. At the door he felt rebuffed, it looked so inhospitable, so tight against him. He tapped and waited. No one came. Then he tried it and found it locked, and the revulsion was bitter. He was about turning away when it came to him that at least he might go in. The key would be under the stone. He put his hand into the hollow and found it there, and only when he was setting it in the lock realized that this meant a deeper loneliness. It would be easier to think she was there, the key turned against him, but still in his house, than to find the house itself void of her presence. He shook himself in anger at the incomprehensible way the whole thing was moving him. Why should it move him? Then, finding it cold, the deserted room, he made himself busy and laid the fire and set the 2 chairs hospitably by the hearth. He did not light the fire. It must be ready for her if she came. After it was in order her house, it seemed to him now with a fatalism of belief he accepted, and did not dwell upon. He sat down by the cold hearth and tried to think. But never of himself. He thought of her, beautiful, lustrous, caged bird with the door of her prison open, and who yet would not go. His mind went back to Millie, waiting there at home to apply scientific remedies to his diseased spirit, and he laughed a little. Millie seemed of such small consequence. But the thought of the misery of mind that had brought him here gave him a new sense of the cruelty of the world, for it had been the sad state of the whole world he had fled away from, and here, as if all misery had converged to a point, he had taken a straight path to the direst tragedy of all. A mother trying against hope to save her child, the most beautiful of women pursued by sex cruelty, the gentlest threatened by brute force. How could he save her? He could not, for she would not be saved. He sat there until the dark in the corners crept toward him like fates, their mantles held up in shadowy hands to smother him, and then suddenly remembering Nan and hospitable duties down below, he got up chilled, went out, and locked the hut behind him. The house he found was a blaze of windows. Charlotte had lighted lamps and candles all over it. He was half amused by that, it gave such an air of fictitious gaiety. He did not know Nan had whispered her to make it bright because he would see it, coming up the road. The 3 were in the library by the fire. Amelia had dressed for supper in chiffon absurdly thin and curtailed, neck and hem, so that Dick had, without being told, brought her fur coat and put it about her shoulders. That was just like her, Raven thought as he went in upon them to go by the clock, and because winter evenings necessitated evening dress, ignore the creeping cold of a country house. Nan wore her gown of the morning and her stout shoes. Indeed she had to, Raven reminded himself when he was about to commend her for good taste. She had brought only her little bag. Nan was now sweet reasonableness itself. No sleepiest kitten, claws indrawn, could have been softer. Amelia was baiting her, asking her, with a reproving implication that she ought not to have been in a position to know, about the life overseas, and Nan was answering by the card, compliantly, sincerely. She had determined, Raven could see, that there should be no more ructions in his house. When he came in they looked up at him, frankly pleased, and Amelia as patently relieved. "I am so glad you have come back," she said, getting up so that Dick could set another chair, and Raven joined them in the conventional family circle. "I have been trying to send Dick out after you, but he would not go. John, you must not get into the habit of wandering off alone like that. You really must not." Raven grimaced as he took the properly adjusted chair, and wondered whether he would got again to invite Milly to shut up. But Dick did it, in an honest despair that seemed entirely adequate. "Ain't mother the limit?" he remarked to no one but perhaps his own wondering mind. Raven gave a little bark of laughter, and Amelia betrayed no sign of having heard, but Raven caught the grateful tribute of Nan's tone. "My hanky," she said, "Dickie dear." He saw it dropped, saw Dick dart for it, and Nan, accepting it, give his fingers a little squeeze. Evidently Dick, who flushed red, was being paid for having briefly illuminated mother. Supper was got through successfully, Raven and Dick doing active service. Raven talked about thinning out the lower woods, and Dick played up beautifully, taking it with the greatest attention and answering at length. Mother was to be shunted imperceptibly from Cafar, and when they had finished and returned again to the library fire, Nan, after perhaps half an hour of desultory talk, yawned rudely and asked if she might go to her bed. Raven suspected her. He noted how she half closed the library door behind her, so he took the chair she had lately left, commanding the crack of it. In about the time he expected, he heard her in the hall. She had come down the back stairs, he judged, and was now putting on her hat and coat with scarcely a rustle, the sly one. Draught from this door, he suggested, got up and closed it. At least Dick should not know she was going. If anybody stole behind her in the friendly outdoors, it should be he, to guard her from her own foolhardiness. These roads were paths of peace, but Nan was equal to adventure more extended. She might have snatched snowshoes in her stealthy preparation to go off wood wandering. She might brave the darkness where, to country minds, lurked the recurring legend of the Lucivee. There was no actual danger, but Pan might be wandering. "These old windows are draughty too," said Raven. He paused at one of them, fumbling with the catch. Really, he was watching the path. There she was at the left, going toward her own house. He pulled down the shade and lounged back to his seat by the fire. "You probably feel the cold," said Milly drowsily. The fur coat and blazing logs were beginning to do their blessed work. "Your vitality is low." "Yes," said Raven piously. He would have sworn to anything. Just so. He went on talking to Dick, and Dick caught the ball neatly, so that presently they could glance at each other in a community of understanding. "She's off," said Raven's face, and Dick's returned, "Right you are." While he droned on about popple, the local word for poplar, and the right month for peeling, and whether it really paid to cut it if you had to hire. Raven loved Dick at times like these, when he was neither sulky over Nan's aloofness nor didactic about democracy and free verse. Amelia choked and came awake. "Did I?" she ventured, fearing a too frank reply. "Did I make a noise?" "No, dear," said Raven mellifluously. If Milly had been cleverer, she would have remembered that when he was deceiving her he spoke, as if butter would not melt, as if his vocal arrangements dropped oil and balm. "Dick and I are talking out this lumber question. Do not you bother, you do not know anything about popple." Milly, reassured, dropped her cheek with a little breath and closed her eyes. "Gone." Dick telegraphed Raven, who nodded gone, took a step to the door, opened it, and was himself away. He snatched haphazard at a hat and coat on the great chest in the hall. Dick had a way of throwing things down and leaving them where they fell. Yes, they were Dick's, and Raven hastily shoved himself into them, judging it was better if Dick decided to go roaming to keep him looking for them. Then he went out and down the path and along the road where Nan had gone. He came to her house and stopped, interrogating it. There was no light. Still, she might be in the back part, hunting about for something she perversely could not wait for overnight. He went up the path and tried the front door. It was fastened, and he called to her. But there was no Nan, and he went back to the road and walked up and down, waiting. If she wanted a run alone in the dark, she must have it. After he had been pacing for what seemed to him a long time, he heard voices and the crunch of snow. One voice was hers and he went on to meet it. The other, a man's, short-syllabled, replied at intervals. Nan seemed to be holding forth. They were coming on briskly, Nan and a tall figure at the other side of the road. She had seen Raven and called clearly, though not with any implication of relief. "That you, rookie?" He came up to them and saw, with a surprise out of all proportion to the event, in this neighborhood where anybody might join anybody else in familiar intercourse, that it was Tenny. They stopped, Tenny a step behind her. It looked as if he understood he had fulfilled his civility to her and could be dismissed. "I have been calling on Mrs. Tenny," said Nan, "and I asked Mr. Tenny to walk home with me." "Thank you, Mr. Tenny. Good night. Think it over, will not you?" Tenny turned without a word and went back along the road with his habitual look. Raven had time to note, in the one glance he cast after him, of being blown by a hurrying wind. Raven faced about with Nan and asked at once, in the excess of his curiosity, "Now what are you up to, calling on the Tennys?" Nan answered seriously. There was trouble in her voice. "Well, I got thinking about them, so I knew I should not go to sleep, and I just went up by without any real plan, you know. The woman had such an effect on me, I could not keep away from her." Raven was struck with the inevitableness of this. Yes, she had that effect. You could not keep away from her. "I would no idea of going in," said Nan, "and I did want to run, is not the air heady? But just as I got to the house she opened the door. She was coming out, I suppose. She had the baby. The baby was all wrapped up. She was not, though. She had just an apron on her head. And when the door opened I could hear him yelling inside. I do not know whether he was driving her out or whether she would started to run for it." "Well," prompted Raven harshly, "why should she be so slow about it? What then?" "I went up the path," said Nan in a half-absent way, as if what she was telling seemed far less important than the perplexing issues it had bred in her. "I said good evening to her. I went by her. I think I 999. I must have got into the kitchen first, and there he was. He's a striking fellow, is not he, rookie? Like a prophet out on the loose, foaming at the mouth and foretelling to beat the band. He would got something in his hands. It was little and white. It might have been the baby's cap. He was tearing it to rags. You ought to have seen him at it." "You should not have gone in," said Raven angrily. "The fellow's dirty. Do not you know he is? Did he speak to you?" Nan gave a little laugh. Suddenly the incongruity of it came over her. "No," she said, "I spoke to him. Suddenly I seemed to see how Charlotte would have spoken that mother way, you know, men cannot stand up against. I think I said, Mr. Tenny, what under the sun are you carrying on like this for? I should think you were in liquor." Raven, wondering if he should cry at the relief of having her safe out of the ogre's den, had to laugh with her. "It caught him," said Nan, beginning to enjoy it, as Grandsir used to say, between wind and water. "He looked down at the thing in his hands, the rags, you know, and dropped them into the woodbox. You see, that was the real wiliness of the serpent, my telling him he was in drink. He's full of spiritual pride, all eat up with it. Then I played Charlotte some more. I told Mrs. Tenny to come in and remarked that she would get her death o' cold. And she did come in, and her ice what eyes they are, rookie. They were big as bread and butter plates. I suspected she regarded me as specially sent. And I lit on him and told him in good set terms that if I knew of his driving his wife out of the house in one of his sprees, I would have him hauled up and testify myself. Then I ordered him to get his hat and walk home with me." "And he did," cried Raven in amazement at her. "Oh yes, of course he 999. Go on." "Yes, he came to heel with a promptness that would have surprised you, and I did not let up a minute. I discoursed all the way on the whole duty of man." "Did he answer?" "Yes, that is, he spoke twice, the only times I would let him. Once he broke in, I ain't a drinkin' man, that rankled, you see." "What did you say?" "I said, yes, you are too. No decent man would act as you have been acting unless he was drunk. And probably, I said, you have been brewing it in the cellar and selling it to the neighbors." "That was a bliffer." "It was. I had an idea he might drop dead in his tracks." "That all he said?" "Yes, oh no, there was one other thing. He asked me if I were saved." "What did you say?" "Told him not to be a fool." Raven lifted up his voice and laughed. They were opposite his own house, and Dick, who had just opened the front door, heard him. "Oh," said Dick icily when they came up to him, "so that's where you were. Uncle Jack, for now he saw he had just cause for anger. I'll thank you to let my hat alone." "Yes, Dick," said Raven meekly, "but I saw it and it's such a dandy hat." "Do not be rude to your only uncle," said Nan. She was slipping off her coat and Raven judged, seeing her so calm, that her evening pleased her. "Mother in there?" Raven inquired of Dick. He had hung up the pilfered coat and hat, with great nicety of care, in the hall closet. "No," said Dick, "she's gone to bed." The implication was that she should not have been allowed to get bored enough to go to bed. "I am going too," said Nan. She gave her hand to Raven. "Night, rookie." Then she apparently remembered Dick and shook her head at him. "Silly," she commented. "Nobody'll love you if you behave like that." Dick did not answer. He turned about and went into the library, and Raven, following, after he had seen Nan at the top of the stairs, found him reading a day-old paper with a studied absorption it was evident he was far from feeling. Roman 18th. Dick tossed the paper aside and turned upon Raven, who, taking his chair at the hearth, had bent to throw on a handful of light wood. The sticks that wake and change a room so completely that they might almost lighten the mood of the man their burning plays upon. "Look here," said Dick, "you put the devil into Nan. What do you do it for?" Raven looked up at him in a complete surprise. "No, I do not, the devil. Nan's got less to do with the devil than anybody you and I ever saw. She's kept herself unspotted. She's a child." This last he said of sudden intent for, having noted its effect on Milly, he wondered how it would strike Dick. "Oh no, she is not," said Dick with bitterness. "Unspotted eyes, of course she is, but Nan knows her way about. She can play fast and loose with the rest of 'em." He stopped, conscious of talking too much and ashamed of it. Raven remembered that quick interchange of ownership and repudiation between the two as they flashed back at each other in his library, those weeks ago. But he could not tell the boy Nan had kissed him out of her impetuous bounty, only because the terrors of the time had lifted her beyond habit and because Dick's need was so great. She had put the draught of life to his lips, that was all. He remembered Monna Vanna going to the sacrificial tent, and his heart melted at the thought of woman's wholesale giving even when the act is bound to recoil upon herself alone. "You would better not remind her of anything she said to you over there," he allowed himself to advise. "Things were pretty strenuous then, Dick, do not you remember? We have come back to Ahi's voice failed him as he thought how base a time they had returned to a different sort of thing altogether. "I am an old fellow, according to you, but there's one thing I know. You will not get a girl by flying off the handle, as Charlotte would say. Honest, old boy, when you have these fits of yours, you do not seem, according to the prophet of your generation, as impressive as usual." "Who is the prophet of my generation?" put in Dick sourly, as if that were the issue between them. "GBS, I have understood," said Raven mildly. "Do not I recall your telling me he was the greatest ever, at least since Aristophanes?" "Oh, cut it," said Dick, whose gods were subject to change. "Cut it by all means, but there is a thing or two I would like your vote on. Your mother now, what's your impression of her plans about staying along here? Think she's game to tough it out as long as I do?" "She will stay as long as Nan does." Dick was frowning into the fire, and Raven doubted whether one of his admonitory words had sunk in. "I had an idea I could go back to town tomorrow morning and wire her I would broken my leg or something, but Nan's got to go with me." "Nan will do as she pleases," said Raven. He rose from his chair disgusted with young love so unpicturesque and cub-like. "Turn off the lights, will you, when you go?" and he went off to bed. But in the morning when he came down, Dick met him at the foot of the stairs. It was a changed Dick. His lip was trembling. Raven, concerned, yet unable to deny himself a flippant inward comment, thought the boy looked as if he had been saying his prayers. "She's gone, Jack," said Dick. In stress of intimacy, he often dropped the prefatory title. Gone, Raven's mind flew to Tira, where? Back to Boston, walked to the station, took the milk train. Charlotte says she simply walked out and said she was not coming back. "Your mother or you do not mean Nan?" "Nan, yes. Do you see mother walking 5 miles to a train?" But if Dick was unsettled, this was not his surly mood of the night before. "If I drove her away," began, and then ended with an appealingness to be remembered of the Dick who had not been nettled by life. "Jack, I wish she would not." "I will ask Charlotte," said Raven. "Your mother out yet?" "No." "Well, do not bring her into it." He went off to the kitchen where Charlotte was just setting little silver pots on a damask-covered tray. She glanced up at him, not absently, because Charlotte always seemed so charged with energy that she could turn from one task and give full attention to another. For Mrs. Powell, she explained, setting her hands to the tray, as if she expected him to make whatever remark he would without delaying her. "She's havin' her breakfast in bed." "Dick tells me," he began, and she nodded. "Yes, she's gone. Nan, you was inquirin' about, weren't you? It's all right. I should not ask any questions if I was you, not yet anyways. I have got a kind of an idea Dick'll be talkin' the noon back to Boston. Maybe his mother, too, but there." This last was as if it were too much to hope for, and she lifted the tray and hurried away with it to Old Crow's room. Raven went thoughtfully back to the hall where Dick stood waiting, gnawing at his lip, and looking curiously like the Dick who had been a boy and come to Uncle Jack to have his fortunes mended as they affected kite or ball. "Yes," said Raven, "she's gone. Do not take it that way, old man. Nan knows what's best for her." "Walked to the station," said Dick bitterly. "Just plain cut stick and ran, probably carried a bag, all because I made it so sickening for her she could not stay." Raven thought of the things Nan had carried in the work of the last year supplies, babies born on retreats. She had seen the fortunes of war, but there was no need of bracing Dick by telling him he could testify she had not any bag. If the boy could be melted into a passion of ruth over Nan, instead of a passion of resentment, so much the better for him. "Come and have breakfast," he said. "Charlotte's bringing it in." They went together, and when Dick had bolted his coffee and egg, he said, "Of course I have got to take the 11. "Of course," said Raven. He knew if he were a young lover who had offended Nan and driven her away, that was what he should do, follow and humble himself before her. "Jerry'll drive you down." So it happened that when Amelia, carefully dressed, came out of her room at noon, Dick had left without a word to her, and her dignified resentment was only diverted by hearing Nan, too, had gone. "John," said she, disposing herself by the fire, "I should like to know how you account for that girl." "For Nan," said Raven absently. He was wishing Nan had found it easy to tell him she was going. "I do not account for Nan, I do not have to." "So unexpected," said Amelia. "So absolutely impervious to everything we have brought them up to reverence. It's all of a piece. Depend upon it, no young girl could go over there and do the things she did and not feel the effects of it. For life, absolutely for life. You yourself feel the effects in one way, the young ones in another." Raven was very considerate of her, left stranded there with him. But after the noon dinner, when they settled again by the fire, he began to realize the magnitude of his task. He was simply saddled with Amelia. She had not been able to get her alienist up here, but she had constituted herself a psychic detective on her own account. At first he did not mind, she was so simple, honest in her expedients. It was amusing to a moderate degree to evade them. How did he sleep? Did he dream? Did he know anything about the psychology of dreams? There was Freud. Yes, Raven interpolated. Nasty fellow, peeps and botanizes on his mother's grave. Did the world still seem to him as hopeless as it did at the time of his writing the letter? That gave him an idea. "Where is that letter?" he asked, cutting across the track of her calculated approaches. "What became of it?" She did not evade him, she was too surprised. "I gave it," she owned, "to one of our doctors at home, for a medical congress." "The devil you did," Raven permitted himself. "Milly, sometimes I think you advanced women, oh Lord." "What else could I do?" Milly inquired with her deliberate fair-mindedness, which was, he miserably knew, a part of her culture. "Surely you would not suppress evidence, and it will not be traced to you. You are simply Mr. 10. Raven was silent. He was thinking what a fool he had been to unpack his heart with words, and that if he told Milly so he should simply be unpacking it some more. He looked at the clear winter day occupying itself out there without him, and wondered why the deuce he could not put on snowshoes and tramp off his discontent, leaving her to fight her boredom by the fire. She would brought it on herself, had not she? Nobody wanted her to come. Was there some hidden force in women, their apparent vulnerability to the harsh world conditions that were bound to crush out even them in the end? They seemed so weak you had, in mercy, to reinforce them, and then they proved so horribly strong, and used their strength against you, depleted as you were by fighting for them. Anyway, if he could get Milly's blood to moving and pump some of this hill air into her, she too might be a more wholesome citizen of even an unfeeling earth. "Want to go to walk, Milly?" he suggested seductively, and she looked at him pleasantly, grateful for the tone at least. "No," she said, "we are so cozy here." Cozy, it might be cozy if that meant being choked, but he thought he could stand a little more of it, and then he would at least drop asleep and snore. The indiscretions of the body were terrible to Amelia, and he did fall into a hopeless lethargy, and only about 5 o'clock, when the early dark had come, threw it off and got to his feet. "Bye," he said, "I will be back for supper." Before she could answer, he was gone. Now he was afraid she might say, with an ill-timed acquiescence, that after all she would have a little walk, and he knew he simply could not stand it. By the fire, making an inexorable assault on his senses, the calm, steady beat of her futile talk could be borne. You bore it by listening through a dream, but out of doors, when the crisp air had waked you, you would simply have to swear or run. He did run, snatching his hat as he went up the road toward Tenny's. It was not a reasoned flight, but he did want to calm himself by the light burning through their windows, perhaps a glimpse of Tira moving about. The night was going to be clear and not too cold for pleasant lingering. Over beyond the rising slope opposite Nan's house, he heard an owl hooting and nearer the barking of a fox. He turned that way and stood facing the dark slope. He knew what those trees were in spring, pink and light brown in the marshes at the foot of the rise, running up into a mist of sunshine with islands of evergreen. Then, turning to go on, he cast a glance at the house and stopped with a word of surprise. There was a light. Somebody had broken in an incredible happening here and was beguiled by loneliness and silence into an absurd security. He turned into the path and went softly up to the front door, lifted the latch and was stepping in when someone came. It was Nan. She was in the hall, a pile of blankets in her arms. Seeing him, she did not start, only laughed a little, all the mischief of her face running into it and waking it like the sun on moving water. "Nan," said Raven. "Nan, my darling, why are you here?" Nan did the incredible thing. She laid her pile of blankets in a chair, came back to him and deliberately put arms over his shoulders and about his neck. Her face, beautifully sweet in its new flush, was close to his. It might well be flushed, for he had called her darling, and Nan, feeling lorn and bewildered in losing the rookie she used to think she knew, felt for the instant that she had got home again. She had lost him, she felt, when she saw the shaken look he gave the strange, beautiful woman up in the hut. Now here he was again, quite the same, only it was true that she had not seemed to be for years what he called her now. "Rookie, my darling," said Nan, seeing no reason why she should not give him the precious thing back again, "I am terrible glad you have come. Charlotte tell you." She put her cheek against his for a minute, took her arms away and turned into the west sitting room where a fire was leaping and making soft, living shadows on the ceiling. In the middle of the room she stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Look at the shadows," she said, in a low voice, as if they might hear and flee away. "It's exactly as if they lived here all the time and waited for us to come back to them. Look at the ones behind those candlesticks. They have always been just like this, little old scholarly gentlemen in queer hats walking along a London street. I used to think they were going to old second-hand shops to buy old second-hand books. I would not have those candlesticks moved by half an inch for fear the shadows would get mad and go with them. Sit down, Rookie, there where you used to read to me. I will light up so we can see each other." He did sit down without waiting for her, on the little squat, old-fashioned sofa, and Nan went about the room with her match and darted it with candles. Raven looked after her in her housewifely progress. He was still concerned, still grave over her leaving his house for this. She had on her walking suit, whatever frills she might have discovered upstairs, and she looked ready for outdoor enterprise. What a hardy child she was, slender and supple, but taught for action in the homespun service of the day. She threw her match into the fire and came to him, sat down beside him, and like the Nan of 100 years ago, her childhood and his youth, put her head down on his shoulder. "Nan," said he, abandoning what he sometimes considered the heavy father attitude, and jamming the silky head down into its hollow, "what did you do it for? Did not you like my house?" "Yes, Rookie darling," she said in a tone of drowsy happiness. "I meant to state really I didn't cut in when Mrs. Powell tried to get you to give yourself away so she could tell her alienists how crazy you are. But if I had, Dick would have stayed too. He never'd have gone, never in the world. And he's so quarrelsome." "How do you know he's gone?" Raven asked. "Why, of course he has. He would the minute he thought I had, has not he?" "Yes," said Raven, "he has. Nan, why the dickens do you treat him so? You mean to take him in the end?" "Do I?" asked Nan still most contentedly. "Rookie, what a lot you know. Wake me if you hear a step." "A step? Who's coming?" "Charlotte, I told her I was no more afraid than up in your west chamber. Not so much. Dick and his mother cannot pounce on me here. I did not say that, though. Charlotte thinks I just came over for a freak, but she's coming to stay with me." "You do not know what Charlotte thinks," said Raven succinctly. "She's got a pretty accurate idea of all of us. You are not going to stay here, that's flat. We will blow out the candles in a minute or two and poke off home." "This is home," said Nan and rubbed her cheek on his coat. "Darling Rookie." "You are running away from Millie," said Raven. "That's all right, I wish I could myself. But what are you going to say when she finds the house is open and you are here? I found it out and so can she. I was going by and saw the light." "She will not go by and see the light," said Nan from the same far distance. "Consider those pumps, she will not go out. If she does you must just take her the other way. Head her off, Rookie, that's what you do, head her off." "Do you know, Nan," said Raven with a sudden resolution, "what Dick feels about you? I mean, what makes him so sore and ugly? He told me." There was a slight disturbance on his shoulder. Nan seemed to be shaking her head. "He apparently cannot get at you. There's something in you that baffles him, puts him off. It makes him mad as thunder. You will not let him in, Nan, you do not let him see you as you are. Why, Rookie, said Nan. She sat up straight and looked him in the face. Her eyes were beautifully calm. If her clinging to him was against the rules of this present life, nothing in her expression showed it. She was really like a child used to being loved and innocently demanding it. Why, Rookie, Dick's not more than half grown up. He writes, said Raven obstinately, aware of having really no argument. What kinds of books? Conventional rot. Verse. Anybody could do it by the yard. No, you needn't look like that, course I could not, but anybody that could write at all. You could, Rookie, only you would not have the face, you would feel such a fool. Of course it's conventional, said Raven, his poetry is. But that's natural enough. He belongs to the new school. You do not find him conventional himself, do you? Too conventional. He's precisely like his mother, said Nan. She had the air of wanting to account for him, once for all, and sweep him out of the way. Only she's conventional about waving her hair and uplift and belonging to societies, and he's conventional about brotherhood and a new world, and being too broad-minded to be healthy. Do not you know there are crude things in a man that have got to stay there if he is a man? War now. If some beast goes out on a prowl like Germany, the normal man does not call it a herd madness and quote the New Testament. He gets his gun. So did Dick get his gun, but now he thinks it's all over, he's too broad-minded to live. Oh, you can laugh, Rookie, but there is such a thing as being too superior to be decent, and that's Dick. The only time I come anywhere near liking him is when he forgets to call the world a fraternal sewing circle and comes out with a healthy dam. That's the streak of you in him. Do not you know the nicest thing about him is the streak of you? Raven was not aware of knowing that, but he had to own, though silently, that there was an exasperating three-quarters of Dick he himself could not, of late years, get along with. Was it youth, he wondered? Yet Nan was young. Who so sweetly sympathetic as Nan? Let's not talk about him, said she. Yes, a minute more, though. I have sent off a letter to him. Charlotte was to give it to Jerry to mail on the train. It told him I should not tell where I was, and I certainly should not come back till he got his mother away from here. He would simply got to do it, I told him plainly. And then you are going back, you promised him. I did not promise him anything, because how could I do not know how things are coming out. There's the woman. What woman? He asked this in a perfect good faith. Mrs. Tenney. She withdrew from him slightly. If Tira made his heart race, she would not hear it. He should not be spied upon. Do not you know, said she clearly, I have got to see this thing through. See it through, he repeated. You cannot, she will not let you, she will not let me. Of course she will not let you. If the man's mad with jealousy, he will not stand another man's supporting his wife. I should very much doubt if she let you. She's got a loyalty, well, it's the sort you read about when a brute breaks a woman and she says she fell and hurt herself. It's been the surprise of my life that she said a word to me. That's easy, said Nan. You are so awfully sorry for everybody, they feel it in you. She thought you were an archangel. An archangel, groaned Raven. Good Lord, well, what do you propose doing? Go over there tomorrow, ask her to come here and help me get the house in order. Then what? Talk to her, you will frighten her. But he knew Nan would frighten no one, not the least of the maimed and spent. No, but I thought maybe if things kept happening, I could take her back with me to town to work. There's the child, suggested Raven. Yes, that's a drawback, she owned seriously. On the other hand, it's an advantage. The child might be made the reason, to have somebody look at him, you know. I suppose you saw he is not quite right. Not right, what do you mean, deficient? I do not know, said Nan. That or something. Deaf maybe, but not right. I hear something, it's Charlotte. Kiss me, Rookie. On my forehead, did it? On my forehead, on my right cheek, on my left cheek, on my chin. No, that's all, that's good night, Rookie darling, Rookie. It is Charlotte, I will let her in. She went to the door and opened it, and Charlotte appeared, done up in an old-fashioned shawl, and Raven noted in an amused incredulity a nondescript knitted thing, old-fashioned when he was a child. A cloud, he said to himself, that's what they called the thing. He felt absurdly thankful at seeing it again. It seemed to assure him that although the surface of life might heave and sink with revolution and the fate of dynasties, Charlotte and her equipment of bedrock integrity and clouds existed still. She paused in the doorway to take a basket from Jerry, and closed the door on him after a casual good night. Raven went into the hall. The basket was generous, in its oval capacity, the contents covered with a napkin. Want this carried upstairs? He asked, but Charlotte shook her head. No, she said, it's for her breakfast, I shall be gone for light. She lifted her sincere gaze to Raven. I thought I would come over, she added. I should not feel easy to have her here all alone. Jerry said he wanted I should. Raven nodded at her and carried the basket off into the kitchen, and when he came back both women were upstairs and he heard the interchange of voices and their quick tread. "Night, Rookie," Nan broke off her housewifely deeds to call, and he called back, "Good night." Then he went out and home again, and fulfilled his destiny for the day by another somnolent hour with Millie before the fire. Roman 19th. Nan and Charlotte, each in a front chamber, were soon cosily in warmed sheets. But when Nan judged Charlotte must be asleep, she got up, put more wood on the dying fire, slipped on her fur coat over a wrapper, did up her knees in a blanket and sat down by the window she had not yet opened, in anticipation of this hour of the silent night. Really, she had lived for it, ever since she entered the hut and found the strange woman. The night at Raven's house had been as still as this, but there were invisible disturbances in the air. They riddled her chamber through and pierced her brain. What Amelia thought, what Dick thought. Here there was only the calm island of Charlotte's beneficence, and even that lay stiller than ever under the blanket of a tranquil sleep. She felt alone in a world that was not troubling itself about her, because it never troubled itself about anything. The moon was just up above the fringe of trees at the east, and shadows were black across the snow. She sat looking out with intentness as if she were there at the window for the sole purpose of watching the silent world, but really to get her mind in order for the next day and all the coming days. She felt about the heart the strange dropping we know as grief. No wonder the mortal creature, looking on at the commotions within the frail refuge of his body, should have evolved the age-old phrase that the heart bleeds. Nan's heart had been bleeding a long time. There used to be drops on each shock of her meeting Raven after absence and finding herself put away from the old childish state of delighted possession. At first she had believed this was one of the mysterious cruelties of Aunt Anne's inexorable delicacy of behavior, but when she grew older she had one day a great happy light of understanding, one of those floods that sweep over youth after washing at the barriers of its innocence. Rookie himself had put her away. It was one of the scrupulous things he had done for her, because she had been too ignorant to do them for herself. He had seen she was grown up. It was true, Nan had to own, that this was one of the lines, drawn across her life, that pleased Aunt Anne most, because it removed her or seemed to remove her from Rookie. Aunt Anne was jealous to her fingertips, the ends of those beautiful, delicately prisoning hands. Nan had tried never to acknowledge that. It always seemed such a barbarity to find in Aunt Anne the things that would have shocked her in herself. Tonight she looked it in the face. Aunt Anne was jealous. That was the first count. All her own life, too, Nan had been vaguely irritated by Raven's not marrying Aunt Anne. He was her property, was not he, in a queer way, never questioned, never on his part rebelled against. Yet it was a bondage, and if the real reason was that Aunt Anne would not have him, why did not he play the man and batter down her scruples, even that barrier of the years between them? But after that sudden look into Raven's eyes, the night she told him about the will, she had never been able to think of him as loving Aunt Anne at all. It was that horrible compassion of his, she believed, that obedience of the male to the weaker, and yet the stronger principle of the demanding opposite. He had always been in bondage through his affections, first to his mother, then Aunt Anne, and then suddenly, terrifyingly, but most gloriously, because this was the only wildly spontaneous thing of all, to the strange woman in the hut. He was innocent there, he was unthinking, he did not know what tale his eyes told of him. It was not earthly passion they told. She had seen many things in her tumultuous life of the last few years. This woman he called a child. The eyes told how his soul was going down in a wreckage of worship of the charm that blooms in a few women only, translated to him through the pity of this woman's wretched state. Should she interpret him to himself? She could without offending. Rookie was sensitive to see, and she found her hand steady to hold the torch, but there she saw herself slipping into Aunt Anne's mandatory attitude, choking, dominating, sapping him, heart and brain. It must not be done. It should not. Rookie had had enough of spiritual government. Above all, she wanted him to have his life, not the sterile monotony of a man who renounced and served and deferred to managing females. Had the woman any soul in her? If Rookie kidnapped her and the child, it would have to be, the doubtful child would she pay in love for love, or only an uncomprehending worship? One thing Nan had determined on, the minute she opened her door to him this night, and saw the quick concern in his face and heard his tone in greeting. Rookie should feel there was somebody in this disordered world who plainly adored him. If he could believe that the better for her putting her cheek on his and loving him to death, he should have it. Rookie should feel warm. As for her, she was cold. She shivered there by the window and knew it was the inner tremor of her nerves, for the fire still leaped and the room was pulsing. The amount of it is, said Nan to herself, my heart's broken. Oh, hang Aunt Anne. Then she remembered Aunt Anne was dead. But she would not have recalled the little missile hurled at the impalpable ghost through the shade of removedness that enveloped her. Nan was inexorable in standing for what she saw. In the morning she found the fires burning below stairs and her tray set out, with cup and plate. Charlotte had gone. Nan felt the mounting of spirit do a healthy body with the new day, and made her toast and her coffee with a great sense of the pleasure of it all. There was one drawback. It was distinctly no fair to let Charlotte come over to companion her at night when there was so much to do with the exigent Amelia on board. But that must settle itself. If she could get Tira, whom she also called the woman in her thoughts, to run away with her to town, it could hardly be done too quickly. So immediately after her breakfast, she put on coat and hat and went over to Tenny's, as the country folk would put it. This was a day brightly blue, with mounting warmth, the road a smoothness of packed snow. When she reached the house, Tenny was just driving up to the side door in the sleigh, and she rejoiced. It made her errand easier. He was going to town, and she could see the woman alone. But immediately Tira, carrying the baby, a little white lump in coat and hood, came out and stepped into the sleigh. She too was going. Tenny waited while she settled herself and tucked the robe about her. He was not solicitous, Nan saw, but the typical country husband, soberly according her time to get herself and the child well fixed. Nan, waiting, her eyes on them, still halted until they drove out and nodded her good morning. Tenny drew up. His sharp eyes signalled her. "I have got it in mind," he announced, "to have a prayer meeting come Wednesday. I am going to put up a notice in the post office." He turned a reminding look on Tira, who responded by what seemed to Nan an unwilling confirmation. "You are invited to come." "You are all invited," said Tenny harshly, as if Tira had lagged in urgency. "All on ye." "Thank you," said Nan with a cheerful decisiveness. "I will come." Tenny slapped the reins and they went on, to a jingling of bells thinly melodious in the clear air, and Nan turned back to her house. How beautiful she was, the strange woman, she thought, with a renewal of her wonder over Tira, the calm majesty of her, the way she sat erect in the old red sleigh as if she were queen of a triumphal progress, the sad inscrutability of her wonderful eyes, the mouth with its evasive curves. How would an artist indicate them delicately enough so that you kept them in your memory, as she saw herself doing, and were yet not able to say whether it was the indented corner or the full bow? She found herself remembering poetic lines about Grecian Helen, and then recalling herself to New England and the unlikelihood of such bewitchingness. There could not be a woman so compact of mystery and unconsidered aloofness, and yet beauty, beauty to the bone. When the Tennys drove by Raven's, each with face set forward, not looking at the house, Raven was in the kitchen consulting Charlotte about supplies. Jerry also was going to town, for imperious even in her unspoken needs, Amelia would have to be delicately fed. Charlotte, hearing the bells, glanced absently at the window, and Raven's eyes followed. He felt his heart give a little added start of relief. He knew. At least Tenny would not stop the horse and brain his wife on the road. "There's the Tennys," said Charlotte. "That's a queer kind of a woman, that wife he's got." "Why is she?" Raven demanded. Whatever Charlotte felt, he must pluck it out of her. It was sure to be true. She spoke thoughtfully, as if reviewing what was not altogether clear in her own mind. "I dunno's I know, but she's so kind-o quiet, pleasant enough, but you allays feel as if she's a mile off." Yes, Raven owned to himself, Charlotte was right. That was the way he felt, only it was not 1 mile but many miles off. "That baby too," said Charlotte, her brows knitted, as if the whole thing troubled her. "The baby ain't right." Just what Nan said, what witchery women had. "What's the matter with the baby?" he asked, and was nettled at the roughness of his voice. Charlotte shook her head and seemed to shake off perplexed imaginings. "I dunno," she said again. "But suthin' is, and that's the queer part, aunt. You never'd know whether Mies Tenny knows it or whether she do not. But there." Then her mind settled to its task. "No, you could not get sweetbreads this time o' year up here anyways. They do not kill." Raven, after the consultation was over, and Charlotte had explained the ease with which she could pack a hamper of hot dishes to carry over to Nan, come 1 o'clock, went to his social task in the library, where Amelia sat at the drowsy rite of warming her toes. He had a more or less relaxed feeling with Amelia now. She had shot her bolt and sprung her mine and could hardly have more in hiding. But she had the completest shock possible. She sat with her eyes fixed on the doorway, waiting, and her question was ready. "John, what do you know about Uncle John? Great-uncle, of course I mean." Raven advanced into the room and chose a seat by the window. Amelia, still thinly clad above and ineffectually baking herself, made him irrationally want to get away from fires. "Old Crow?" he asked. "Why, yes, if you want to call him that. I suppose that's what the country people did call him." "Why," said Raven slowly, getting his recollections in order, prepared to give her what was good for her and no more. I suppose there's no doubt he was an eccentric. He built the hut up there and moved into it, and finally went over the countryside doctoring, in an unscientific way, and praying and finally hauled in Billy Jones, a sort of old rake they thought of sending to the poor farm, and took care of him till he died. Billy was a tank. When we were little, there used to be stories we got hold of about the way Billy's legs swelled. One of the boys down along told me he would been up there and looked into the hut, and Billy sat there in a chair with his legs bandaged and the water dripping through to the floor. We all wished our legs would drip. We thought it was great. Mother would not let me go up there after old Billy went into residence, but we boys kept on hearing about him. I have no doubt we got most of the salient points. He was giving her more than was good for her after all. Amelia would not like this. She did not like it. Shocking, she commented, shaking her head in repudiation. I have thought since, said Raven, partly in musing recollection and perhaps a little to show her what she got by fishing for old memories, Billy had cirrhosis of the liver. As I said, Billy was a tank. We needn't go into the question of Jones, said Amelia with dignity. He does not concern us. It was a perfectly unjustifiable thing for Uncle John to do, this taking him into his own house and nursing him. Perfectly. But it only shows how unbalanced Uncle John really was. Call him Old Crow, Milly, Raven interrupted her, resolved she should accept the picture as it was if she were bent on any picture at all. Everybody knew him by that, just Old Crow. At first I suppose it was the country way of trying to be funny over his name, as soon as he got funny to them with his queerness. And then, after he would gone round nursing the sick and praying with the afflicted, they may have put real affection into it. You cannot tell. You see, Milly, Old Crow was a practical Christian. From all I have heard, he was about the only one you and I have ever met. He was certainly not normal, said Amelia ingenuously, and while Raven sat rolling that over in his delighted mind and getting the full logic of it, she continued, Do you know, John, he was a very commanding man, very handsome really. You look like him. Much obliged, Milly, said Raven. He was smiling broadly at her. His iced crinkles about them multiplied withdrew in a way that always made her uneasy. She was so unlikely, at such times, to guess what he was thinking about. In another instant he was to inform her. It all came over him in a wave. He gasped under the force of it, and then he roared with laughter. By George, Milly, he cried, I have got you. As the Scotch say, or are said to say, I hae it new. Old Crow was darty, and my nose is like Old Crow's, so I am darty too. I think, said Amelia with dignity, any specialist, if you could only be persuaded to put your case into his hands, would inquire very closely into family traits. And you and I, John, ought to help him by tabulating everything we can. Sure, said Raven, relapsing into a vulgarism likely to set her teeth on edge and possibly, in the spasm of it, close them momentarily on reminiscence. I am willing to let you in for all I know about Old Crow. To tell the truth, I am rather proud of him myself. Charlotte was passing through the hall, and Amelia called to her. Charlotte, a minute, please. You know our uncle, Mr. John Raven. Old Crow, Charlotte, Raven reminded her, seeing she needed prompting, not yet guessing where the question was to lead. Curiously, he thought, it was Milly's exasperating fate to put everybody on guard. But it was inevitable. When you had a meddler in the family, you never knew where you would have to head her off. What, continued Amelia, has become of Uncle John's books? His books, interrupted Raven, himself off the track now. What the deuce do you want with Old Crow's books? Where are they? Amelia continued, now turning to him. There's something somewhere, a book, I know it perfectly well, and we have got to have it. It came to me in the night. What was it? Asked Raven. Old Crow was rather a bookish chap, I fancy, in a conventional way. I have got some of his stuff up in the hut, rather academic, the kind daguerreotyped young men with high stocks used to study by one candle. What do you suspect, a will, or a love letter slipped in behind a cover and forgotten? It cannot be a will. Old Crow did not have anything to leave. Amelia's hands trembled a little. A brighter rose had encircled the permanent red of her cheeks. She was, Raven saw with curiosity, much excited. There was certainly a book, she said, a mottled blank book, a third full of writing. It was a sort of journal. I was in the room when Mother brought it from the hut and passed it to Father to look at. He would just come down from your room. You were ill, you know, diphtheria. Mother passed it to him without a word, the way people do when there are children in the room. He looked at it and then at her, and they nodded. I was little, you know, but I saw it was important and I listened. And Father said, No, it will not do to have it lying around. I will carry it up attic and put it in the red chest. That's what I mean, Charlotte, she continued, turning to Charlotte, who stood with a frown of concentration on her smooth forehead. You know that old red chest, the one where Uncle's book was put? Oh yes, said Charlotte, I know the old chest. Well, said Amelia conclusively, having made her point, then you go up attic, will you, and open the chest, take out the blank book and bring it down. Nonsense, said Raven, Charlotte's got her hands full, I will run up by and by. Charlotte gave him a serious, perhaps a warning look. He remembered afterward and went out of the room. You recall it, do not you? Amelia continued, how you had diphtheria after Uncle John's death, and father had it next week. Yes, said Raven, tasting the unchanged bitterness of an old misery. That had been one of the points where his life turned. His father had taken the infection from him and nearly died, and the child he was then had never been able to escape a shuddering belief that he might have been guilty of his father's death. That had made him turn the more passionately to the task of lightening his mother's burden in the wild anxiety he had caused her. Poor little boy, he thought, poor little fool, making his life a business of compensating somebody for something, and never until these later years, even seeing the visible path his own feet should have taken. He forgot Amelia and showed himself so absent that she got huffy and fell into silence, and only when he left the room did she remind him. Do not forget the journal, you would better run up and look for it now. He did go upstairs, really with an idea it might be best to run over the journal before Amelia pounced on it and turned it in some manner to his own undoing. At the head of the stairs stood Charlotte, waiting. One hand was under her apron. She stepped silently into his room, tacitly inviting him to follow, and brought out the hand and the mottled book. Here, she said, here, tease, you lay it away safe summers. Do not seem to me I would let anybody see it if eyes you till you have been over it yourself. Raven, with a nod of understanding, took the book, put it into his desk drawer and turned the key, and Charlotte hurried away to her kitchen. When he went downstairs again, he found Amelia at the open door. She was all an excitement of anticipation. Law, Milly, said he, in the country phrasing he loved to use to her when she was most securely on her high horse of the cultured life, you look as nervous as a witch. Where is it? Said Amelia, beating a tattoo of impatience with one hand on the door. You have been up attic, have not you? Bless you, no, said Raven. I cannot go up attic now. I have got to do an errand for Charlotte. This was true. Nan's dinner had to be carried over. You run up, there's a good girl. Give you something to do. No, no, she was turning toward the kitchen. Do not you go bothering Charlotte, I will not have it, cut along. And Amelia did in a dignified haste to show him how journals were found, and later, when the moment came, Raven went with his hot hamper to Nan's. She met him at the door, no such overflowing Nan as last night, but serenely practical and quite settled into the accustomed comforts of her house. I am as hungry as a bear, said she. Come through to the kitchen, I eat in there. The only drawback to this, rookie, is that it takes it out of Charlotte. Still, it will not last long, and I will give her a kiss and a blue charmeuse. That would pay anybody for anything. They unpacked the basket together, and Nan, her plate and knife and fork ready on a napkin, began to eat. Raven sat down at the other end of the table. I wish you would stay, he said, watching her in her pretty haste. I do not mean here over with me. Come on, Nan. Amelia's settled down for good. She will not bother you much. Anyhow, you can run off up to the hut. Then he remembered what other fugitive she might find at the hut, and saw she, too, remembered. Her words came pat upon it. The Tennies are going to have a prayer meeting Wednesday night. A prayer meeting, he heard himself echoing it incredulously. Yes, and you are to take me, rookie, do not scowl. I have got to see that man when he worships his idols, and you have got to see him too. His god must be an idol, burnt offerings, that sort of thing. Perhaps that's what he's doing it all for, offering her up as a kind of sacrifice. His wife, I mean, what's her name, rookie? Thyatira, said Raven, and got up, his mind suddenly dense to the comfortable picture of Nan and her dinner, and went home. Roman 20. The next few days went by, all alike cloudless and uneventful within the house. Nan coaxed Charlotte into bringing her over meat and vegetables, and with a plea of liking it, cooked them herself. Raven swung back and forth between the houses, but Nan found him silent and, she decided, cross. Every day he went up to the hut to see whether the fire had been lighted, and every day found the place in its chilly order. It seemed to him as if the whole tragic background against which Tira had been moving had been wiped away by some wide-sweeping sponge of oblivion, as if he had dreamed the story, or at least its importance in his own life, as if Nan had always been living alone in her house, and Amelia, tied up in Charlotte's aprons, her lips compressed in implacable resolution, always going through trunks in the attic, searching for a mottled book. He had no compunction over Amelia. Let her search, he thought, when Charlotte came to him with a worried brow and asked if he did not think he could put it somewheres in sight, so's she should know 'twas no use. do her good. If she did not like it, she could go back to her clubs and her eugenics and her Freudians. And when the evening of the prayer meeting came, he looked out at the brilliant weather, judged that the immediate region might seize upon it as an excuse for sleigh riding, and was returning to his book for a brief minute more, when Amelia called from the window. 3 sleighs, where can they be going? Oh, said Raven, without raising his eyes from the page, sleighing most likely. But the minute she left the window, he put down his book, got his hat and coat from the hall, and went out through the kitchen where Charlotte was sponging bread. Going to the meeting, he asked her. No, said Charlotte, absorbedly dissolving her yeast cake. I never take much stock in there. She paused, lest she might be uncharitably expansive, and found refuge in Jerry. He says Israel Tenney ain't so much of a man when all's said and done, and do not seem as if he could stand seeing him on his knees. But there. Raven went on through the shed and up the road to Nan's. She had seen him from the window and came down the path. Knew I would come, did you? He grumbled. Yes, said Nan, we would really better go. Raven hated it all, out of his element as he was, going to spy on Tenny and hear him pray. What other reason was there? He and Nan simply wanted to search out the reactions in Tenny's spiritual insides in order to defeat him the more neatly. The house was brightly lighted downstairs. 6 or 8 sleighs stood in the shelter of the long open shed at right angles to the barn. The horses had been taken in and blanketed. When Raven and Nan arrived, no one else was outside, and he was about to knock when Nan, who remembered the ways of neighborhood prayer meetings, opened the door and stepped in. Men and women were seated in a couple of rows about the walls of the 2 front rooms, and Tenny stood in the square entry beside a table supplied with a hymn book, a Bible, and a lamp. He had the unfamiliar aspect of a man reduced to discomfort of mind by the strictures of a Sunday suit. His eyes were burning, and his mouth compressed. What did they mean, that passion of the distended pupil, that line of tightened lip? Was it the excitement of leadership, the responsibility of being in charge of the solemn convention of prayer meeting? It was the face, Nan thought, of one who knew the purposes of God from the first word of creation to the last, and meant to enforce them by every mastery known to man, persuasion, rage, and cruelty. She gave him a good evening, and he jerked his head slightly in response. The occasion was evidently too far out of the common to admit of ordinary greetings. A man and woman just inside the doorway of the front room moved along, and signed Raven and Nan to take their vacated seats. As soon as they were settled, Tenny began to lead in prayer, and Raven, his mind straying from the words as negligible and only likely to increase his aversion to the man, sat studying the furnishings of the room, a typical one, like all the parlours of the region from the time of his boyhood to that of his father and Old Crow. There was the centre table with the album and 3 red volumes of keepsakes and garlands, a green worsted mat, hopefully designed to imitate moss, and on the depression in its centre the astral lamp. On the wall opposite were pictures of Tenny's father and mother, painful enlargements from stiff photographs, and on the neighbouring wall a glazed framing of wax flowers and a hair wreath. The furniture was black walnut upholstered with horsehair. Tenny was of the more prosperous line of farmers, and yet he had not begun so. All this represented the pathetic ideal of one who toiled and saved and bought after the fashion of his type. Raven's eyes strayed to the faces about him. These were the younger set, boys and girls from 16 to 20. The first 2 or 3 had, by chance perhaps, dropped into this room, and the rest gravitated shyly to it. There was always a line of cleavage at prayer meeting, as at teas and socials, between old and young. Raven was glad he had chosen the room at random. He liked the atmosphere of half-tittering youth. They were always on the verge, always ready to find hilarity in untoward circumstance, and yet trained to a respect for meeting, doing their conventional best. What hard red cheeks there were, what great brown hands of boys, awkwardly holding hats and yet taken into the open, how unerringly they gripped the tasks that fell to them. All of them, boys and girls alike, were staring at him and Nan. At Nan with a frank admiration, the girls perhaps with envy. At the corner of the room corresponding to his own, 2 chairs had been left vacant, and when his eyes came to them he saw a blue scarf depending from the back of one. It had been dropped when the occupant of the chair had left it. It was Tira's chair, and Tira herself appeared from the door opposite, leading from the kitchen, crossed the room, took the scarf and wrapped it about her shoulders and sat down. She had been called out, perhaps in response to a cry from the child who seemed to be the centre of commotion in this house, though so mysteriously inactive. Raven felt the blood mounting to his face. She was so movingly beautiful in this scene of honest but unlovely mediocrity. Even her walk across the room, unconscious of herself, yet with the rhythmic step of high processional show, strange a part she was of this New England picture. He could not see her now without turning and tried to summon his mind home from her, to fix it on Tenny, who, having finished his prayer, was calling on one and another, with an unction that seemed merely a rejoicing tyranny for testimony. It was a scene of tension. Church members were timid before the ordeal of experience or pleading, and the unconverted were strained to the verge of hysteria over a prospect of being haled into the open and prayed for. Neither Raven nor Nan knew how unpopular Tenny had become, because he could not enter the conventional limits of a prayer meeting without turning it into something too tense, too exciting, the atmosphere of the revival. Yet, though his fellow Christians blamed him for it, they sought it like a drug. He played on their unwilling nerves and they ran to be played on. He was their opera, their jazz. Breath came faster and eyes shone. The likelihood of a hysterical giggle was imminent, and some couples, safely out of range of Tenny's gaze, were holding hands and mentally shuddering at their own temerity. Now he was telling his own religious experience, with a mounting fervor ready to froth over into frenzy. Raven, turning slightly, regarded him with a cold dislike. This was the voice that had echoed through the woods that day when Tira stood, her baby in her arms, in what chill of fear Raven believed he knew. Tenny went on lashing himself into the ecstasy of his emotional debauch. His eyes glittered. He was happy, he asserted, because he had found salvation. His conversion was akin to that of Saul. To his immense spiritual egotism, Raven concluded, nothing short of a story colossally dramatic would serve. He had been a sinner, perhaps not as to works but faith. He had kept the commandments all but one. Had he loved the Lord his God with all his heart, all his soul, all his might? No, for he had not accepted the sacrifice the Lord God had prepared for him, of his only Son. That Son of God had been with him everywhere in his downsittings and his uprisings, as he was with every man and woman on earth. But like other sinful men and women, he had not seen him. He had not felt him, but he was there. And one day he was hoeing in the field, and a voice at his side asked, "Why persecutest thou me?" He looked up and saw here he paused dramatically, though Raven concluded it was simply because he found himself at a loss to go on. He had appropriated the story, but he was superstitiously afraid to embroider it. For Raven gave him that credit, honestly believed in his self-evolved God. And then, said Tenny in a broken voice, tears trickling down his cheeks, the voice said to me, "Go ye out and preach the gospel." The front door opened, and a little answering breeze flickered in the flame of the lamp. A girl near Nan, her nerves on edge, gave a cry. A man stepped in and closed the door behind him. He was a figure of fashion evolved from cheap models and flashy materials, tall, quick in his movements, as if he found life a perpetual dance and self-consciously adapted himself to it, with mocking blue eyes, red hair and a long nose bent slightly to one side. He was, in every line and act, vulgar, and yet so arrogantly bent on pleasing that you unconsciously had to acknowledge his intention and refrain from turning your back on him. He looked at Tenny in a calculated good humor, nodded, had his great coat off with a quick gesture and slung it over his arm. Then he stepped past Tenny, who stood petrified as if he saw the risen dead, and into the room. This was Eugene Martin. He seemed not to be in the least subdued to the accepted rules of prayer meeting, but nodded and smiled impartially, and as if he had flashed that look about for the one niche waiting for him, stepped lightly over to Tira's corner and took the chair at her side. Raven, from the tragic change in Tenny's face, knew who he was and bent forward to see what Tira's eyes would tell. She was, it seemed, frozen into endurance. Martin, in seating himself, had given her a cordial good evening. She did not answer, nor did she look at him. Her pale lips did not move, nor did she, on the other hand, withdraw from him. The chairs had been pushed close, and as she sat upright, scarcely moving a muscle with her breath, the blue scarf touched his shoulder. Raven withdrew his gaze, not to make the moment in any sense conspicuous, and, feeling the silence, turned to Tenny to see if his leadership could surmount this base assault. The assault was premeditated. The gay insolence of the man's manner told him that. Tenny stood there silent, flaccid, a hand on the casing of the door. Every vestige of religious excitement had left his face. His overthrow was complete, and Raven, judging how Martin must rejoice, was for the moment almost as sorry for Tenny as for his wife. The little disturbance had lasted only a moment, but now all eyes were turning on Tenny, who had ceased to lead. In another minute the eyes would be curious, the silence would be felt. As Raven wondered what would break the evil spell, Nan's voice came out clear, untinged by the prevailing somberness, warm with the confidence of youth. "Cannot we sing one of the nice old hymns, Coronation, that's got such a swing to it?" She began it, and the young voices broke in pell-mell after her like a joyous crowd, seeing a vine-clad procession, and losing no time in joining for fear of losing step. Raven knew perfectly well the great old hymn was no matter for a passionately remorseful, sin-laden meeting of this sort. Nan knew it too. He was sure she had not ventured it for the protection of Tira. No one had ever told Nan about the man with the devil in him who looked up kinder droll. But she could see the tide of human emotion had better be turned to the glorification of God than to the abasement of man. Raven, in the swell of it, put his lips to her ear and whispered, "I am going to ask you to change your seat." She gave no sign of having heard, but sang on in a delightful volume to crown him lord of all. The moment the last note died, Raven came to his feet. He addressed Tenny. "1 minute, there's a draught here by the door." He went over to Martin, Nan following. "Do you mind sitting by the door?" he asked the man. "There's a good deal of a draught." Martin, his surprised look at Nan changing to a ready gallantry, got up at once. "Anything," said he, "to oblige a lady." Nan sat down and Raven and Martin took the seats by the door. There too Martin had advantage of a sort. He could stare down Tenny at short range, and this he did with a broad smile. Tenny, Raven concluded, was down and out. His comb was cut. Whatever passions might stir in him latter, however, in reviewing the scene, he might rage over the disturber of his peace. No, his spiritual leadership had passed from him, and the prayer meeting itself was quashed. An air of curiosity hung over it. 2 or 3 of the older men and women in the other room offered testimony, and one man, the old clockmender from the other side of the mountain, who swore with a free tongue about his secular affairs, but always wept when he went through the observance he called approaching the throne, knelt and prayed in a high voice through sobs. This lightened the atmosphere. No one ever regarded this performance seriously. He was the comic relief. On his amen Nan blessed Nan, thought Raven proposed. "Let's sing again." "No," said Tenny. He had got back his self-assertiveness. Raven could guess his jealous anger, the tide of fury coming, flooding the stagnant marshes of his soul. "I want to hear one more testimony. Thyatira, Tenny, get up and tell what God has done for you." Tira gave a start so violent that the blue scarf fell from her shoulders and one end of it lay over Nan's arm. She did get up. She rose slowly and stood there looking straight before her, eyes wide and dark, her hands clasped. Her stiff lips moved. She did piteously, Raven saw, try to speak. But she could not manage it, and after the long moment she sank back into her seat. Nan placed the blue scarf about her shoulders carefully, as if the quiet concern of doing it might tell the woman something, that she was companioned, understood, and, one hand on the knot of Tira's clasped fingers, began to sing. She sang the doxology, and after that, through unbreakable custom, the meeting was over and you had to go home. Men and women came to their feet, there were greetings and good nights, and about Nan gathered a group of those who remembered her. But she kept her left hand on Tira's, and after the others had gone she said something quickly to the woman who stood, looking dead tired, uttering mechanical good nights. Martin, with a jovial good night to Tenny, had hurried off at once. "See you later," he called back to him at the door, and Tenny looked after him with the livid concentration of a man who sends his curse forward to warn where it is not yet time for a blow. A laughing group followed Martin. There were girls who, horrified at the implications that hung about his name, were yet swayed by his dashing gallantry, and young men who sulkily held the girls back, swearing under their breath. Tira broke loose from Nan and went, fast as running water, through the room to the back of the house. Raven made no pretense of saying good night to Tenny. He forgot it, forgot Tenny, save as an element of danger to be dealt with later. On the doorstep he stopped with Nan, in the seclusion of the moment, while the others were bringing out horses and putting them into the sleighs. "We cannot leave her here with him," he said. "What was the matter?" Nan returned as quickly. "What happened, that man?" "Yes, the one he's jealous of. We cannot leave her here." "No use," said Nan. "She will not go. I asked her, told her I was living over at the house alone, wanted company. No use, she would not go." "She must go." "She will not, I tell you. Then I asked if she would let me stay over here and she said no. She said—" "What?" urged Raven when she stopped. "I almost cannot tell, it's so pathetic. Just a word, 3 words, you do not know." Then she stopped. "Just that, you do not know." Raven gave a little sound she could not bear, a breath, a curse you had, was it? Anyway, the breaking impatience of a helpless man. He did not stir. He meant, she saw, to stay there, doggedly stay on the step to await what happened. She put her hand through his arm. "Come," she said authoritatively, "let's walk up the road and drop in again when they have all gone. It's no use staying now." That, he saw, was wise, and they went out into the road, waited a moment for the sleighs just starting, and then walked away from home. Some of the people were singing camp-meeting hymns, and there was one daring burst of good night, ladies, and a chorused laugh. Prayer-meeting at Tenny's was not, Raven concluded, regarded much more seriously than Charlotte had foreseen. The bells jingled off into the distance. The horses were bent on home. as if the sound only had torn up the night into shreds of commotion, so now the bits of silence drew together into a web and the web covered them. Nan, in spite of the perplexed question of Tira, could have settled under the web there with Raven as under wings, but he was hot with impatience. They had gone half a mile perhaps when he stopped. "Come back," he said, "I have got to know." Nan turned with him and they went on in silence but very fast. Once or twice she was about asking him not to take such long steps, but she set her teeth and swung forward. In front of Tenny's they stopped. The rooms were lighted. The house was still. Raven drew a deep breath. What he had expected he did not know, whether calls for help or Tenny's voice of the woods shouting, "Hullo." This, at any rate, was a reprieve. "Come on," he said, "I will take you home and then come back." Again Nan stepped out in time. No use, she thought, to beg him to let her come too, but she could come back. Women were useful, she knew, with their implied terrors and fragility in holding up certain sorts of horror. Nan was willing to fight, if need were, with all the weapons of her sex. In the road in front of her own house was Charlotte, waiting for them. Nan left Raven, put a hand on Charlotte's arm and called her Ducky. "You will not come in," she said to Raven. "Do not you think you would better, half an hour or so?" "Not a minute," said Raven. "Good night." He left them, and after a few striding steps was aware of Charlotte calling him. She came up and spoke his name. "I have just met that woman." "What woman?" he asked impatiently. "Tira Tenny with the baby, this time o' night." "Where?" "Front o' the house, just as I come out." "Then she was coming there," he burst forth. Too bad, did not you know that, did not you ask her in?" "Yes," said Charlotte, "I asked her in and she said no, she was goin' down along. And I stood and watched her and she turned off up the rise into the woods." So it had begun, the terror, the flight. She was going to the hut and for some reason not the back way. "There's something tain't right," Charlotte was beginning, but he seized her wrist and held it. To keep her attention or to feel the touch of something kindly and warm. "Yes," he said, "something's wrong. Do not tell Charlotte, not a word, not to Nan or Jerry or above all not to Tenny. I will see to it." He left her and hurried loping along the road, almost at a run, and Charlotte went in to Nan. Roman 21. Raven passed his house and turned into the wood road. There he did not slacken but took the rise at a great gate. He was at the hut a moment after Tira. She had had time for neither light nor fire. "It's Raven," he called. She did not come and he added, "I am alone, let me in." Waiting there at the door, he had time to note the stillness of the woods, the creak of a branch now and then, and the half-drawn sigh from the breeze you hardly felt. At the instant of his beginning to wonder whether she might have fallen there from a hurt or whether she was even terrified of him, he heard the sound of the key and the door opened. He stepped in and her hand was at once on the key. She turned it and melted noiselessly into the dark of the room, and he followed her. No fire, he reproached her, or perhaps himself, for it seemed in the poignancy of his tenderness as if he should have had it burning night and day. He set a match to the kindling and the flame answered it. She had taken one of the chairs at the hearth and he saw, in the leaping light, that she had put the child on the couch and covered him. She was shuddering all over, shaking horribly, even her lips, and he went into the bedroom, came back with a blanket and wrapped it about her. She held it close, in that humble way she had of trying to spare him trouble, indeed to make no confusion in the world she found so deranged already. He remembered the chartreuse she had once refused and took it down from the high cupboard, poured a little and set the glass in her shaking hand, and when the muscles did not answer, put it to her lips. "It will not hurt you," he said, "down it." She drank, and the kindly fire of it warmed her. She looked up at him, and what she said was more unexpected than anything he could have imagined. "Do you believe it?" "Believe what?" He could only guess she meant something connected with Tenny's madness of suspicion and the devil of a man. What he said, she was looking at him with intensity as if life and death lay in his answer. He said he was there tonight, there in the room. Do you believe that? Who was there? Raven prompted her, and the immediate reply staggered him. Jesus Christ. He temporized. I have no doubt he believed it, he said, unwilling to speak Tenny's name. It was doubly hateful to him at the moment of her being so patently undone. He could only think she was trying to reconcile the ugly contrast between her husband's expressed faith and his insane action. I am sure he thought so. That ain't what I mean, she hesitated, and he began to see how her mind was striving in an anguish of interrogation. What he thinks, that's neither here nor there. What I want to know is whether it's so. If there's somebody. She clasped her hands on her knees and looked up at him, mutely imploring him who was so wise in books and life to help her striving mind. If there's somebody that cares that died over it. He cared so much if he's round here everywhere if he sees it Alan feels terrible, same as we do ourselves we, then it's different. What's different? Raven asked out of his fog. She was demanding something of him and he felt, in a sickness of despair, that it was something he could not give her because he had not it himself. Tenny could read her the alphabet of comfort, though he was piling on her those horrors of persecution that made her hungry for it. Why, she said, and the light and a bloom of something ineffable swept over her face, changing its tragic mystery from the somberness of the fates to the imagined youthful glory of the angels. If he's here all the time, if he's in the room when things happen to us, and wishes he could stop it and cannot because again her mind laboured, and she saw she had come up against the mysterious negatives of destiny anyways. He would if he couldn't. He knows how we feel inside when we feel the worst and cares same as here. She was inarticulate, but she turned for an instant toward the couch where the child lay, and her face was the mother face. She meant, he knew, as she cared for her child. Why then, she continued, there would not be anything to fret about, ever. You never'd be afraid, not if you was killed, you would not. You would know there was somebody in the room. This was the most deeply considered speech of her whole life. The last words, ingenuous as a child's unconscious betrayal, tore at him as, he suddenly thought, it would be if he saw a child tortured and in fear, as if he saw Nan. They told him how desperately lonesome and undefended she had felt. And do not you see, she concluded with the brightness of happy discovery, even if you was killed, what harm would it do you? He would be waitin', you would go with him, wherever it is he lives you would go. Raven turned abruptly, walked to a window and stood there looking into the dark. The challenge of her face was impossible to bear. Suppose she asked him again if he believed it. Did he believe in a God-made man? By no means. He believed in one God, benevolent, he had once assumed, but in these latter years too well hidden behind his cloud for man to say. Did the old story of a miraculous birth and an atonement move him even to a desire to believe? It repelled him rather. What, to his honest apprehension, was the God-made man? An exemplar, a light upon the path of duty, as others also had been. Had the world gone wrong, escaped from its mysterious maker, and did it need to be redeemed by any such dramatic remedy? No, his God, the God who made, could not botch a job and be disconcerted at the continuing bad results of his handiwork. The only doubt about his God was whether he was in any degree benevolent. When he reflected that he had made a world full to the brim of its cup of bitterness, he sometimes, nowadays, thought not. All this swept through his mind in a race of thoughts that had run on that course before, and again he heard her and knew she was pulling him back to the actual issue as it touched herself. You tell me, she was calling him, her voice insisted. He did not turn, but he knew her face insisted even more commandingly. You know, there's nothing you do not know, is it true? Nothing he did not know. The irony of that was so innocently piercing that he almost broke into a laugh. Nan was right then. Tira did regard him, if not as an archangel, as something scarcely less authoritative. He turned and went back to the fire, threw on an armful of sticks, and stood looking into the blaze. What makes you say that? He asked her. What makes you think I know? Why, said she in a patent surprise, course you know. I have always heard about you, written books and all. And that's the kind you be too. Uresh paused to marshal her few words and ended in an odd tone. You're that way too. When folks are in trouble, you are so sorry it most kills you. This was a blow staggering enough to hit his actual heart and stop it for a beat. What if he should say to her, yes, I do care. I care when you are hurt. I do not know about the God-made man, but is not my caring enough for you? Then bitter certainties cut in and told him it would not do. She had learned her world lesson too terribly well. It would be only another case of man's pursuing, promising what had they promised in the past. And after all, he thought recklessly, what did the private honor of his testifying yes or no amount to anyway? What moral conceit? To save his own impeccable soul by denying a woman the one consolation that would save her reason. Yes, Tira, he said quietly, and did not know he had used her name, it's all true. She gave a little sound, half sob, half ecstatic breath, and he saw she had not been sure he would yield her the bright jewel she had begged of him. True, she said in the low tone of an almost somnolently brooding calm, all of it, everywhere. Yes, said Raven steadily, everywhere. Over there where he was born, here. That seemed to amaze her to a glory of belief. Why, if he's everywhere, he's here too. Yes, said Raven, he loved his task now. He was putting her sorrows to sleep, he's here too. At that moment, incredibly, it seemed to him that a difference pervaded the place, or at least that his eyes had been opened to a something unsuspected, dwelling in all things. Did he, his unchanged mind asked him, actually believe what he had not believed before? No, the inner core of him signaled back to his mind. His belief had not changed, yet indubitably something had happened and happened blessedly, for it brought her peace. Tira gave a little laugh, a child's laugh of surprised content. He glanced at her. She was looking into the fire and the haggardness of her face had softened. It was even under the warmth of the flames and her own inner delight, absorbed and dreamy. And Raven knew he must wake her, and he hoped, without flowing the dream to present action. Now he said, I want you to come with me down to Nan's still. He dared not put her off a step from the intimacy of neighbourly relations by presenting Nan more formally and spend the night there. In the morning, you will go back to Boston with her. I shall enter a complaint against your husband. It was not so hard to give Tenny the intimacy of that name. Now she looked so sweetly calm. She started from her dream, glanced up at him, and to his renewed discomfort, broke into a little laugh. It was sheer amusement, loving raillery too of him who could give her the priceless gift of a God-made man, and then ask her to forsake the arena where the beasts were harmless now, because she no longer feared them. Why, bless your heart, she said, in a homespun fashion of a dress that might have been Charlotte's, I would not no more run away. And if you should have him before the judge, I would no more say a word against him. I would not get you into any trouble either, she explained in an anxious loyalty. I would say you was mistaken, that's all. Something seemed to break in him. What do you mean? He asked roughly. What do you think you mean? I suppose you are in love with him. Tira looked at him patiently. She yielded to a little sigh. Why, she said, that's where I belong. I do not, she continued hesitatingly in her child's manner of explaining herself from her inadequate vocabulary. I guess I do not think about them things much, not same as men folks think. But there's one or two things I have got to look out for. Here she gave that quick significant glance at the little mound on the couch. And there ain't no way to do it lest I stay right there in my tracks. Raven, his hand gripping the mantle, rested his forehead on it, and dark thoughts came upon him. They quickened his breath and brought the blood to his face and his aching eyes. It was all trouble, it seemed to him, trouble from the first minute of his finding her in the woods. She might draw some temporary comfort from his silent championship, in the momentary safety of this refuge he had given her. But he could by no means cut her knot of difficulty. She was as far from him as she had been the moment before he saw her. She was speaking. It ain't, she said in a low voice, it ain't that I do not keep in mind what you have done for me, what you are doing all the time. But I guess you do not see what you have done this night's the most of all. Now you have told me you know it's true her she was shy before the talk of Godhead I know it's so too. And I shan't ever be afraid any more, I shan't ever feel alone. But Tira, he felt himself saying to her weakly, I feel alone. Did he actually say it, he wondered. No, for he lifted his face from his shielding hand and turned miserable eyes upon her, and her eyes met him clearly. Yet they were deeper, softer, moved by a sad compassion. There was something patiently maternal in them, as if she had found herself again before the old sad question of man's uncomprehended desires. She spoke, strangely he thought then, and afterward he wondered if she actually had said the thing at all. There's nothing in the world I would not do for you, not if 'twas anyways right. But and again she gave that fleeting glance of allegiance to the child. He tried impatiently to pull himself together. She must see there was something hideous in his inability to make her safe, something stupid also. Tira, he said, you do not understand. Sometimes I think you do not realize what might happen to you. And it's silly to let it happen, foolish, ignorant. If someone told you there was a man outside your door and he wanted to kill you, you would lock the door. Now there's a man inside your house, inside your room, that wants to kill you. Yes, he does, he insisted, answering the denial in her face when he's got one of his brain storms. Is there anything to pride yourself on in staying to be killed? She answered first with a smile, the sweet reassurance of a confident look. He will not, she said, he will not try to kill me, or kill him. She made a movement of the hand toward the couch. No, not ever. You know why? I am going to remind him who's in the room. Why did not you remind him this time? Raven queried, pushed to the cynical logic of it. You could have turned his own words against him. It was not an hour since he would said it himself. Because, she answered in a perfect good faith, then I did not know 'twas so. Did not know 'twas so, why did not you? Her eyes were large with wonder. Because, she said, then you had not told me. Raven stared at her a full minute, realizing to the full the exact measure of his lie coming back to him. Tira, said he, I believe you are not quite bright. No, said she simply, with no apparent feeling, I guess I ain't. Most everybody's told me so, first or last. It sobered him. I beg your pardon, he said, I did not mean that, I am off my head a little. I am so worried, you see, I want to know you are safe, you are not safe. It is not easy to accept that or lie down under it. Usually he had spoken to her in the homespun phrasing he instinctively used with his country neighbours, but the last words were subtly different to her. They were more distant, and she accepted them with a grave humility. "Yes, sir," she said, and Raven awoke to the irritating knowledge that she was calling him sir. He smiled at her, and she realized that, as mysteriously as she had been pushed away, now she was taken back. "So," he said, "you will not go down to Nan's and spend the night?" She shook her head, watching him. Little as she meant to do what he told her, she wanted less to offend him. "Then," said Raven, "you will stay here. I will bring in some more blankets and you lie on the couch. You will have to keep an eye on the fire. Do not let it go down entirely. It can get pretty cold." He got up, lighted a candle and went into the bedroom for the blankets. Tira followed him and silently took the pair he gave her, came back to the couch and spread them carefully, not to waken the child. He followed with more and, while she finished arranging her couch, piled wood on the fire. For a moment he had an idea of announcing that he would stay and keep the fire up while she slept. But even if she submitted to that, she would be uneasy. And she was a hardy woman. It would not hurt her to come awake, as he knew she could, with the house-guarding instinct of the woman trained to serve. "There," he said, beating the wood dust from his hands, "now lock me out. Remember, you are not to go back there tonight. You owe that to me. You have given me bother enough." But his eyes, when hers sought them timidly, were smiling at her. She laughed a little happily. It was all right then. "You ain't mad," she said, half in shy assertion, following him to the door. "No," he said gravely, "I am not mad. I could not be with you. I never shall be. Good night." He opened the door, went out and waited an instant to hear the key click behind him, and ran plunging down the snowy road. Once on the way, he looked up at the mysterious stars visible in the line of sky above the track he followed. Deeper and deeper it was, the mystery. He had given her a God to adore and keep her protecting company. He who did not believe had wrought her faith out of his unbelief. When he turned into the road, he thought he saw someone under the porch of his house and hurried, his mind alive to the chance of meeting Tenny, searching for her. The figure did not move, and as he went up to the house a voice called to him. It was Amelia's. "Oh, John, is that you? I cannot see how you can leave the house alone to go wandering off in the woods and never saying a word." There she was in her fur coat, not so much frightened, he thought, as hurt. She was querulous with agitation. "All right, Milly," he said, and put an arm through hers. "Here I am. And the house is not alone. Do not get so nervous. Next thing you know you will have to see a specialist." "And Charlotte's gone," she lamented sharply, allowing him to march her in and turning in the warm hall to confront him. "Here I have been all alone." "Where's Jerry?" Raven had thrown off his hat and coat and frankly owned himself tired. "In the kitchen, but he will not tell where Charlotte is. He says she's gone up along." "Well, so she has, to a neighbour's. Come into the library and get het through before you go to bed." And she lamented, letting him give her a kindly push toward the door. "I have got to pack myself if Charlotte does not come." "Pack?" He stared at her. "You are not leaving?" "Yes, John," she said it portentously, as bidding him remember he might be sorry when she was no more. "I am going. Dick has telegraphed." "Anything the matter?" "That's it, I do not know. If I did, I could decide. He orders me, simply orders me, to take the early train. What do you make of it?" Raven considered. Actually, he thought, Dick was carrying out his benevolent plan of getting her back by hook or crook. "I do not believe I would worry Milly," he said gravely, "but I think you would better go." "Yes," she said, "that's it. I do not dare not to. Something may be the matter. I have tried to telephone, but he does not answer. I must go." Roman 22. Raven always remembered that as the night of his life, up to this present moment, the mountain peak standing above the waters of his discontent, the top of the mountain, that was what lifted itself in an island inexpressibly green and fair above those sullen depths, and on this, the island of deliverance, he was to stand. After he had reasoned Amelia into her room and persuaded her to leave her packing till the morning, he went up to his own chamber, mentally spent, and yet keyed to an exhausting pitch. He was excited yet tired, tied up into nervous knots without the will to loose them. What sense in going to bed when he could not sleep? What need of reviewing the last chapter of his knowledge of the woman who was so compelling in her helplessness and her childlike faith? He would read. Something silly if he had it at hand. The large matters of the mind and soul were not for this unwilling vigil. And at this intruding thought of the soul he smiled, remembering how glibly he had bartered the integrity of his own to add his fragment to the rising temple of Tira's faith. He had strengthened her at the expense of his own bitter certainties. It was done deliberately and it was not to be regretted, but it did open a window upon his private rectitude. Was his state of mind to be taken so very seriously even by himself? Not after that. Lounging before his bookshelves in search of a soporific, suddenly he remembered the mottled book. It flashed into his mind as if a hand had hurled it there. He would read Old Crow's journal. Settled in bed, the light beside him and the mottled book in his hand, he paused a thoughtful minute before opening it. Poor old devil. Was this the jangled record of an unsound mind, or was it the apologia for an eccentricity probably not so uncommon after all? Foolish, he thought, to leave a record of any sort, unless you were a heaven-accredited genius, entrusted with the leaves of life. Better to recognize your own atomic insignificance and sink willingly into the predestined sea. He opened it and took a comprehensive glance over the first page, an oblong of small, neat handwriting. Many English hands were like that. He was accustomed to call it a literary hand. Over the first date he paused to refer it back to his own years. How big was he when Old Crow had begun the diary? 7, that was all. He was a boy of 7 years, listening with an angry yet fascinated attention to the other boys talking about Old Crow, who was, they said, lunny lovecracked. He never could hear enough about the terrifying figure choosing to live up there in the woods alone, and who yet seemed so gentle and so like other folk when you met him, and who gave you checkerberry lozenges. Still he was furious when the boys hooted him and then ran, because, after all, Old Crow was his own family. And with the first words, his mind started to an alert attention. The words were to him. "I am going to write some things down for the boy," Old Crow began in the neat-handed script. "He is a good little boy. He looks like me at his age. I had a kind of innocence. He has it, too. If he should grow up anything like me, I want him to have this letter." The last word was crossed out, and a more formal one substituted statement. "If he thinks about things anyways different from what the neighbors do, they will begin to laugh at him and try to make him believe he is not in his right mind." Over and over, through the first pages of the book, there were grammatical lapses when Old Crow, apparently from earnestness of feeling, fell into colloquial speech. This was always when he got so absorbed in his subject that he lacked the patience to go back and rewrite according to rules he certainly knew, but which had ceased to govern his daily intercourse. He must remember he may be in his right mind for all that. If one man thinks a thing, it might be true if 40,000 men think different. The first man that thought the earth was round when everybody else thought it was flat was one man. The boy will be told I was crazy. He will be told I was lovecracked. I did want Selina James. She was a sweet, pretty girl and high-headed, and the things some folks thought of her were not so, but she was the kind that takes the world as it was made and asks no questions, and when I could not take it so and tried to explain to her how I felt about it, she did not know any way but to laugh. Perhaps she was afraid, and she did get sick of me and turn me off. She married and went away. I was glad she went away, because it is very hard to keep seeing anybody you thought liked you and find they did not after all. It keeps reminding you. It was after that time I built me the hut and came up here to live. Now the boy will hear it was on account of Selina James that I came up here, but it is not so, though it well might have been. It was about that time I began to understand what a hard time most everybody is having except for a little while when they are young, and sometimes then and I could not stand it. And I thought how it might not be so if everybody would turn to and help everybody else, and that might be the kingdom of heaven, the same as we read about it. And then one day I went out. I was always going round the fields and woods, kind of still, because I liked to come on little animals living their own lives in their own way, and I came to the open spot up above the hut, where there are the old apple trees left from the first house the ravens lived in, on the back road, before the other road went through, and on one of the lower limbs of the apple tree was a robin, and she was making that noise a robin makes when she is scared most to pieces, and on another limb there was a red squirrel, and he was chattering so I knew he was scared too, and down under the tree there was a snake pointed right at a little toad, and I stamped my foot and hollered to scare him away, and that same minute he struck and the toad fell over, whether poisoned to death or scared to death I did not know. And the snake slipped away because he was afraid of me, just as the toad was afraid of him, and the bird smoothed down her feathers and flew away, and the squirrel run along where he was going. They had got off that time, and I suppose the next minute they forgot all about it. But I never forgot. It was just as if something had painted a picture to show me what the world was. It was full of fear. Everything was made to hunt down and kill everything else except the innocent things that eat grass and roots, and innocent as they be us they Arathi are killed too. And who made it so? God. So what peace could I have, what peace could anybody ever have in a world where, from morning till night, it is war and murder and the fear of death? And what good is there in trying to bring the kingdom of heaven down to men? You cannot bring it to the animals. What if you could die for men? A good many have done that besides Jesus Christ, but who is going to die for the animals? And the animals in captivity. I saw a bear once in a cage, walking up and down, and moaning. I saw a polar bear once trying to cool himself on a cake of ice. I saw an eagle with his wings clipped. An eagle ought to be up in the air, and all that could be done away with by law if men would see to it. But even then, and this is the strangest part of it, the part that will not bear thinking about it, is not only that men are unmerciful to the animals, but the animals, when they are hungry, are unmerciful to one another. I shall come back to this. Now about Jesus Christ. I hate to write this because if the boy does not see things as I do, maybe it will be bad for him to read it, and he may think I am blaspheming holy things. I pray him to remember I write in earnestness and love for him, for the earth and for the animals. I want to tell him things look very black to me. When I think how I felt over losing Selina James, it seems to me as nothing compared with the way I feel about the way the world is made. For it is all uncertainty and most all pain. It seems to me it is not possible for anything to be blacker than the earth is to me. I wake in the morning with a cloud over me, and when I go to bed at night the cloud is there. It settles down on me like I do not know how to say what it is like, and I call out, up here alone in the woods. I call to God. I remember how he made the earth, and I ask him why he had to do it so. Over and over I ask him. He does not answer. He cannot. I suppose that is what it is to be God. You have to make a thing a certain way, and after it is done they have to take it, the men and the animals, and do the best they can with it. And one night when I was calling to God, there was a scream of an animal, a little animal just outside, and I knew an owl had got him. And I covered my ears, for it seemed as if that was God's answer to me, and I did not want to hear any more. I even thought, and I tell the boy this so that if he has thoughts that frighten him, he will have the comfort of knowing somebody has thought them before. I thought that scream was God's answer. It was a good many months before I could pray again, even to ask God why. Now about religion. A great many people go to church and find comfort in it, and they come home and eat meat for their dinners. Meat killed, they do not know how it is killed. Sometimes it is killed the best you can and sometimes not. They do not seem to think about that. They have done their duty and gone to church, and they go out to feed the animals they are going to kill when they are fat enough, and sometimes the animals will be killed the best they can, and sometimes not. And if they think about their sins, they quiet themselves by thinking Christ has taken them on his own shoulders, and so unless somebody they love has died or they are poor or disappointed, they say it is a very pleasant world, and they ask for another slice of beef and plan what they will do Monday. Now Sunday is so far along. Now if the boy is that kind of a boy, let him be like those people who do the best they can without questioning. Let him do the best he can and not question. But if he is different, if he has to think sometimes, I am sure he will have to, for I cannot help seeing he looks out of his eyes like me. His eyes are terrible to me, for they are always asking questions, and that is what Grandmother Raven used to say to me. She used to say, "You are always asking questions with your eyes. Stop staring and ask your questions right out." But I could not. As long ago as that, I knew my questions had not any answers. Now if the boy begins to ask himself questions about Jesus Christ, whether he is the Son of God, and whether he could take on himself the sins of the world, I want to tell him that I am sure it is not so. I want the boy to remember that nobody can take away his sins, nobody but himself. He must accept his punishments. He must even go forward to meet them, for through them alone can he learn how to keep away from sin. And I want him to regard the life of Jesus Christ with love and reverence, and make his own life as much like it as he can. But I want him to remember too that God made him as he is, and made his father and mother and all the rest back to the first man, and that there is no guilt of sinfulness upon man as a race. There is only the burden of ignorance. We live in the dark. We were born into it. As far as our knowledge of right and wrong goes, so far are we guilty. But he has made us as we are, and if there is guilt, it is not ours. As Raven read this, he found himself breathing heavily in the excitement of knowing what it cost the man to write so nakedly for casual eyes. To that elder generation, trained in the habit of thought that prevailed in a country region so many years ago, it was little short of blasphemy. He turned a page and had a cumulative surprise, for time had leaped. The date was 7 years later. Old Crow was now over 60, and this was the year before his death. Raven could hardly believe in the likelihood of so wide a leap, but the first line showed him it was actual. The subject matter was different, and so was the style. The sentences raced as if they were in a hurry to get themselves said before the pen should drop from a palsied hand. I gave up writing with that last line. I thought there was no more to say. I did not even want to read it over. If I had not said it well, still I had said it, and I did not see any better way. I wanted to fortify the boy against the loneliness of feeling there was nobody that understood. I wanted to tell him I understood. That was all I could do for him at that time. But a great deal more has happened. The last of it happened over 2 years ago, but I was too busy to write it down. Besides, I did not know there would be such things to write. The boy knows me a little now. He comes up oftener, his mother brings him. She's very sweet and gentle, but she will not leave him alone with me because I am queer and she is afraid I may teach him to be queer. She does not understand, she would not if I told her. She takes things as they are. There are no questions in her mind. There will be in the boys. They have begun to come. I can see them more than ever by the look in his eyes. Several years ago, about when I finished writing in this book, I saw I should have to give up questioning myself and calling on God. There were no answers. If there were, he did not mean to let me have them. I must not keep on. It was dangerous. I got no good out of it and I should come to harm. And if I had got to live, I must be as near like other folks as I could. So I must be as busy as I could. And it came to me that over beyond the mountain there were folks poorer than I am, and that knew less, a good deal less. I did not know anything about God, but I did know I must keep clean and eat the right food. So I begun to take long tramps round the countryside, and wherever I went I would try to find out the sick, and if the family was poor, work for them a while and sit up with the sick one, and if he was discouraged, try to help him through. So it happened I was away from the hut a good deal of the time, and I got an idea the ravens liked that. It must have touched their pride to have old Crow living up here alone, queer as Dick's hatband. Whichever way I fixed it, I was a kind of a curse. For when I went off on my wanderings I was a tramp, and the news of it came back home, and I often think the boy's mother was sorry and wished I would not, though even that was better than my being around, tolling off the boy. I liked my wanderings in summer best of all. But in winter the folks needed me more, shut up so in tight houses, catching colds in bad air, and it got so when they were sick they would send for me and I was proper pleased to go. And they came to have a kind of a trust in me, and I was nearer being contented than I would been in my whole life, because the questions did not come hardly at all now. I was too busy by day and too tired at night. So it went on till one day I came to old Billy Jones's little house, where he lived all alone in the dirt and filth. It was just at the foot of the mountain and no neighbours under half a mile. I say he lived there, but he was not there more than a third of the time. The boy will remember how he used to go along the road, full as a tick, and the school children making fun of him, and then running before he could get at them. I do not know as he would, though. There never was any harm in him, only he did neglect himself, so he was an awful sight. And the only time he was in his little house was when he would been hired out haying or something, and got his money and spent it, and come back with crackers and cheese in his old carpet bag, to sober up. This day I was speaking about it was October, and no wind. I was going by his house, and I saw a smoke coming out of the chimney, and I thought old Billy had come home to sober up. But I had not hardly got to the house before I heard him calling me, and I looked, and there he was in the front door leaning on a cane. "You come in here," says he, and I went in. It was a terrible hog's nest, his front room was, but I paid no attention, for that's the way he lived. He sat down in a chair and made a motion with his hand for me to come near, and I did, and he took my hand and put it on his knee. "Feel that," he says, and when I did not know what he meant nor care hardly, for I thought he might be in drink, he called out in a queer voice, sharp it was and pitiful, and says he, "My legs are swelling, hard as a rock." Then I saw he was in a trouble of fear, and I asked him questions, and he told me how long it had been coming on, and how he went to the doctor down to the street, and the doctor told him he was a sick man, and how he would grow worse instead of better and could never take care of himself in the world, and the doctor would get him sent to the poor farm. That was his trouble. He did not want to go to the farm, and when I told him it was the right way, he broke down and shook and cried and said he was afraid to go. Then he told me why. The boy must not read this until he is grown up, but when he is, he will hear there was a man killed over across the mountain. Cyrus Graves, a poor, good-for-nothing creature, as it was said, but God made him. He was found by the side of the road, and it was thought he had words with a peddler that went along that day, and never was found afterward. But some thought the authorities never tried so hard as they might to find the peddler, because Cyrus was such a poor good-for-nothing that he was well rid of, and if the peddler was found and not convicted, he might come back and burn their barns. And when old Billy Jones was shaking there before me, I kept asking him what he was afraid of, and he said, "Will you promise not to tell?" I said I would, and he said, "It was me that killed Cyrus Graves. We were coming home together, and we had both had a drop too much, and we had words about something, I forget what. And which of us struck first I do not know, but I know I struck him, and he fell pitch-pulling down the side of the road into the gully, and I went home and crawled into bed. And the next day they found him, and I said I came home across lots, and there was a man that met me and he said it was so, and I was so far gone in liquor I never could have raised my head again that night. Once I would laid down and begun to sleep it off. But he never knew I did raise my head, for I was not so well started as common, and I went out again about 10 to fill up. And it was then I met Cyrus Graves. I told him there was but one thing for him to do, he must send for the sheriff and give himself up, but he cried out at that and said, "Look at my poor legs. Do you think a man with such legs as mine has got strength enough to be hung?" I told him he would not be hung. He was a very sick man, and there was no court of law in the world so unmerciful as not to take that into account. But he would not do it. He had not meant to kill Cyrus Graves, he said, and he would not die a murderer and known for one, and that was why he would not go to the poor farm. As he got sicker he might be delirious or talk in his sleep. Rave, that was the word he used. He might rave. After he stopped speaking I sat thinking it over, and he watched my face. He spoke first, and he spoke as if he could hardly wait to hear the answer, and yet was obliged to hear it. "Ain't you goin' to say you will come here and take care of me?" he said. "My time will not be long." Then I could see my going round taking care of the sick had made him turn to me. That was the way with all of them round here. They turned to me. It was the only comfort I had. I told him I could not take care of him there. It was no fit place. I thought a spell longer, and he watched me. His eyes were full of fear. The little animals look like that when they are trapped. Then I told him I would have him brought over to the hut if he would come, and he jumped at it. I scarcely ever saw a man so wild with thankfulness. And the next day I hired a team and went over after him, and I took care of him to the end. Here was a heavy dash. Raven could imagine old crows drawing the line with one impatient stroke, because he had got so far in a story he could ill stop to write, but that had to be written. Raven had forgotten Tira up there in the lonesome woods, forgotten a day was very near when she would have to make one more of her desperate decisions. He was thinking of Old Crow. Roman 23. He went on reading. There is no need of going into old Billy's sickness. It made a great change in my life. As soon as it got about that I had taken him to live with me, folks began to say I was queer, the same as they did before, and the children would hoot and run. He was known to be so bad they had always called him bad. They never once thought God made him. They thought I liked to keep company with him, because I must be bad too, and I could not go about any more doing for people because I was doing for him and there was no time. But people kept sending for me, and when they saw old Billy Jones sitting there with his bandaged legs, they would feel hard toward me. They said I would rather do for him than for them, and he ought by rights to be on the town. That meant his going to the farm. Sometimes I thought they felt so about it there might be action taken to get him there to the poor farm. He never thought of this, I am sure. He had a peaceful time, as much so as a man could have that has killed his body and begins to be afraid he has killed his soul. That was the hardest time I had with him, about his soul. He was afraid to die. I told him God made him and would see to him in the end, and that he well knew he did not mean to kill Cyrus Graves. He said that was true, but if he had been tried here in a court of law the jury would have pronounced him guilty, and it was very likely God would. And there was hell. These things I could not answer because I did not know, and if I had any convictions they were as dark as his, though of another sort. But I did try to put heart into him, and I hoped the end would come before he suffered any more. I want the boy to know that all this time his mother was a very great comfort to me. Of course she could not let the boy come up to the hut, because old Billy Jones was too dreadful a sight for a child to see. But she cooked a great many delicate things and brought them up or sent them, and one day I shall never forget, when I had a blind headache and had to lie down in the dark, she sat with Billy a long time to keep him from being lonesome, and afterward I found she had bandaged his legs. As time went on and he grew worse and worse, there was but one thing he wanted. It was to be forgiven. I tried again to persuade him to tell publicly the straight story of the killing, and so die with a clean mind. This he would not do. He had asked me to get him a headstone with his name on it all complete, and he was much set against being remembered as a murderer. All his life he had lived outside the law, so to speak, and he wanted to die respectable. I told him it might happen to him that, after his death, somebody would be accused of the death of Cyrus Graves, and in that case I should break my promise to him and tell. To this he consented, though unwillingly, and I am now telling, not only for the sake of the boy, but for the sake of all to whom the boy may have to pass on the strange things that came to Billy Jones. His sickness went on in a very painful way, and when it got to be near the end, he was still more distressed in mind. He could not die, he said, unless he was forgiven, and yet he had to die. For a while he seemed almost to hate me because I could not show him the way. If I was a Roman Catholic, he said, and you was a priest, you could forgive me yourself. You would forgive me, I will warrant ye. I did not deny it, though I felt very hopeless of anything I might do. In those last days I could have denied him nothing. He seemed to me like all the trouble in the world beating out there in the hut. God had made him, and made him so that he did not rightly see good from evil, and he had ruined his body, and now he was taking the consequences. And the night before he died, he cried out a terrible voice. You do not say a word about Jesus Christ. I stood by his bed in anguish of mind perhaps as great as his, yet not as great, for he had no strength of body to bear the anguish with. You never have said anything, he went on. I felt as if he was accusing me of not giving him water when he was fevered, or bread if he was hungry. Then he said he remembered something he used to hear when he was little, and he had hardly ever heard of it since, but he had heard other things, and I guessed he was remembering he had lived with the people who used the name of Jesus Christ only to swear by. He had heard, he told me, that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and God sent him here to save sinners, and if sinners called on him to save them, they would be saved. And then he looked at me for a minute with that same look, as if he hated me, and he said, You do not believe it. You would not let me suffer like this if you 999. And all my spirit broke up in me, and my legs were weak under me, and the tears ran down on my face, and I said to him, I do believe it. Will you swear it? He asked me. He was very wild then. Will you swear by Jesus Christ it is so? Yes, I said, I will swear. And I fell on my knees by the bed and said, Let us pray. And I prayed in what words I do not know, but my hand was on his, and when I said Amen, he said Amen too, and when I looked at him all the trouble was smoothed out of his face, and he said, Jesus Christ, as he never could have said it in his life before. It was as if you were speaking to your mother or your friend, yet not just a friend, but a heavenly friend, and shortly he died. And I had told him a lie. But I was not sorry, I was glad. What was my keeping my poor soul clean to old Billy Jones's dying in peace? It was the last thing I could give him, and he was welcome to it. It was in the early morning he died, and I did what I knew about making him right for his coffin, and then went down to get one of the neighbours that knew more, and all that day I was busy. The next day he would be taken away and lie in the Methodist church at the Ridge, and the third day he would be buried, and nobody had ever taken any interest in him, except to call him a poor good-for-nothing creature anybody, except your mother, she is a good woman, but it looked as if he would have a well-attended funeral. I was glad of that, for I knew he would be pleased. He was laid out in the bedroom of the hut, and the window was open and the cold air blowing on him, and I lay down on the couch in the large room. I did not take my clothes off, for at such times it is respectful to have watchers about the dead. It may not be necessary, but it is the custom, and I wanted old Billy to have everything that was fitting and right. I did not mean to go to sleep, but lie there a spell and then get up and put on more wood and go into his cold room, and let him feel as if he was being taken care of to the last. And I lay there thinking how I had heard there was diphtheria over beyond the mountain, and I would take a day or two to rest me, and then I would go over there and help. I laughed a little to myself, and I see now it was not a very pleasant kind of laugh, for I thought the people would begin to like me again, because I was free to do for them. And I did go to sleep, being, as I said, very tired, and how long I slept I do not know. But suddenly I waked up, just as wide awake as I am this minute, and I knew as well as I ever knew anything that Billy Jones was in the room. I did not see him, I did not hear him, I did not hear anything outside or in. It was a very still night, and there was not even the creaking of the branches against each other. But Billy Jones was in the room. I was not afraid, but I felt queer. I had a kind of prickly feeling all over me. The hair on my head moved somehow, according to the feeling it gave me. Perhaps that was being afraid, only I do not take it so. The reason I think differently is that I did not want it to stop. If Billy Jones was there, I did not want him to go away. If he had anything to say, I wanted to hear it. And I was as sure as ever I was of anything in my life that there was something to say. If this was the beginning of something that was going to happen, it was only the beginning. There was more to come, and I wanted to know what. I lay there as still almost as Billy's body in the next room. I was afraid of missing something. If there was something for me to hear, I would got to keep still to hear it. But I said that before. I have to keep saying it, it took such hold of me. The fire had not wholly died down. I could tell by that I had not been asleep long, but I did not dare to get up and put on another stick. I was afraid if I moved I might jar something and it would break, and I could not have it break till the end of my knowing what it was. And now the boy must remember that what follows, if I live to write it, is faithful and true. That is what the Bible says about things like that. They are faithful and true. And mine are just as true. It seemed to me as if the ceiling of the room raised up and the walls opened out, and the room was as if it was not. Whether I looked through it or whether it was gone, I do not know, but I looked into a great space, and it was dark, and at one side of it there was a great light, and the light was not angry as a sunset looks when it flames and flares. It was steady, and I knew it was to light the world, and there came into my head some words, and the darkness comprehended it not. When I waked up I found the words in the Bible, but that night it seemed to me they were said for the first time. The boy must remember Billy Jones was in all this. He was the chief part of it. As to the words, it was as if Billy Jones said them. I was in the darkness, and I was to be made to comprehend, and when I looked lower through the darkness, and I cannot tell how, but I seemed to be in it, and yet at the same time I was above it, so that I looked down and saw what was going on. I saw multitudes of men and women trying to get through it. Sometimes they walked slowly, as if it was hard to walk, and sometimes they jostled each other, and sometimes stopped to push one another about, and sometimes when some were down the others stamped on them. But they were all going somewhere, and it was toward the light. And as I say, I was in the darkness, though I could see through it, and I wondered if I was going too. And then I understood. I could not tell the boy how I understood, not if he was here to ask me, but it was as if a voice spoke and told me in 2 or 3 words, and few as they were I took them in, and I knew. Perhaps there was a voice. Perhaps it was the voice of Billy Jones. There is no reason why not. The minute after he got out of his body he might have known everything. I do not mean everything, I mean the one thing that would explain it all. And he had a kindness for me, and if he learned anything that smoothed out his trouble and turned it into joy, he would want me to know too. And this is it, though now I have got to the place for telling it, I do not know how. It is like a dream. You have to tell it the minute you wake, or it is gone. I saw that creation had been a long time going on. I saw that although we have minds to think with, we have not really, in comparison with the things to be thought out. I saw that we are so near the dust that we can no more account for the ways of Almighty God than the owl hooting out there in the woods can read the words I am writing here. I saw that nothing is to be told us. We are to find out everything for ourselves, just as we have found electricity and the laws of physics. And puissance, we have found out those, some of them, even if we had to die to do it. And God lets us die trying to find out. He does not care anything about our dying. And if he does not care anything about our dying, he does not care anything about the rabbit broken by the owl, or the toad struck by the snake. Now why does not he care? For the first time I knew there was a reason that was not a cruel reason. I knew his reasons were all good. And I saw that though he could not break the rules of his plan by telling us things, he could give us a kind of a something inside us that should make us work it out ourselves. We had hungers. We had one hunger for eternal life. We had to believe in it to help us bear this present life. We believed it so hard that men rose up and said it was so, and we said God had put the words into their mouths, and out of our sufferings, pity was born, and now and then a man would be raised up so full of pity that other men believed in him and followed everything he said, and even called him a god. And this was well, because if they had not thought he was a god, they might not have followed him. And I seem to be told that a great many men were born who were sent from God, but I have not read many books, and how can I prove whether it is true? But Jesus Christ came, and his story is the story of the will of God. For men believed his Father was God. That is to keep in our minds always the fatherhood of God, and his mother was believed to be a virgin. I do not know how to say this, but I was given to believe that that was no more true than I had thought, but still that it was the truest of all. It is one of the things we are to believe. We are to learn from it, how can I say, that there is a heavenly birth out of purity and light. It is a symbol. That is the word, a symbol. And his death for mankind is the everlasting symbol of man's duty, to die for one another. And he went into the grave and ascended into heaven, and so shall we all die and live again. But every observance of every church is a symbol, nothing more. And the man that was a god is a symbol and nothing more. But nothing could be more. For to find a symbol that has lasted in one form or another, since the beginning of the world, is to learn that it is something the world itself is built on. It is the picture book we are given before we can read print. And it means that something is working out and is not yet, and the eye of man hath not seen, or the ear of man heard. And about first that is the most wonderful of all and the hardest to tell. It is our friend. At first everything fed upon everything else, and so it does now, for how shall I say, the animal has fear and the growing plant has not. And our fear tells us what to turn away from, and it fits us for the fight of the mortal life. But in the end will our fear be only the fear of evil? Fear is our counselor. It is our friend. Now perhaps I have done wrong in trying to write this out. Perhaps I have not helped the boy or anybody he tells. Perhaps I have offended them. I know the sound of what I must have heard, and the sight of what I saw was clearer to me before I tried to tell about them. At first I kept them back somewhere in my mind, and did not try to see them or hear them too close. And when I did that, the great light was always there and I was running toward it. But now I have tried to tell, I see it is no more than words. They darken counsel, and I have put it back into my mind, not so much to be thought about as to have at hand. And all my trouble has gone. It has been a long trouble. I am over 60 now. But I am not afraid of anything and I am not in doubt. When I see men suffering, I know they are suffering for a reason. When I find the bird with a broken wing or the rabbit bit by the trap, I know God knows about them. And if I cannot know, it proves it is not necessary I should. For there is the great light. But it is not likely the boy will see this account of it at all, because I shall try to write it over to write it better, and, if I make it clearer, this will be destroyed. Another thing about the worship of God. He does not want us to worship him as we understand it, to crawl before him as if he were an idol we had set up to get us victories over our enemies, and to fill us with food. He wants us, what shall I say, to open our hearts and our minds and our ears and eyes to what he wants us to know. He is not an idol, he is God. And all the way to him, the horrible way through burnt offerings, the blood of lambs and goat's blood, all the ways the way that climbs up to the real sacrifice, the last of all, the man's own heart. One thing more, the greatest thing that ever happened to me was old Billy Jones. Was it because I was sorry for him? Was it because I could do something for him? I do not know, but I tell the boy that the man or the woman that makes him shed his blood in pity for them, that is the man or woman that will open his eyes to what we call eternal life. What is eternal life? Is it living forever? I do not know. But the words, those two words, stand for the great light ahead of us, the light I truly saw. And what the light is, still I do not know. But this I know, God is. He lives and he is sorry. The boy may tell me this is no more than the words about his caring for the sparrow that falleth. But I tell him it is more to me, for this I have found out for myself. And I have found it out through great tribulation. But the tribulation is not now. It has stopped. It stopped with the sound of old Billy Jones's voice. I heard somehow, I heard it when his body lay in there dead. And I am not afraid. I am not afraid of Firavan for the little animalson that is more than for myself. And that is my legacy to the boy. He must not be afraid. There it ended, and Raven sat for a long time looking at the fine painstaking script, and seeing, for the moment at least, the vision of Old Crow. He felt a great welling of love toward him, a longing to get hold of him somehow and tell him the journal had done its work. He understood, and it meant to him, in its halting simplicity, more than all the books he had ever read on the destiny of man. Meagre as it was, it seemed to him something altogether new, because it had come out of the mind of an ignorant man, if a man can be called ignorant who has used his mind to its full capacity of thought, and unconsciously fitted it, so far as he might, to the majestic simplicities of the Bible. Old Crow had never read anything about legend or the origins of belief. There were no such books then at Wake Hill. He read no language but his own. Whatever he had evolved out of the roots of longing had been done in the loneliness of the remote shepherd who charts the stars, and in the man himself Raven had found a curious companionship. Their lives seemed to have run a parallel course. Old Crow, like himself, was a victim of world sickness, and his wound had been cleansed, he had been healed. Raven did give a little smile to the thought that, at least, the man had been saved one thing. He had no authoritative Amelia on his track to betray him to organized benevolence. And for himself something, he could not adequately tell what, was as clear to him as a road of light to unapprehended certainties. It was a symbol. It was the little language men had to talk in because they could not use the language of the stars, their picture language. But it was the rude token of ineffable reality. As the savage's drawing of a man stands for the man, so the symbols wrought out by the hungry world stand for what is somewhere, yet not visibly here. For the man exists, or the savage could not have drawn him. Not all the mystics, he thought, smiling over his foolish inner conviction that could not be reached through the mind, but only through the heart, not all the divines, could have set up within him the altar of faith he seemed suddenly to see before him. It had to be Old Crow. And he slept, and in the morning it did not need the mottled book at his bedside to remind him. Still it was Old Crow. He put it all away in his mind to think over later, just as Old Crow had turned aside from his vision for the more convincing clearness of an oblique angle upon it, and dressed hastily. He got out of the house without meeting even Charlotte, and was about crossing the road on the way to the hut when he saw Tenny coming, axe and dinner pail in hand. Raven swerved on his path and affected to be looking down the road. He could not proceed the way he was going. Tenny's mind must not be drawn toward that living focus by even the most fragmentary hint. Yet if Tira was still there, she and the child must be fed. After his glance down the road, he turned back to the house, nodding at Tenny as he neared. But Tenny motioned to him. Here, he called stridently, "You wait." Raven halted and as Tenny was approaching at a quick stride noted how queerly he was hung. It was like a skeleton walking, the dry joints acting spasmodically. When the man came up with him, he saw how ravaged his face was, and yet lighted by what a curious eagerness. Ready, he hoped, at all points for any possible attack involving Tira, Raven still waited, and the question Tenny shot at him could not have been more surprising. "Did you find salvation?" Raven stood looking at him for an instant, and suddenly he remembered Old Crow, who had accomplished the salvation of a sick heart and bequeathed the treasure to him. "Yes," he said, more tolerantly than he had ever spoken to Tenny. "I think I 999. Was it his imagination?" That Tenny looked disappointed. "Last night," the man insisted. "Did you find it last night through me?" "No," said Raven, "I did not find it through you." Tenny was ingenuously taken aback. "There is one way," he said, "into the sheepfold, only one." He turned about, muttering, and Raven, looking after him, thought he was an ugly customer. For a woman to be shut up alone with him, her young too, to defend, it was like being jailed with an irrational beast. But Tenny paid no further attention to him. He walked away, swinging his dinner pail down across the meadow to the lower woods, and Raven, after the fringe of birches had closed upon him, hurried off to the hut. He did not expect to find her. The pail in Tenny's hand was sufficient evidence, even if the man's going to his work were not. Tenny would never have abandoned his search or his waiting for her, and if he had, he would not have delayed to pack a dinner pail. The hut was empty of human life, but the bricks were warm. She could not have left until the early morning. Mechanically he piled kindling near the hearth, but curiously, though the hut was warm not only with the fire but the suggestion of her breathing presence, it was not she who seemed to be with him but Old Crow. He went back to the house and found Amelia in travelling dress, her face tuned to the note of concentration when something was to be done. She was ready. She had the appearance of the traveller needing only to slip on an outer garment to go, not merely from New Hampshire down to Boston, but to uncharted fastnesses. It meant, he found, this droll look of being prepared for anything, not the inconsiderable journey before her but a new enterprise for him, and he would have to be persuaded to it. Well, she knew that. She met him in the hall. "John," she said, with the firmness of her tone in active benevolences, "I have asked Jerry to take me to the train. I want you to go with me." "Me," said Raven, unaffectedly surprised. "What for?" "For several things. If Dick is in any sort of trouble—" "He's not," said Raven, "take my word for that." And she concluded, "I want you to see somebody." "Somebody," Raven repeated. He put his hand on her shoulder, smiling down at her. Millie was a good sort. It was too bad she had to be, like so many women, benevolence mad, so disordered in her meddling. "I suppose you mean an alienist." She nodded, her lips compressed. She would stick at nothing. "Now, Millie," said Raven, "do I seem to you in the least dotty?" Tears came into her eyes. "I wish you would not use such words," she said tremulously. It meant much for Millie to tremble. "It's like calling that dreadful influenza the flu." Raven was reminded of the old man down the road who forbade secular talk in the household during a thunder shower. It madded the Almighty. "You might be struck." "I will not," he said, the more merciful of her because she was on the point of going. "And I will not go back with you." "Will you come later?" she persisted, still tremulous. "No," said Raven, "probably not. If I do, I will let you know. And you must not come up here without notifying me well in advance." "That shows," she began impulsively. "John, that is not a normal thing to say, to expect your own sister to notify you." "All right," said Raven cheerfully. "Then I am not normal. The funny part of it is I do not care whether I am normal or not. I have got too many other things to think of. Here's Charlotte with your brekkie. Come on." In the 2 hours before she went he was, she told Dick afterward, absolutely scintillating. She never knew John could be so brilliant. He talked about things she never knew he had the slightest interest in, theosophy and feminism and Americanization. She could not help wondering whether he was trying to convince her of his mental soundness, but he certainly was amazing. Dick received this in silence. He understood. It was true. Raven did fill the time from a racing impetuosity, only slackened when Jerry appeared with the pung. Then he hurried her into her coat, kissed her warmly, and she had to comment inwardly that she had never found John so affectionate and, standing bareheaded to watch her away, saluted her when she turned at the bend in the road. Then, when the scene was empty of her, he plunged in past Charlotte, standing with hands rolled in her apron, snatched his cap and hurried up the road to Nan. Roman 24. Raven, relieved of his hindering Amelia, felt extraordinarily gay. He went fast along the road, warm in the deepening sun, and saw Nan coming toward him. He waved his cap and called to her. "She's gone." Who? Nan was coming on with her springing stride, and when she reached him she looked keenly at him, adding, "What's happened to you, rookie?" Nothing had happened to her, he could see. She was always like a piece cut out of the morning and fitted into any part of the day she happened to be found in, always of a gallant spirit, always wholesome as apples, always ready. This was not altogether youth. It was, besides, something notable and particular, which was Nan. He laughed out, she caught his mood so deftly. "Something has happened," he said. "First place, Millie's gone. Second, I have found Old Crow." "You have found Old Crow? What do you mean by that?" "Cannot tell you now. Wait till we sit down together." "And she's truly gone." They stood there in the road as if Nan's house were not at hand, but the air and the sun were pleasant to them. Gone, bag and baggage. Dick wired and ordered her in some way she did not dare ignore. "I suspect he did it to save me. He's a good boy." "He is a good boy," said Nan. There was a reminiscent look in her eyes, "but he's a very little one. Were we ever so young, rookie, you and I?" "You?" "Yes, I'm a sphinx compared with Dick. I did not tell you last night, there was so much else to say, but I had a letter from him, returned to Boston from New York. He assumed, if I was not in Boston I would gone to the Seaberries. So he wrote there." "What's he want?" Nan hesitated a moment, then she said, "It's a pretty serious letter, rookie. I suppose it's a love letter." "Do not you know?" "Yes, I suppose I know, but it's so childish. He's furious, then he's almost on his knees begging, and then he goes back to being mad again. Rookie, he's so young." "When it comes to that," said Raven, "you are young too. I have told you that before." "Young, oh, but not that way. I could not beg for anything. I could not cry if I did not get it. I do not know what girls used to do, but we are different, rookie, we that have been over there." "Yes," said Raven, "but you must not let it do too much to you. You must not let it take away your youth." Nan shook her head. "Youth is not so very valuable," she said, "not that part of it. There's lots of misery in it, rookie. Do not you know there is?" "Yes," said Raven, "I know." Suddenly he remembered Anne and the bonds she had laid on him. Had he not suffered them in a dumb way, finding no force within himself to strike them off? Had he been a coward, a dull fellow tied to women's restraining wills? And he had by no means escaped yet. Was not Anne inexorably by his side now, when he turned for an instant from the problem of Tira, saying noiselessly, this invisible force that was Anne, "What are you going to do about my last wish, my last command? You are thinking about Nan, about that strange woman, about yourself. Think about me." But he deliberately summoned his mind from the accusing vision of her, and turned it to Nan. Then he said, "There does not seem to be much hope for Dick, poor chap." "Does not there?" she inquired, a certain indignant passion in her voice. "Anyway, there's no hope for me. I would like to marry Dick. I would like to feel perfectly crazy to marry him. He will not write his poetry always. That's to the good anyhow. If I do not marry him I shall be a miserable old thing, more and more positive, more and more like all the women of the family, the ones that did not marry, and they both knew Aunt Anne was in her mind-reeing rose leaves, and hunting up genealogical trash." "But my own child," said Raven in a surge of pity for her, as if some clearest lens had suddenly brought her nearer him, "you do not have to marry Dick to get away from that. You will simply marry somebody else." "No," said Nan, "you know I shan't." "Then," said Raven, "there is somebody else." She shook her head. "I am an odd number, rookie," she said, with a bitterness he found foreign to her. "All those old stories of kindred souls may be true, but they are not true for me." "You have probably," said Raven, a sharp light now on her, bringing out the curves and angles of her positive mind, "you have done some perverse thing to send him off, and you will not move a finger to bring him back." Nan laughed, she was no longer bitter. This was the child he knew. "Rookie," she said, "you are nearer an absolute fool than any human being I ever saw. If I wanted a man back, it's likely I could get him. Most of us can, but do you think I would?" "Then you are proud, Silikins." "I am not proud," said Nenand, yet proudly. "If I loved anybody I would let him walk over me. That's what Charlotte would say. Cannot you hear her? It is not for my sake, it's for his. Do you think I would bamboozle him and half beckon and half persuade, the way women do, and trap him into the great enchantment? It is an enchantment. You know it is. But I would rather he would keep his grip on things and himself and walk away from me, if that's where it took him. I would rather he would walk straight off to somebody else, and break his heart if it came that way." "Good Lord, Nan," said Raven, "where do you get such thoughts?" "Get them," she repeated. "I got them from you first. You have been a slave all your life, do not you know you have? Do not you know you had cobwebs spun round you round and round, till she had you tight hand and foot, not hers but so you could not walk off to anybody else? And even now after her death. Stop, said Raven, that's enough, Nan. Again Anne Hamilton was beside them on the wintry road, and they were hurting her inexpressibly. That's it, said Nan, you are afraid she will hear. If I am, said Raven, it's not there. He stopped. No, said Nan. She had relented, her eyes were soft. You are not afraid of her, but you are afraid of hurting her. And even that's weak, rookie in a man, do not be so pitiful, leave it to the women. Raven laughed a little now. Again she seemed a child, crying after the swashbuckling hero modern man has put into the discard, where apparently he has to stay, except now and then when he ventures out and struts a little. But it avails him nothing. Somebody laughs and back he has to go. I am pretty stupid, he said, but never mind about an old stager like me. Do not be afraid of showing him the man I mean or your charm. Do not be afraid of going to his head. You have got enough to justify every possible hope you could hold out to him. You are the loveliest, Nan, you are the loveliest thing I ever saw. The loveliest, said Nan again recklessly, lovelier than Tira. For an instant she struck him dumb. Was Tira so lovely? To him certainly she had a beauty almost inexpressible, but was it really inherent in her? Or was it something in the veil he found about her, that haze of hopeless suffering? Do you think she's beautiful? His voice was keen, curiosity had thinned it to an edge. Nan answered it with exactness. I think she's the most beautiful thing I ever saw. She does not know it. If she did, she would probably wave her hair and put on strange chiffons, what Charlotte calls doodads. She would have to be the cleverest woman on earth to resist them. And because she's probably never been an inch out of this country neighborhood, she would rig herself up Charlotte again. In the things the girls like round here. But she either does not know her power or she does not care. I am inclined to think, said Raven slowly, she never has looked at herself in that way. It has brought her things she does not want, things that made her suffer. And she's worked so hard trying to manage the whole business life, and her sufferings has not had time to lay much stress on her looks. It's all so strange, said Nan, as if the barriers were down and she wanted to indicate something hardly clear to herself. You see, she is not merely beautiful. Most of us look like what we are. We are rather nice looking like me, or we are plain. But she takes back, as Charlotte would say. She reminds you of things, pictures and music, and dead quintessent there a verse about queens that died young and fair. And oh heavens, rookie, I cannot say it but all the old hungers and happinesses, the whole business. I wonder, said Raven impetuously, if you think she's got any mind at all, or whether it's nothing but line and colour. Nan shook her head. She's got something better than a mind. She has a faithful heart. And if a man I cared about got bewitched by her, I would tell him to snatch her up and run off with her, and even if he found she was hollow inside, he would have had a minute worth living for, and he could take his punishment and say 'twas none too much. You would tell him, Raven suggested, smiling at her heat and yet moved by it. You were not going to fetter your man by telling him anything. No, said Nan, returned to her composure, which was of a careless sort. I should not really. I would hope, though. I would allow myself to hope he would snatch her away from that queer devil's darning needle she's married to, and buy her a divorce and marry her. You would indeed. Then you do not know love, my Nan, for you do not know jealousy. And with a mystery woman like that, would not the man be forever wondering what's behind that smile of hers? Tenny wonders. It is not that flashy fellow at the prayer meeting that makes him wonder. It's the woman herself. Yet she's simplicity itself, she's truth. But no, Nan, you do not know jealousy. Do not I, said Nan, unperturbed. You are mighty clever, are not you, rookie? But I tell you again, I would rather leave my man to live his life as he wants it than live it with him. Nosh threw off the moment as if she had permanently done with it. No, I went to see her this morning. You did? What for? It was so horrible last night, said Nan. Hideous. There was that creature sitting there beside her, that perfumery man. Perfumery? Yes, he smelled like the soap the boys used to buy, the ones that lived down the road apiece. He frightened her, just his sitting down beside her. And it put some kind of a devil into that awful Tenny. I thought about her all night, and this morning I went over and asked her to go back with me now, while Tenny's away chopping. I told her I would help her pack, and Jerry'd take us to the train. What did she say? Nothing. Oh yes, she 999. Nan laughed in the irritation of it. She said I was real good, said Israel was going to kill soon. Kill? Hogs, there were 2. They would weigh 300 apiece. It was quite a busy season, trying out and all, and no time for her to be away. It was irresistible. They both laughed. They had been dowering her with the grace of Helen, and now she stood before them inexorably bent on trying out. "I gather," said Nan rather dryly, "you are going over to see her yourself." "Yes," said Raven, "but not till I have seen you. You ran away from Milly. Now Milly's gone and you are coming back." Her eyes roved from him to the steadfast green of the slope across the road. She was moved. Her mouth twitched at the tight corners, her eyes kindled. "It would be fun," said she. "Besides, think how silly to keep Charlotte provisioning you and tugging over to spend nights, poor Charlotte." "I really stayed," said Nan, temporizing, "for this Tira of your son Tenny's." This form of statement sounded malicious to her own ears, but not to his. Sometimes Nan wished he were not quite so simple honest. It was, she suspected, the woman's parlour own to be unsuspecting and obstinately good. "But if," she continued, "she will not have anything to do with you, I might as well go back to town." "Not yet," said Raven. "I have got something to tell you." "What's it about?" "Old Crow." Nan thought a minute. "All right," she said. She looked at once unreasonably happy, like he extravagantly thought, a beautiful statue with the fountain of life playing over it. "I will come for Old Crow." "Pick up your duds," said he, "and I will go along and see if I can make anything out of her. You be ready when I come back." Nan looked after him and thought how fast he walked and how Tira, as well as Tira's troubles, drew him. If Tira knew the power of her own beauty, how terribly decisive a moment this would be in the great dark kitchen Nan had just left. And yet if Tira, having looked in her mirror and the mirror of life, were cruelly sophisticated enough to play that part, the man would be given odds to resist her. He was no ingenuous youth. Roman 25. Raven walked up to the side door of the house and knocked. She came at once, her face blank of any expectation, though at seeing him she did stand a little tenser, and her lips parted with a quicker breath. "Good morning," said he. "Are not you going to ask me in?" "Oh," breathed Tira. It seemed she did actually consider keeping him out. "I do not know," she blundered. "I am alone, but I never feel certain." She never felt certain, he concluded, whether her peril might not be upon her. But he had a sense of present security. He had seen Tenny disappearing inside the fringe of woods. "Let me come in," he said quietly. "I want to talk to you. It's cold for you out here." She moved aside and he followed her to the kitchen. The room was steaming with warmth, the smell of apple sauce and a boiling ham. Her moulding board, dusted with flour, was on the table, and her yellow mixing bowl beside it. Raven did not think what household duties he might be delaying, but the scene was sweet to him, a haven of homely comfort where she ought to find herself secure. There was, in the one casual glance he took, no sign of the child, and he was glad. That strange, silent witness, since Nan and Charlotte had both, by a phrase, banished the little creature into an alien room of its own, had begun to embarrass him. He wanted to talk to Tira alone. "Baby's in the bedroom," said Tira, answering his thought. "When he's in here I wake him up steppin' round." Raven stood waiting for her to sit, and she drew forward a chair, placing it to give her an oblique view from the window. Having seated herself, she asked him with a shy hospitality, "Will not you set?" He drew a chair nearer her, and his eyes sought her in the light of what Nan had said. Yes, she was beautiful. Her blue calico, faded to a softness suited to old pictures, answered the blue of her eyes. The wistful look of her face had deepened. It was all over a gentle interrogation of sweet patience and unrest. "So Nan came over," he began. It seemed the only way to pierce her reserve at once by a straight shaft. "You would not do what she wanted you to." She shook her head. "Why would not you?" he urged, and then she did answer, not ungraciously but with a shy courtesy. "I did not feel to." It would be hesitated for a word, and found an ineffectual oneness if you could talk to her. She would not tell. "I do not," said Tira, still with the same gentle obstinacy, "hold much with talkin'." Raven, because he had her to himself, and the time was short, determined not to spare her for lack of a searching word. "Tira," he said, and she smiled a little mysteriously to him, but really because she loved to hear him use her name. "Things are not getting any better here. They are getting worse." "Oh no," she hastened to say, "they are better. Only last night you had to run away from him." "Things are ever so much better," said Tira, smiling at him, with a radiance of conviction that lighted her face to a new sort of beauty. "They are all right. I have found the Lord." What could he say? Old Crow had besought him, too, to abandon fear in the certainty of a safe universe, speaking through the symbols man could understand. He tried to summon something that would reach and move her. "What if I were drowning?" he said. "Suppose I knew I should have sought for the accepted frasigo to heaven if I drowned. Do you think I should be right in not trying to save myself? Tira knit her brows. It was only for an instant, though. No, she said. Certain you would have to save yourself, you would have to try every way you knew. That's what I have done. I am trying every way I know. I am telling you another way, said Raven sharply. I am telling you cannot live with a crazy man. Oh no, she interrupted earnestly. He ain't that, he has spells, that's all. I am not even asking you to go away with me. I am asking you to go with that good woman over there. Somehow he felt this was more appealing than the name of Nan. I trust her as I do myself, more than myself. It's to save your life, Tira, your life and the baby's life. She was looking at him out of eyes warm, with the whole force of her worshipping love and gratitude. No, she said softly, I cannot go. I ain't got a word to say against her, she added eagerly. She's terrible good. Anybody could see that, but I cannot talk to folks, I cannot let him know. Not anybody, she added softly as if to herself, but you. Raven forbade himself to be moved by this. Then he said, you will have to talk to other folks you may not like so well. I shall complain of him. I shall be a witness to what I have seen and what you have told me. I have threatened you with that before, but now it's got to be done. No, said Tira, trying, he could see through every fibre of will in her to influence him. But never by her beauty, she was game there. You would not tell what I have said to you. You could not. 'Twas said to you and nobody else. It could not ha' been said to anybody else on this living earth. Here was a spark of passion, as if she struck it out unknowingly. But he must not be moved, and by every means he would move her. What is there, he said, in the roughness of an emotion she saw plainly, what is there I would not do to save your life? To save you from being knocked about, Touched was about to add violated, the purity of her seemed so virginal, but he stopped and she went on. It's just as I told you before. If they ask me questions I should say 'twant so. I should say you thought 'twas so, but 'twant. I should say you wrote books and you got up things I guessed. It made you wrong in your head. Old Crow, the innocent observers of his life and Old Crow's, were in a mysterious conspiracy to prove them both unsound. He laughed out suddenly and she looked at him, surprised. Do you know why I would? She continued earnestly. Because he never'd overlook it in this world. If they hauled him up before a judge and you testified, the minute they let him go he would take it out o' you. You would be in more danger than I be now. Besides, I ain't in any danger. I tried it this morning and I found out. He sat with knitted brows and dry lips waiting for her to go on. Last night, she said, after you went down from the shack, I could not sleep. I never closed my eyes, but I wa'n't lonesome nor afraid. I was thinking o' what you said. He was there, Jesus Christ was there, and I knew 'twas so because you said so. Besides, I felt it. And long about 3 I got up and covered the coals and took baby and come down along home. For I says if he was there with me in the shack he will go with me when I go, and my place is to home. And there was a light in the kitchen, and I looked in through the winder and Israel was there. He was kneeling before a chair, and his head was on his hands, and through the winder I heard him groan. And I stepped in and he got up off his knees and stood looking at me kinder wild, and he says, Where you been? And I says, No matter where I been. Wherever I been he's come home with me. And he says, Who is it now? And I felt as if I could laugh, it was so pleasant to me and seemed to smooth everything out. And I says, Jesus Christ, he's come home with me. And he looked at me kinder scart and says, I should think you was out o' your head. And I went round the room and kinder got it in order and brashed up the fire, and he set and looked at me. And I begun to sing. I sung Coronation, it stayed in my mind from the meetin' I dunno when I have sung before ye, and he set and watched me. And I got us an early breakfast and we eat, but he kept watching me. I would catch him doing it while he stirred his tea. 'Twas as if he was afraid. I would not have him feel that way. You do not suppose he is afraid o' me, do you? This she poured out in a haste unlike her usual halting utterance, but there was a steadiness in it, a calm. He shook his head. No, he said, I wish he were afraid of you. He wanted to leave her the comfort of belief and at the same time waken her to the actual perils of her life. Tira, he said, looking into her eyes and trying to impress her with the force of his will, he is not right, you know, not right in his head, or he never would behave to you as he does. Any man in his senses would know you were true to him. He does not, and that's why he's so dangerous. A convulsive movement passed over her face, slight as a twitching of muscles could well be. The sweat broke out on her chin. No, she said, any man would not know. Because it's true. That man that come into this house last night and set downside mean glad enough he was there happened to be that chair left, same as if I would left it for him his bad all through, and every man in this township knows it, and they know how I know it, and how I found it out. The drops on her forehead had wet the curling rings of her hair, and she put up her hand and swept them impatiently away. Her eyes, large in their agonized entreaty, were on Raven's, and he suffered for her as it was when he had seen her at the moments of her flight into the woods. And now he seemed to see not her alone, but Nan, not a shred of human pathos that had been tossed from hand to hot hand, but something childlike and inviolate. And that was how he let himself speak. "But dear child," he said, "Tenny knows how faithful you are. He knows if you had not loved him you would not have married him, and he knows if you love anybody you are true through everything." "That's it," she said loudly, in a tone that echoed strangely in the great kitchen. "That's it." He knew what she meant. If she loved the man she could convince him, mad as he was, but she did not love him. She was merely clinging to him with all the strength of her work-toughened hands. "But talk to him," he insisted. "Show him how well you mean toward him." "I cannot," she said. "I never have talked to anybody long as I lived. I git paused for a word and ended in a dash. I git all froze up." She sat staring at him, as if her mind were tied into knots, as if she could neither untie them, nor conceive of anybody's doing it. But he could not know just what sort of turmoil was in her, nor how it was so strange to her, that she felt no mental strength to meet it. In the instinct to talk to him, that new impulse born out of the first human companionship she had ever had, she felt strange troubles within her mind, an anguish of desire, formless and untrained. She was like a child who stretches out arms to something it dearly longs for, and finds its fingers will not close on it. She had never, before knowing him, felt the least hunger to express anything that did not lie within the small circle of her little vocabulary. But her mind was waking, stretching itself toward another mind, and suffering from its own impotence. "Oh God," she said in a low tone, and then clapped her hand over her mouth, because she had not meant to speak that name. There came a knock at the door. Instantly the look of life ebbed from her face. It assumed at once its mask of stolid calm. She got up and went to the door, and Raven, waiting for her to come back, remembered absently he had heard the clang of bells. Visualizing her face as she had talked to him, trying to understand her at every point, the more as she could not explain herself, he was suddenly and sharply recalled. He heard her voice. "No," she cried, so distinctly that the sound came through the crack of the door she had left ajar. "No, no, I tell you. You never have stepped foot into this house by my will, and so long as I am in it you never shall." Raven rose and went to the door. He had not stopped to think what he should find, but at least it was, from her tone, a menace of some sort. There stood Eugene Martin in his fur coat, his florid extravagance of scarf and pin, on his face the ironic smile adapted to his preconceived comedy with Tira. Martin, hearing the step behind her, started, unprepared. He had passed Tenny, slowly making his way homeward, and counted on a few minutes' speech with her and a quick exit, for his butt, the fool of a husband, to see. But as Raven appeared, the fellow's face broke up in a flouting amusement. Here was another, the satiric lips were ready to swear. Deepest distrust of Tira shone forth in the half-smile. A low community of mean understanding was in his following glance at Raven. He burst into a loud laugh, took off his hat and made Tira an exaggerated bow. "Do not mention it," he said. "Did not know you had company, would not think comin' in." He turned away, his shoulders shaking with ostentatious mirth. It was all in a minute, and Raven's following act, quite unreasoned, also occupied a minute. He put Tira aside, stepped out after Martin and walked behind him down the path. When Martin reached the sleigh, Raven was at his side. Martin had ceased shaking his shoulders in that fictitious mirth. Now in that last moment, it seemed, he took cognizance of Raven, and turned apprehension in spite of him, leaping to his face. Raven, still with no set purpose, grasped him by the collar with one hand and with the other reached for the whip in the sleigh. It was over quickly. Raven remembered afterward that the horse, startled by the swish of the blows, jumped aside and that he called out to him. He did not propose depriving Martin of the means of exit. The fellow did not meet judgment lying down. He did a wild feat of struggling, but he was soft in every muscle, a mean antagonist. The act over, Raven released him with an impetus that sent him staggering, set the whip in the socket and turned back to the house. At that moment he saw Tenny coming along the road, not with his usual hurried stride, but slowly, his head lifted, his eyes upon the figures at his gate. Raven recoiled from the possibility of a three-cornered wrangle when Tenny also should reach the scene. It was an impossible predicament, not for himself. He was never troubled by any hampering sense of personal dignity, but for Tira, who stood in silence watching them. She had advanced a few steps into the snowy path and waited, immovable, the light breeze lifting her rings of hair. To Raven, in the one glance he gave her, she was like a fate, choosing neither good nor ill, but watching the even course of time. If Martin saw Tenny, he was not going to linger for any problematic issue. He stepped into the sleigh and, without drawing the fur robe over his knees, took up the reins. His face, turned upon Raven, was distorted with rage. That's assault, he called to him, assault and battery. I will have the law on you and she's my witness. Stop, called Tira. She came down the path with long strides, her garments blowing back. At 3 paces from the sleigh she halted and called to him in a voice so clear and unrestrained that Raven thought Tenny, coming on with his jerky action, might also have heard it. You stir a step to get the law on him, and I will tell what I know. What did I find out about you? The money stole out o' the box after they had the raffle for the war, the deed under old Lady Blaistell's feather bed, because it weren't recorded and it left you with the right and title to that 40 feet o' land. 5 counts. She held up her left hand and told off one finger after the other. I have got 'em all down in my mind, and there they have been ever since I left you. What do I leave you for? Not because you treated me like a dog whenever the fit was on ye, but because you was meaner'n dirt. He sat there, the reins gathered in his hand, staring at her, his face stiffened in a reflex of the cold passion of hers. Upon her last word he called to the horse with an oath as if it had been the beast that offended him, turned the sleigh and drove off. Tenny, breathless, was now on the scene. His thin lips curled and drew back, the snarl of the angry feline. 2 on ye, he said to Raven. Come to blows over her, have ye, and you are on top. Raven turned to Tira. Go into the house, he said. Tenny laughed. It was not the laugh of the man who had just left them. There was no light mockery in it, but a low intensity of misery, the cynical recognition of a man whose house has been destroyed and who asks his inner self how he could have expected anything different. But when he spoke it was jeeringly to Tira. Go into the house, he mocked. Did not ye hear him? He tells ye to go into the house, into my house, so's he can fight it out agin same's he done with t'other one. You better go, he will not get no odds from me. He set his dinner pail down beside him, and his hand moved a few inches along the helve of his axe, and Raven, like Tira, was sorry for him. No, said Tira, I shan't go into the house. And this to do ain't so much about me as about you, Israel Tenny, because you are mackin' a fool o' yourself. You will be town talk, and you deserve to be. You have brought it on yourself. Raven, his eyes on the man's face, saw it change slightly. Something tremulous had come into it, though it might have been only surprise. The hand on the axe helve shook perceptibly. Now it looked to Raven as if it might be his turn. I came up here this morning, he said, to see her. Curiously, at the moment of saying your wife, he balked at it. He would not, even by the sanction of the word, seem to give her over to him. Yes, said Tenny. The lividness of anger tautened his face. You see me off to my work. You knew you would find her here. Yes, said Raven, I knew I should find her. I had to see her alone because I wanted to ask her to leave you, go away from here and be safe. Tenny stared at him. The brusque fact was too much for him. Why should Raven have told it? You are known, Raven continued steadily, to abuse your wife. Tenny's lips again curled back. I ain't laid a finger on her, he snarled. Anybody but a liar tell you so. She has told me so, continued Raven. I came to warn her I should complain of you and have you bound over to keep the peace. She said if I did that she would refuse to testify against you. She said she would rather her. A slight bitterness came into his voice, and for an instant he had a foolish satisfaction in reminding Tira of her unfriendliness in blocking Himsh, would rather have me considered out of my mind than let you get your just deserts. Ah, snarled Tenny, I weren't born yesterday. This interchange had had on Tira all the effect Raven could have wished. She started forward a step with a murmured sound, but Tenny was unmoved. Now you know, said Raven, you are not going to tell me I am a liar. I draw the line at that. You will have to drop your axe. That's a cowardly streak in you, Tenny, a mighty mean streak. That axe business, and I will give you your punishment without waiting for judge or jury. Tenny looked down at the axe frowningly, and the hand holding it sank to his side. Besides saying she would not testify against you, Raven continued, she refused to leave you. She is a foolish woman, but she's like most of them. They hang on to the beast that abuses em, God knows why. But the rest of us will not let you off so easy. Do not think it for a minute. The next time she's seen wandering round the woods with her baby and you after her, yelling like a catamount, you are going to be holed up, and, even if she will not testify, there's enough against you to make it go hard with you. Tenny ceased staring at the axe and looked up at Raven. Was it hatred in the eyes? The gleam in them flickered in a curious way, cross currents of strange light. He tried to speak, gulped and moistened his dry lips. Then he managed it. What business is it o' yourn? It's every man's business, said Raven. When you began running over the woods, yelling like a catamount returned to this of set purpose, because it evidently bit. I thought it was queer, that's all. Thought you were out of your head. But it got to be too much of a good thing. And it's one thing to make yourself a laughingstock. It's another to be indicted for murder. I do not, said Tenny, stan any man's interfering with me. I give ye fair warning not to meddle nor make. Then said Raven, we have both got our warning. I have had yours and you have had mine. You are a mighty mean man, Tenny. A mean cuss, that's what you are. Tenny, in the surprise and mortification of this, barked out at him. Do not ye call me a cuss, I am a professin' Christian. Stuff, said Raven, that's all talk. I wonder a man of your sense should not see how ridiculous it is. You are not a Christian. When you stand up in meeting and testify, you are simply a hypocrite. No, I do not call you a Christian, I call you a scamp on the way to being locked up. Tenny's mind leaped back a space. You're trying to throw me off the track, he announced. Ye cannot do it. When I come up the road you and Eugene Martin was out there and you knocked him down. I see ye. You horsewhipped him. Now if it's anybody's business to horsewhip Eugene Martin, it's mine. What business is it yourn horsewhippin' a man that's hangin' round another man's wife unless? Hold on there, said Raven. I gave him his medicine because he was too fresh. Here he allowed himself a salutary instant of swagger. Tenny might as well think him a devil of a fellow, quick to act and hard to hold. It happens to be my way. I do not propose taking back talk from anybody of his sort or yours. He's a mean cuss too, Tenny, ready to think every man's as bad as he is a foul-mouthed fool, and hesitated here and spoke with an emphasis that did strike upon Tenny's hostile attention, is the kind of cheap fellow that would like nothing better than to insult a woman. That was what he sat down by your wife for last night. That was why I made an excuse to get him away from her. I would not allow him within 10 feet of a woman of my own family. You ought to be mighty glad I looked out for yours. Tenny was in a coil of doubt. Suddenly he glanced round at Tira, standing there in the path, her eyes upon one and the other as they spoke. Raven would not willingly have looked at her. He felt her presence in his inmost heart. He knew how cold she must be in the wintry air with nothing about her shoulders, and the breeze strong enough to stir those rings of hair about her forehead. But she must suffer it while he raked Tenny by the only language Tenny knew. But here be you, cried Tenny, as if his mind, unsatisfied, went back to one flaw after another in Raven's argument. You see me go by to my work, and you come up here to talk over my folks behind my back and toll em off to run away with you. I have explained all that once, said Raven. You will have to take it or leave it. At that instant Tira stepped forward. She gave a little cry. You have hurt your foot. Raven's glance followed hers to the ground, and he saw a red stain creeping from Tenny's boot into the snow. Tenny also glanced at it indifferently. It was true that, although the cold was growing anguish to a numbing wound, he was hardly aware of it as a pain that could be remedied. This was only one misery the more. Course I have hurt my foot, he said savagely. What do you suppose I come home for this time o' day? Why, said Tira in an innocent good faith, I s'posed you come back to spy on me. That did take hold of him. He looked at her in an almost childish reproach. Now he put the foot to the ground had been, though unconsciously, easing it but at the first step winced and his face whitened. God Almighty! Raven heard him mutter and was glad. He seemed more of a man invoking God in his pain than in waving deity like a portent before unbelievers. Tira had gone to him. You put your hand on my shoulder, she said, something so sweetly thrilling in her voice that Raven wondered how Tenny could hear it, and not feel his heart dissolve into water. For himself, he was relieved at the warming tone, but it mysteriously hurt him. It seemed so horrible that all the tenderness of which it was witness had to be damned in her with no outlet save over the child who was not right. Tenny paid no attention to her, and Raven took him by the arm. The snow was reddening thinly, and Raven could see the cut in the boot. Open the door, he said to Tira, I will help him in. Curiously, though Tenny had forgotten the hurt except as a part of his mental pain, now that his mind was directed toward it he winced, and made much of getting to the door. Yet it seemed to be in no sense to challenge sympathy. He was simply sorry for himself, bewildered at his misfortune, and so intently was his mind set on it now that he did not seem annoyed by Raven's supporting him. Tira hurried on in advance, and when they entered she was putting wood into the stove and opening draughts to start up the neglected fire. Raven led him to the chair by the hearth, knelt, without paying any attention to his muttered remonstrance, and with much difficulty of frequent easements got off the boot and the soaked stocking. It was an ugly cut. Tenny, glancing down at it, groaned and looked away, and Tira brought a pillow and tucked it behind his head. Raven, glancing up at him, saw he was white and sick, and Tira said, He never can stand the sight o' blood. Evidently the irony of it did not strike her at all, but Raven wrinkled his brows over it. He sent her here and there, for water to wash the wound and for clean cloth. He rolled a bandage and put it on deftly while Tenny stared. Now, said he, coming to his feet, you would better telephone the doctor. This is all I know. Tira went to the telephone in the next room, and Raven cleared away the confusion he had made, and again Tenny watched him. At intervals he looked down at his bandaged foot as if he pitied it. Tira, having given her message, came back and reported that the doctor would be there shortly. Then said Raven, I will be off. Telephone if you need anything. Perhaps I would better come over anyway. He will have to be got to bed. I will call you up. He felt a sudden easement of the strain between himself and Tira. Tenny himself, through his hurt, had cleared the way. Their intercourse, void of secrecy, was suddenly commonplace. At the moment there was nothing in it to light a flash of feeling. Tenny did not look at him. Then Raven, in a sudden mounting of desire to show Tira how sorry he was for her, said to her impetuously, I hate to leave you alone. And again she surprised him as she had the night before in implicit acceptance of her new faith, something as tangible as divine. She spoke in a perfect simplicity. I ain't alone, she said. Tenny had turned his head to listen. We ain't alone, Israel, be we? She challenged breathlessly. I dunno what you are talking about, said Tenny uneasily, and she laughed. It was, Raven wonderingly thought, a light-hearted laugh, as if she had no longer anything to bear. Why, said she, same as I told you. We ain't alone a minute o' the time if we do not feel to be. He's with us, the Lord Jesus Christ. The telephone bell rang and she went off to answer it. Tenny, as if with a hopeful conviction that another man would understand, turned his eyes upon Raven. What's anybody want to talk like that for? He questioned irrepressibly. It's the way you talk yourself, said Raven. That's precisely what you said last night. It's no kind of a way, Tenny began, and then pulled himself up. Raven believed that he meant it was one thing to invoke the founder of his religion in a sacerdotal sense, but not for the comforting certainty of a real presence. Seems if anybody's crazed. Seems if here he broke off again, and Raven took satisfaction in the concluding phrase. It's no way to talk when a man's lamed himself sauced, he cannot get round the room thout bleedin' to death. By this Raven understood the man was in an hysterical way, afraid of Tira and her surprising invocation. He judged things were looking rather better for her, and went off almost cheerfully, without waiting for her return. Roman 26. When Raven came to Nan's, he went in without knocking and found the house still. He called her name, and she answered from an upper distance. Presently she appeared, travelling bag in hand, and came down to him. You really want me, rookie? She asked him, pausing at the closet door where she had hung her hat and coat. You want an unattached female, unchaperoned, very much at large. I want her, said Raven, more than anything else I am likely to get in this frowsy world. As to chaperones, Charlotte will do very well, without legging it over here every night to keep you in countenance. Nan put on her hat and coat, and he picked up the bag. Back door locked, he asked. She laughed. Yes, said she, that shows I meant to come. Go ahead, rookie, I will lock this door. Midway down the path she glanced at him and then ventured, You look very much set up. What is it, rookie? What happened? The thing that's happened, said Raven, with a little reminiscent laugh, is that Tenny's afraid of his wife. And he's cut his foot and cannot get away from her. I call it the most ironical of time's revenges I have ever had the pleasure of seeing. He went on and told her the story of Tenny's disabled foot. Nan, listening, did not take it in. But I do not see, she offered, why it makes him afraid of her. It does not, though it makes it more difficult for him to get at her. The thing that's bowled him over is that she's taken him at his word. He's told her the founder of his religion is everywhere present, and now she's accepted it and assumes the presence is there in the kitchen. It scares him. He assumes she's Dotty, hence he's afraid of her. You see, Nan, the presence he's in the habit of invoking is something he conceives of as belonging to strictly sacerdotal occasions. Really, it's a form of words, but she believes it, and that, as I told you, scares him. It's like raising a ghost. He's raised it and somebody's seen it and he's scared. Cannot the queerest things happen? Nan asked him, in a discursiveness he found nevertheless relevant here in New England. There is not a human trait or a morbid outcrop, but we have got it. See, Charlotte's at the window. S'pose she will want me. She will love it, said Raven. He lifted up his voice and called, and Charlotte left the window to appear at the door. I have got her, Charlotte, said Raven. She's going to make us a visit. Give us almond pudding for dinner, cannot you? It was too late for that, Charlotte told him indulgently, but she guessed there would be suthin. She lingered in the hall while Nan took off her coat, and volunteered information about the fire being lighted in the west chamber. I most thought you would come, she said in a way softly confidential. You can settle right down now, you two, and visit. She put a hand for an instant on Nan's shoulder, and Nan felt the glow of her beneficence. Did Charlotte know what it was to her to have even one evening alone with Rookie? Charlotte knew most things, probably she knew that. Nan and Raven had their noon dinner and went for a walk, up the road. That led them past Tenny's, and when they reached the house Raven said, "You wait a jiff and I will ask how he is." Tira came in answer to his knock. She was gravely calm, not even disturbed in her secret mind, Raven concluded, not keyed up by inner apprehension and keeping herself firm. Where he wondered absently at the same instant, did she get those clothes blue, always worn to the exact point of soft loveliness, the very moral of her eyes? She glanced down the path at Nan, and Nan waved to her. Tira gave a serious little bow and turned her glance to Raven, who inquired, "How's his foot?" "It pains him a good deal," she said, with that softness he had noted in her voice while they dressed the hurt. "He has to set with it in a chair. It worries him to death not to get round." "Good Lord," said Raven, "you must think I am a nice chap. Who's doing the barn work?" "Oh," said Tira, "that's all right, I can see to that. I always do when he's gone for day's works." "You cannot water the stock?" "Oh yes, I can." Now she smiled at him beautifully, bewilderingly for his kindness in asking. "I done it before dinner, that's nothing. Besides, I like it, takes me outdoor." "Do not do any more," said Raven. "We will be over long about 4 o'clock, Jerry, or 1. Then, for he had forgotten Tenny in his awareness of her, he remembered to ask, "The doctor came, did he?" She nodded gravely. "Say anything." She shook her head and then offered, it seemed unwillingly. "He thought he might be laid up quite a spell." To Raven, that seemed so desirable that he wondered at the commiseration in her voice. Evidently she could be sorry for Tenny without an admixture of relief at having him safely fettered for a while. "Well," he said, "I will be over. And if there's anything," he stopped and looked her in the eyes, gravely authoritative. It was the first time their two inner selves had met in such unrestrained interchange. If there was anything he could do for her, the glance said, she was to know he would do it, to the very limit of allegiance. What did her own glance say? Was there acceptance in it? Not so much that as a grave understanding and gratitude. He was her refuge, her strength. She might still go winging brokenly about the obscurity that made her life, but he was the shelter where she might take cover if she would. Their gaze broke, it was locked there an instant only, and however she felt in turning from him, Raven had the sensation of dragging his eyes away. "I will be over," he said, "in time to fodder and milk." He was leaving, but she called after him, "No, do not you come, you send Jerry." "I can do it as well as Jerry," he answered impatiently, and again she called, "No, do not you come, I do not think best." Immediately Raven knew, if she put it in that tone, the mother tone, it was he himself did not think best. He joined Nan and they walked on, not speaking. Suddenly he stopped for an instant without warning, and she too stopped and looked at him. He took off his hat and was glad of the cold air on his forehead. "Mystery of mysteries," he said. There was bitterness in his tone, exasperation, revolt. Evidently he saw himself in a situation he neither invited nor understood. Who would think of finding a woman like that on a New England doorstep talking about foddering the cows? Nan considered the wisely circumspect thing to say, and managed tamely, "She's a good woman." They went on. "Yes," said Raven, after a while, "she's a good woman. But does she want to be? Or is not there anything inside her to make her want to be anything else?" "I have an idea," said Nan, going carefully. "Most of the men she's known have wanted her to be something else." "Now what do you mean by that?" said Raven irritably. "And what do you know about it anyway? You are nothing but a little girl." "You keep saying that," said Nan with composure, "because it gives you less responsibility." He stared at her, forgetting Tira. "Responsibility," he repeated. "What responsibility is there I do not want to take about you?" "You do not want me to be a woman," said Nan. "You want me to be a little girl, always adoring you just enough, not too much. You have been adored enough by women, Rookie." They both knew she was talking in a hidden language. It was not women she meant, it was Aunt Anne. "But," said she, persisting, "I am quite grown up. I have been in the war just as deep as you have, as deep as Dick. I have taken it all at a gulp, the whole business, I mean, life, things as they are. I could not any more go back to the Victorian striped candy state of mind I was taught to pattern by than you could yourself." "You let the Victorians alone," growled Raven. "Much you know about 'em." "They were darlings," said Nan. "They had more brains, any 10 of 'em, than 1,000,000 of us put together. But it does happen to be true they did not see what human nature is under the skin. We do, we have scratched it and we know. It's a horrible sight, Rookie. What is it? Said Raven. What is under the skin? Nan considered. Well, she said finally, there's something savage. Not strong, splendid savage, you know, but pretending to be big Injun and not fetching it. Wearing red blankets and whooping and tearing raw meat. Oh, Rookie, how do folks talk? I cannot, even to you. But the world isn't, well, it is not as nice as I thought it, not so clean. You ought to know, you do not like it either. So said Raven, meditatively, you do not like it. It's no matter whether I like it or not, said Nan, in a chilly way he interpreted as pride. I am in it, and I am going to play the game. They went on for a while without speaking, and then Raven looked round at her, a whimsical look. So you give notice, he said, you are grown up. I give notice, said Nan tersely. I am a very old lady really, older than you are, Rookie. Then she judged the moment had come for setting him right on a point that might be debatable. If you think I was a little girl when I sat there and loved you the other night, you might as well know I was not. And I was not a woman either, not then. I was just a person, a creator, Charlotte would say, that wanted you to get under your tough lonesome old hide. There's somebody that loves you to death and believes in you and knows everything you feel. Am I lonesome, Nan? He asked quickly, picking out the word that struck him deepest. I do not know. I do, said Nan. You have not had any of the things men ought to have to keep them from growing into those queer heads stuck all over with ridiculous little habits like pin feathers that make you want to laugh and cry, too. Old bachelors. Lord. Look out, said Raven. You will get me interested in myself. I have gone too far that way already. The end of that road is Millie and psychoanalysis and my breaking everybody's head because they will not let me alone. Break 'em then, said Nan concisely. And run away. Take this Tira with you and run off to the Malay Peninsula or somewhere. That sounds further away than most places. Or an island. There must be an island left somewhere for a homesick old dear like you. Now in God's name, said Raven, what do you say that for? Tira, Nan inquired recklessly. What do I tell you to take her for? Because I want to see you mad, Rookie, humanly mad. And she's got the look that makes us mad, men and women too. What is it? Raven asked thickly. What is the look? Mystery, it's beauty first, and then mystery spread over that. She's like we, Rookie, she's like life itself mystery. No, said Raven, surprising her, you are not a little girl any more, that's true enough, I do not know you. Likely not, said Nan, undisturbed. You cannot have your cake and eat it. You cannot have a little Nan begging for stories, and a Nan that's on her job of seeing you get something out of life, if she can manage it before it's too late. There she stopped on the verge, she suddenly realized, of blundering. He was not to guess she had too controlling an interest in that comprehensive mystery which was his life. How horrible beyond measure if she took over Aunt Anne's frantic task of beneficent guidance. Rookie should be free. He began to laugh, and without waiting for the reason she joined him. Maybe I will, he said, the Malay prescription, half of it, but I should want you with me. You may not be little, but you are a great Nan to play with. We will not drag Tira's name into it, he added gravely. Poor Tira's name, we will take good care of it. Oh, I will go, said Nan recklessly. But we will take Tira. And we will build her a temple in a jungle and put her up on a pedestal and feed her with tropical fruits and sit cross-legged before her so many hours a day and meditate on her mystery. What would she say? Raven wondered and then laughed out in a quick conviction. No, she would not say anything. She would accept it as she does fodering the cows. Certainly, said Nan, that's Tira. You have forgotten the baby. Yes, said Nan soberly, poor little boy. They were serious and could play no more, and presently turned into the back road and so home. At supper they had a beautiful time, the lights soft, the fire purring, and the shades up so that the cold austerities of night could look in without getting them. Nan had done a foolish thing, one of those for which women can give no reason, for usually they do not know which one it is out of the braided strands of all the reasons that make emotion. She had unearthed a short pink crepe frock she used to wear in her childish days, and let her heavy hair hang in 2 braids tied with pink ribbons. Did she want to lull Rookie's newborn suspicion of her as a too mature female thing, by stressing the little girl note, or did she slip into the masquerading gown because it was restful to go back the long road that lay between the present and the days when there was no war? Actually, she did not know. She did know she had flown wildly up attic, the minute Rookie announced the daring plan of the visit, and flung open chest after chest, packed by Aunt Anne's exact hands, with this and that period of her clothes. Why had Aunt Anne kept them? She straightened herself to wonder at one point, throwing them out in a disorderly pile, ginghams, muslins, a favourite China silk. Could it be Aunt Anne had loved her, not so much as she loved Rookie, but in the same hidden, inflexible way, and wanted to preserve the image of her as she grew to girlhood in the clothes she had worn? It was not likely, she concluded, and was relieved to dismiss even the possibility. It would have made too much to live up to, a present loyalty of obedience which, if Aunt Anne in the heavenly courts had anything like her earthly disposition, would be the only thing to satisfy her. Nan did not mean to do anything definitely displeasing, especially to Aunt Anne. She simply meant to enjoy to the full the ecstasy of living, just as if it were going on for a lifetime, under the same roof with Rookie and having him all to herself. Then she came on the pink crepe with its black bows, and gave a tiny nod of satisfaction there in the attic dusk, and was all in a glow, though it was so cold. When she came down to supper that night, Raven was reading his paper by the fire. He glanced up as if she came in so every night, Nan thought. She liked that, but she was a little awkward, conscious of her masquerade, and so really adding to the illusion of girlhood, ill used to its own charm. Raven threw down his paper and got up. "Lord," said he, "come here, you witch, let me look at you." Nan was actually shy now. "Why, my darling," said Raven, in a tone so moved she was almost sorry she had brought it all about. It made too many responsibilities. Which Nan was she going to be? But no kissing, she reminded herself. "You have come back to me." "I have not been away," said Nan, recovering herself and treating him to a cool little nod. "Not actually. Like it, Charlotte." For Charlotte had come in with a platter and Nan turned about, peacocking before her unsurprised gaze. "I found it up attic." "It's real pretty," said Charlotte. "Them scant things they are wearin' now, they ain't to be thought of in the same day." Then, having given the room a last glance, almost a caressing touch, Charlotte had, a little anxious too, because all comforts were so important, she went out, and Nan was sitting opposite Raven at the table, demure, self-contained, yet playing her wildest. It was a game she knew she was to have entirely alone. The game was that she and Rookie were living here in this house in some such potency of possessive bliss that nothing could separate them. She was careless over the terms of it. She was a child, she was a woman, she was everything Rookie wanted her to be. Here they were together, and the universe, finding the combination, Nan and Rookie, too strong to fight against, had given up the losing battle, turned sulkily and left them alone. They were hungry and in high spirits, and they ate and talked a great deal. Nan meant to remember what they talked about. Even the words were so dear to her she would have liked to set them down in a book to keep for her old age that was to be as desolate as Aunt Anne's. But it should not be as conventional. There should be waves on that sea. Then Charlotte had come in to clear the table and afterward, by Raven's invitation, sat 10 minutes or so by the fire and talked of neighbourhood things, and they were left alone again, and he was suddenly grave. Was the game over, Nan wondered, and then went on into a more unbridled speculation whether he was finding himself reminded of the old scruples, the old withholdings when Aunt Anne, unable to keep up with their galloping horses of fun, restrained them delicately but with what a hand of steel. And suddenly she realized he was not thinking of her. Was the grim house over the rise of the road calling to his anxious heart? "Nan," he said, as if he had suddenly made up his mind, "I have got something to show you." He left the room and she heard him running upstairs. Presently he was back carrying the mottled book. Instantly it had a vivid interest for her. He held it so reverently and it seemed so tenderly. She was at the fire and he told her to get up and take the other chair. It would bring the light at her back. With the book still in his hand, he sat down before the fire and began to tell her the story of Old Crow. Nan had known it in its outer eccentricities, but had Old Crow been unhappy? That was new to her. She had heard of him as queer, the country oddity who, being frenzied over God or love, had madly incarcerated himself in the loneliness of his own eccentricity. At odds with life as he found it, Raven concluded, not actually able to bear it. That's how it looked to the rest of us. Now this is how it looked to him. "Is it a journal?" Nan asked. She had forgotten her game. She was no child now, but a serious woman with an intensely frowning glance. "Yes, this is his journal. Want to read it or me read it to you?" "Oh, you," said Nan. "I would better, I guess. His punctuation's queer and so's his spelling sometimes, but I wish I could write as good a fist." So he began. Nan sat perfectly still while the reading lasted. Once getting up to tend the fire, she went back to a higher chair and sat tense, her hands clasped about her knees. Old Crow seemed to have entered the room, a singularly vital figure with extraordinary things to say. Whether you believed the things or not, you had to listen. Old Crow believed them so tremendously. He was like a shock, an assault from the atmosphere itself. He affected Nan profoundly. Her perched attitude in the chair was, in an unreasoned way, her own tribute of strained attention. She was not combating him, but she had to tune herself up high not to be overwhelmed. When Raven had finished, he turned and laid the book on the table behind him, but lingeringly, as if Nan thought he had an affection for it. Well, he asked, what do you think? Roman 27. What do I think? Nan repeated. About Old Crow or his religion? That is not it, Rookie. It is a religion. It's a religion, all right, said Raven. And curiously, Nan, it's given me a tremendous boost. Because you think. Not because I think anything. I have an idea that with religions you would better not think, you would better believe. If you can, said she. But do not you believe? He asked her, out of an impetuosity like her own. I never thought to wonder what you believed. I remember, though, one time. Yes, said Nan. A deeper red ran into her cheeks and her brows came down a little over her eyes. Raven could see she was visualizing something. You're going back to the time when I would not be confirmed. I remember, mighty disagreeable that was. Yes, I was in disgrace. She looked at me as if she would been frozen. And you brought me a peach. Do you remember that peach? He shook his head. But he did remember, though he said nothing, his mind on the poor little girl chilled by Aunt Anne's frozen look. It was the most beautiful peach, said Nan, looking into the fire and continuing to hug her knees. It was not that I did not have peaches. There were plenty to be eaten like a lady with a silver knife, or even stolen off the sideboard and gobbled in the garden with the juice squishing over your white frock. But this one, you slipped it into my hand, and I knew it was because you were sorry for me. And I took it out of the room and went into the garden with it. And what do you suppose I did then, Rookie? Ate it, I hope, said Raven. He felt his eyes hot with angry sorrow over her. That's the only thing I know of to do with a peach. I went round behind the lilacs where the lily bed is, and stood there and cried like a water spout, I guess, and I kissed the peach. I kissed it and kissed it. It was like a rough check. And then I buried it among the lilies because the dirt there looked so soft. Did it come up? He wanted, though so late, to turn it into childish comedy. Nan laughed out. No, she said ruefully, not the way you would expect. It did come up. I saw her troweling there the next morning. She would called me to bring her other gardening gloves. She would found a hole in one she had on. You know how exquisitely she kept her hands. And just as I came, she turned up the peach and looked at it as if it had done something disgraceful to get there, and tossed it into her basket. Now, said Raven, you cannot make me think anybody could not allow himself to say Aunt Anne went hunting out your poor little peach. No, said Nan, bending on him a limpid gaze. Of course not consciously. Only there was something, but even she, with all her recklessness, could not follow this out. To her own consciousness was the certainty that deep in Aunt Anne, deep as the principle of life itself, was an intuition which led her will to the evidence it needed for its own victories. And the queer thing about it was, she ended, I did not refuse to be confirmed because I doubted things. I refused because I believed. I believed in God. I believed so hard I was afraid. What of? Afraid of standing in with what I did not like. Afraid I could not carry it through, and if I did not, there would be ginger for me somewhere. So queer, Rookie, like all the things that keep happening to us. Little ironies, you know, that sort of thing. For she thought I was behaving shockingly toward God. And really, Rookie, it was because I was so afraid of him. I believed in him so much I could not say I believed in a way I did not. Like Old Crow, said Raven. Only you did not go far enough. You did not say it's only a symbol. I tried not to think much about it anyway, she owned. I could not believe what she 999, but I could not go into it. I cannot now. Do not you know, Rookie, there are things you cannot talk about. It's bad manners. I wish the learned divines thought so, said Raven. Dear Nan, he added, his mind returning to her. I did not know you so very well after all. I must have seen you were having a beast of a time, or I might not have butted in with the peach, but I did not know how deep it went. Oh, it always goes deep with children, said Nan carelessly, as if the child he was pitying being snowed under by the years. It made no great difference about her anyway. You get gashed to the bone and the scars are like welts. But so far as I see, it has to be, coming into a world you do not even know the rules of till they are banged into you. You would not be willing, said Raven, spurred on by a mounting curiosity over her. The inner mind of her he seemed never to have touched before. You would not be willing to tell me what it was in the church you did not like. Yes, said Nan decisively, I should mind. Oh, I would tell you, Rookie, if I could anybody, but I cannot. Maybe I could if I had not seen it working. Over there, you nosen boys clinging to it so at the end confession the crucifix, the vestments, do you remember? Over that faded horizon blue. I could not do it, Rookie, what they did, not if I died this minute. Only, she added, struck by a thought, I might want it to remind me. I might touch the crucifix, you know, or look at something, or feel the holy water on my forehead. I might be too far gone to think up to God beauties, it might remind me. Symbols, said Raven, profoundly moved by the vision of the bright spirit in her mortal beauty flickering out. Old Crow. And when I said, she hesitated, anxious to give him everything he asked of her, the things I did not like, I meant the things they tell us, Rookie. You know, facts, details. And then you think of God and no use, Rookie, no use. Yes, said Raven, that's where Old Crow was up against it. But picture writing, because it's the only kind of writing we can read, picture writing, Nan, because we are savagish could take that and not wince. Anyway, said Nan, I am happiest not thinking of it. I say my prayers, God bless Rookie. God bless me, that's all. I do not believe it. Do not believe what? That I say God bless Rookie? Course I do, why not? Well, I am blessed, said Raven at a loss. Then, recovering himself, Nan, I never have known you in the least. How am I getting at you now? Because we are shut up here with the quiet and the snow, said Nan. She looked at the fire, not at him. He thought with a startled delight in her, he had never seen a more contented figure, and the beauty of it was entirely oblivious of him. It made no demands. It's a fact, he reflected, I have really never seen you since you grew up. First you were a child, then you went over there. You had to take life whole, as Old Crow took his religion. Yes, said Nan, I guess we are all queer, we young ones that have been in service. You see, we have had to take things as they are. You cannot veil them from us. We have seen M. We know. She laughed out. Rookie, it's queer, but I am a good deal more like the old-fashioned girl we read about than the rest of the crowd I run with. Why, Raven ventured. If Nan was in a mood to unveil her dear mind, he wanted her voice to rush on in that sweet staccato. And her answer was in itself surprising. Aunt and. Raven sat looking at her, a slow smile dawning. There she was, prim as a dish, Charlotte would say, her two braids down her back, her hands clasped about her knees. He had never, the undercurrent in his mind still reminded him, been so alone with her since the days when they had, with an unspoken sense of lawlessness, slipped away together for a day's fishing or a breathless orchid hunt in the woods. The adventures had been less and less frequent as time ran on, and it had begun to dawn on Raven that they were entirely contrary to Aunt Anne's sense of New England decencies. After each occasion Nan would be mysteriously absent for a half-day at least, and when she reappeared she was a little shyer of him, more silent toward Aunt Anne. Had she been put to bed or shut up with tasks to pay the tax on her stolen pleasures? He never knew. He did know, however, that when he proposed taking her off to wild delights that made her eyes glow with anticipation, she always refused, unless he acceded to her plea to slip away. Always to slip away, not to tell. Could it be she had known by a child's hard road to knowledge off observation, silence, unaided conclusion that Aunt Anne would never allow them to run away to play? Curious, pathetic, abnormal even, to have been jealous of a child. Then he pulled himself up with the shocked sense, now become recurrent, that he had never allowed himself to attack Anne's fair dignity with the weapon of unsuppressed guesswork about her inner motives. He had felt obliged to assume, they were as fine as her white hands. All the more reason for not assailing them now when she was withdrawn into her strange distance. Yet one source of wonder might be allowed him to explore unhindered, the presence of Nan here at his hearth, inviting him to know her to the last corner of her honest mind. She was even eager in this loving hospitality. He would hardly have seen how to define the closeness of their relation. She had turned her eyes from the fire to meet his. Well, she said, what? I was thinking how queer it is, said Raven. We never have been alone together very much all told, as Charlotte would say, and here we sit as if we were going to be here forever, and talk out all the things. What things? Asked Nan. She was not looking at him now, but back into the fire, and she had a defensive air, as if she expected to find herself on her guard. Lots of 'em, said Raven, the money. His voice sounded to her as if he cursed it, and again he pulled himself up. What are we going to do with it? Aunt Anne's, she said, not as a question but a confirmation. Yes, I cannot refuse it. That means throwing it back on you. If I will not decide, I am simply making you do it for me. I do not see anything for it but our talking the thing out and making up our minds together. No, said Nan, I shan't help you. You will not. I suppose it amounts to that. Now why the dickens not? Nan kept up her stare at the fire. She seemed to be debating deeply, even painfully. Rookie, she said at last in a tumultuous rush, I never meant to say this. I do not know what will come of saying it, but you have had a terrible sort of life. It's almost worse than any life I know. You have been smother-red be women. This last she said with difficulty, and Raven reddened in a reflecting shame. You have done what they expected you to, and it's all been because you are too kind, and too humble. You think it does not matter very much what happens to you. You have hit it there, said Raven with a sudden distaste for himself. It does not. And if I could clear your way of every sort of bugbear just by deciding things for you, I would not do it. Do not try to change my destiny, said Raven, plucking up spirit to laugh at her and lead her away from this unexpected clarity of analysis that could only mean pain for both of them. I am old, dear. I am not very malleable, very plastic. We are not at 40-odd. And if, said Nan deliberately, I loved you better, yes, even better than I do if I could, I would not tell you. It would be putting bonds on you. It would be setting up the old slavery. The more I loved you, the more I should be taking over the old tyranny. Direct succession, rookie, do not you see? Here she laughed, though with some slight bitterness, and he did see. Aunt Anne had ruled his life to the drying up of normal springs in it. Nan did not mean to accept the inheritance. He was profoundly touched by her giving so much grave thought to it, at least. But dearest child, he said, what does it matter now? I am rather a meagre person. You could not dress me up with attributes out of your dear mind. I should not know how to wear em. I am no end grateful to you for wanting to. But if you gave me the earth for a football now, I am too stiff to kick it. It's a curve, life is. Do not you know that? You are on the upgrade, you and Dick. I may not have got very far, but I am on the down. And yet, said Nan, turning and laying a finger on the book at her side, you can read a thing like that, a man's life turned inside out for you to see, and understand what he meant by it, and then say the game's up. You make me tired. If he made her tired, she made him unaffectedly surprised. But Nan, he said, I did not know you caught on so tremendously to the old chap. I did not know it meant so very much to you. Of course it means things to me, she said. Anyway, because it does to you. You came up here sick at heart, sick in your mind, because you have been through the war and you have seen what's underneath our proprieties and our hypocrisies. You see, we are still in the jungle. And it's nearly killed you out, rookie, the dear you inside you that's not at home in the jungle. You would not believe me if I told you what kind of a rookie you are. Things hurt you like blazes. And then here comes old Crow, just as if he rose out of his grave and pointed a finger at you. And he says, do not be afraid even of the jungle. And suddenly you were not afraid. And now you are afraid again and talk about downward curves and all that. Why, rookie, I am older than you are, years and years. Raven's mouth and eyes were wide open in amazement at her. I am damned, said he conversationally. The way you young things go on, you put us in our places. Dick does too, you have heard him. But as I remember, then you had a tendency to choke him off. We will not discuss Dick, said she again, prim as a dish. And I am not putting you in your place because I belong to my own generation. It's only because you fill up the foreground. I have to look at you. I cannot see anything else, I never could. And as a matter of fact, I do not belong to this generation. I have not got their conceit and their swagger. Sometimes I wish I had. I cannot even talk their slang. I cannot smoke a cigarette. Then Raven remembered, as if she had invited a beam of light to throw up what would appeal to him as her perfections, that she did seem to him an alien among her youthful kind, and a shy alien at that, as if she hoped they might not discover how different she was, and put her through some of those subtle tortures the young have in wait for a strange creature in the herd. No, he said, you are not like the rest of them. I should have said it was because you are more beautiful, but it's something beyond that. What is it? Do not you know? Said Nan, turning to him, incredulous and even a little accusatory, as if he should long ago have settled it for her doubting mind whether it was a gain for her or irreparable loss. No, I see you do not. Well, it's Aunt Anne. Aunt Anne. Yes, I never had the college life girls have now. When she sent me to the seminary, it was the privatest one she could find. If she could have exiled me to mid-Victorianism, she would. I do not say I should have liked college life. Maybe I should not, except the athletics. Anyhow, I can hold my own there. I was enough of a tomboy to get into training and keep fit. And rook, you know, do not tell I never do. I see lots of girls, perfectly nice girls too, doing things Aunt Anne would have died before she would let me do. And what do you think? I do not envy them because they are emancipated. I look at them and I feel precisely what Aunt Anne would feel, though I do not seem to get excited about it. The same word comes into my mind, that word all the girls have run away from, unladylike. Is not that a joke, rookie? Charlotte would say it's the crowner. You are a sweet thing, Nan, said Raven, musing. He did wonder whether she was really in revolt against Aunt Anne's immovable finger. Smoking, said Nan, her eyebrows raised in humorous recollection. I used to be half dead over there, dog-tired, keyed up to the last notch. You know, I would have given a year of life for a cigarette when I saw what the others got out of it. I was perfectly willing to smoke. I was eager to, but I would think of Aunt Anne and I simply could not do it. Then it seemed to him that, since Aunt Anne's steel finger had resulted in such a superfine product of youth, they would better not blame her too radically. It was her tyranny, but it was a tyranny lineally sprung from a stately past. I do not believe it was Aunt Anne alone, he said. It was your remembering a rather fine inheritance. Your crowd think they are very much emancipated, but they have lost the sense of form, beauty, tradition. You could not go all the way with them. You could not be rough-haired. At any rate, said Nan, I cannot be young, in the sense they are young. I am a strayed reveller, that's all. But I do not know why I am painting a sergeant portrait of me. Yes, I do. I want to squeeze everything I can out of this darling minute together, so when we do not have any more minutes I can go back to this. And you can remember, in case you ever need me, just what sort of an old Nan I am. And you suggest, said Raven, my kidnapping a nice New England woman and her baby, and carting them off to the Malay Peninsula. Nan turned upon him delightedly. He could not know what he did for her by juggling the Tira myth into raillery. But think, Rookie, she said, a woman so beautiful she's more than that. She's mystery. Now is not she beautiful? Beautiful, Raven agreed, and the picture of her, Madna-like in the woods, suddenly smote the eyes of his mind and blinded them to all but Tira. She saw him wince, and went on more falteringly, but still determined to go all the way. Into a new world, Rookie, all ferns and palms. And snakes, perfectly honest, perfectly free, and no jungle except the kind that grows up in a night. And you, said Raven, with your New England traditions, and your inherited panic over a cigarette. They looked at each other across the length of the hearth, and it all seemed delightfully funny to them, their solitude, their oneness of mind, and they began to laugh, and at the combined shout of their merriment, almost competitive it was. In the eagerness of each to justify the particular preciousness of the moment, the door opened and Dick came in, halted, stared, in a surprise that elicited one last hoot at the unexpectedness of things, and indulged himself in a satirical comment of greeting, far from what he had intended. Poor Dick! He was always making sage resolutions on the chance of finding Raven and Nan together, but the actuality as inevitably overthrew him. Oh, said he, that's it, is it? So I thought. If he thought it, he was none the less unwise in saying so. He knew the effect he had produced, and yet was powerless to modify it. Nan was plainly taken aback, and she knew why. He was destroying her happy moment, snatching it out of any possible sequence of hours here with Rookie. Dick had come and he would stay. Raven read the boy's face and was bored. He had seen that look too much of late. But he rose and went forward with the appropriate air of welcome. Well, old boy, said he, his hand on Dick's shoulder, why did not you phone up? There would have been something ready for you. No matter, we will make a raid on the pantry. I do not want anything, said Dick morosely. His eyes never left Nan. They travelled from her braids to her feet. Why, his angry gaze demanded, was she sitting here in a beguiling masquerade silly, too? The masquerade was silly, but it made her into something so unapproachable in the citadel of a childhood. She had no Leon any longer that his heart ached within him, except for that one kiss in Francia, kiss, so cruelly repudiated, after most cruelly, because she had made it seem as if it were only a part of her largesse to the war. He had found little pleasure in Nan. Yet there could be such pleasure with her. The generous beauties of her mind and heart looked to him a domain large enough for a life's exploring. But even the woman who had given him the kiss in France had vanished. Withdrawn into the little girl, Raven seemed to be forever wakening in her. He got out of his driving coat and stepped into the hall to drop it. When he came back, Nan had made room at the fire, and Raven had drawn up another chair. Now, said Raven, I will forage for some grub. At that he left them, and Nan thought bitterly it was the cowardice of man. Dick was in the sulks and she was to suffer them alone. Roman 28. Dick, looking down upon Nan, had that congealed aspect she alone had the present power of freezing him into. She knew all the possibilities of that face. There was the angry look, that had reigned of late when she flouted or denied him. There was the sulky frown, index of his jealousy of Rookie. And there had been, what seemed a long time ago before they went through this disintegrating turmoil of war, the look of a boy's devotion. Nan had prized him very much then, when he was not flaunting angry rights over her. Now she sat perversely staring into the fire, realizing that everything about her angered him. The childish vanity of her dress assumed he would be sure to charm the Rookie of old days into renewed remembrance, but he had to be faced finally, since Rookie was gone so long, stirring up Charlotte to the task of a cold bite, and with a little shrug she lifted her eyes to face exactly the Dick she had expected to see, dignified reproach in every line. Nice boy. She had the honest impartiality to give him that grace only to wish he would let her enjoy him as she easily could. What a team he and she and Rookie would be if they could only eliminate this idea of marriage, how they could make the room ring, here by the fire, with all the quips of their old memories. Yet would not Dick have been an interruption even then? Was not the lovely glow of this one evening the amazing reality of her sitting by the fire with Rookie alone for the first time in many years? And if he fell into the enchantment of Malaysia, and the mysteries of an empty-headed Tira the last? And now here she was dreaming off on Rookie when she must, at this very instant, to seize any advantage at all, be facing Dick. She began by laughing at him. Dick, she said, how funny you are. I do not know much about Byron, but I kind of think you are trying to do the old Melancholia act, Manfred or what do you call him? You just stand there like old-style opera, glowering. If you had a cloak you would throw an end over your shoulder. Nan, said he, and she was the more out of heart because the voice trembled with an honest supplication. There, she hastened to put in, that's it. You are choked with emotion. Why do you want to sound as if you are speaking into a barrel? In another minute you will be talking bitterly. Dick was not particular about countering her jibes. That was unproductive. He had too much of his own to say. What do you suppose I am here for? He asked, as if whatever it might be it was in itself accusatory. Search me, said Nan, with the flippancy he hated. She knew by instinct as by long acquaintance that one charm for him lay in her old-fashioned reticences, and chiefly her ordered speech. Almost he would have liked her to be the girl Aunt Anne had tried to make her. That, she paused to note in passing, was part of the general injustice of things. He could write free verse you could not read aloud without squirming even in the company of the all-knowing young, but she was to lace herself into Victorian stays. I suppose, said she, you came to see whether I might not be having the time of my life sitting here with Rookie by the fire. I did, he frankly owned. Mother said you had gone to New York, so she went on. Now what the dickens for? Have not I a perfect right to go to New York without notice? Why, said Dick, you had disappeared. You had gone away from here and you were lost, virtually lost. You were not anywhere. If she thought I was in New York, why did not that settle it? What did she have to go trailing on after me for? Because, said Dick, we did not know. She wanted to telephone, I would not let her. I could not have the Seaberries started up. I could not have you get into the papers. Into the papers, said Nan. Heavens, I suppose if I am not in at curfew I am to be arrested. I let her go, repeated Dick, but I knew as well as I wanted to you would doubled back here and you were with him. Then, for God's sake, said Nan, in a conversational tone, knowing the adjuration would be bitter to him if I wanted to be with him, as you put it, I'm glad I ain't a poet, we did not you let me. Because, said Dick promptly, it's indecent. She had no difficulty in facing him now. It was a cheap means of subjugating, but being an advantage she would not forgo it, and indeed she was too angry. Dick, she said, you are a sickening little whelp. More than that, you are a hypocrite. You write yards and yards of your free verse to tell us how bold and brave you are and how generally gosuplies we have got to be if we are going to play big Injun, and then you tell me it's indecent to sit here with Rookie, of all people in the world. My God, Rookie. Again she had invoked her maker because Dick would shiver at the impropriety. No violence, she thought satirically, remembering he was himself the instigator of violence in verse. But Dick was sorry. He had not chosen his word. It had lain in his angry mind and leaped to be used. It could not be taken back. You cannot deny, said he, you are perfectly happy here with him, or you were a minute ago before I came. No, said Nan, I do not deny it. Is that indecent? Now she had the whip hand, for he was not merely angry, he was plainly suffering. The boyish look had subtly taken possession of his face. This was the Dick she had loved always, next to Rookie. But his following words, honest as they were, lost him his advantage of the softened look. He was hanging to his point. Yes, he said, he's old, you are young, so am one, we belong together, we can be awfully fond of him. We are, but it's got to be in the right way, he could live with us, we would simply devote ourselves to him. But Nan, the world belongs to us, we are young. At that instant Raven came in and set down his tray. Nan glanced up at him fearfully, but it was apparent he had not heard. She was no longer angry. The occasion was too big. Dick seemed to her to be speaking out of his ignorance and not from any willful cruelty. She got up and went to Raven as he stood there, put her hand through his arm and smiled up at him. Rookie, she said, with a half-laugh that was really a caress, darlingest Rookie. Charlotte never got that supper together in the world. You did it yourself, not to disturb her. I never saw so much food at one time in all my life. It was a monstrous feast, bread, butter, cheese, ham, very neatly assembled but for a giant's appetite. We will all have some, sad Raven. Draw up, old son, Nan'll butter for us. For the first minutes it seemed to Dick he could not eat, the lump in his throat had risen so. But Nan buttered and they did eat and felt better. Raven avoided looking at them, wondering what they were quarrelling about now. It must, he thought, be the way of this new generation starting out avowedly on its own. Roman 29. The blessed diversion of eating ended, a blank moment stared them in the face. What to say next? Were Nan and Dick, Raven wondered, to go on fighting? Was it the inevitable course of up-to-date courtship? Perhaps the new generation, from its outlook on elemental things, was taking to marriage by capture, clubbing the damsel and striding off, her limpness flung over a brawny arm. It seemed to him a singularly bare, unshaded way to the roseleaf bowers his poets had been used to sing, but undoubtedly the roads were many and this was one. Possibly the poets would not say the same now. Dick ought to know. But at least there must be no warfare here in this warm patch of shelter snatched out of the cold and dark. His hand was on Old Crow's journal, Dick's inheritance, he thought, as well as his, and now a fortunate pretext to stave off an awkward moment. Run over this, he said. Nan and I have been doing it. I do not believe we are in any hurry for bed. Dick took it with no show of interest. How should he have been interested, forced to switch his mind from the pulsating dreams of youth to worn mottled covers? What is it? He asked indifferently. Raven was rather curious now. What impression would Old Crow make, slipping in like this unheralded? Never mind, he said. Run over it and get on to it if you can. I would like to know what you think. Dick, without much heart, began to read, and Raven lighted a pipe. First, a tribute to Nan's abstinence, he passed her the cigarettes, and when she shook her head, smiled back at her, as if he reminded her of secrets they had together. Presently she got up, and Dick, closing the book, threw it on the table. Bed? Raven asked, also getting up, and Nan said good night and was gone. The two men sat down, each with the certainty that here they were to stick, until something determining had been said, Raven irritated by the prospect, and Dick angrily ready. Well, said Raven, indicating the book, what do you think? That, said Dick absently. Oh, I do not know, somebody trying to write without knowing how. Raven gave it up. Either he had not read far, or he had not hungered or battled enough to be moved by it. Now look here, said Dick, I may not be interested in that, but there's something I am interested in, and we have got to talk it out on the spot. Well, said Raven. He mended the fire which did not need it, and then sat down and filled his pipe. He was not smoking so very much, but, he thought, with a bored abandonment to the situation, gratefully taking advantage of a pipe's proneness to go out. While he attended to it, he could escape the too evidently condemnatory gaze from those young eyes that never wavered, chiefly because they could not be deflected by a doubt of perfectly apprehending everything they saw. Now, said Dick, plunging, what do you want to do this kind of thing for? What kind of thing? Asked Raven, lighting up. Smoke. Dick looked at him accusingly, sure of his own rightness and the clarity of the issue. You know, he said, this business, compromising Nan. Raven felt that slight quickening of the blood, the nervous thrill along the spine a dog must feel when his hair rises in canine emergency. He smoked silently while he was getting himself in hand, and in the space of it, he had time for a good deal of rapid thinking. The outrage and folly of it struck him first, and then the irony. Here was Dick, who flaunted his right to leave nothing unsaid where realistic verse demanded it, and he was consigning Nan to the decorum Aunt Anne herself demanded. Was the young animal of the present day really unchanged from the first man who protected his own by a fettering seclusion, simply because it was his own? Was Dick's general revolt only the yeasty turmoil sure to take one form or another, being simply the swiftness of young blood? Was his general bravado only skin deep? Raven hardly knew how to take him. He would not be angry, outwardly at least. The things Dick had said, the things he was prepared to say, he would be expected to resent, but he must deny himself. It was bad for the boy and more, a subtle slur on Nan. They must not squabble over her as if her sweet inviolateness could be in any way touched by either of them. Presently he took his pipe out, looked at it curiously as if it did not altogether please him, and remarked, Dick, you are a fool. Oh yes, said Dick with a bitterness that curled his lip a little, I am a young fool too, I suppose. Well, thank God for that. I am young and I know it, and just what I am getting out of it and what I have a right to get. You cannot play that game with me, Uncle Jack. You simply cannot do it. The old game's played out. And what, said Raven mildly, is the old game? And what's the new one going to be? You will have to tell me, I do not know. The old game, said Dick, was precisely what it was in politics. The old men made the rules and the young were expected to conform. The old men made wars and the young fought 'em. The old men lied and skulked and the young had to pull them out of the holes they got into. I suppose you would say the war was won at Chequers Court. Well, I should not. I should say it was won by the young men who had their brains blown out and lost their eyes and their legs. No, said Raven quietly, I should not say the war was won at Chequers Court. We needn't fight over that. The thing that gets me is why we need to fight at all. There's been a general armistice and Eastern Europe does not seem to have heard of it. They go on scrapping. You do not seem to have heard of it either. You come home here and find me peaceably retired to Charlotte and Jerry and my Sabine farm, and you proceed to declare war on me. What the devil possesses you? Yes, said Dick, the muscle twitching in his lip, I do find you here, and Nan with you. Dick, said Raven sharply, we will leave Nan out of this. Dick, though the tone was one that had called him to attention years ago, told himself he was not afraid of it now. Those old bugaboos would not work. I am going, he said, to marry Nan. Good for you, responded Raven, no man could do better. Do you mean to tell me, countered Dick, you are not bluffing? Or do you actually want to let her marry me and you'd continue this under my nose? Raven stared at him a full minute and Dick angrily met him. Stare away, Dick was thinking, I am in the right, I can look you down. Dick, said Raven finally, I called you a fool. It is not such a bad thing to be a fool. We are most of us fools of one sort or another, but do not let me think you are a dirty-minded little cad. Now I do not want to bring Nan into this, but I rather think I have got to. What are you driving at? Come out with it. To his wonderment, his pain amounting to a shock of perplexity and grief, he saw Dick's face redden and the tears spring to his eyes. How horribly the boy cared, perhaps up to the measure of Nan's deserts, and yet with what a childish lack of values, for he had no faith either in Nan or in old Jack. The ties of blood, of friendship, were not holding. He was as jealous as Othello, and no sane certainties were standing him instead. Dick, feeling the painful tears, felt also the shame of them. He wanted to answer on the instant, now Raven had given him his chance, but so unused was he to the menace of betraying emotion that he was not even sure of not blubbering like a boy. He swallowed and came out with it. You have got some sort of hold on her nobody else has, you have hypnotized her, she eats out of your hand. Raven in despair sat looking at him. He ought, he felt, to be able to laugh it all away, but he was too bewildered and too sorry. Dick, said he finally, I shall have to say it again, you are an awful fool. Nan and I were always the best of friends. I rather think I have known her in a way none of the rest of you have. Buth hypnotized her. Look at me, Dick, remember me plodding along while you grew up, think what sort of a chap I am. You will not find anything spectacular about me. Never has been, never will be. And Nan, of all people, little Nan. Dick forgot the imminence of a breaking voice and humoured eyes. Raven, he felt, was not playing the game. He was skulking out of it. Do you deny, he said, in a voice so loud and hoarse that it startled him as it did Raven, that you are in love with her? Good God, said Raven. He rose, laid his pipe on the mantel and stood, trembling even in his clenched hands. What is there to answer, he got out at length, to a question like that? You have just reminded me I am past my youth. Why do not you remember it yourself when it will do you some good? I am an old chap, and you. You are as fit as ever you were in your life, said Dick, as if he grudged it to him. And more fascinating, I suppose, to a girl like her. There's something pathetic about it. It's half pity, too, nothing so dangerous in the world. Raven swung round, walked to the window and hands in his pockets stood looking out. In love with Nan? Well, he did love Nan better than any created thing. All the old tests, the old obediences, would be nothing to him if he could consecrate them to Nan, her happiness, her safety in this dark world. How about his life? Yes, he would give that a small thing if Nan needed the red current of it to quicken her own. But in love as Dick understood it, if you were to judge Dick's comprehension of it from his verse, love was a sex madness, a mortal law for the earth's continuance by the earth begot, and who had unconsciously held out that law to him, but the woman of mystery up there on the road in that desolate house with her brutal husband and her deficient child. He had seen the innocent lure, he had longed to put out his hand to the hand unconsciously beckoning. Through the chill wintry night the message came to him now, and only Nan could understand that the message might come, and that it was a part of the earth and to be forgotten, like a hot wind or a thrilling song out of the dark. Nan, his darling, a part of him, his understanding mind, as well as the fibre of his heart. Suddenly he turned on Dick, who was watching him, ready, it seemed, to pounce on his first change of look. Dick, he said, I adore Nan. Yes, said Dick, I know you do, I told you. But broke in Raven, you do not know anything about it. Oh, said Dick, then I do not adore her too. Raven reflected. No, his inner mind told him there was no community of understanding between them. How should Dick traverse with him the long road of rebuff and downfall he had travelled? How should youth ever be expected to name the cup it has not tasted? For Dick, he thought again, what is known as love was a simple, however overwhelming, matter of the mounting blood, the growing year. For him it would be the ashes of forgotten fire, the strange alembic mixed of bitter with the sweet. In that moment he faced an acknowledged regret that he had not lived the normal life of marriage at the start, the quieting of foolish fevers, the witness of children. We are not, he reflected, quite solvent unless we pay tribute before we go. He mused off into the vista of life as it accomplishes itself not in great triumphal sweeps, but fitful music hushed at intervals by the crash of brutal mischance, and only at the end, a solution of broken chords. Meantime Dick watched him, and Raven at last, feeling the boy's eyes on him, came awake with a start. Yes, Dick, he answered gently, of course you love her, and it ought to do you good. It's a big thing to love Nan. Very well then, said Dick, his voice trembling a little in answer to that gentler tone, you let her alone, cannot you? Nan's a different girl when she's with you. It's no use denying it. You do hypnotize her. Dick, said Raven, that's a beastly thing to say. If you mean it to be as offensive as it sounds, you ought to be booted for it. Oh, said Dick with a simple certainty in what he knew, I do not blame you as I should any other fellow that was not going through what you are. That would be a simple matter to deal with, a chap that knew what he was doing. You do not, old man, you may not know it, but you do not. For the land's sake, said Raven, echoing Charlotte, and what again for the land's sake am I going through? You know, said Dick uneasily because he did hope to avoid putting it into words. Kafar. Raven had one of his moments of silence, getting hold of himself, taking the matter in with its forgotten enormity. So he said, you have adopted your mother's word for it. I had not realized that. Oh, Mum's no such fool, said Dick. She may be an aggravation and a curse, I'll own that, but she's up to date. Why, Jack, anybody that ever knew you would know you are not yourself. No, thought Raven, few of us are ourselves. We have been through the war, my son, so have you, but you did not have such a brittle old world inside you to try to put together again after it was smashed. Your inner world was in the making. Whatever you might feel in its collision with the runaway planet of the mad human mind, it could right itself, its atoms might cohere. You needn't think, proceeded Dick generously if a trifle too magnificently, I cannot see. There's a lot of things I see that do not bear talking about. I have pitched into you about Nan, but you needn't suppose I do not know it's all a matter of hidden complexes. Again recurring to Charlotte in this moment of need, Raven reflected that he did not know whether he was afoot or a horseback. You do not mind, I hope, he said, with humility before this perfectly equipped intelligence, explaining a little. Why, said Dick, there's all your previous life. It's a case of inhibition. There was Miss Anne. Stop, said Raven, his curiosity over the boy's mind dying in a crash. Stop right there, Dick. You are making a fool of yourself. Now we will go to bed. He got up and waited, and Dick sulkily rose too. You needn't think, he began, and Raven broke in. You needn't think I shall stand another word of your half-baked psychodeviltries. You can believe what you like. It will harm nobody but yourself, but you do not talk it here or out you go. Now. The last word meant he was waiting to put out the light, and Dick, without another look at him, strode out of the room, snatched his suitcase and went up the stairs. Raven heard the decisive click of his door and, his own heart beating in a quick response to what he knew must happen, turned on the light again and stood there silent, waiting. It did happen, a soft rustle, like a breeze blowing down the stairs, and Nan came in. She had taken off her child's dress as if to show him she had left their game behind her. The long braids were pinned up, and she wore her dark walking dress. She was paler, much older, and he was renewedly angry with Dick for banishing the Nan that was but an hour ago. Perhaps that Nan would never come back. Darling rookie, she said, so softly that the sound of it could not have got halfway up the stairs, what's it all about? About you, Nan, he answered, and denied himself the darling Nan he had for her, and being in love, and Dick's wanting you. It's more than that, said Nan wistfully. He's been at you somehow. He's dug ditches across your dear forehead and down your cheeks. What do he say, rookie? What do you say to him? Raven shook his head. He had no idea of inviting her into the psychoanalytic ward of Dick's mind. Nan, he said, the boy's unhappy. He's in love with you, no doubt about it. Nan, on her part, had nothing to say to this. What made you change your dress? Asked Raven. You give me a funny feeling, as if you would put the little Nan to bed and come down here to say you are going, in a minute, and never coming back." "I am going," said Nan, "only not in a minute. Charlotte says Jerry shall take me to the early train." "Now by George," said Raven, so loudly she put her finger to her lip, "if that's what Dick's done, he shall go himself and know the reason too. Spoil my visit with you, break it all up. Why, I never had a visit from you before." "It's broken," said Nan. "You could not put it together again." The red had come into her cheeks and her eyes showed a surface glitter he did not know. "I am going to leave you to Tenny and Turond your destiny and Old Crow." "Is this a part of your scheme?" asked Raven roughly. He was curiously dashed, almost shamed by her repudiating him. "You are as bad as Dick. He's been bringing all his psychopathic patter to bear on me and you are deserting me. Oh, come, let's be safe and sane like the fourth." "So we will be," said Nan. She was retreating toward the door. There were simple, natural things she wanted at that moment. She wanted to go to him, put her arms about him, mother or child arms, as he might wish, and bid him a goodbye that would wrap him about like a cloak while they were absent one from the other. He should have her lips as he had her heart. Nan was an adventurer on the high seas of life. She cared very little whether her boat rode the wave or sank, so it could unload the gold and gems it carried on the sand of the world she loved. Rookie was the home of her heart. The gold was all for him, but if he did not want it, and meantime she was at the door. "Do not get up," she said, "to see me off. If you do, he will too, and there will be more fireworks." "No, no, Rookie, do not look like that. I am not hateful about him, really, only he has spoiled my fun." "Why you should go," said Raven, advancing. "Why you should leave this house just because he's come." "No fun," said Nan. "Do you see us, the three of us, sitting down to meals together? No, Rookie, cannot be done. Good night." Here she did turn definitely and went up the stairs, and Raven presently followed. In his room he stood for a moment thinking, not of Dick, who was troublesome, in an irritating way incident to biting young cubs just aware of their teeth, but of the challenge that was Nan. Here she was, all beauty, all wisdom in the natal gifts of her, telling him with every breath she loved him and only him, and yet his knowledge of life was quick to answer. It was the accretion of long hungers, the sum of all desires since she was little and consigned to Aunt Anne's delicate frigidities for nurture, and, as the event proved, for penury. She had no conception of a love as irresistible as hers was now abounding. In a year or two, youth would meet her on the road of youth, and they would kiss, and old Rookie would become the dim duty of remembered custom, and as he thought these things, his overwhelming revolt against earth and its cruelty came over him, and he stood there gripping his hands into their palms, again at open war with life. It was a question without an answer, a hunger unfed, a promise broken. Eternal life was the soporific distilled by man, in his pathetic cunning, to dull the anguish of anticipated death. Standing there in the silence, he felt the waves of loneliness going over him, and thought of Nan in her chamber across the hall, angelic in her compassion, her arms ready for him as a mother is ready for her child. The moonlight made arabesques on the walls, and he walked to the window with an instinctive craving for the open. He stood gripping the casing with both hands, and looking up over the hillside, where also the light lay revealingly. Up there was the hut where Tira might be now if Tenny had not wounded himself, fleeing in her turn from earthly cruelty. Up there Old Crow had lived in his own revolt against earth cruelty, and with the thought Old Crow seemed to be, not on the hillside but beside him, reading to him the testimony of the mottled book, but more insistently in a clearer voice, if it could be so, if God had intention, not only toward his own colossal inventiveness, but as touching the well-being of many's, and of the other creatures too, the pathetically oppressing and oppressive he had given man the problem with no solution indicated, to work it out as he had worked out pottery and fabrics, and light and talking over spacelways in conformity to Lowit was stupendous. No matter how many million men went to the building of the safeguarding reefs, no matter through what blood and tears the garden of the earth was watered, if the flower of faith could grow at last. "That is my legacy to the boy," he seemed to hear Old Crow repeating. "He must not be afraid." And as he was sinking off to sleep, he had an idea he was praying perhaps to God, or was it to Old Crow? At any rate he was saying, "For God's sake look out for Nan. You do not need to make it so devilish hard for Nan." He was downstairs early. At the foot of the stairs stood Charlotte waiting. She looked what, compassionate. "She's gone," said Charlotte. "Jerry was up for light." "Gone," echoed Raven, "at this time of day. What for? She will have an hour to wait." "She would have it so," said Charlotte. She was terrible anxious to get off. So Raven thought she did not want to see either of them. She was tired of them, of him with his stiff withdrawals and Dick's young puppyhood. He ran upstairs, snatched some old riding breeches out of a closet, put them on and without a word to Charlotte went to the barn. But her eye was on him and she called out of the shed door. "You took your saddle with you, do not you know you did? There's nothin' but your father's hangin' there old as the hills." Raven did not answer or even turn his head. He went into the harness room, found the old saddle hanging in its place, led out Nellie, surprised at being expected to leave her oats, saddled her and rode away. He was angry with Nan with all the childish trouble of the business, and as two neighbors agreed, seeing him gallop past road like the devil, yet not coming upon Nan and Jerry until they were at the station platform. Nan saw him first. She was gloriously glad, waving her hand and laughing out. Jerry stood with mouth open, silent but incurious, and Raven dismounted and threw him the reins. "Hitch her behind," he said. "I will go back with you. Got something extra to blanket her." He came up to Nan, and they took hands and went into the waiting room together. It was steaming hot from the monster stove, and they retreated again to the platform. "Come out and walk," said Raven up to Pine Grove. "You have got an hour, you little simpleton. What did you run away for?" The station is in a cluster of houses, awake early every morning when the milk goes away. But the road across the track leads up a little rise into Pine Grove, where church and sociables have picnics, the merrier for the neighborliness of the few trains. Raven and Nan climbed the rise almost at a run, and when they reached the shadowing pines, looked in at the pure spaces, remembering, for the first time, the snow would bar them out. They must keep to the road. 48 minutes, said Raven. "We will walk 20 and then cut back, come on." They walked a little, raced a little, talked not much and laughed a great deal. Raven was in the highest spirits, sure he was sending her off happy since she would go. Never afterward could they remember what they talked about, only it seemed a fortunate moment stolen from the penury of years. Again he took out his watch. "Time's up," he said, and they went back. The station was alive with its small activities. Jerry was walking Nellie up and down. The train came in, and when Nan left him, Raven remembered they had not said goodbye. There was a kind of permanence in it. The moment had cemented something into Barnes. When she had gone, he and Jerry got into the pung and drove away leading Nellie, and then Raven remembered he had not breakfasted. They talked horse all the way home, and when Dick, appearing on the porch, called to them, "What you got Nellie for?" Raven answered cheerfully, "I took a notion." Then he and Dick went into breakfast, and Nan's name was not mentioned. Charlotte, Raven concluded, had told the boy she was gone. He seemed to detect in Dick some watchful kindness toward himself, the responsible care attendance manifest toward the incapable. Dick was, he concluded, bent on therapeutic measures. XXX. Tira, from the forenoon of Tenny's accident, entered on uneventful days. He lowered over his helplessness, he was angry with it. But the anger was not against her, and she could bear it. For the first time she saw his activities fettered, and the mother in her answered. She ventured no outspoken sympathy, but he was dependent on her, and in that, much as it chafed him, she found solace. He was chained to his chair, his wounded foot on a rest, and he had no diversions. Tira sometimes wondered what he was thinking when he sat looking out at the road, smooth with the grinding of sleds and slipping of sleighs. Once she brought the Bible and laid it before him on a stand. If its exposition was so precious to him at evening meeting, there would be comfort in it now. But he glanced at her in what looked like a quick suspicion. Did it mean he thought she meant to taunt him with the unreality of his faith? And after it had lain there a forenoon untouched, he said to her uneasily, "You put that away." She took it back to its place on the parlour stand under Grandseer Tenny's hatchet-faced photograph, wondering in her heart why it was not what she had heard them read of God, a very present help in time of trouble. If you knew it was so, Tira reasoned, you never had to fret yourself any more, and if that place was waiting for youth, good place, they talked about even a long lifetime was not too much to face before you got to it. After she had laid the book down and turned away from it to cross the ordered stillness of the room, she stopped, with a sudden hungry impulse, and opened it at random. "Let not your heart be troubled," she read and closed it again, quickly lest the next words qualify so rich a message. It might say further on that you were not to be troubled if you fulfilled the law and gospel, and that, she knew, was only fair. But in her dearth she wanted no sacerdotal bargaining. She needed the heavens to rain down plenty while she held out her hands to take. When she entered the kitchen again, Tenny, glancing round at her, saw the change in her look. She was flushed, her mouth was tremulous and her eyes humid. He wondered, out of his ready suspicion, whether she had seen anyone going by. "What's the matter?" he asked sharply. "Nothing's the matter," she answered, but her hands were trembling. She was like Mary when she had seen her Lord. "Who's gone by?" he persisted. "I did not hear no bells." "No," said Tira. I do not believe anybody's gone by except the choppers. It's a proper nice day for them. The child woke and cried from the bedroom, and she brought him out in the pink sweetness of his sleep, got the little tub and began to give him his bath by the fire. As she bent over him and dried his smooth, soft flesh, the passion of motherhood rose in her, and she forgot he was not right, and sang a low, formless song. When he was bathed, she stood him naked on her knee, and it was then she found Tenny including them both in the livid look she knew. And she saw what he saw. The child's hair was more like shining copper every day, his small nose had the tiniest curve. By whatever trick of nature which is implacable, he was not like her, he was not like Tenny. He was a message from her bitter, ignorant past. Her strong shoulders began to shake, and her hands that steadied the child shook, too, so that he gave a little whimper at finding himself insecure. "Israel," she broke out before God. "Well," said he, in the snarl she had heard from him at those times when his devil quite got the better of him, What you got to tell?" "It ain't so," she said, her voice broken by her chattering lips. "Before God, it ain't so." "So you know what I mean," he jeered, and even at the moment she had compassion for him, reading his unhappy mind and knowing he hurt himself unspeakably. "You know, or you would not say 'tain't so." Words of his own sprang up in her memory like witnesses against him, half-phrases embodying his suspicion of her, wild accusations when like a drunken man he had let himself go. But this he did not remember. She knew that, shut up in his cell of impeccable righteousness, he believed he had dealt justly with her and no more. She would not taunt him with his words. She had a compassion for him that reached into his future of possible remorse. Tira saw, and had seen for a long time, a catastrophe, a wind-up before them both. Sometimes it looked like a wall that brought them up short, sometimes a height they were both destined to fall from, and a gulf ready to receive them. And she meant, if she could, to save him from the recognition of the wall as something he had built, or the gulf as something he had dug. As she sat looking at him now, widdied, imploring, and the child trod her knee impatiently, a man went past the window to the barn. It was Jerry, gone to fodder the cattle, and Jerry brought Raven to her mind who, if he was obeying her by absence, was none the less protecting her. The trouble of her face vanished, and she drew a quick breath Tenny was quick to note. "Who's that?" he asked her sharply, turning in his chair to command the other window. "Jerry," she said. Her heart stilled and she began to dress the child with her mother's deftness. "He comes a little early to fodder, for he does his own." "I dunno," said Tenny, irritably because he had to wear out his spleen. "Why, you cannot fodder the cows when anybody's laid up. There's women that do it all the time if their folks are called away." "Why, I could," said Tira with a clear glance at him, "only he will not let me." "What's he got to do with it?" said Tenny in surprise. "Will not let ye? Jerry Slate will not let ye. Jerry ain't one to meddle nor make. I guess if you told him 'twas your place to do it and you would rather stand up to it, he would have no more to say." The blood came again to her face. She had almost, she felt, spoken Raven's name, and a swift intuition told her she must bury even the thought of it. "There ain't," she said, "two nicer folks in this township than Charlotte and Jerry, nor two that's readier to turn a hand." Tenny was silent, and Jerry did the chores and went home. Sometimes he came to the house to ask how Tenny was getting on, but today he had to get back to his own work. This was perhaps a week after Tenny's accident, when he was getting impatient over inaction, and next day the doctor came and pronounced the wound healing well. If Tenny had a crutch, he might try it carefully, and Tenny remembered Grandsier had used a crutch when he broke his hip at 82, and healed miraculously though tradition pronounced him done for. It had come to the house among a load of outlawed relics, too identified with the meagre family life to be thrown away, and Tira found it up attic and brought it down to him. She waited in a sympathetic interest to see him try it, and when he did and swung across the kitchen with an angry capability, she caught her breath in a new fear of him. The crutch looked less a prop to his insufficiency than like a weapon. He could reach her with it. He could reach the child. And then she began to see how his helplessness had built up in her a false security. He was on the way to strength again, and the security was gone. The first use he made of the crutch was to swing to the door and tell Jerry he need not come again. Tira was glad to hear him add, "Much obliged, I will do the same for you." Afterward she went to the barn with him and fed and watered while he supplemented her, and winced when he hurt himself, making strange sounds under his breath that might have been oaths from a less religious man. And Tira was the more patient, because the doctor had told her the foot would always trouble him. It was 2 days after he had begun to use his crutches that Tira, after doing the noon chores in the barn and house, sat by the front window in her afternoon dress, a tidy housewife. The baby was having his nap and Tenny, at the other window, his crutch against the chair beside him, was opening the weekly paper that morning come. Tira looked up from her mending to glance about her sitting room, and for an instant she felt to the full the pride of a clean hearth, a shining floor, the sun lying in pale wintry kindliness across the yellow paint and braided rugs. If she had led a gypsy life, it was not because her starved heart yearned the less tumultuously for order and the seemliness of walls. For the moment she felt safe. The child was not in evidence, innocently calling the eye to his mysterious golden beauty. Tenny had been less irascible all the forenoon because he had acquired a fortunate control over his foot, and she thought it shyly, yet believingly the Lord Jesus Christ was with them. Disregarded or not, in these moments of wild, disordered living he was there. She heard sleigh bells and looked out. Tenny glanced up over his glasses, an unwanted look, curiously like benevolence. She liked that look. It always gave her a thrill of faith that some time, by a miracle, it might linger for more than the one instant of a changed visual focus. She caught it now, with that responsive hope of its continuance, and knew, for the first time, what it recalled to her. The old minister beyond Mountain Brook looked over his glasses in precisely that way, kindly, gentle and forgiving, but mingled with the remembrance came the nearing of the bells and the shock to her heart in the man they heralded. Eugene Martin, driving fast and staring at the house. The horse was moving with a fine jaunty action when Martin pulled him up, held him a quieting minute and got out. He paused an instant, his hand on the robe as if uncertain how long he should stay, seemed to decide against covering the horse and ran up the path. He must have seen Tira and Tenny, each at a window, but his eyes were on the woman only. Halfway along the path, he took off his hat and waved it at her in exaggerated salute, as if bidding her rejoice that he had come. In the same instant he seemed for the first time to see Tenny. His eyes rested on him with a surprise excellently feigned. He replaced his hat, turned about like a man blankly disconcerted and went back down the path, with the decisive tread of one who cannot take himself off too soon. He stepped into the sleigh and, drawing the robe about him, drove off, the horse answering buoyantly. Tira sat, the stillest thing out of a wood where stalking danger lurks, her eyes on her sewing. Tenny was staring at her. She knew it and could not raise her lids. Often she failed to meet his glance because she so shrank, not from his conviction of her guilt, but the fear of seeing what she must remember in blank night watches to shudder over. For things were different at night, things you could bear quite well by day. Now he spoke with a restrained certainty she trembled at. He had drawn his conclusions, nothing she could possibly say would alter them. "Carmen in went he?" the assured voice asked her. "See me did not he and give it up?" Tira forced herself to look at him, and the anguished depths of her eyes were moving to him only because they seemed to mourn over his having found her out. "No, Israel," she said quietly. "He wa'n't Carmen in. He drew up because he see you, and he knew 'twould be wormhood to both of us to have him do just what he done." Tenny laughed a little bitter note. Tira could not remember ever having heard him laugh with an unstinted mirth. At first, when he came courting her, he was too worn with the years of work that had brought him to her, and after that too wild with the misery of revolt. She was sorry for that, with an increasing sorrow. Tira could bear no unhappiness but her own. "Wormhood," he repeated, as if the word struck him curiously. Did he think 'twas goin' to be wormhood for a woman to find a man comin' all fixed up like courtin' time, to steal a minute's talk? "You make me laugh." He did laugh, and the laugh, though it might have frightened her, made her the more sorry. She had the sense of keeping her hand on him, of holding him back from some rushing course that would be his own destruction. "Yes," she answered steadily, "'twould be nothin' but wormhood for me, and well he knows it. He don't love me, Israel." She hesitated before the word, and with it the thought of Raven came to her as she saw him, unvaryingly kind and standing for quiet, steadfast things. "He hates me." "Hates ye," he repeated curiously. "What's he hate ye for?" "Because," said Tira, bound to keep quietly on in this new way of reason with him, "I left him. And I left him 'fore he got tired o' me. He never'd overlook that." "You left him, did ye?" he repeated. "Then that proves you was with him, or ye could not ha' left him." "Why, Israel," said she, her clear gaze on his turbid answering one, "I told you. I told you long 'fore you married me. First time you ever mentioned it, I told you, so's to have things fair and square. I told you, Israel." He said nothing, but she knew the answer at the back of his mind, and it seemed to her wise now to provoke it, to dare the accusation and meet it, not as she always had, by silence but a passionate testimony. "You said," she continued, "it should not make no difference what I would done 'fore you married me. You said we could not help the past, but we could what's common to us. And I thought you was an angel, Israel, with your religion and all. Not many men would ha' said that. I did not know one, and we were married and youchanged. Yes, he said. His hands were shaking as they did at the beginning of his rages, but Tira, embarked on a course she had long been coming to, was the more calm. Yes, I changed, did not I? And when did I change? When Thaith paused and seemed to choke down the word he would have given the child one that Creator in there turned into the living picture of the man that drew up here this day. Can you deny he's the image of him? No, said Tira, looking at him squarely. He is the image of him. What do folks think about it? He asked her. What do you suppose the neighbours think? What will it be when it grows worse and worse? What will the school children say when he's old enough to go to school? They will see it too, the little devils. The living image, they will say, oh Jean Martin. Tira laid her work on the table in front of her. The moment of restraining him had failed her, but another moment had come. This she had seen approaching for many months and had pushed away from her. Israel, she said, I guess you will not have that to worry over. There's no danger of his goin' to school. He ain't right. He stared at her a long moment, puzzling instances accumulating in his mind, evidences that the child was not like other children he had seen. Then he began to laugh, a laugh full of wildness and despair. Oh, my Lord, he cried, my Lord God, if I wanted any evidence I had not got, you have give it to me now. You have laid your hand on her. You have laid your hand on both of them. He cannot ride by here and see a red-headed bastard playin' round the yard and laugh to himself when he says, that's mine. You have laid your hand on em. Tira rose from her chair and went to him. She slipped to the floor, put her head on his unwelcoming shoulder and her arms about his neck. Israel, said she, you hear to me. If you cannot for the sake o' me, you hear to me for the sake o' him, sleepin' there, the pitifullest little creator God ever made. How's he goin' to meet things as he is? 'Twould be hard enough with a father and mother that set by him as they did their lives, but you half crazed about him. What'll he do, Israel? What will the poor little creator do? Tenny sat rigid under her touch, and she went on, pouring out the mother's sorrow that was the more overwhelming because it had been locked in her so long. Israel, I could tell you every minute o' my life since you married me. If 'twas wrote down, you could read it, and 'twould be Bible truth. And if God has laid his hand on that poor baby Israel, you take that back. It's like cursing your own flesh and blood. I do curse him, he muttered. I curse him for that not bane my flesh and blood. With the renewed accusation, his anger against her seemed to mount like a wave and sweep him with it, and he shook himself free of her. Jezebel, he cried, let go o' me. Tira rose and went back to her chair, but she did not sit down. She stood there, looking out of the window and wondering what to do next. With a man beside himself, what did a woman do? He was talking now, drumming his fingers on the arm of his chair and looking at her. Sometimes, he said, when it all comes over me, I think I will shut you up. I will leave him asleep in there and lock you in up chamber, and you can hear him cry but you cannot get to him. And meb you can work it out that way. He will be the scapegoat goin' into the wilderness, cryin' in there alone, and you will be working out your punishment, hearin' him cry. Tira stood listening and thinking. This was a new danger. If he shut her away from the child, and he might do it easily, when his foot would serve him again nobody would hear. They were too far away. He was frightening her. She would frighten him. She walked up to him and stood looking down on him. Israel, said she quietly, do not you get it into your head you could shet me up. Yes, said he, and his tone was as ominous as her own. I guess I could shet you up all right. Yes, said Tira, meb you could. But if you do, I will break out. And when I have broke out, she towered over him, I'll break your neck. Tenny, looking up and seeing in her eyes the mother rage that sweeps creation from man to brute, was afraid, and Tira knew it. She looked him down. Then her gaze broke, not as if she could not have held his forever, but haughtily, in scorn of what was weaker than herself. I have been a true wife to you, Israel, she said. You remember it now, for it's too late. For as God's my witness, if you turn your hand against a little child, whether it's your own or whether it ain't, and that baby in there is yourn and no man, but you has got part nor lot in him, if you turn against him, I turn against you. And when I have done that, you will find me as crazy as you be, and I cannot say no worse. She went into the bedroom and he heard her crooning there, defiantly he thought, even through the low sweetness of her voice. But her passion had shaken him briefly. For the moment the inner self in him could not help believing her. He went back to his newspaper, trying, though the print was dim before him, to recover his hold on the commonplace of the day. He, too, would be unmoved. She should see he was not afraid of her tantrums. But he had not read half a column before an evil chance drew his eyes to a paragraph in the gossip from the various towns about. This was under the caption of his own town. A certain gentleman appeared last week with a black eye, gained, it is said, in a scrap with a non-resident interested in keeping the peace in country towns. It is said both combatants bore themselves gallantly, but that suit for assault and battery is to be brought by the party attacked. Tenny sat staring at the words, and his mind told him what a fool he was. That meant the encounter at his gate. He had ignored that. He had been deflected from it simply because he had cut his foot and let himself be drawn off the track of plain testimony by his own pain and helplessness. Was Raven in it too? Was there a shameless assault of all the men about on Tira's honesty? While he was the dupe of Martin, was Martin Raven's dupe? Did such a woman bring perpetual ruin in her path? This he did not ask himself in such words or indeed through any connected interrogation. It was passion within him, disordered, dim, but horrible to bear. He got up presently, took her scissors, cut out the paragraph and laid it on her basket where her eyes must fall upon it. When he had gone back to his chair, she appeared from the bedroom and went up to him. He did not look at her, but her voice was sweeter, gentler than the song had been, with no defiance in it, and in spite of him, it moved his sick heart not to belief in her, or even a momentary rest on her good intent toward him, but to a misery he could hardly face. Every nerve in him cried out in revolt against his lot, his aching love for her, his passion forever unsatisfied because she was not entirely his, the anguish of the atom tossed about in the welter of elemental life. "Israel," said she, "there's one thing we forgot when we spoke so to each other as we did a minute ago." She waited, and he looked up at her, and the hunger of his eyes was as moving to her as if, like the child they had fought over, he was himself a child and not right. "We forgot," she said, in a soft shyness at having to remind him, who was a professing Christian, of what he knew far better than she, who was with us all the time, the Lord Jesus Christ. She turned away from him, in a continued timidity at seeming to preach to him, and seated herself again by the other window. The newspaper clipping arrested her eye. She took it up, read it over slowly, read it again, and Tenny watched her. Then she crumpled it in her hand and tossed it on the table. She glanced across at Tenny and spoke gravely, threading her needle with fingers that did not tremble. "That's just like him," she said. "Anybody knew him know 'twas what he would do. He's hand in glove with Edson that carries on that paper. They go to horse trots together. He's willin' to call attention to himself, black eye and all, if he can call attention to somebody else same time. That's wormhood too, Israel. We are the ones it's meant for, you and me." Roman 31. In a day or two Raven had convinced himself that Dick, firm-lipped, self-controlled, as if he had set himself a task, did not mean to leave him. Raven, half amused, half touched, accommodated his behavior to their closer relation, and waited for Dick to disclose himself. He would have been light-heartedly glad of the boy's company if he had found no strangeness in it, no purpose he could not, from point to point, divine. Dick sent for more clothes, and a case came by post. He wrote in his chamber for an hour or two every morning, and after that Raven became conscious that the boy was keeping a watchful eye on him. If Raven went up to the hut, Dick was sure to appear there in 10 minutes at the most. Once, after a heavy snow, Raven had the wood road broken out, and Dick looked on in a darkling conjecture, and when Raven, now even to Jerry's wonder, proceeded to break from the hut to the back road, Dick found it not only impossible to restrain himself but wise to speak. They were standing by the hearth in the hut, after Raven had swept it and laid a careful fire. He had worked with all possible haste, for he never was there now without wondering whether she might come. He had been resting in the certainty of Tenny's crippled state, but the wounded foot, he knew, was bettering every day, and with it Tira's security lessened. Jerry's dismissal from the chores had troubled him so much that he had gone up, immediately after, to reason with Tenny. But Tenny was entering the barn door at the moment of his turning into the yard, and Tira, following, stopped an instant and made Raven a little gesture that seemed to him one of hasty dismissal, and he went back home again. "Jack," said Dick, "this morning in the Huteet was as if he had to speak. What are you getting this place ready for, and breaking out the back road? You do not need to come up here in weather like this. If you do, you have got your snowshoes. What the deuce are you breaking out for?" Raven stood a moment looking down at Tira's fire. It seemed a sacred pile, consecrated to holy use. What would Dick say if he told him the paths had been broken for a woman's flying feet? The fire was laid to warm her when she came here hunted by man's cruelty. Dick was said to have written some very strong verse, but how if he found himself up against life itself? "It's a jolly old place," Raven said, rousing himself out of his musing. "As for breaking out, that's what oxen are for." Dick was looking at him in a manifest concern. It was true affection. The boy might find it difficult to hail him across the interval of years between them, but he did love old Jack, though with the precise measure of patronage due the old. "You know," said Dick, "it worries me like the deuce to see you coming up here like—" He paused as if the matter were too complex to be gone into lightly. "Like what?" Raven asked him. "Well, we have been over that. You know who built this, you know what he did in it. He brought an old rip up here to live with him, and oh, confound it, Jack, do not pretend you do not even remember Old Crow. Yes, said Raven gravely, I remember Old Crow. Well, anyhow, said Dick, he was a family disgrace, and the less said about him the better. I showed you the night you came, said Raven, the story of Old Crow's life. You did not quite catch on, want another try at it? Dick had to search his memory. The only thing he had kept in mind about that night was his anger against Nan. There was a book, he recalled vaguely, some sort of stuff in a crabbed hand. Old Crow, he said, Old Crow never wrote anything. You think, said Raven, he brought his bum up here and they sat and guzzled. Well, you are wrong, my son. Come, let's go down, and though I do not know whether it will mean anything to you, you shall have another hack at Old Crow. He was not easy until he had turned the key on the safety of the hut and started down the hill. When they had rounded the curve made by the 3 jutting firs, he stopped. Go on, he said, I will overtake you. He ran back and slipped the key under the stone. It was a part of her security to keep the secret from Dick also. No more was said of Old Crow that day. But in the early evening, when they were before the fire, Raven brought down the book, always in the drawer of the little table by his bed. It was, in an undefined way, kindliness and company, always reminding him that, whatever his undesirable status now, he had been the boy, and this was his own personal message from Old Crow. There you are, he said. He laid it on the table. Do not read it unless you would really rather. It's meant a good deal to me. Maybe it will not to you. I do not know much about the processes of your mind. You may feel at home in this particular world. I never do. Old Crow did not either. But you will see. Dick began to read, and since Nan was not by to be loved and hated with an intent mind, once or twice he turned back, Raven saw, to ponder some passage again. It was slow reading. He had not the passionate haste of one who has thirsted for some such community of assurance and flies over the ground, plucking a leaf here and there, meaning to return. When he had finished, he closed the book, laid it on the table, and pushed it aside as if he had definitely done with it. Jackie, said he, I am mighty glad you showed me this. Good, said Raven, got inside it, have you? Why, yes, said Dick with assurance, that's easy enough. It is not new, you know, and it is not so much my getting inside that as getting inside Old Crow. Oh, said Raven mildly, so you got inside Old Crow. Now what did you find there? I do not know, said Dick, whether you would better be told. From a psychopathic point of view, that is, but I rather guess you ought. Dick, said Raven, in the name of all the gods you worship, what should not I be told? And exactly how do you see us two living along here, mild as milk? What's our relation? Sometimes, when I find you plodding after me, I feel as if you were my trainer. Sometimes I have a suspicion I really am off my nut and you are my keeper. Out with it, boy, how do you see it? Come. Dick, from a patent embarrassment, was staring down at the hearth, and now he looked quickly up in a frankness truly engaging. Jack, he said, you needn't think you are going to be left here alone to work things out by yourself. There's no danger of Mother. I told her to keep off. She only irritates you. But she has not gone back home. She's right there in Boston, waiting to come. Raven got up and walked back and forth through the room. Then he returned to his chair. Dick, he said conversationally, if you were as young in years as you are in your mind, I would mellow you. Dick generously ignored this. He had the impeccable good nature of the sane set in authority over the sick. What I think is, he said, with a soothing intonation Raven despairingly recognized as the note of strength pitting itself against weakness, we can work it out together, you and one. We can do it better than anybody else. I suppose if I went back you would send for Nan. But that will not do, Jack. You will see it for yourself when you are all right again. Now what I mean about Old Crow is that his complexes are like yours, or rather yours are like his. Do not you see what an influence he's had on you, more than Miss Anne even? Hold up, said Raven. I am being mighty patient with you, but certain things, you know, you do not say. You used to go up there and see him, said Dick, willingly relinquishing Miss Anne. There were times when, as he remembered from boyhood, old Jack was dangerous. Some of the things about him shocked you, some appealed to you. Pity, too, you must have pitied him tremendously. You probably knew about his craze over this girl he mentions here. You may have heard things about her, just as he 999. Jack, I can see the whole thing has come to me in the last 10 minutes. Old Crow has been the big influence in your life. Everything else has come from that. And then the war knocked you out and you got kafar and the whole blasted business blew up and came to the surface, and there you are. Yes, said Raven, here we are. He leaned back in his chair and laughed until he could have cried. Never had he found anything funnier than the boy's honest face and his honest voice pouring forth undigested scraps from haphazard gleanings. "Dick," he said, "you are a dear fellow, but you are an awful ass. The trouble is with you, old man, you have no imagination. It was left out. You're too much like your mother, and it will be the death of you as it is of her if you do not stop being intelligent. That sort of popular science stuff, you know. Be a little sloppy, boy, come off your high horse." Dick was still unassailably good-natured. Raven was his job, and he could hold himself down with a steady hand. "Now," said Raven, "for heaven's sake scrap your complexes, even if you scrap Old Crow with M, and let's see if we cannot be moderately peaceable. That is, if we have got to be marooned here together." And by dint of giving his mind to it, he was himself peaceable and even amusing, but as the dark came on he found he had much ado to keep up the game. He was too sensitively awake to Tira. With no new reason for it, he was plainly worried, and leaving Dick reading by the fire, went up to his own room. He sat down by a front window facing the dark wall of the hill, but when after another hour he heard Dick come up and shut himself in, he slipped down the stairs, took his cap and went off to the hut. The sky was dark but clear, and the stars burned in galaxies of wonder, but the beauty of the night only excited and oppressed him until he could assure himself she was not out in it on one of her dreadful flights. If he found her in the hut, he could go home to bed. He reached the door, stopped, and put his hand under the stone. The key was there, and he laughed out in his thankfulness. The laugh was at his fears, and he wondered whether he would rather think of her there in her prison or here, still under sentence, due at her prison again. Then he heard a step, a man's crashing on regardless of underbrush. Was it Tenny? Should he hear that voice as he had before in its wild hollow? "Where are you?" came the voice. "Where are you, old man?" Dick had followed him and was, in his affectionate solicitude, warning him against surprise. Raven ran down to meet him, and by the turn of the fir trees they faced each other. "Dick," said Raven, "what are you up here for?" "Cannot help it, old man," said Dick. The eagerness of his voice made it very moving. "Really, you know, I cannot have you trotting round this time of night all by your lonesome. If you want to hang round here, you let me come too. We will light the fire and smoke a pipe and finish the night if you say so. Come, old man, come on." "No," said Raven quietly, "we will not light fires and smoke pipes. We will go down now to bed. Dick, you are a fool. I have had to tell you so more than once. But you are a dear fool, and sometime I may be able to remember that and nothing else. Just now I cannot seem to want to do anything but pitch you, neck and crop, into the snow." They went down together, Dick still doggedly conscious of doing the only thing possible, and when they were near the foot of the hill, Raven yelled at him. The old moose would whoop and sprang. It was the signal between them when one or the other had a mind to wrestle, and they stood there in the road and assailed each other scientifically, and with vigor to the great benefit of each. It was a beneficent outburst, and Charlotte, roused by the cry, ran to a chamber window and stood there in her nightgown watching. "How they do carry on," she commented to Jerry when they had separated and come in, chaffing volubly, for all the world like two Toms. Things were easier between them, now they had mauled each other, and they ran upstairs together, best friends as they used to be when Dick learned the game. He was wonderfully encouraged. This was the Uncle Jack he used to tag about the place. He went to bed with a hopeful presentiment that, if things kept on like this, he might take Raven back to town presently, reasonable enough to place himself voluntarily in the right hands. To Tira, the week dragged on with a malicious implication of never meaning to end until it ended her. Strange things could be done in a week. It reminded her conclusive, sinister things. The old fears were on in full force, and though it had not looked as if they could be much augmented, now they piled up mountain high, and she presently found out they were not the old fears at all. There was a fresh menace, ingeniously new. She had studied the weather of Tenny's mind and knew the signs of it. She could even anticipate them. But this new menace she could never have foreseen. It was simply his crutch. An evil magic seemed to have fallen upon it, and it was no longer a crutch but a weapon. Tenny would not abandon it. His foot was improving fast, and the doctor had suggested his dropping the crutch for a cane, but he kept on with it, kept on obstinately without a spoken pretext. To Tira there was something sinister in that. She saw him not relying on it to any extent, but sedulously keeping it by him. Sometimes he gesticulated with it. He had with great difficulty brought in the cradle again, as if to emphasize his callousness to the gash in it, and once he tapped it with the crutch, while the baby lay there asleep, and set it rocking. Tira, cooking at the table, felt her heart stand still. An actual weapon she could flee from, but was this a weapon? The uncertainty was in itself terrifying. It was the day he set the cradle rocking that she awoke in the night, her fear full upon her. He was at her side, sleeping heavily. The baby was on her other arm, yet it seemed to her that the menace from Tenny had pierced her to reach the child, and on its passage, stabbed through her racing heart. Then her temptation came upon her, so simple a thing she seemed stupid never to have thought of it before. She rose to a sitting posture, put her feet out of bed, took the child and carried him with her into the sitting room. She laid him on the couch and covered him, and then stole back into the bedroom. The crutch was there, in its habitual place at night, leaning against the foot of the bed. She could put her hand on it in the dark. Tenny, too, she had begun to reflect, could put his hand on it. What deeds might he not do with it in those hours when the sanities of life also sleep? She took it gently and went out again through the sitting room and kitchen into the shed. Her purpose had been to hide it behind the wood, but if he came on it there, it would not be a crutch he found. It would be a weapon. She put her hand on an upright beam, as she stood painfully thinking it out, and touched the handle of a saw, hanging there on a nail. Immediately she knew. She went back into the kitchen, lighted the lantern and carried it into the shed. There stood the crutch leaning against the beam below the saw, a weapon beyond doubt. She set down her lantern, laid the crutch on the block Tenny used to split kindlings, set her foot upon it and methodically sawed it into stove wood lengths. When it was done she gathered up the pieces, carried them into the sitting room, to the stove where Tenny always, in winter weather, left a log to smoulder, dropped them in and opened the draught. Then she went back to the shed, swept up her scattering of sawdust, hung the saw in its place, gave a glance about her to see that everything was in its usual order, and returned into the kitchen. She put out the lantern, hung it on its nail, went into the sitting room and partially shut the draught on the noisy blaze. She did not dare quite shut it, lest a bit of the weapon should be left to cry out from the ashes and tell. When she was back in bed again, the child on her arm, Tenny, disturbed by her coming, woke and turned. He lifted his head from the pillow to listen, and she wondered if he could hear the beating of her heart. "You there?" he asked. "What's that stove started out roarin' for? The chimbly ain't afire." "No," said Tira. "Meb something's ketched." She got out of bed, ran into the sitting room, noiselessly shut the crack of draught and came back. "Them knots are kinder gummy," she said calmly, and was heartened by the evenness of her voice. "I guess 'twont roar long." They listened together until the sound diminished, and Tira knew when he relaxed and dropped off again. It did not seem to her that she dropped off at all. She was so relieved to think of her enemy smouldering and done for. This was the night Raven had had his premonition of her and gone up to the hut to find her, and the next night he was aware of her again, as if she had put a hand out through the darkness and given him an imploring touch. He and Dick had had an almost jovial day. Their wrestling bout had proved sound medicine. It had, Raven thought, cleared the air of the fool things they had been thinking about each other. This evening they had talked, straight talk as between men, chiefly of Dick's future and his fitness for literature. There was no hint of Nan, though each believed she was the pivot on which Dick's fortunes turned. About 10 they went up to bed, and again Raven found himself too uneasy to sleep, and again he sat down by the window in the dark. Incredibly, yet as he found he knew it would happen, he saw a figure running up the path. It came almost to the front door, halted a moment as if in doubt, stooped and threw up a clutch of snow against a window. The snow was full of icy pellets, they rattled against the pane, but it was not his window, which was dark. The hand had cast its signalling pellets to the room where a light was burning and where the outline of a man's figure had just been visible. And the man was Dick, but Raven knew. He opened his door and shut it as softly, stole down the stairs, opened the outer door and drew her in. Then in the instant of snapping on the light he saw Tira recoil, for there at the foot of the stairs was Dick. She would have slipped out again, but Raven's hand was on her. He still held hers as he had taken it, and now he turned her to the library door. It was all done quickly, and meantime he said to Dick, "Go back to bed," and Dick, perhaps not responding exactly, commented under his breath, "Good God." Raven followed Tira into the library, turned the key in the lock, switched on the light in his reading lamp, and drew a chair to the smouldering fire. "Sit down," he said, "you must get warm." He threw on cones and roused a leaping blaze. Then he made himself look at her. He forgot Dick and Dick's shocked bewilderment. He was calm as men are calm in an accomplished certainty. She had come. She did not seem cold or in any sense excited, though she put her hands to the blaze and bent toward it absently, as if in courtesy because he had given it to her. As she sat, drawing long breaths that meant the ebbing of emotion, he let his eyes feed on her face. She was paler than he had seen her. There were shadows under her eyes, and the lashes on her cheek looked incredibly long, a curved inky splash. Her hood had fallen back, but she kept the blue cloak about her to her chin, as if it made a seclusion, a protection even against him. But it was only an instant before she withdrew her hands from the blaze and turned to him with a little smile. She began to speak at once as if she had scant time, either for indulging her own weakness or troubling him. "You will think it's queer," she said. "I have come here rootin' you out o' bed when you have give me that nice place up there to run away to." Raven found himself ready to break out into asseverations that it was the only natural thing for her to do. Where should she go, if not to him? No, he said the more gravely because he was counseling himself while he answered her. You did right, but he added, where's? She understood. Where was the baby who always made the reason for her flight? He's up there, she answered, with a motion of her hand toward the road. In the hut, he exclaimed, you left him there. It seemed impossible. Yes, she said quietly, all soul alone. I run out with him same as I always have. I run up there, I found the road all broke out. I weren't surprised, I knew you would do it. That is, I would ha' known it if I would thought anything about it. And I found the key and started the fire. And then I knew I would got to see you this night, and I put him on the lounge and set chairs so's he would not fall out, and packed him round with pillars, and locked him in and left him. She paused, and Raven nodded at her, as if he wanted to find it as simple as it seemed to her. You see, I could not bring him down here, she said. He might cry, and there's Charlotte and Jerry and the young man. I am sorry the young man see me. That's too bad. It's all right, said Raven briefly, though he was aware it was, from Dick's present point of view, all wrong. I will attend to that. He's safe enough, said Tira, her eyes darkening as she recurred to the baby. If he cries, 'twon't do no hurt up there. Well, she seemed to remind herself that there was much to say. I must be gettin' along with my story. She looked at him in a most moving wistfulness and added, I got scared. Roman 32. Raven gave his answering nod. That seemed to be about all he could respond with, in his danger of saying the rash thing. Yes, he said, scared, same way. No, she said, worse, I guess I never have been so scared, and I have got myself to thank, you see, last night. Yes, said Raven, I got wind of it last night. This, though it puzzled her, she could not stay to follow out, with the baby up in the hut defended only by pillows and Tenny perhaps turning to ask, You there? You see, she said, it's his crutch. You mean, supplied Raven, brute anger rising up in him against brute man, he struck you with it. No, she hastened to assure him, he ain't even threatened me. Only somehow it was like his having something always by him, something he could strike with, and I dunno what come over me, I burnt it up. At once Raven faced the picture of it, the mad impulse, the resulting danger, but he would not add his apprehensiveness to hers. I dunno, she said, as you will hardly see what I mean, but it begun to look kinder queer to me, that crutch 999. All I could think of was how much better 'twould be for everybody concerned if 'twas burnt up. Yes, said Raven, I see. We all feel so sometimes when we are tired out. The moderation of these words but ill expressed his tumultuous mind. That was it, his passionate understanding told him. The natural world throws its distorted shadows, and our eyes have to be at their strongest not to recoil in panic, while we turn back to strike. And he said, because she seemed to be mired here in the bog of her own wonderment, in the morning of course he found it out. The strangest look came into her face. She was horrified, and more than that, indubitably more, she was perplexed. Yes, she said, he found it out. Course he found it out first thing, for he dressed him even. I got up early and made the fires. I have been mackin' since he's laid up. So I do not know no more'n the dead how he looked when it first come over him the crutch went there, but he come out int the kitchen I'd been tea the barn, then and give the cows some fodderin he carried a cane, his granters it was, same's the crutch. It's got a crook handle, and I have kep it in the chimney corner to pull down boxes and things from the upper cupboard. And he went out to the barn and come in and eat his breakfast, and eat his dinner and his supper, when they come round, and we done the barn work together, and he ain't mentioned the crutch from first to last. Well, said Raven, in a futile reassurance, perhaps he thinks he's left it somewhere, and if he does not particularly need it, Jerry told me only this morning, the doctor said he might as well be getting used to a cane. No, said Tira conclusively, he do not think he's left it anywheres, he's keepin' still, that's all. Immediately Raven saw the menacing significance of Tenny's keeping still. His mind ran with a quick foot over the imprisonment of the two there together. Was there a moment, he wondered, when the suffering brute was not threatening to her, when her heart could rest itself for the next hurried flight? He ventured his question. Has he been hesitated for a word, and found what sounded to him a mawkish "one good to you" at all these last weeks? Tira reflected a moment, and then, for the first time since she came in from the cold, the blood rushed to her haggard cheeks. She remembered a moment, the day before the burning of the crutch, when he had found her doing her hair before the bedroom glass and had caught her to him wildly. She had put him away from her, though gently, because his violence, whether it took the form of starved passion or raging hate, always seemed to her the unbecoming riot of a forward child, and he had left her in a shamefaced anger, a grumbling attempt to recover his lost dignity. Tira hid even from herself the miserable secrets of marital savagery. No sacrifice was too great to hide from Tenny her knowledge of his abasement. Most of all must she hide it from another man, and that man Raven. Her answer was not ready, but she had it for him, and he understood in his unfailing knowledge of her that it was the first crooked one she had ever given him, and for the first time he felt anger toward her. She was defending her enemy and against him. "He does the best he can," she said. "He takes things terrible hard. I dunno's I ever see anybody that took him so hard." Then, as he did not speak, she looked at him, and meeting the cold unresponsiveness in his face, her composure broke, and she stretched out her hands to him in a wildness of entreaty. "Oh, do not you look like that," she cried. "If you turn from me 'twill be my death." He was not cold now. He bent to her and took her hands in his. "Tira," he said, "come away with me. You cannot bear this any longer. Take the child and come. You would be safe. You would be happy if you were not afraid. Do not go back there for another minute. Stay here overnight, and tomorrow I will take you away." He was looking at her, his eyes holding hers as his hands held her hands. And whatever he had meant, the strangest, swiftest retribution of his life came to him through the change in her face. How could flesh and muscle bring about such an alteration in human line and texture? The mother of sorrows transformed to a Medusa head. Her lips parted, trembling over words they could not bring themselves to say. Her eyes widened into darkness. Her brows drew together in a pitiful questioning, and her voice, when she did speak, was a vibrating protest against what her eyes knew and her mind. "You do not mean," she said, "that—" Raven dropped her hands as if they had struck him. The question was a rushing commentary on his life and hers. Was he, she meant, only another actor in this drama of man's hunger and savagery? Was he a trader in the desire of beauty, that tragic dower nature had thrown over her like a veil, so that whoever saw it with a covetous eye longed to possess and rend it? Probably Tira never did what would be called thinking, but her heart had a vital life of its own. Her instinct was the genius of intuition. He had been kind to her, compassionate. She had built up a temple out of her trust in him, and now he had smoked the altar with the incense that was rank in her nostrils. He had brought not flowers and fruits but the sacrifice of blood. And he, on his part, what did he think? Only that he must save her. "No, Tira," he said, "I do not mean that. I mean what you want me to mean. You cannot understand what it is to a man to know you are afraid, to know you are in danger and he cannot help you. I did not ask you as I ought. I asked you to come away with me. I ask you again. Come away with me and I will take you to the best place I know. I will take you to Nan." He had not guessed he was going to say this. Only, as he spoke, he knew in his inner mind the best place was Nan. Suddenly she seemed to be in the room with them. What was it but her cool, fragrant presence? And she understood. Tira might not. She might feel these turbid waves of his response to he knew not what, the beauty and mystery of the world, the urge of tyrant life, all bound up in the presence of this one woman. She was woman, hunted and oppressed. He was man, created according to the mandate of his will to save or to undo her. But the world and the demands of it, clean or unclean, could not be taken at a gulp. He must get hold of himself and put his hand on Tira's will, for she could only be saved against her own desire. Whatever he had seemed to ask her, or whatever his naked mind and rebellious lips had really asked, he could not beg her to forgive him. He must not own to a fault in their relation, lest he seem, as he had at that moment, an enemy the more. "That's exactly what you must do," he said. "You must let me take you to Nan." A soft revulsion seemed to melt her to an acquiescence infinitely grateful to her. "That," she said, "was what I had in mind. If she would take him, the baby, and put him somewhere. She said there were places. She said so herself. I dunno's you knew it, but she talked to me about him. She said there was ways folks know now about doin' things for 'em when they ain't right, and mackin' the most you can of 'em. She told me if I said the word, she would come here and carry him back with her." "But," said Raven, "what about you? I am ready to stand by the child just as Nan is, but I am doing it for your sake. What about you?" "Oh," said Tira, with a movement of her eloquent hands, as if she tossed away something that hindered her, "'tain't no matter about me. I have got to stay here. Mr. Raven," her voice appealed to him sweetly. He remembered she had not so used his name before. "I told you that. I cannot leave him." The last word she accented slightly, and Raven could not tell whether the stress on it was the tenderness of affection or something as moving yet austere. And now he had to know. "You want to stay with him," began, and Tira interrupted him softly, looking at him meantime, as if she besought him to understand. "I promised to." Raven sat there and looked into the fire, thinking desperately. At that moment he wanted nothing in the world so much as to snatch her away from Tenny and set her feet in a safe place. But did he want it solely for her or partly for himself? What did it matter? Casuistry was far outside the tumult of desire. He would kick over anything, law or gospel, to keep her from going back there this night. Yet he spoke quietly. "We will go up and get the baby, and I will call Charlotte, and you will stay here tonight. Tomorrow we will go." "No," said Tira, gently but immovably. "I could not have Charlotte and Jerry brought into it. Not anyways in the world." "Why not?" asked Raven. "I could not," she said. "They are neighbours. They are terrible nice folks, but folks have to talk. Thee cannot help it, and for you knew it, it would be all over the neighbourhood. And he's a professin' Christian. 'Twould be terrible for him." Sometimes he only knew from the tone of her voice, in this general vagueness of expecting him to understand her, whether she meant Tenny or the child. "What I thought was," she went on timidly, "if she would come and get him and hear him, evidently meant the child 'twould be reasonable. She was talking him back where he could be brought up right. She would just as soon do it," she assured him earnestly, as if he had no part in Nan. "Some folks are like that. They are so good." He was insatiate in his desire to understand her. "And you mean," he said, with a directness he was willing to tincture with a cruelty sharp enough to serve, "to send the child off somewhere where he will be safe, and then live here with this brute, have more children by him?" "No, no," she cried sharply, "not that. Do not you say that to me. I cannot bear it. Not from you, my God help me, not from you." He understood her. She loved him. He was set apart by her overwhelming belief in him, but she was in all ways, the ways of the flesh as well as the spirit, consecrated to him. Her body might become the prey of man's natural cruelty, and yet, while she wept her tears of blood in this unreasoning slavery, she held one worship. There he would be alone. The insight of the awakened mind told him another thing, that in spite of her despairing loyalty he could conquer her scruples. He could, by the sheer weight of a loving will, force her to follow him. A warm entreaty, one word of his own need, and she would answer. And while he thought, the jungle feeling came upon him, hot, hateful to his conscious mind, the feeling of the complexity of it all, strange beasts of emotion out for prey, the reason drugged with nature's sophistries. The jungle, that was what Nan had called it, this welter of human misery. Who else had been talking to him about it? Why Old Crow? He had not called it the jungle, but he had been lost in its tortuous ways. This prescience to Old Crow brought a queer feeling, as if a cool air blew on him. The jungle feeling past, almost he had the vision of an eternal city, built up by the broken but never wholly failing strength of man, and Old Crow there beckoning him into it, and telling him he would kept a place for him, and the cool breeze which was Old Crow told him that although Tira must be rescued, if it could be brought about, it must not be through any of the jungle ways. She must not be drugged by jungle odors and carried off unwillingly, even to the holy city itself, by that road. He and Therese, he and Tira and Nan would march along together with their eyes open. He hastened to speak, to commit himself to what he must deliberately wish. "Then we will telephone Nand." She looked at him, all gratitude. Her friend had gone away into strange dark corners of life where only her instinct followed him, and here he was back again. "No," she said, "do not you telephone. Somebody'd listen in, you right. I guess meb nothin'll happen right off even if I did burn the crutch. I guess I got kinder beside myself tonight. I ain't likely to be so aggin." "I will walk up to the hut with you," said Raven, rising as she did, "and see you safe inside." "No," said she, "I could not let you no ways. It's bad enough as 'tis." By this she meant the paragraph in the paper which had laid an insulting finger on him, but he had not seen it and did not understand. Only it was plain to him that she would not let him go. She drew her hood up and made it secure under her chin. Then she looked at him and smiled a little. She had to smile, her woman's instinct told her to reassure him. She opened the door and, though he followed her quickly, had slipped through the outer door as softly and was gone. He stood there on the sill watching her hurrying to the road. When she had turned to the right she began to run, and he went down the path after her to look up the road, lest she had seen something pursuing her. But the night was still. There was no sound of footsteps on the snow, and the far-off barking of a fox made the silence more complete. She was only hurrying, because her mother heart had wakened suddenly to the loneliness of the child up there among the pillows, torturing herself with wonders that she could leave him. He went out into the road and continued on her track until he saw her turn into the woods. Then, waiting until she should be far enough in advance not to catch the sound of his pursuit, he suddenly heard footsteps on the road and turned. A man was coming rapidly. It was Dick. Roman 33. In his reliever, in spite of the man's lameness, he had made sure it was Tenny. Raven laughed out. At once he sobered, for why was Dick here but to spy on him? "Well," he inquired brusquely, "what is it?" They turned together and Dick did not speak. When they had gone in and Raven closed the hall door and glanced at him, He was suddenly aware that the boy had not spoken because he could not trust himself. His brows were knit, his face dark with reproachful anger. "Think the old man should not have gone out in the cold without his hat and muffler?" asked Raven satirically. "Yes," said Dick in a quick outburst, "I think just that. It's a risk you have no business to take. In your condition too. Oh yes, I know you do look fit enough, but you cannot depend on that. Besides, Jack, who's that woman? What's she going up into the woods for? She's not going to the hut. Is that why?" Raven stood looking at him, studying not so much his face as the situation. He turned to the library door. "Come in, Dick," he said, "we will talk it out. We cannot either of us sleep." Dick followed him in and they took their accustomed chairs. Raven reached for his pipe, but he did not fill it, only sat holding it, passing his thumb back and forth over the bowl. He was determining to be temperate, to be fair. Dick could not forget he was old, but he must force himself not to jibe at Dick for being young. "Do you feel able," he said, "to hear a queer story and keep mum over it? Or do you feel that a chap like me, who ought to be in the psychopathic, has not any right to a square deal? When you see me going off my nut, as you expect, shall you feel obliged to give in your evidence, same as families do to the doctor and the clergyman if a man's all in?" Dick was straight. "I will do my best," he said, "but a woman like that and you meeting her as you did, it's not like you, Jack. You never'd have done such a thing in all your born days if you were not so rattled." There were arguments at the back of his mind he could not in decency use. He remembered Raven's look when he drew her in and the tragic one that mirrored it, passionate entreaty on the woman's face, on the man's passionate welcome. As usual, it was the real witnesses of life standing dumb in the background that alone had the power to convict. But they could not be brought into court. Custom forbade it, the code between man and man. Yet there they were, all the same. "Well," said Raven. He had responded with only a little whimsical lift of the eyebrows to this last. "If you will not trust me, I must you. That's all there is about it. The woman is our neighbor. Israel Tenney's wife, and she's in danger of her life from her husband, and she will not leave him." Dick stared as at the last thing he had expected. He shook his head. "Too thin," he said. "I have seen Tenney and I have heard him spoken of. He's a psalm-singing Methody or something of that sort. Why, I met him one day, Jerry and I, and he stared at me as if he wanted to know me again. And Jerry said afterward he was probably going to ask me if I would found the Lord, but he changed his mind or something. No, Jack, do not you be taken in. That woman's pulling your leg." "Dick," said Raven, "I have been told you have a very vivid sense of drama in your narrative verse. You could not, by any possibility, apply it to real life." "Oh, I know," said Dick, "New England's chock full of tragedy. But I tell you I have seen Tenney. He's only a kind of a praise god barebones. Put him back a few 100 years and you would see him sailing for Plymouth for freedom to worship God, obstinate too like the rest of 'em. He would not worship anybody else's God, only the one he would set up for himself. If his wife did not mind him, he might pray with her or growl over the dinner table, but he would not bash her head in. Understand, Jack, I have seen Tenney." "Yes," said Raven dryly, "I have seen Tenney too, and seen him in action. Now, Dickie, you put away your man-off-the-world attitude toward battle, murder, and sudden death, and you let me tell you a few things about Tenney." He began with the day when he had found Tira in the woods. He touched on the facts briefly, omitting to confess what the woman looked to his dazzled eyes. It was a drawing austerely black and white. Could he tell any Onanion but Nan how she had seemed to him there, the old, old picture of motherhood, divine yet human? It was too much to risk, if he did lay his mind bare about that moment which was his alone, and Dick met it with his unimaginative astuteness. He could not trust himself to be patient with the boy. He said little more than that he had given her the freedom of the hut, and that he meant always to have it ready for her. Then he came to this last night of all, when she had run away from Tenney, not because he had been violent, but because he had kept still. That did take hold on Dick's imagination, the imagination he seemed able to divorce from the realities of life, and kept for the printed page. "By thunder," he said, "burned the crutch, did she? That's a story in itself, a real story. Mary Wilkins, Robert Frost, that's great." "Sounds pretty big to me," said Raven quietly. "But it's not for print, so you do not feel tempted to use it. Now here we are with Tira up against it. She's got to make a quick decision, and she's made it." "Do you call her by her first name?" asked Dick, leaping the main issue to frown over the one possibly significant of Raven's state of mind. "Yes," said Raven steadily, "I rather think I call her by her first name. I do not know whether I ever have to her head, as Charlotte would say, but I do not seem to feel like calling her by Tenney's name. Well, Tira's decided. She's going to give her baby to Nan." Dick's eyes enlarged to such an extent, his mouth opened so vacuously, that Raven laughed out. Evidently Dick was not regarding the matter from Tira's standpoint, or even Raven's now, but his own. "Nan," he echoed when he could get his lips into action. "Where does Nan come in?" "Oh," said Raven with a most matter-of-fact coolness, "Nan came in long ago. I told her about it, and it seems she went to see Tira off her own bat, and offered to take the baby." "She shan't do it," proclaimed Dick. "I simply will not have it, that's all." "I fancy," said Raven, "Nan'll tell you have got nothing whatever to do with it. And really, Dick, you never'll get Nan by bullying her. Do not you know you will not?" Dick, having a perfectly good chance, turned the tables on him neatly. "That will do," said he, remembering how Raven had shut him up when he dragged in Anne Hamilton. "We will not discuss Nan." Now it was Raven's turn to gape, but on the heels of it, seeing the neatness of the thrust, he smiled. "Right, boy," he said, "good for you. We will not discuss Nan, and we will not discuss Tira. But you will hold your tongue about this business, and if you find me opening the door of my house at midnight, you will remember it's my business and keep your mouth shut. Now I am going up the hill to see she's safe, and if you follow me in your general policy of keeping on my trail, I do not quite know what will happen, but something will tow one of us." He got up, went into the hall and found his cap and leather jacket. Dick meantime stood in the library door regarding him from so troubled a mind that Raven halted and put a hand on his shoulder. "Cut it out, boy," he said, "all this guardian angel business. You let me alone and I will let you alone. We are both decent chaps, but when you begin with your psychotherapy and that other word I do not know how to pronounce." Dick, having at this period of his life only an inactive sense of humor, mechanically supplied it. "Psychiatry. What a beast of a word. Yes, that's it. Well, they are red rags to me, all these gadgets out of the half-baked mess they have stirred up by spying on our insides. I cannot be half decent to you, but I want to be. I want us to be decent to each other. It's damnable if we cannot. Go to bed and I will run up and see if poor Tira's safe." He did not wait for an answer, but went out at the front door, and Dick heard him whistling down the path. The whistle seemed like an intentional confirmation of his being in a cheerfully normal frame of mind, not likely to be led too far afield by premonitions of New England tragedy. Perhaps that was why he did whistle, for when he reached the road he stopped and completed the first half of the ascent in silence. Then, as the whistle might mean something reassuring to Tira, he began again with a bright loudness bold as the oriole's song. He reached the hut, whistling up to the very door, and then his breath failed him on a note. The place looked so forbiddingly black in the shadow, the woods were so still. It did not seem possible that a woman's warm heart was beating inside there, Tira's heart, home of loves unquenchable. He put his hand down under the stone. The key was there, and rising he felt his mind heavy with reproaches of her. She had gone back to Tenny. The night's work was undone. What was the use of drawing her a step along the path of safety if she turned back the instant he trusted her alone? He went down the hill again in a dull distaste for himself. It seemed to him another man might have managed it better, swept her off her feet and bound her in an allegiance where she would obey. When he reached his own house, he was too discontented even to glance at Dick's window and wonder whether the boy was watching for him. The place was silent, and he put out the lights and went to bed. Next morning he had got hold of himself, and with that obstinate patience which is living, went to the library after breakfast and called up Nan. It was wonderful to hear her fresh voice. It broke in upon his discouragements and made them fly, like birds feeding on evil food. Would she listen carefully, he asked. Would she translate him because he could not speak in any detail? And when he had got thus far, he remembered another medium and began the story of last night in French. Nan listened with hardly a commenting word, and when he had finished her bold answer was ridiculously reassuring. "Sure," said Nan, "I will be there tonight. Send Jerry for me, 8 o'clock. "God bless you," said Raven. "You needn't bring any luggage, it will probably be wiser to go right back." Nan said sure. Again, no doubt, Raven thought, as indicating her view of her errand as a homespun one, there was no doubt of her carrying out with the utmost simplicity. Then he went to tell Jerry he was to meet the evening train, and on the way he told Dick. "Nan's coming tonight." "Nan," said Dick, "not." "Yes," said Raven, "I telephoned her. Buck up, old man, here's another chance for you, do not you see? We are in a nasty hole, Tira and incidentally Nan and one play the game, old son, and help us out." "What," inquired Dick, "do you expect me to do?" "Chiefly," said Raven, "keep out. It's my game and Nan's and Tira's. But you play yours, do not sulk. Show her what a noble red man you can be." Dick turned away guiltily, Raven thought, as if he had plans of his own. What the deuce did he mean to do? But their day passed amicably enough, though they were not long together. Raven went up to the hut and stayed most of the afternoon. It was not so much that he expected Tira to come as that he felt the nearness of her there, in the room she had disarranged with barricading chairs and pillows, and then put in order again before she left. He could see her stepping softly about, with her deft, ordered movements, making it comely for him to find. She had left pictures of herself on the air, sad pictures, most of them, telling the tale of her terror and foreboding, but others of them quite different. There were moments he remembered when, in pauses of her talk with him, she glanced at the child, and still others when she sat immobile, her hands clasped on her knee, her gaze on the fire. Henceforth the hut would be full of her presence, hers and old Crow's, and unlike as they were, they seemed to harmonize. Both were pitiful and yet austere in their sincerity, and for both life had been a coil of tangled meanings. He stayed there until nearly dark, and his musings waxed arid and dull with the growing chill of the room, for he would not light the fire. It had to be left in readiness. When he went down, he found Dick uneasily tramping the veranda. "Charlotte wants us to have a cup of tea," said Dick. "She said supper's put off till they come." "They?" inquired Raven. "Who's they?" "It's no use, Jack," Dick broke forth. "I might as well tell you. I suppose if I did not you would kick up some kind of a row later. I telephoned Mum." "You do not mean," said Raven, in a voice of what used to be called ominous calm, before we shook off the old catchwords and got in directions of our own, "you do not mean you have sent for her?" "It's no use," said Dick again, though with a changed implication. "You might as well take things as they are. Nan cannot come up here slumming without an older woman. It is not the thing. It simply is not done." Raven, through the window, saw Charlotte hovering in the library with the tea tray. He watched her absently, as if his mind were entirely with her, yet really it was on the queerness of things as they are in the uniform jacket of propriety, and the same things when circumstance thrusts the human creature out of his enveloping customs and sends him into battle. He thought of Dick's philosophy of the printed word. He thought of Nan's desperate life of daily emergency in France, yet they were all, he whimsically concluded, being squared to Aunt Anne's rigidity of line. But why hers? Why not Old Crow's? Old Crow would have had him rescue Tira, even through difficult ways. He opened the door. "Come on in," he said. "Charlotte's buttered the toast." Dick followed him and they sat down to their abundant tea, Charlotte pausing a moment to regard them with her all-enveloping lavishment of kindliness. Were they satisfied? Could she bring something more? "The trouble with you, Dick," said Raven, after his third slice of toast, buttered, he approvingly noted to the last degree of drippiness, "is poverty of invention. You repeat your climax. Now this sending for Millie, it's precisely what you did before. That's a mistake the actors make, repeated farewells." Dick made no answer. He too ate toast prodigiously. "Now," said Raven when they had finished, "do I understand you mean to put your mother wise about what I told you last night? Yes or no?" "I shall do," said Dick, and at his pause Raven interrupted him. "No, you will not," said he. "You will not do what you think best. Take it from me, you will not. What I told you is not my secret, it's poor Tira's. If you give her away to your mother, good God. Think of it, Millie, with her expensive modern theories and her psychiatric get it right that time. Muddling up things for a woman like her. Where was I? Well, simply, if you play a dirty trick like that on me, I will pack you off, you and your mother both. I do not like to remind you, but after all, old man, the place is mine." The blood came into Dick's face. He felt misjudged in his affection and abused. "You cannot see," he said. "I do not believe it's because you cannot, you will not, it is not Nan alone. It's you are not fit, you are no more fit than you were when Mum was here before. And you can pack me off, but by thunder, I will not go." "Very well," said Raven with a happy inspiration. "You needn't, I will go myself, and I will take Nan with me." A picture of Nan and her own vision of Happy Isles came up before him, and he concluded, "Yes, by George, I will take Nan. And we will sail for the Malay Peninsula or an undiscovered island and wear Mother Hubbards and live on breadfruit, and you and your precious conventions can go to pot." So, having soothed himself by his own intemperance, he got up, found his pipe and a foolish novel he made a point of reading. Once a year it would hardly do to tell what it was, lest the reader of this true story fail to sympathize with his literary views, and so with all his viewsand sat down to await his guests in a serviceable state of good humor. He had brought Dick to what Charlotte would call a realizing sense. He could afford a bit of tolerance. Dick got up and flung out of the room, finding Raven, he told himself, in one of his extravagant moods. 9 times out of 10 the moods meant nothing. On the other hand, in this present erratic state of a changed Raven, they might mean anything. For himself, he was impatient with the headlong rush of young love. Nan was coming. She was on the way. Would she be the same, distant with her cool kindliness, her old lovely self to Raven only, or might she be changed into the Nan who kissed him that one moment of his need? He snatched his hat and tore out of the house, and Raven, glancing up from his novel, saw him striding down the path and thought approvingly he was a wise young dog to walk off some of his headiness before Nan came. As for him, he would doze a little over his foolish book, as became a man along in years. That was what Charlotte would say, along in years. Was it so? What a devil of an expression, like all the rest of them that were so much worse than the thing itself. Elderly, middle-aged, what a grotesque vocabulary, and he surprised himself by throwing his foolish book, with an accurate aim at a space in the shelves, where it lodged and hung miserably, and getting up and tearing down the walk at a pace emulating Dick's, but in the opposite direction. The result of these athletic measures being that when Amelia and Nan drove up with Jerry, the station master's pung following with two small trunks that seemed to wink at Raven, with an implication of their competitive resolve to stay, two correctly clad gentlemen were waiting on the veranda in a state of high decorum. As to the decorum, it did not last, so far as Raven was concerned. Messages of a mutual understanding passed between his eyes and Nan's. He burst into sudden laughter, but Nan, more sagely alive to the dangers of the occasion, kept her gravity. "Well," said Amelia, as Raven, still laughing, solicitously lifted her out, "you seem to be in a very happy frame of mind. I am glad you can laugh." Roman 34. Thereafter they all behaved as if they had separated yesterday, and nothing was more natural than to find themselves together again. Amelia, with bitterness in her heart, accepted the room she again longed to repudiate, and Nan, with a lifted eyebrow at Raven, as if wondering whether she would really better be as daring as he indicated, followed Charlotte up the stairs. At supper they talked decorously of the state of the nation, which Raven frankly conceived of as going to the dogs, and Amelia upheld, from an optimism which assumed Raven to be amenable to only the most hopeful of atmospheres. After supper, when they hesitated before the library door, Nan said quite openly, as one who has decided that only the straight course will do, "Rookie, could I see you a minute, in the dining-room?" She took in Amelia with her frank smile. "Please, Mrs. Powell, it's business." "Certainly," Amelia said rather stiffly. "Come, Dick, we will keep up the fire." They had evidently, she and Dick, resolved, though independently of each other, to behave their best, and Dick, in excess of social virtue, shut the library door, so that no wisp of talk would float that way and settle on them. Nan confronted Raven with gayest eyes. "Did you ever," she said, recurring to the Charlottian form of comment, "at the last minute, if you please, when I was taking the train. There she was behind me. We talked all the way, stiddy stream Charlotte, and not a thing you could put your finger on. Did he send for her?" "I rather think so," said Raven, giving Dick every possible advantage. Then, rallied by her smiling eyes, "Well, yes, of course, he 999. Do not look at me like that. I have to turn myself inside out, you shetterant." "Does Dick know," she hastened to ask, "about Tira?" "Yes." "Know what I am here for?" "Yes." Given his word not to blab, hope to die, that was their childish form of vow, hers and Dick's. "I hope so," said Raven doubtfully. "I represented it to him as being necessary." "I will represent it too," said Nan. "Now, Rookie, I am going over there first thing tomorrow morning. I am going to see Tenny." "The deuce you are, I am afraid that will not do." "Nothing else will," said Nan. "Tenny's got to give his consent. We cannot do any kidnapping business, that's no good." She said it with the peremptory implication of extinguishing middle-aged scruples, and Raven also felt it to be no good. "Very well," said he, "you know best, I will go with you." "Oh no, you will not, there are too many menfolks in it now. I am going alone." "Now come back and talk to the family. Oh, I hope and pray Dick'll be good. Does not he look dear tonight, all red as if he had been logging? Has he, have you? You look just the same. Oh, I do love Dick. I wish he would let me the way I want to." Meantime Charlotte had come in, and Nan went to her and put her hands on her shoulders and rubbed cheeks, as she used to do with Raven. "Come on," she said to him, "time." So they went into the library and conversed, with every conventional flourish, until Amelia set the pace of retirement by a ladylike yawn. But she had a word to say before parting, reserved perhaps to the last, because she found herself doubtful of Raven's response. If she had to be snubbed, she could simply keep on her way out of the room. "John," said she at the door with the effect of a sudden thought, "how about Anne's estate? Are they getting it settled?" Raven hesitated a perceptible instant. He somehow had an idea the estate was an affair of his, not to say Nan's. "I suppose so," he answered, frowning. "Whitney's likely to do the right thing." Amelia was never especially astute in the manner of danger signals. I suppose, she said, you have made up your mind what to invest in, or are the things in pretty good shape? Can you leave them as they are? Dick was standing by the hearth wishing hard for a word with Nan. She had smiled at him once or twice so peaceably. The next step might be to a truce and then everlasting bliss. Now, suddenly aware of his mother, he ungratefully kicked the fire that was making him such pretty dreams, went to her, took her by the arm and proceeded with her across the hall. You talk too much, said Dick when he had her inside her room. Do not you know better than to drag in Miss Anne? He's touchy as the devil. Then he must get over it, said Amelia, in her best manner of the intelligent mentor. Of course she was a great loss to him. Do not you believe it, said Dick conclusively. She had her paw on him. What the deuce is it in him that makes all the women want to dry nurse him and build him up and make him over? Then he wondered what Nan was saying to Raven at the moment, remembered also Raven's injunction to play a square game with her, and though his feet were twitching to carry him back to the library, sat doggedly down at his mother's hearth and encouraged her to talk interminably. Amelia was delighted. She did not know Dick had so earnest an interest in the Federation of Clubs and her popular course in economics. She was probably never more sustainedly intelligent than in that half-hour, until Dick heard Nan going up to bed, sighed heavily, and lost interest in the woman citizen. Nan and Raven, standing by the fire in their unexpected minute of solitude, looked at each other and smiled in recognizing that they were alone, and that when that happened things grew simple and straight. To Raven there was also the sense of another presence. Anne had somehow been invoked. Amelia, with her unfailing dexterity in putting her foot in, had done it, but still there Anne was, with the unspoken question on her silent lips. What was he going to do? He knew her wish. Presently he would have her money. He caught the interrogation in Nan's eyes. What was he going to do? I do not know, Nan, he said. I do not know. Never mind, said Nan. You will know when the time comes. And he was aware that she was still in her mood of forcing him on to make his own decisions. But easily as he read her mind, there were many things he did not see there. It was a turmoil of questions, and of these the question of Aunt Anne was least. Did he love Tira? This headed the list. Did he want to tear down his carefully built edifice of culture and the habit of conventional life, and run away with Tira to elemental simplicities and sweet deliriums? And if he did love Tira, if he did want to tear down his house of life and live in the open, she would help him. But all she said was, "Good night, rookie, I am sleepy too." To leap a dull interval of breakfast banalities is to find Nan on a crisp day, blue above and white below, at the Tennies' door. Tira, frankly apprehensive, came to let her in. Tira had had a bad night. The burning of the crutch fanned a fire of torment in her uneasy mind. She had hardly slept, and though she heard Tenny's regular breathing at her side, she began to have a suspicion it was not a natural breathing. She was persuaded he meant now to keep track of her, by night as well as day. It began to seem to her a colossal misfortune that the crutch was not there leaning against the foot of the bed, and now its absence was not so much her fault as a part of its own malice. Nan, noting the worn pallor of her face and the dread in her eyes, gathered that Tenny was at home. She put out her hand, and Tira, after an instant's hesitation, gave hers. Nan wondered if she were in a terror wild enough to paralyze her power of action. Still, she had given her hand, and when Nan stepped up on the sill with a cheerful implication of intending, against any argument, to come in, she stood aside and followed her. But at the instant of her stepping aside, Nan was aware that she threw both hands up slightly. It was the merest movement, an unstudied gesture of despair. Tenny was sitting by the kitchen stove, and Nan went to him with outstretched hand. "I thought I should find you if I came early enough," she said. "How's your foot?" She had a direct address country folk liked. She was never stand-off, stuck-up. It was as easy talking with her as with John Raven. "Some better, I guess," said Tenny. He eyed her curiously. Had Raven sent her for some hidden reason to spy out the land? "You get round, do not you?" pursued Nan. She took the chair Tira brought her and regarded him across the shining stove. Tira withdrew to a distance and stood immovable by the scullery door, as if, Nan thought, she meant to keep open her line of retreat. "No," said Tenny grimly, "I do not git about much. 3 times a day I get from the house to the barn. I expect to do better as time goes on. I have got my eye on a cordwood stick, and I am planning how I can whittle me out a crutch." Nan, glancing at Tira, caught the tremor that went over her and understood this was, in a veiled way, a threat. She came at a leap to the purpose of her call. "Mr. Tenny," she said, "I am an awfully interfering person. I have come to ask you and your wife to let me do something." Tenny was staring at her with lackluster eyes. In these latter days the old mad spark in them had gone. "Your baby," said Nan, feeling her heart beat hard, "is not right. I know places where such poor little children are madder right if they can be. They are studied and looked after. I want you to let me take him away with me and see if something can be done. His mother could go too if she likes. You could go, only I will be responsible. I will arrange it all." Tenny still stared at her, and she found the dull gaze disconcerting. "So," he said at length, not even glancing at Tira, "so she's put that into your head." "So far as that goes," said Nan boldly, "I have put it into hers. I saw he was not right. I told her I would do everything in my power, in anybody's power, to have him hesitated here for a homely word he might take in scene to. And now you are his father, I have come to you." Tenny sat a long time motionless, his eyes on the window at the end of the room where a woodbine spray was tapping, and again Nan became conscious of the increased tremor in Tira's frame. For now it seemed to have run over her and strangely to keep time to the woodbine spray outside. One would have said the woodbine, looking in, had in a mad, irritating way made itself the reflex of these human emotions within the room. Tenny spoke, dryly yet without emphasis. "Then he put ye up to this." "Who?" asked Nan. For some obscure reason he would not mention Raven's name. But he spoke with a mildness of courtesy, surprising to her and evidently the more alarming to Tira, for she shook the moor and the vine appallingly new and kept her company. "I am obliged to ye," said Tenny, "but I do not want nothing done for me nor mine. He's mine, ye see. He's in there asleep," pointed to the open bedroom door, "and asleep or awake. He's mine, same's any man's property is his. And if he ain't right, he ain't, and I know why, and it's the will o' the Lord, and the Lord's will is goin' to be fulfilled now and forever after, amen." The tang of scripture phrasing led him further to the channel his mind was always fumbling for. "Do you," he asked Nan, not with any great show of fervor, but as if this were his appointed task, "do you believe on the Lord Jesus Christ yet? Be ye saved?" "Mr. Tenny," said Nan, "I do not care a scrap whether I am saved or not if I can make this world swing a little easier on its hinges." That seemed to her a figure not markedly vivid, and she continued, "It needs a sight of oiling. Do not you see it does? Oh, Mr. Tenny, think of the poor little boy that's got to live along." One phrase still seemed to her the best not right, "and grow to be a man, and you may die and leave him, and his mother may die. What's he going to do then?" "No," said Tenny quietly, with the slightest glance at Tira in her tremor there by the door, "I ain't goin' to die, not this VJ. If anybody's goin' to, it ain't me." "Oh, Israel," said Tira. Her voice rose scarcely above a whisper, and she bent toward him in a beseeching way as if she might, in another instant, run to him. "You let him go. You and me'll stay here together long as we live. There shan't nothin' come betwixt us, Israel." In this Nan heard a hidden anguish of avowal, "But you let him go." Tenny did not regard her. He spoke pointedly to Nan. "I am obliged to ye." He rose from his chair. He was dismissing her. His action approached a dignity not to be ignored, and Nan also rose. "I shan't give it up," she said. "I shall come again." She tried to smile at him with composure, including Tira in the friendliness of it, but Tira, oblivious of her, was staring at Tenny, and Nan found herself outside, trouble in her mind. Tira had not gone to the door with her. She had stayed still, staring in that fixed interrogation at Tenny. He looked at her now, met her eyes, and gave a little grimace. He had done well, the movement said. He had seen through it all. He was pleased with himself. Now he spoke to her so affably that she frowned with perplexity at finding him kind. "'Tain't so terrible hard," said Tenny, "to see through folks once you set your mind on it. He started her out on that, he and you together, Meb. Ef I get rid o' the young one, you says, I shall have more freedom to range round outdoor. Meb, you said it to him. Meb, he said it to you. Meb, 'twas t'other one Martin that said it and you took it up. No, 'tain't so hard to see through folks once ye get a start." He turned and took, with a difficulty half assumed, the few steps to the woodbox, selected a couple of sticks, and with a quiet deftness that seemed to indicate a mind bent only on the act itself, put them in the stove. Tira watched him, fascinated by him, the strength in abeyance, the wayward will. When he set on the stove cover, it seemed to break the spell of her rigidity, and she turned, hurried into the scullery, and came back. She had, he saw, a knife. That was not alarming. It was a small kitchen knife, but he recognized it as the one she made a great fuss about, asking him to sharpen it often and keeping it for special use. But she gripped it strangely. Besides, there was the strangeness of her face. "Here, here," he said, "what you doin' o' that knife?" Tira was not thinking of him. She had gone with her quick, lithe step to the window where the vine was tapping and thrown it up. "Here," he called again, his uneasiness shifting. Whatever a woman was doing with a face like that, she must be stopped. "What you open in winders for a day like this, coldin' off the room?" Tira reached out and seized the woodbine spray, cut it savagely and then shut the window. She came back with the spray in her hand, took off the stove cover and thrust it in, twining and writhing as if it had life and rebelled against the flame. "There," she said, "I ain't goin' to have no vines knockin' at winders and scarin' anybody to death." Then she went into the scullery and put the knife in its place, blade up in a little frame over the sink, and came back into the bedroom where the child was whimpering. She stayed there a long time, and Tenny stood where she left him, listening for her crooning song. When it began, as it did presently, he gave a nod of relief and started moving about the room. Once he went into the scullery, and Tira heard him pumping, but when she had got the child dressed and had gone out there herself to prepare the vegetables for dinner, she put her hand mechanically without looking on the rack above the sink. The hand knew what it should find, but it did not find it. The knife was gone. Tira stood a long time looking not at the empty place but down at her feet. It was not alarming to miss the knife. It was reassuring. It was not to be believed, yet she must believe it. Tenny was taking precautions. He was afraid. Nan, halfway home, met Raven. He had been walking up and down to meet her. Defeat he saw with a glance at her face. "Yes," said Nan, coming up with him. "No go, Rookie. He was 153, but he was dreadful. I do not know whether I should have known it, but it's the way she looked at him. Rookie," she was scared blue. Raven said nothing. He felt a poor stick indeed, to have brought Nan into it and given her over to defeat. "Cannot we walk a spell?" said she. "Could not we take the back road to the hut? I do so want to talk to you." They turned back and passed the Tennys at a smart pace. Raven gave the house a swift glance. He was always expecting to hear Tira cry out, she who never did and who, he knew, would endure torture like an Indian. They turned into the back road where the track was soft with the latest snow, and came into the woods again opposite the hut. When they reached it and Raven put down his hand for the key, Nan asked, "Does she come here often?" "Not lately," he said, fitting the key in the lock. "She had rather a quiet time of it while he was lame." They went in and Nan kept on her coat, while he lighted the fire and piled on brush. "Rookie," she said when he had it leaping, "it's an awful state of things. The man's insane." "No," said Raven, "I do not feel altogether sure of that. We are too ready to call a man insane now there's the fashion of keeping tabs. Look at me. I do something outside the ordinary. I kick over the trace and Millie says I am to go to the psychopathic. Dick more than half thinks so too. Perhaps I ought. Perhaps most of us ought. We deflect just enough from what the majority are thinking and doing to warrant them in shutting us up. No, I do not believe you could call him insane." They talked it out from all quarters of argument. Nan proposed emergency activities, and Raven supplied the counter-reason always he owned, going back to Tira's obstinacy. Nan was game to kidnap the child, even from Tira's arms. Could not be done, Raven told her. Not longer ago than yesterday, Tira would have consented, but now, he reminded her, Tenny's crazy mind was on him. Yes, it was a crazy mind he owned, but Tenny was not on that account to be pronounced insane. He could not be shut up at least without Tira's concurrence. And she never would concur. She had, if you could put it so, an insane determination equal in measure to Tenny's insane distrust, to keep the letter of her word. Then Nan argued, Tira and the child together must go back with her. To Tenny, used only to the remote reaches of his home, the labyrinth of city life was impenetrable. He could not possibly find them. He would not be reasonable enough, intelligent enough to take even the first step. And Raven could stay here and fight out the battle. Tenny would not do anything dramatically silly. Tira was way off in fearing that. He would only fix Raven with those unpleasant eyes and ask if he were saved. Very well, Raven agreed. It was worth trying. They must catch the first chance of seeing Tira alone. Then, though his mind was on Tira, it reverted to Anne. Again she seemed to be inexorably beside him, reminding him with that delicate touch of her invisible finger that he was not thinking of her, not even putting his attention uninterruptedly on what she had bidden him do. Her last request, he seemed to hear her remonstrating, half sighing it to herself as if it were only one more of the denials life had made her. Even if he did not agree with her, in his way of taking things, throwing away his strength, persuading young men to throw away theirs, that the limited barbarism called love of country might be served, could he not act for her, in fulfilling her rarer virtue of universal love? "I tell you what, Nan," he said, with a leap from Tira to the woman more potent now in her unseen might than she had ever been when her subtle ways of mastery had been in action before him, "it's an impossible situation." How did she know he was talking not of Tira but of Anne? Yet she did know. There had been a moment's pause and perhaps her mind leaped with his. It was, she agreed, impossible. Yet after all, so many things were not that looked so at the start. Think of surgery, the way they would both seen men made over. Well, he did not remind her that they had also seen a mountain of men, if fate had piled their bodies as high as it was piling the fame of their endeavor, who could not be made over. If we refuse her, he said, and though Nan was determined he should make his decision alone, she loved him for the coupling of their intent. We seem to repudiate her. And that's perfectly devilish with her where she is. It was devilish, Nan agreed. Her part here seemed to be acquiescence in his attitude of mind, going step by step with him as he broke his path. And said Raven, lapsing into a confidence he had not meant to make, for would Anne, in her jealous possessiveness, allow him to share one intimate thought about her, especially with Nan. The strange part of it is I do seem to feel she's somewhere. I seem to feel she's here. Reminding me, just as a person can by looking at you, though he does not say a word. Have you felt that, do you now? No, said Nan with her uncalculated decisiveness that made you sure she was not merely speaking the truth as she saw it, but that she did see it clearly. I have felt it, though, about other people. About 2 or 3 of the boys over there, They were the ones I knew rather well. And Old Crow. Up here, Rookie, alone with you, I have that sense of Old Crow's being alive, very much alive. Is it the thoughts he's left behind him, written on the air, or is it really Old Crow? The air's been changed a good many times since he was here, said Raven lightly. It was not good for little girls to be wrestling forever with things formless and dark. Oh, said she, but there's something left. Our minds make pictures. They do not get rubbed out. Why, I can see old Billy Jones sitting here and Old Crow bandaging his legs, and your mother and little Jack coming up to bring things in a basket. You can say that's because Old Crow told it so vividly I cannot get it out of my mind. But that is not all. Things do not get rubbed out. Roman 35. The next day Raven saw Tenny driving by, probably to the street where all the neighbors went for supplies. Up to this time Jerry had offered whenever he was going to do Tira's errands, and Tenny had even allowed him to bring home grain. Raven at once summoned Nan. It was their chance. Tira must be taken by storm. Let her leave the house as it was and run away. Nan hurried on her things and they went up the road. There she is, said Nan at the window. Raven too saw her white face for the moment before it disappeared. She was coming, he thought, making haste to let them in. He knocked and waited. No one came. He knocked again sharply with his stick and then in the after silence held his breath to listen. It seemed to him he had never heard a house so still. That was the way his mind absurdly put it, actively, ominously still. She was at the window, said Nan, in a tone that sounded to him as apprehensive as the beating of his own heart. I saw her. He knocked again, and after another interval, the window opened above their heads and Tira leaned over the sill. You go away, she said quietly, yet with a thrilling apprehension. I cannot let you in. They stepped back from the door and looked up at her. She seemed even thinner than when Nan had seen her last, and to Raven all the sorrows of woman were darkling in the anguish of her eyes. He spoke quietly, making his voice reassuring to her. Why cannot you? Have you been told not to? No, said Tira, quick, he thought, to shield her persecutor. Nobody said a word. But they have gone off, and you cannot be certain when they will be back. Has not he gone to the street? Raven asked her, and now her voice, in its imploring hurry, could not urge him earnestly enough. He said he was goin', you cannot tell. He may turn round and come back, and I would not have you here either owe you for anything in this world. But though she said either of you, her eyes were on Raven, beseeching him to go. He did not answer that. In a few words he set forth their plan. She was to take the child and come. It was to be now, but she would hardly listen. No, she called in any pause between his words. No, no, no. Do not you want to save the child? Raven asked her sternly. Have you forgotten what may happen to him? She had her answer ready. It's his, she said. He spoke the truth, though it wa'n't as he mean it. But the baby's his, and baby as he is, and as he is, he's got to fight it out along o' me. You go now, and do not you come anig me again, and if you stay here knocking at my door I will scream so's I shan't hear you. She withdrew her head from the window, but instantly looked out again. God Almighty bless you, she said, but you go, you go. Tira, called Raven sharply, do not you know you are in danger? Do not you know if anything happens to you it will? He paused, and Nan wondered if he meant to say, it will break my heart, and scarcely felt the pain of it, she was so tense with misery for them both. Tira leaned out again and seemed to bend even protectingly toward them. She smiled at them, and the softening of her face was exquisite. I ain't in danger, she said. I have said things to him, he's afraid. Threatened him? Raven asked. I have kept telling him, said Tira, in that same tone of tender reasonableness such as mothers use when they persuade children to the necessities of things. He must remember we ain't alone. and somehow it seems to scare him. He do not see him as I do, the Lord Jesus Christ. She shut the window quietly, and Raven and Nan went away. They walked soberly home without a word, but when Nan was taking off her hat, she heard bells and went to the library window. Raven was standing by the table, trying to find some occupation to steady his anxious mind. "Look," said Nan. It was Tenny, and he was whipping up. "She knew, did not she?" commented Nan, and he answered. Yes, she knew. Here his trouble of mind broke forth. He had to be enlightened. A woman must guess what a woman thought. "I cannot understand her," he said. "I believe I have understood her up to now. But to say the child's got to bear it with her. Why, a woman's feeling about her child, it's as old as the world. A woman will sacrifice herself, but she will not sacrifice her child." He looked at her with such trouble in his face that Nan had to turn away. He understood her too well. Could he read in her eyes what her mind had resolved not to tell him? Yet she would tell him. He should not grope about in the dark among these mysteries. She wanted, as much as Old Crow wanted it, to be a light to his feet. She would, she told him quietly, sacrifice herself in a minute. Only she cannot do it the way we have offered her, because now you have come into it. "I have been in it from the first," frowned Raven, "ever since the day I found her up there in the woods." "Yes, but then that poor crazy idiot was jealous only of him, the creature that sat down by her at prayer meeting, and now he's jealous of you. And she's saving you, Rookie, at any risk, even her own child." Nan thought she could add what had been in her mind, keeping time to every step of the way home. "For now she loves you better than the child." But it proved impossible to say that, and she went out of the room, not looking at him, and only waiting to put away her hat and coat in the hall. She went upstairs with the same unhurried step and shut the door of her room behind her. She stood there near the door, as if she were guarding it against even the thoughts of any human creature. They must not get at her, those compassionate thoughts, not Charlotte's, certainly not Raven's, for at that moment Nan found herself a little absurd, as many a woman has who knows herself to be starving for a man's love. She began to tremble, and remembered Tira shaking there by the door that morning that seemed now years away. The tremor got hold of her savagely and shook her. It might have been shaking her in its teeth. "Nervous chill," said Nan to herself, insisting on saying it aloud to see if her teeth would actually chatter, and finding they 999. She had seen plenty of such nervous whirlwinds among her boys and helped to quiet them. "I am an interesting specimen," chattered Nan. "Talk about Kafar." All that forenoon, Dick fretted about the house, waiting for her, hoping she would go to walk. Let him read to her. Dick had a persistent habit of reading verse to you, when he found you were not likely to get into the modern movement by yourself. But no Nan. At dinner, there she was, rather talkative in a way that took Amelia into the circle of intimacy, and seemed to link up everybody with everybody else in a nice manner. Nan had the deftest social sense when she troubled herself to use it. Aunt Anne would have been proud of her. Roman 36. Then everything, so far as Raven and Nan were concerned, quieted to an unbroken commonplace, and the four, for Amelia and Dick, held to their purpose of standing by again, settled down to country life, full of the amenities and personal abnegations of a house party likely to be continued. Charlotte was delighted in her brooding way, and ascribed the emotion to Jerry who, she said, liked something goin' on. Nan and Dick had vaulted back to their past, the old terms of a boy and girl intimacy in robust pursuits, admitting much laughter and homespun talk. They went snowshoeing over the hills, Raven, though Nan begged him to come, electing to stay at home with Amelia, who would stand at the door to see them off. Half persuaded she was up to going herself, and indeed almost feeling she had gone, after considering it so exhaustively, and then retreating to the library where she was cramming for next year's economics. Raven was very good to her. He would sit down by the blazing hearth, listening with an outward interest to her acquired formulae of life, and then, after perfunctory assent or lax denial, retire to his own seclusion over a book. But he seldom read nowadays. He merely, in this semblance of studious absorption, found refuge from Amelia. He was mortally anxious for Tira, still face to face with brute irresponsibility, and when the mental picture of it flamed too lividly and could not be endured, he threw down his book and hurried up to the hut to find her. She never came. The fire, faithfully laid for her, was unlighted. The room breathed the loneliness of a place that has known a beloved presence and knows it no more. Nearly every day he and Nan had a word about her, and often he saw Nan going up along and knew she was, in the uneasiness of no news, bent on walking past the house, if only for a glance at the windows and the sight of Tira's face. 3 times within a few weeks Tenny had driven past, and each time Nan, refusing Dick's company, hurried up the road. But she came back puzzled and dispirited, and called to Raven, who, in a fever of impatience, had gone out to meet her. "No, the door is locked." She would put a hand on his arm and they would walk together while she told him her unvarying tale. When she had knocked persistently, Tira would appear at the chamber window and shake her head, and her lips seemed to be saying no, 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 and each time Tenny returned shortly, and they were sure his going was a blind. He never went to the street, and even Charlotte remarked the strangeness of his short absences. "What under the sun makes Israel Tenny start out and turn round and come back again?" she inquired of Jerry. "He ain't gone 20 minutes 'fore he's home." Jerry did not know. He supposed Israel forgot suthin. How was Tira? Raven asked after Nan had seen her at the window, and she did not spare him. Pale, she said, paler than ever, a shadow of herself. But Nan had faith that her courage would hold. It was like the winter and the spring. Tenny stood for the forces of darkness, but the spring had to come in the end. Also she owned that her great reason for believing in Tira's endurance was that Tira was not alone. She had, like Old Crow, her sustaining symbol. She had, whatever the terrifying circumstance of her daily life, divine companionship. She had her Lord, Jesus Christ. "I believe," said Raven abruptly, one day when they were tramping the snowy road, and she was answering the panic of his apprehensive mind, "you swear by Old Crow's book." "I do," said Nan simply, seemed to be hanging on to Old Crow. "I have read it over and over, and it does somehow get me, picture writing, and human beings drawing the lines and half the time not getting them straight. But if there's something to draw, I do not care how bad the drawing is. If there's actually something there. There is, Rookie. Tira's got hold of it because she's pure in heart. It's something real and it will see her through." Raven was not content with it seeing her through, until he could be told what the appointed end was likely to be. If Tira was to fight this desperate battle all her mortal life, he was not to be placated by the rewarding certainty of a heavenly refuge at the end. "I can never," he said, "get over the monstrous queerness of it all. Here's a woman that's got to be saved, and she's so infernally obstinate we cannot save her. When I think of it at night, I swear I am a fool not to complain of the fellow in spite of her, and then in the morning I know it cannot be done. She would block me, and I should only have got her in for something worse than she's in for now." "Yes," said Nan, "she would block you. Wait, Rookie, something will happen, something always does." Yes, Raven thought, something always does, and sometimes in country tragedies, so brutal a thing that the remorseful mind shudders at itself for not preventing it. But Nan, equably as she might counsel him, was herself apprehensive. She expected something. She had a sense of waiting for it. Dick must be prepared. He must be found on their side. Whatever the outcome, Raven must not suffer the distrust and censure of his own house. Dick had been reading to her by the fire while Raven was taking Amelia for a sober walk. Nan wished Dick would not read his verse to her. It made her sorry for him. What was he doing, a fellow who had seen such things, met life and death at their crimson flood, pottering about in these bizarre commonplaces of a literary jog-trot? They sounded right enough if you stood for that kind of thing, but they betrayed him, his defective imagination, his straining mind. He did not see the earth as it was. He was so enamored of metaphorical indirection that he tried to see everything in the terms of something else. But today she had her own thoughts. She sat staring into the fire, her cheeks burned by the leaping heat, and Dick, looking up at her, stopped on an uncompleted line. "You have not," he said, "heard a word." "Not much of it," said Nan. She looked at him disarmingly. When her eyes were like that, Dick's heart was as water. "I was thinking about Tira." He had to place this. Who was Tira? "Oh," said he, "the Tenny woman. Jack needn't have dragged you into that. It's a dirty country story." "Not dirty," said Nan. "You would love it if you had thought of it yourself. You would write a play about it." Dick frowned. "Well, I did not think of it," said he, "and if I had, I should not be eating and sleeping it as you and Jack are. Whatever's happening up there, it is not our hunt. It's hers, the woman's, or the authorities'. The man ought to be shut up." Nan began telling him how it all was, how they wanted definitely to do the right thing and how Tira herself blocked them. Dick listened, commended the drama of it, and yet found it drama only. "But it's a beastly shame," he commented, "to have this come on Jack just now when he is not fit." Nan had her sudden hot angers. "Do you mean to tell me," she countered, "you believe that now you have lived with him and seen he's exactly what he used to be, only more darling you believe he's broken, Dotty? Heavens, I do not know what you would call it." Dick did not answer, he scarcely heard. One word only hit him like a shot and drew blood. "Stop that," he ordered. They faced each other with eyes either angry or full of a tumultuous passion. An onlooker would have been puzzled to name. "Stop what?" "Calling him darling. I will not have it." Nan found this truly funny and broke into a laugh. Do you know, she said, how every talk of ours ends? Rookie, it always comes round to him. I call him darling and you will not have it, but you will have to. No, said Dick, I will not have it. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. You little devil, I believe you do it to work me up. That's all right if it stopped there, but it will not. Some day he will hear you and then. She was flaming again. Hear me call him darling. Why, he's heard it so often it's no more to him than you're calling him Jack. But if he asked me what I meant by it, do you know what would happen then? What would? Then, said Nan enigmatically, I should tell him, that's all. She would say no more, though he hurled questions at her, and hardly remembered afterward what they were. He was of an impression that he begged her to love him, to marry him, though Dick, prodigal as he was of great words in his verse, scarcely believed he used them in the direct address of love-making, but certainly he did beg her, and Nan was gentle with him, though always like Tira, as she remembered afterward, repeating no, no. At the end, his passion softened into something appealing, as if they were together considering the sad case he found himself in and he depended on her to help him through. Nan, he said in the boyish way she loved, do not you see it's got to be in the end? We have always been together. We are always going to be. Do not you see, old Nan? Nan smiled at him brilliantly, cruelly, he thought. But she was sorry for him, and it was only a show of cruelty. It came out of her kindness, really. Dick must not suffer so for want of her. Bully him, abuse him, anything to anger him and keep him from sheer weak, unavailing regret. Nan had a great idea of what men should be, tough as a knot, she thought, seasoned all through. If they whimpered, she was aghast. No, she said again, with the brilliant smile, no, no, I cannot, I will not. Not unless, and this too was calculated cruelty, unless Rookie tells me to. They sat staring at each other as if each wondered what the outcome was to be. Nan was excitedly ready for it, or had the last word been actually said, but Dick altogether surprised her. He got up and stood looking down at her in a dignity she found new to him. When you come to me, he said, you will come because I ask you. It will not be because any other man tells you to. He walked past her out of the room. Did he, Nan wondered in her ingenuous surprise, look a very little like Rookie? When he was 20 years older, was he going to look as Rookie did now? His expression, that is, for after all there was Dick's nose. And in these days, what of Tira? She too was on an edge of nervous apprehension. Tenny was about the house a great deal. He still made much of his lameness, though never in words. Every step he took seemed an implication that a cane was far from sufficient. He needed his crutch, and as the period of his silence lengthened, Tira was driven by her fear to another greater fear, that she might mention it herself. What if she should tell him how the crutch, leaning there at the foot of the bed, had seemed to her a weapon, not a crutch? What if she appealed to his pity and even played a part with him, dwelling on her woman's weakness of nature, her tremors, deprived of the protection that should be hers? Artifice was foreign to her, yet what was there, short of implicating Raven, she would not do for the child? But a glance at Tenny's face, the tightness of reserve, the fanatical eyes, closed her lips, and they moved about together dumbly at their common tasks. As she grew paler and the outline of her cheek the purer over the bones beneath, he watched her the more intently, but still furtively. One forenoon when the sky was grey and a soft snow fell in great flakes that melted as they came, he went haltingly up to the shed chamber and came down with his gun. He was not a huntsman, and when they moved into the house it had been left there with a disorder of things not likely to be needed. He drew a chair to the table and then addressed her almost urbanely. He wanted, she guessed, to call her attention in some explicit way. You get me some kind of a rag, he bade her. I am goin' to clean up this old musket. You might's well hand me that oiler too, off in the sink shelf. I cannot get about any too well. She brought him the cloth and the oiler and went away to the sink again, determined not to be drawn into any uneasiness of questioning. But it fascinated her, the sight of him bending to his task, and her will weakened. In spite of herself, she went over to the table and stood looking down at him. Presently he glanced up at her and smiled a little in a way she did not like. It seemed to imply some recognition of a common knowledge between them. He had, the look said, more than the apparent reason for what he was doing. The oiling of the gun was not all. Something at the back of his mind was more significant than this act of his hands, and this something, the look said, she also knew. All through the moment of her gazing down at him, Tira was telling herself she must not speak. Yet she spoke. You go and gunnins. I dunno, but I be, he returned, his eyes again on his work. I have had it in mind quite a spell, and I dunno's there's any reason for puttin' on't off. What you goin' after, Israel? She asked against her will, and he was silent for what seemed so long that she pursued. You goin' rabbitin'? No, said Tenny, I dunno's I be. What's the use o' shootin' down four-footed creators? T'other ones'll do well enough for me. Again he glanced up at her, and her look of frozen horror evidently warned him against terrifying her unduly. She must be shaken enough to obey him, not to fight. You look kinder peaked, he said with what she found a false air of interest. You do not get out enough. Meb you would ought to get out nights. I have been noticin' how peaked you look, and I thought meb I would get the old musket loaded up and go out and shoot ye a partridge. Tempt your appetite meb a mite o' the breast. I dunno, said Tira, speaking with difficulty through her rigid misery, as you would ought to, so near nestin' time. I dunno's as it's the season to kill. All seasons are the same to me, said Tenny. When it's time to kill, then kill, I say, kill. He spoke the word as if he loved it, and Tira walked away from him into the bedroom, and stretched herself on the bed, her hand on the sleeping child. When it was time to get dinner, she came out again, and found him reading his paper by the stove. He had set the gun away in a corner, but directly after dinner he shaved at the little glass by the kitchen window and told her, again with the air of abundant explanation she found foreign to him, that he was going to the street to get the colt shod. The colt did need to be shod. She knew that. Perhaps this time he was actually going. You want to take along the eggs, she said, and he assented. He asked her, too, for a list of groceries she needed. He would have to wait his turn at the blacksmith's. He might be a long time. She need not expect him before dark. She might as well go out, he told her, and again. You are lookin' peaked, you need the air. She heard him drive briskly out of the yard, but she would not, for some reason she did not herself know, go to the window to look after him. It was all a plan, she told herself. She was not to be taken in by it. She would force herself to sit down to her sewing. She would not leave the house while he was gone. If he wanted to tempt her out to trap her, let him have his will. It was better, she thought with a moment's satirical comment, for him to be driving off on a fictitious mission than roaming the neighborhood with a gun in his hand. She glanced involuntarily at the corner where the gun had stood not many minutes before he left the house. It was gone. Then she knew. She threw down her work, went to the telephone and called Raven. He was there, and she felt her heart answer wildly when, at her first word, he broke in. Is it you? Not her name, only the intimacy of the significant word. The hut, he added. Up there, said Tira, breathless. Both of you, I have got to see you both, come quick. She got her cloak and threw it down again, remembering it was what she was used to wearing, and that Tenny would most certainly recognize her outline in it, even though a long way off. Grandmother Tenny's black blanket shawl was in the parlor chest of drawers, that and her hood disfiguring ancientry of dress. She ran into the parlor, snatched them out, tied on the black knitted hood, and not unfolding the shawl, wrapped it about her shoulders. The baby was in his cradle, and she gave him one glance. If he waked, he would cry. Let him cry. But she did lock the door behind her and put the key on the sill, a place Tenny would know. Halfway down the path she went back, took the key again and dropped it into her apron pocket. Tenny might come, but he should not go into the house and find the child alone. Lest he should come the way he went, she took the back road, and there, when she was about to turn into the wood road, she heard sleigh bells behind her, the horse going, as her ear told her, step and step. But she was actually on the wood road when the driver whipped up and the bells came clashingly. She did not turn to look. It was not Tenny. She would have known his bells. The horse drew up, the driver called to him a peremptory and jovial word, and she knew the voice. It was Eugene Martin's, and instinct told her to stop and face him. He stepped out of the sleigh and threw the robe with a quick motion over the horse. Then he came on to her, smiling, effusively cordial, and Tira waited. A pace away he took off his hat and made her an exaggerated bow. He was carefully dressed, but then he was always that, according to his lights. Only Tira, who knew him so well, all his vain schemes of personal fitness, judged this to be a day of a special preparation. For what? He took the step between them and put out both hands. If this ain't luck, he beamed. How are you, girl? I made up my mind I would see you, but I had not an idea you would be on the road. Tira rolled her hands in her apron as if they were cold. His extended hands she did not seem to see. I ain't waitin' for you, she said quietly, her eyes on his. You better go right straight along about your business and leave me to mine. I ain't done right, Tira, said Martin with the specious warmth she knew. I did try to get you in bad with Tenny, but do not you know what that sprung from? I am jealous as the devil. Do not you know I be? You have no call to be jealous nor anything else, said Tira steadily. You and me are as fur apart. She hesitated for a word, and her eyes rested for a moment on one of the tall evergreens moving slightly in the breeze. We could not any more come together than I could climb up to the pick o' that pine tree. He still regarded her solicitously. He was determined not to abandon his part. Ain't somebody come betwixt us? He demanded with that vibration of the voice once so moving to her. You cannot deny it, can you now? Nobody's come betwixt us, said Tira. If you was the only man on this earth today, I would run from you as I would a snake. I hate you. No, I do not. I look on you as if you was the dirt under my feet. But as she said it, she glanced down, wistfully troubled, as if she begged forgiveness of the good earth. The quick anger she knew in him flared like a licking flame. He threw his arms about her and held her to him as tightly. It seemed to her as if he were hostile to the very breath within her body, and she was still, not only because he gripped her so, but because she had called upon that terrible endurance women recognize within themselves. He kissed her angry, insulting kisses she could bear more patiently than the kisses of unwelcome love. But as his lips defiled her face, he was suddenly aware that it was wet. Great tears were rolling down her cheeks. He laughed. Cryin', he jeered, poor little crybaby, wipe her eyes. While he held her with one arm, the other hand plunged into her apron pocket and brought out her handkerchief. It also touched the key. His instincts, she knew, had a scope of devilish cunning, and at once he knew what key it was. He laughed. Looking off through the trees, he had seen what gave him another clue. Smoke, he called as if he shouted it to an unseen listener who might not have been clever enough to guess. Smoke from that shack Raven lazes round in same as old Crow did afore him. That's where you were goin'. The wood road all broke out for you. I might ha' known it when I see that. Go along, my lady, he will be there waitin' for you. Go along. But just for the fun o' the thing, you leave the key with me. She answered with a desperate wrench, but though one of her hands reached the pocket where the key lay, she could only twitch the fingers, and while he laughed softly he pulled the tie of her apron and, releasing her with a little push, snatched the apron from her, rolled it and thrust it into his pocket. She sprang at him, but he gave her another push that sent her staggering and ran laughing to the sleigh. So long, he called back at her. She recovered herself and started after him, but the horse plunged forward and Martin was shouting at her jovially, in what words she did not hear. She only knew, through the bewilderment of her despair, that the tone was merciless. She stood there a moment looking after him and realizing that he had forced her into a corner from which there was no possible way out. But then another fear beat in her numbed brain. She had not accomplished the task for which she came here. Martin and his trick must wait. That other need was more important. There was the hut and its welcoming smoke, and their Raven must be looking for her. She started running along the snowy path, reached the door, found it unlocked, and went in. Roman 37. Raven, as soon as he had Tira's message, went to find Nan. She was not in her room, but Charlotte, when he finally brought up at the kitchen, told him Nan and Dick had gone to walk. Down the road, she said. They had called to him, but he was in the barn. Then, said Raven, getting into his jacket, see her the minute she comes back and send her up to the hut. Yes, Charlotte meant to be in the kitchen all the afternoon. She would see Nan. Raven left the house and hurried up the hill. He found the hut in order, the fire laid as he had left it. That was, foolishly, always a surprise. Her presence hung so inevitably about the place that he was taken aback to find no visible sign of it. Now when she appeared it was breathlessly, not, as he thought, from haste, but from her encounter with Martin, and she came stripped of her reserves, the decorum of respectful observance she always kept toward him. At first glance he was shocked by the change in her appearance and could not account for it. Not knowing, he missed the familiar folds of the blue cloak about her, not seeing that her black shawl and the knitted hood accentuated the tragic paleness of her face. She came straight to him and he took her hands, and finding them so cold, held them in one of his and chafed them. This she did not notice. She neither knew that they were cold nor that he was holding them. You must go away, she said, surprising him because he thought she had come to say she herself was ready to go. Where is she? Tira asked with a quick glance about the room, as if the least deviation in her plan fretted her desperately. I depended on seeing her. Nan, asked Raven, I could not find her. What is it, Tira? She would ha helped me out, said Tira despairingly. She would ha seen you have got to go away from here and go quick. Could not you pack up and get off by the 9 o'clock? Do not be foolish, said Raven. He released her hands and drew a chair nearer the fire. Sit down. I have not the least idea of going anywhere. Do you suppose I should go and leave you in danger? But she did not even seem to see the chair he had indicated or the fire. She stood wringing her hands, in a regardless way, under her shawl, and looking at him imploringly. I ain't in any danger, she said, not compared to what you be. He's stopped dwellin' on that man and his mind is on you. The shame of this did not move her now. Her fear had burned every reticence to ashes, and her heart looked out nakedly. He's got out the old gun, she went on. I dunno's he's fired a gun since we have been here, unless it might be at a hawk sailin' over. He says he's goin' to shoot me a partridge for me to eat, and he looked at me when he said it, and the look was enough. You You go tonight and put the railroad betwixt you and me. Do not be foolish, Tira, said Raven again. I have been in more dangerous places than this and run bigger risks than Tenny's old musket. That's all talk, what he says to you all bluff. I begin to think he is not equal to anything but scaring a woman to death. But no, he saw his argument. I will go. Nan and I will go tonight, but only if you go with us. Now is your chance, Tira. Run back to the house and get the boy. Bring him here if you like to stay till train time and then come. He stretched out his hand to her and waited, his eyes on hers. Would she put her hand into his in obedience, in fealty? She began to cry, silently yet rendingly. He saw the great breaths rising in her, and was sick at heart to see her hand she should have laid in his clutching her throat to still its agony. I dunno, she said brokenly. Yes, I suppose I do know. I have got to do it. It's been pushin' me, and now I have got to give up beat. You will not save yourself, and somehow or another you have got to be saved. Raven felt the incredible joy of his triumph. He had yielded to her obstinacy, he had actually given up hope, and now, scourged by her devotion to him, she was walking straight into the security he had urged upon her. Yet he dared not betray his triumph, lest outspoken emotion of any sort should awaken her to a fear of what? Of him, of man's nature she had learned to abhor. That's right, Tira, he said quietly. Now you have given up responsibility. You have put yourself and the boy in my hands, mine and Nan's. You have promised, remember. There's no going back. Still he held out his hand, and though she ignored it, her dumbly agonized look was aware of it. It was waiting for her, the authoritative, kind hand, and she took hers from her throat and laid it in his grasp. Tira seemed to herself to be giving up something she had been fighting to keep. What was she giving up? Nothing it was right to keep, she would have said. For at that minute, as it had been in all the minutes that led to it, she believed in him as she did in her Lord Jesus Christ. Yet she was aware, with that emotional certainty which is more piercing than the keenness of the most brilliant mind, that she had surrendered, the inner heart of her, and whatever he asked her to do would now be humbly done. In the instant of their standing there, hand clasped in hand, the current of life between them rushed to mingle humble adoration in her, a triumphant certainty in him. But scarcely had the impetuous forces met before they were dissolved and lost. The sharp crack of a gun broke the stillness outside, and Tira tore her hand from his and screamed piercingly. She threw herself upon Raven, holding him with both hands. Hear that, she whispered. It's right outside here. He's shot to make you come out and see what 'tis. In the name o' God, do not you open the door. Raven shook himself free from her, and then, because she was sobbing wildly, took her by the shoulders and pushed her into the chair by the hearth. Stop that, he said sternly. Stay there till I come back. He took the key from the lock, opened the door and stepped out. There lay Dick on his face, his head close by the doorstone, and Tenny, gun in hand, stood stupidly staring at him. I shot at a partridge, Tenny babbled, I shot. But Raven was kneeling by Dick in the reddening snow. Roman 38. Eugene Martin had driven at a quick pace through the back road, and down again to the point where it met the highway. He had stuffed Tira's apron into his pocket, and through his passion he was aware of it as something he could use, how he did not yet know, but the key, that was a weapon in itself. She could not get into her house without it. Tenny could not get in. So far as Tira was concerned, it was lost, and Tenny would have to be told. And as he turned into the other road, there was Tenny himself driving toward home, and Martin knew what he was to do. Hi, he called, but Tenny did not stop. He drew out slightly to the side of the road, the implication that Martin might pass. Martin drove up alongside, and the way growing narrower, seemed bent on crowding him. The horses were abreast, and presently the road narrowed to a point where, if they continued, one would be in the ditch. I have got something o' yourn, called Martin. He was good humour itself. The chances of the road had played patly into his hand. Anyways, I s'pose 'tis. I come across your woman on the back road. She turned into the loggin road to Raven's shack. She dropped her apron and I picked it up. There's a key in the pocket. Looks like a key to somebody's outer door. Yourn, ain't it? Here 'tis, rolled up in the apron. Catch. He had taken out the apron, rolled it tighter, and then, as Tenny made no movement, tossed it into the sleigh. He shook the reins and passed, narrowly escaping an overturn, but at the same moment he was aware that Tenny had stooped slightly and lifted something. It was a familiar motion. What had he lifted? It could not be a gun, he told himself, yet he knew it could be nothing else. Was this the next move in the mad game? For the first time he began to wonder whether Tenny's religion would really keep him cool, and questioned whether, having neatly balanced his own account, he might close it now before he found himself in danger. Driving fast, he was aware that Tenny behind him was also coming on, but he would not look until he had passed Tenny's house, and then he did give one backward glance. Tenny had turned into the yard and Martin relaxed, satisfied with the day's job. Perhaps it was really finished, and he and Tira were square. Tenny, having driven into the yard, blanketed the horse and thrust the apron under the seat of the sleigh. He stood for a moment thinking. Should he unlock the door, go into the house, and lock it against the woman who had run away to Raven's shack? He could not think clearly, but it did seem to him best to open the door and look about. How had she left things behind her? Was her absence deliberately planned? Inside, he proceeded mechanically with the acts he would ordinarily have done after an absence. The familiar surroundings seemed to suggest them to him. He fitted the key into the lock again, took off his greatcoat and hung it up, chiefly because the nail reminded him, and then, the house suddenly attacking him with all the force of lonely silence, he turned and went out again and shut the door behind him. There was the horse. Why had he covered him? He would naturally have unharnessed, but then he saw the gun in the sleigh, and that, like the silent house, seemed to push him on to something he had lost the power to will, and he took the gun and walked fast out of the yard. Now at once he felt clear in the head. He was going to find Raven. That was the next step. Wherever Raven was, he must find him. But when he turned out of the yard to go up the back road, he was aware of a strange dislike to coming upon him at the hut. Tira was there, he knew, but if Raven also was, then there would be something to do. It was something in the back of his mind, very dark and formless as yet, but it was, he told himself again, something that had to be done. Perhaps after all, even though it was to be done sometime, it need not be today. Even though Tira was up there, the job was a terrifying one to tackle when he felt so weak in his disabled foot, so cold after Martin's jeering voice when he tossed over the key. He turned again and went down the road to Raven's. His foot ached badly, but he did not mind it so much now. The confusion and pain of his mind had grown so great. It seemed like this doubt that surrounded Tira, a curse that was to be always with him. At Raven's, he went to the kitchen door and knocked, and Charlotte came. "He to home?" he asked, not looking at her, but standing there a drooping, miserable figure. "Jerry?" she asked. "Yes, he's in the barn, gone to feed 'em water." "No," said Tenny. "John Raven, is he to home?" "Why no," said Charlotte, "not round the house. He said he's goin' up to the hut." At that he stared at her desperately, as if begging her to take back her words. They might have been a command to him, a verdict against him. She stepped out a pace. "Why, Mr. Tenny," she said, "what you round with a gun for this time o' night? You cannot see nothin'. It will be dusk in a minute." "Partridges," he called back to her, adding darkly, "I guess I can see well enough, come to that." Charlotte stood there watching him out of the yard, and noted that he turned toward home. When Nan and Dick came up the road the other way, she had gone in, and they had been in the house 5 minutes or more before she knew of it. Then Dick wandered into the kitchen, on one of the vague quests always bringing the family there in search of her, and she called to him from the pantry. "Do you see anything of Israel Tenny on the road?" No, Dick had seen nobody. He stood leaning against the casing, watching her floury hands at their deft work. "He come here not 10 minutes ago," said Charlotte, "after your Uncle John. He had a gun. I never see Israel Tenny with a gun. Partridge shootin'," he said. "Partridges when you cannot see your hand afore you in the woods. I told him Uncle John'd gone up to the hut. When Uncle John went off, he said he wanted Nan should come up there, quick as ever she could. You tell her, will not you? I forgot." Then Dick knew. Tira was up there. And Tenny was out with a gun. New England tragedy. It was impossible, the sanctimonious Tenny. Yet there was New England tragedy, a streak of it darkly visible through all New England life. It would be ridiculous, old Tenny with his prayer meetings and his wild appeals. And yet, he reflected, all tragedy was ridiculous to the sane, and saw before his mind's eye a satiric poem, wherein he should arraign the great sad stories of the world and prove their ironic futility. But all this was the hurried commentary of the mind really bent on something actual, and from that actuality he spoke. "Do not tell Nan, Charlotte, I will see what he wants." He went off, and Charlotte thought he was right, the afternoon waning as it was. She would tell Nan later, a good deal later, when Raven and Dick had had time to come down again. And this was how Dick climbed the slope and was approaching the door of the hut when Tenny stole behind him through the dusk and fired. Raven, in the instant of seeing Dick there on the ground, locked the door of the hut, dropped the key in his pocket, knelt by him and, with a hand on his pulse, snapped out his orders to Tenny, standing there staring vacuously. "Go down to the house, get Jerry and the sled, come back with him, get a move on, run." Tenny continued looking emptily at him, still babbling about partridges, and Raven got up and wrenched the gun from his hand, calling loudly, though they were close together. "Do not you hear me? Get Jerry and the sled, run man, run." Tenny started away in a dazed indecisiveness, and Raven remembered his hurt, and that he probably could not run. At the same instant Tenny's mind cleared. He was plunging down the slope, and whatever anguish it caused him, insensible to it. Raven unlocked the door, stepped in and found Tira facing him. "Go home," he said. "Get the boy and go down to my house. You are to stay there now." At the instant of saying this, he set the gun inside the door, snatched some blankets from the bedroom and came out again. Tira stepped aside to let him pass. It looked as if he would have walked over her. He covered Dick warmly, picked up the boy's glasses from the snow and dropped them into his pocket. With that involuntary act, the emotional assault of the whole thing nearly had him. He remembered Dick's eyes as he had sometimes seen them without their glasses, wistful and vaguely soft. Always his eyes, denuded of the lenses behind which they lived, had a child's look of helpless innocence, and here he was floored by life's regardless cruelty. Though if he was not only floored but actually done for, he was not yet the one to suffer. He was away in that sanctuary of the assaulted body known as unconsciousness, and Raven did not dwell for more than an instant on the pity of it all. Tira had come out of the hut, and at sight of Dick under his mound of covering, she gave a little cry and stooped to him with outstretched hand, perhaps with an idea of somehow easing him. But Raven caught her wrist before she touched him. "Do not," said he. "I have sent down for the sled." "Is he?" she whispered, stepping back as he released her. "I do not know," said he. "You cannot do anything. Do not stay here." But she stood still, staring down at the mound of blankets and Raven again on his knees beside it, his fingers on Dick's wrist. "Did not you hear me?" said he curtly. "You are to get the child and come to my house for the night." Will he now he saw her mind was with Tenny, will he be arrested? "I hope," Raven allowed himself the bitterness of saying, "I hope he will get imprisonment for life." And there was such sternness in the kind voice that Tira turned and went, half running, up the path to the back road and home. That night at 11, when the house had quieted and Raven was alone in the library, he permitted himself a glimpse at the denied emotional aspect of the day. Jerry had got quickly to the top of the hill and Dick had been moved down without disaster, Tenny, white-faced and bewildered, lending his strength as he was told. Raven called upon him for this and that, and kept him by them on the way down to the house, so that Tira might have time to snatch the child and hurry away. At the moment of nearing the house he remembered her, and that if Tenny went directly back by the high road, he might meet her. Here, this to Tenny, who was sagging on behind the sled, and who at once hurried along to his side. "Go back to the hut and see if I have left the key in the door. If it's there, you can lock up and bring it down to me. If it is not, do not come back." Then he assumed Tenny would go home by the back road, the shortest route, for he would not find the key, which was still in Raven's pocket. Tenny looked at him, seemed to have something to say, and finally managed it. As Raven remembered, it was something about Partridges and his gun. Whether he was shaken by fright, one could not have told, but he was, as Charlotte remarked upon it afterward, all to pieces. Raven ignored the mumble, whatever it was, and Tenny, finally understanding that he might as well be as far off the earth as Dick, for all the attention anybody was going to pay him, turned, limping, and then Raven, with that mechanical sensitiveness to physical need always awake in him now, caught up a stick lying in the dooryard and tossed it to him. "Here," said he, "that will do for a cane." Tenny could not catch, he was too stupid from bewilderment of mind, but he picked it up and went limping off across the road and up the hill. Then the women had to be told, and when Jerry brought the horses to a standstill at the door, Raven ran in, pushing Charlotte aside. Dear Charlotte, she was too used to life and death to need palliatives of indirection in breaking even such news as this, and believed now, as he thought it over, that he met Milly and Nan, who had seen their approach, running to meet him, and that he said something about accident, and as if it were an echo of Tenny, a fool shooting partridges. Milly, shocked out of her neat composure, gave a cry, but Nan turned on her, bade her be quiet, and called Charlotte to the bedroom to get it ready. It was Milly's room, but the most accessible place. Raven telephoned for the doctor at the street, and called a long distance for a Boston surgeon of repute, asking him to bring 2 nurses, and he and Nan rapidly dressed the wound, with Dick still mercifully off in the refuge called unconsciousness. Raven remembered that Milly, as she got in his way, kept telling him she ought to have taken a course in first aid, and that Dick was her son, and if a mother did not know, who did? But he fancied he did not answer at all, and that he and Nan worked together, with quick interrogative looks at each other here and there, a lifted eyebrow, a confirming nod. And now the local doctor had arrived, had professed himself glad his distinguished colleague had been summoned and approved Raven's work. He was gone in answer to another urgent call, and the surgeon had not come, could not come for hours. But Dick was conscious, though either too weak or too wisely cautious to lift an eyelid, and Nan was with him. That Raven had ordered, and told Milly she was to come to the library after Jerry moved her things upstairs and she was settled for the night. Milly was badly shaken. She looked, her strained eyes and mouth compressed, as if not only was she robbed of the desire of sleep, but had sworn never in her distrust of what life could do to her to sleep again. But she had not appeared, and as Raven sat there waiting for her, Charlotte came down the stairs and glanced in, a comprehensive look at the light, the fire, and at him as if to assure him whatever the need in the sick room, she kept him also in mind. Raven signed to her and she nodded. He had a question to ask. It had alternated in his mind with queer little heartbeats of alarm about Dick, hemorrhage, shock, hemorrhage, recurrent beats of prophetic disaster. "Have you seen Tira?" he asked. "I told her to come here and stay till we could get her off somewhere." Then he remembered that, so wide-reaching did Charlotte always seem to him in her knowledge of the life about her, he had not explained why Tira must be got out of the way, and that also was before him. But in her amazing habit of knowing, she knew. "No," she said, "she ain't bien near. She will not leave Tenny. She's one o' them that sticks by." Immediately he was curious to hear what she had imagined, how she knew. Was the neighborhood awake to even the most obscure local drama? While Tira thought she was, at the expense of her own safety, covering Tenny's wildness of jealousy, were they all walking in the sun? "Who told you?" he asked her. "Why, nobody," said Charlotte. "It did not take no tellin'. Jerry heard him hollerin' after her that day you was up in the woods, and when you kept the log-in road broke, I knew you was givin' her some kind of a hole to creep into." So they had known, she and Jerry, but they had not told, they would never tell. "One thing," said Charlotte, smoothing her apron and looking at him in an anxious interrogation, "what be we goin' to say?" "That was the first thing Doctor asked. Who done it? You know I let him in. 'Twas a poor crazed creator, says I, after partridges. I was goin' to say Dick had a gun and tripped up over a root, but that never'd do in the world, shot in the back so." "The partridges'll do for the present," said Raven grimly. "He's certainly crazy enough. He said he was shooting partridges. We will take it at that." Charlotte went on and he sat thinking. So Tira had chosen not to come. So fixed was his mind on the stern exigency of the situation, as it now stood, that her disobedience in itself irritated him. The right of decision, as he reasoned, had passed out of her hands into his. He was, in a sense, holding the converging lines of all this sudden confusion. He was her commanding officer. At that moment, when he was recognizing his anger against her and far from palliating, cherishing it as one of the tools in his hand, to keep him safely away from enfeebling doubt, Milly came noiselessly down the stairs. She would, he realized in her unflinching determination to do the efficient thing, be as silent as a shadow. She appeared in the doorway, and her face, her bearing, were no longer Milly's. This was a paper semblance of a woman, drawn on her lines, but made to express grief and terror. Quiet as she was, the shock had thrown her out of her studied calm. She was elemental woman, despising the rigidities of training, scourged into revolt. Even her dress, though fitted to the technical needs of the hour, was unstudied. Her hair, ordinarily waved even in the country by the intelligence of her capable fingers, was twisted in a knot on the back of her head. Raven, so effective had been the success of her ameliorating devices, thought Milly's hair conspicuously pretty. But now there was a little button of it only, as if she had prepared for exacting service where one displaced lock might undo her. A blue silk negligee was wrapped about her, with a furled effect of tightening to the blast, and her face was set in a mask of grief that was not grief alone, but terror. She came in and sat down in one of the chairs by the hearth, not relaxing in the act, but as if she could no longer stand. "John," she said in a broken interrogation, "John." He got up and elaborately tended the fire, laying the sticks together with an extreme care, and thinking as he did it, by one of those idle divagations of the mind, like a grace note on the full chord of action, that a failing fire had helped a man out of more than one hole in this disturbing life. It gave your strung nerves and rasped endurance a minute's salutary pause. He put down the tongs and returned to his chair. "Buck up, Milly," said he, "everything's being done. Now it will be up to Dick." But he realized, as if it were another trial setting upon him at the moment when he had borne enough, that his eyes were suddenly hot. This was not for Milly, not for himself. Again, for some obscure reason, he saw Dick's eyes, softened, childlike, as he had recalled them without their glasses. Through these past weeks of strain, he had been irritated with the boy. He had jeered at him for the extravagances of his gusty youth. Why, the boy was only a boy, after all. But Milly, leaning forward to the fire, her trembling hands over the blaze, was talking with amazing intensity, but still quietly, not to disturb the stillness of the expectant house. For the house, suddenly changed, seemed itself to be waiting, as houses do in time of trouble. Was it for Dick to die or to take on life again? Houses are seldom kind at such times, even in their outward tranquility. They are sinister. And when Milly began to speak, Raven found he had to deal with a woman surprisingly different from the one who had striven to heal him through her borrowed aphorisms. She began to think he should escape after being over there, John, in blood and dirt and debt-hand, come home to be shot in the back by a tramp with a gun. Where is the man? You detained him, did not you? Do not tell me you let him go. I know where to find him, Raven temporized. He would no idea of going. She insisted. You think it was an accident. He could not have had a grudge. Dick had not an enemy. You can make your mind easy about that, said Raven, taking refuge in a detached sincerity. It was not meant for Dick. He was as far from the fellow's thoughts as the moon. He remembered the fringe of sombre woods and the curve of the new moon. It is not so much the misfortunes of life, Milly kept on. She was beating her knee now with one closed hand, and her voice kept time. It's the chances, the horrible way things come and knock you down because you are in their path. If he doesn't here, she stopped, and Raven knew she added in her own mind, if he does not live I shall never believe in anything again. Never, John, never. Raven was silent, not only because it seemed well for her to free her mind, but because he had a sudden curiosity to hear more. This was Milly outside her armour at last. When she had caught him out of his armour, she had proposed sending him to the psychopathic, and here she was herself, raving against heaven and earth as unrestrainedly as a savage woman might beat her head against a cliff. Chance, she repeated, that's what it is, chance. He got in the way and he was struck. I lived through the war, I gave my son, what more could I do? But now to have him come home to our old house and be shot in the back. How can you sit there and not move a muscle or say a word? What are you thinking about? Well, said Raven quietly, if you will believe me, I am thinking about you. I am mighty sorry for you, Milly, and I am keeping one ear cocked for Nan. There's no change, she interrupted him. Charlotte would tell us I left Nan on purpose. I want him every time he opens his eyes to see her there. She's the one he wants. Mothers do not count. Here again the elemental woman flashed out, and Raven welcomed the reality of it. She could not help being kind with him as he is. No, he inwardly concurred. Nan, who had kissed the boy to hearten him in his need, would be ready with her medicinal love again. She would pour herself out, trust her for that. Besides, he said, besides you and Dick and Nan, I was thinking of Old Crow. Old Crow, this threw her out for an instant, and she went back to her conception of Raven as a victim of complexes of which Old Crow was chief. It's no time for dwelling on things that are past and gone. You think far too much about Old Crow. It weakens you. Old Crow, said Raven quietly, is the chap you and I need here tonight. I would like mighty well to sit down and talk it over with him. So would you if you knew him better. Old Crow went through what you and I are going through now. He found the world a deuced puzzling place, and he did not see the conventional guard as any sort of a solution. And then I do not suppose you are going to bed right off. You will not feel like sleep. Bed, she flung out, sleep. Then look here, Milly, said Raven, you do what I tell you. He opened a drawer in his desk and took out the mottled book. Here's Old Crow's journal. You sit here by the fire and read it while I take Nan's place and send her off to bed. And if it does not give you an idea, Old Crow's got his mind on us tonight. Wherever he is, I am mistaken. He brought her the book. She took it with no interest, leaving it unopened on her knee. Wherever he is, she repeated, not precisely curious, but as if she might be on the verge of it when she again had time. I did not know you believed in immortality. I did not either, said Raven, but he added, I believe in Old Crow. She was holding the book mechanically, and he left her sitting with it still unopened and went in to Dick. He found him restless, not in any movement of his body but in the glance of his dilated eyes. Nan looked up, grave, steady, gone back, as Raven saw, to her trained habit of action, emotionless, concentrated on the moment. You would better go up to bed, said Raven. I will stay now, he can have you tomorrow. He can have me all the time, said Nan clearly, and Dick's eyes turned upon her with an indifferent sort of query. How much did she mean by that? It sounded as if she meant everything, and yet Raven, his heart constricting, knew it might not be more than impetuous sacrifice, the antidote given in haste. But now Dick spoke and Raven bent to him, for either he was too weak to speak clearly or he was saving himself. Do not arrest him, no end of talk. No, said Raven, it was not you he was out for. The restless eyes turned on Nan. Go to bed, said Dick. Her hand had been on his, and she took it gently away and got up. I am not sleepy, she said. I will camp in the library a while. When she had gone, Raven, sitting there by Dick, who did not speak again, listened for the murmur of voices from the library. Would they keep companionable vigil, the two women, heartening each other by a word, or would they sit aloof, each wrapped in her own grief? There was not a sound. They were falling in with that determination of the house to maintain its sinister stillness, its air of knowing more than it would tell. Roman 39. Tenny, not finding the key of the hut and increasingly alive to the anguish flaring in his foot, went home by the back way. Tira was waiting at the door. She saw him coming, and for that first moment he could ignore the pain in a savage recognition of her plight. She had, he thought, having missed the key, not even tried the door. But this brief summary of her guilty folly angered him for the moment only. He was suddenly tired, and his foot did ache outrageously. He gave way to the pain of it and limped heavily. As he neared the house, however, his face did relax into a mirthless smile. There were tracks under the kitchen window. She had hoped to get in that way and had found the window fastened, and all the time there was the door, ready for a confident hand. But the ill chance of it amused him for not much more than the instant of its occurrence. His mind recoiled upon his own miserable state. He had gone out in search of justice, and he had come home in terror of what he had himself unjustly done. If he had been imaginative enough to predict the righteous satisfaction he expected from his vengeance on Raven, he might have foreseen himself coming back to bring Tira the evil news, and smiling, out of his general rectitude, at her grief and terror. Perhaps he would have been wrong in those unformulated assumptions. Perhaps he would not have been calm enough for satisfaction in the completed deed, since the mind does, after a red act, become at once fugitive before the furies of inherited beliefs and fears. Perhaps it would have shrunk cowering back from the old penalty against the letting of blood, as it did now when he was faced with the tragic irony of the deed as it was. He had shed blood, and by one of the savage mischances of life, the blood of a man innocent of offence against him. After the first glance at Tira, he did not look at her again, but passed her, threw open the door and went in, his thoughts becoming every instant more confused, as the appalling moments in the woods beat themselves out noisily, seemed to favour closing the door behind him. It was she who had brought him to this pass. It was she who had locked his door upon herself, and in her wantonness as good as thrown away the key. Let her stay outside, but he was not equal to even that sharpness of decision, and Tira, after she found the door swinging free, went in. Tenny had seated himself in his armchair by the window. He had not taken off his hat, and he sat there, hands clasped upon the stick Raven had tossed him, his head bent over them. He looked like a man far gone in age and misery, and Tira, returning from the bedroom, the child in her arms, felt a mounting of compassion and was no longer afraid. She laid the child in its cradle and with a cheerful clatter put wood in the stove. The child cried fretfully, and still stepping about the room, she began to sing, as if to distract it, though she knew she was making the sounds of life about Tenny to draw him forth from the dark cavern where his spirit had taken refuge. But he did not look up, and presently she spoke to him. "Ain't you goin' to unharness? I am most afraid Charlie'll be cold." The form of her speech was a deliberate challenge, a fashion of rousing him to an old contention, for it was one of her loving habits with animals to name them, and Tenny, finding that all foolishness would never accept the pretty intimacies, to him the two horses were the bay and the colt, and now Tira, with an anxious intent of stirring him even to contradiction, longed to hear him repeat Charlie, adding, "Do you mean the bay?" But he neither spoke nor moved, and she suddenly realized that if she screamed at him he would not hear. She went on stepping about the room, and presently, when the dusk had fallen so that she could see the horse in the yard only as an indeterminate bulk, she slipped out, unharnessed him, and led him into his stall. She began to fodder the cattle, pausing now and then to listen for Tenny's step. But he did not come. She returned to the house for her pails, lighted a lantern, and went back to milk. Still he did not come, and when she carried in her milk, there he sat in the dark kitchen, his head bent upon his hands. Tira shut up the barn, came back to the kitchen, and put out her lantern. Then she was suddenly spent and sat down a moment by the stove, her hands in her lap. And so they sat together, the man and woman, and the child was as still as they. He had whimpered himself off to sleep. Tira, recognizing herself, with a dull indifference as too tired to move, was not at first conscious of thinking either about what she had gone through or what was before her, but as her muscles relaxed, her mind, as it was always doing now for its rest and comfort, left this present scene where, for the first active moments, Tenny had filled her thoughts and settled upon Raven. He had told her to come to him, he had ordered it as if she belonged to him, and there was heavenly sweetness in that. Tira loved this new aspect of him. She rested in it as a power alive to her, protecting her, awake to her well-being. Yet, after that first glance at Tenny, sitting there with head bent over the stick, She had not a moment's belief in her right to go. It was sweet to be commanded, to her own safety, but here before her were the dark necessities she must share. And suddenly, as she sat there, and the sense of Raven's protectingness enfolded her and she grew more rested, a feeling of calmness fell upon her, of something friendly nearer her than Raven, even though it had seemed to her lately as if nothing could be more near, and she almost spoke aloud, voicing her surprised delight. "Why, the Lord Jesus Christ!" But she did not speak the words aloud. She refrained in time, for fear of disturbing Tenny in some way not wise for him, but her lips formed them and they comforted her. Then, suddenly tranquilized and feeling strong, she rose and fed the child and made some bustling ado, talking about milk and bread, hoping to rouse Tenny to the thought of food. But he sat there darkly, and by she put the kettle on and in the most ordinary manner made tea and spread their table. "Come," she said to him, "supper's ready, we might's well draw up." He did glance at her then, as if she had surprised him, and she smiled to give him confidence. At that time Tira felt all her strength, her wholesome rude endurance to the full, and stood tall and steady there in the room with the two who were her charge and who now, it seemed to her, needed her equally. Tenny rose with difficulty and stood a moment to get control of his foot. He walked to the table and was about to sit down, but suddenly his eyes seemed to be drawn by his hand resting on the back of the chair. He raised it, turned it palm up and scrutinized it, and then he looked at the other hand with the same questioning gaze, and after a moment when Tira, reading his mind, felt her heart beating wildly, he went to the sink and pumped water into the basin. He began to wash his hands. There was nothing on them, no stain such as his fearful mind projected, but he washed them furiously and without looking. "You stop a minute," said Tira quietly. "I will give you a mite o' hot water if you will wait." She filled a dipper from the tea kettle, and tipping the water from his basin into the sink, mixed hot and cold, trying it solicitously, and left him to use it. "There," she said, standing by the table waiting for him, "you come as quick's you can. Your tea'll be cold." So they drank their tea together, and Tira forced herself to eat, and from the store of woman's experience within her, knew she ought to urge him also to hearten himself with meat and bread. But she did not dare. She could feel the misery of his sick mind, she had always felt it, but there were reactions of obstinacy, of rage almost in the obscurity of its workings, and these she could not challenge. But she poured him strong tea, and when he would take no more got up and cleared the table. And he kept his place, staring down at his hand. He was studying it with a look curiously detached, precisely as he had regarded it at the moment when he seemed to become aware of its invisible stain. Tira, as she went back and forth about the room, found herself also, by force of his attitude, glancing at the hand. Almost she expected to find it red. When her work was done, she sat down by the stove and undressed the baby, who was fretful still and crying in a way she was thankful to hear. It made a small commotion in the room. If it irritated Tenny into waking from his daze, so much the better. 10 o'clock came and Tenny had not stirred. When 11 struck she roused from her doze and saw his head had sunken forward. He was at the nodding point of sleep. She had been keeping up the fire, and presently she rose to put in wood, knocking down a stick she had left on the end of the stove to be reached for noiselessly. He started awake and rose, pushing back his chair. "Is that them?" he asked her with a disordered wildness of mien. "Have they come?" By this she knew he expected arrest for what he had done. "No," she said in her quietest voice. "Nobody's come in here tonight. I dropped a stick o' wood, that's all. Do not you think you better poke off to bed?" He did not answer her but went to the window, put his hands to his face and peered out. Then he turned, stood a moment looking about the room as if for some suggestion of refuge, went to the couch and lay down. Tira stood for a moment considering. Almost at once he was asleep. She threw a shawl over him and went into the bedroom and stretched herself as she was on the bed.